transcending into a perilous fantasy realm. Qin Qian awakens the unparalleled physique of the myriad realms, coupled with a divine-grade spiritual root and a godly comprehension. Initially believing he had been granted a fortuitous beginning, with access to sacred lands and celestial sects, he envisioned an exhilarating and invincible journey of cultivation. However, unbeknownst to him, his prodigious talents and extraordinary constitution came with a grave cost. Each ascension demanded resources exceeding 10,000 times that of his peers, rendering him beyond the reach of any major power's cultivation capabilities. Furthermore, his fate was manipulated by a mysterious entity, relegating him to a life inferior to even that of ordinary mortals. Thus, it seemed destined that he would merely become a tragic figure, a squanderer of resources with little hope of advancement. For 3 years, no sect would take him in, turning him into a laughingstock within the cultivation world. Fortunately, in a twist of fate, he garnered the favor of the ancestral master of the Sword Sect, successfully joining the sect and awakening a system for overcoming his perceived shortcomings, allowing for a tenfold return on any resources he cultivated. From that moment on, the once deemed useless genius rapidly ascended, amassing imperial, celestial, and divine techniques at will. His spiritual veins, celestial veins, and divine veins became so abundant that they were inexhaustible. His cultivation soared at an unprecedented pace, overpowering any prodigy in battle, with countless trump cards at his disposal, rendering even the heavenly order to bow before him. Thus, he forged a path of invincibility, ultimately standing atop the myriad worlds, gazing down upon the cyclical passage of time, and becoming the taboo emperor that people dared not speak of. Chapter 1. The Unparalleled Physique of the Myriad Realms, the Arrival of the Useless Rise System. Qin Qian, Unparalleled Physique of the Myriad Realms Void, Dao Physique, Divine Grade Comprehension, Divine Grade Spiritual Root. Such prodigious talent is beyond our capabilities at the Taishan Sword Sect. Thus, we must decline your request for entry, declared the venerable elder Jiang Taishan, his hair white with age, as he gazed with a complex expression at the shattered talent testing steel before him. His tone was graved, his words. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Throughout history, only those with insufficient talent have been rejected from sects. Never before had anyone been turned away for possessing too much talent. Please, elder, grant him a chance. Even as a mere servant disciple would suffice. A desperate youth cried out from the crowd, his countenance somewhat disheveled. This youth was Qin Qian, who had traversed into this fantastical world known as the Tianhuang continent over 3 years ago, awakening the most formidable physique of the myriad realms, the Void Dao Physique. This physique allowed him to cultivate any technique without regard for racial or spiritual root differences, accelerating his cultivation speed to a staggering 10,000 times that of ordinary prodigies, rendering his combat prowess tenfold greater. Even more terrifying, it enabled him to disregard any level of pressure, including that of the heavenly order, and immunized him against all attacks from those of equal rank and below, while also bestowing upon him fearsome, innate divine powers. He had anticipated that with such an extraordinary physique, coupled with his divine comprehension and spiritual root, he would undoubtedly become the most sought-after prodigy on the Tianhuang continent, welcomed by top-tier sects and coveted by powerful figures as a disciple. Yet, fate seemed to mock him. Indeed, the Void Dao Physique was formidable, but each breakthrough required resources on a scale 10,000 times greater than those of his peers, and each realm demanded tribulations, with their might also magnified tenfold. If it were merely a matter of requiring tenfold resources for cultivation, many top-tier figures would gladly take him under their wing. However, the necessity of enduring tribulations, with the might of the heavenly tribulations multiplied tenfold, was enough to instill dread in anyone. While lower-tier figures might assist him in the early stages, as he progressed, his tribulations would become so fearsome that few would dare to help him. Should he find himself without aid, his demise was all but certain. Consequently, rather than invest vast resources in cultivating a talent that might ultimately yield no returns, numerous powerful figures resolved to keep him at bay, opting instead for the safety of non-investment. Thus, over the course of 3 years, Qin Qian traversed many lands, participating in numerous sect recruitment ceremonies, only to become a source of ridicule. He had considered becoming a rogue cultivator, but the cultivation techniques were exceedingly rare, and he lacked the spirit stones even for the most rudimentary of texts. Moreover, due to the overwhelming nature of his physique, ordinary techniques were utterly inadequate for his cultivation needs. It was akin to trying to launch an aircraft carrier with the engine of a standard automobilian absurdity of the highest order. This was why, even knowing he would be the subject of scorn, Qin Qian still chose to attend the recruitment ceremonies of various prominent sects. For within the grand sects lay the advanced techniques that could potentially propel him onto the path of cultivation. Thus, he would willingly accept even the most menial, unpromising role as a servant disciple to gain entry. Alas, another failure? Qin Qian sighed in disappointment as he noted the elder's lingering silence following his plea. Despite having endured such scenarios countless times over the past 3 years, each extinguished hope still left him with a pang of resignation. Very well. The heavens have mercy, and the noble cultivate the beauty of others in light of your earnest pursuit of the Tao. I shall grant you this opportunity, the elder finally spoke. From this day forth, you may be considered an outer disciple of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect, though your basic standing shall only be equivalent to that of an ordinary disciple of the same rank, and any further cultivation resources must be earned through your own efforts. In the center of the plaza, Elder Jiang Tai-Xian, recalling his own journey many years prior when he had been uprooted and sought entry into the Tai-Xian Sword Sect, felt a deep empathy for Qin Qian. Though their circumstances were starkly opposed, the yearning for an opportunity to prove oneself echoed in both their hearts. After a long silence, he had relented. Years ago, a senior of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect had granted him a similar chance, and today he was willing to extend that same opportunity to Qin Qian. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall repay this kindness in the future, Qin Qian exclaimed, his initial resignation transformed into elation. He turned with fervor, bowing deeply in gratitude, fully aware that this chance bestowed upon him was akin to a rebirth. Do not mention it, the elder replied with a serene wave of his hand, vanishing from sight in an instant. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on becoming an outer disciple. Upon the elder's departure, several former onlookers, who had previously mocked Qin Qian, now offered their congratulations, whether genuine or not, for his newfound status, elevated him above them. Very well, the recruitment ceremony is hereby concluded. Elders, please escort your respective disciples out in an orderly manner, intoned the sect leader Lin Wushuang, his demeanor calm as he departed with a youth clad in black. As the boy exited, he cast a disdainful glance at Qin Qian, seemingly conveying the message that no matter how exceptional one's talent might be, it was ultimately he who had become the sect leader's disciple. This youth, whom Qin Qian recognized as Lin Shun, was among the most talented disciples present, boasting a sacred-grade spiritual root and the Crimson Sun's sacred body. To be candid, his so-called sacred-grade talent paled in comparison to Qin Qian's void Dao physique, yet the disparity in their situations allowed Lin Shun to revel in a moment of triumph. May the outer sect's techniques support my cultivation, Qin Qian mused, undeterred by Lin Shen's provocation, as he silently hoped for the best. As long as he can acquire the cultivation technique that supports his training, even if the resources required for his breakthrough are 1,000-fold greater than those of others, with his pace of cultivation. And as long as the spiritual energy of the outer sect does not run dry, he is confident in his ability to grow rapidly. While Qin Qian was lost in thought, the other peak masters and elders promptly departed with their newly gathered prodigies soaring into the sky. However, similar to Lin Shun, the gifted individuals taken for focused cultivation cast disdainful and mocking glances at Qin Qian before their departure. Witnessing individuals vastly superior to themselves living in circumstances inferior to their own was perhaps their greatest source of amusement. Before long, only a few thousand outer sect disciples and tens of thousands of servant disciples remained in the outer sect square. For elders were responsible for managing this batch of outer sect disciples, and Qin Qian was assigned to the care of a hunchbacked elder along with several hundred prodigies. The elder, named Guyun, possessed a golden core cultivation level, donned in a gray robe, his expression cold and unapproachable. "Follow me," he commanded after calling out names, and with a casual wave of his hand, he transported everyone onto a gigantic flying gourd. The majority of the group were mere mortals without any cultivation. So as they sat in the gourd soaring through the air, their faces betrayed a palpable sense of anxiety. In contrast to the group's nervousness, Qin Qian and a select few prodigies appeared rather composed. Approximately 15 minutes later, the colossal gourd delivered the group to a majestic mountain abundant in spiritual energy and breathtaking scenery. From a distance, the mountain was dotted with independent wooden cabins, each separated by 1,000 meters, offering a pleasant living arrangement. Select a wooden cabin each inside. You will find the techniques, martial arts, spirit stones, tokens, and some foundational knowledge required by outer sect disciples. Gu Yun continued. You have 1 year, should your cultivation fail, to reach the foundation establishment stage. You will automatically be demoted to servant disciple. After dismissing the enormous gourd, Gu Yun coldly issued his orders before turning and soaring away. Once he departed, the group surged forward like wild beasts, racing towards the rows of wooden cabins. Before long, Qin Qian acquired a cabin exclusively for himself. As he stepped inside, a rich wave of natural spiritual energy greeted him. The cabin contained minimal furnishings, a wooden table, a wooden bed, a cultivation manual, 2 martial arts texts, an ordinary longsword, a storage bag, and some basic necessities. Without hesitation, Qin Qian promptly closed the door and hurried to seize the cultivation manual. The manual was titled Tai Xianjing, a high-grade Xian-level technique capable of guiding one to the golden course stage. High-grade Xian level. It seems insufficient to support my cultivation, Qin Qian thought, his brow furrowing as he noted the manual's grade. Nevertheless, he swiftly activated his divine level comprehension, and within mere breaths, he had fully grasped the Tai Xianjing. However, when he attempted to channel the spiritual energy along the routes outlined in the manual, he found, as he had anticipated, not a single trace of spiritual energy entered his body. Damn it! Realizing that the Tai Xianjing was incapable of facilitating his cultivation, Qin Qian fell back onto the wooden bed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Before his transmigration, he had read countless novels featuring protagonists endowed with extraordinary physiques. Yet here he was, finding that his supposedly formidable constitution had become the greatest obstacle to his ascension. Ding! Detection of host's lamentable circumstances, 3 years post-transmigration without any cultivation, utterly useless. Initiating binding of the waste rise system. Chapter 2. Tenfold Resource Return, Sacred Level Cultivation Technique, Tai, Xian Sword Cannon. Ding! The waste ascendancy system has been successfully bound. A tailor-made Invincible Waste Ascendancy Plan is now in place, aimed at making you unrivaled across the myriad realms. Ding! The plan has been finalized. The first phase is now in execution, to dominate the younger generation of the Tianhuan continent, all individuals under the age of 2000. To ensure the feasibility of the plan, you may choose one of the following enhancements. 1. Divine Level Comprehension. 2. Divine Level Physique. 3. The resources possessed by the host can be returned at a tenfold rate, categorized into quality returns and quantity returns. Just as Qin Qian's mind was awash with myriad thoughts, a series of cold mechanical prompts suddenly echoed in his mind. As a traverser who had stayed up late reading novels and subsequently found himself laughing to the point of tears in the comments section, he was acutely aware of the value of a system. This was a quintessential golden finger for traversers, a super cheat for turning the tides, making it possible to reach for the stars and moons, with invincibility as the norm and the pursuit of longevity merely the starting point. In summary, it boiled down to a single phrase: with the system in hand, one could roam freely without restraint. However, how could a genius endowed with the strongest physique in all realms be bound to a waste ascendancy system? Suppressing his excitement, Qin Qian began to notice the system's flaws. With his talent, he was in no way related to the term waste, and among the 3 enhancements offered by the system, he had already attained divine level comprehension. While divine level physique was utterly trivial compared to his ethereal Dao body, the mere presence of such options clearly indicated a malfunction within the system, did it not? Yet, at this moment, he could hardly concern himself with such matters. After more than 3 years of traversing, he finally had an enhancement to propel him into cultivation. The existence of flaws was no longer of paramount importance. System, I choose the tenfold resource return. Taking a deep breath, Qin Qian silently declared in his heart. Ding! The Tenfold Resource Return Enhancement has been activated and is now available for the host's use. Furthermore, to expedite the plan's progress, the system will present daily tasks, which the host may choose to accept and execute, with no penalties for failure. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Qian promptly delved into the details of the Tenfold Resource Return Enhancement. The rules for utilizing this enhancement were straightforward. All his cultivation resources, including spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, martial skills, weapons, elixirs, and various heavenly treasures, could yield a tenfold return upon use. The returns could be categorized into quantity returns and quality returns, though resources returned by the system or items awarded could not be reapplied for returns. Having grasped the usage rules, Qin Qian unhesitatingly seized the Xian cannon that he had carelessly cast aside to initiate the tenfold quality return. Ding! The mid-grade Xian-level Xian cannon has been successfully returned at tenfold quality. Congratulations! You have acquired the low-grade sacred-level Xian sword cannon. It actually reached the sacred level? Upon hearing the successful return prompt from the system, a look of astonishment instantly spread across Qin Qian's face. It was well known that within the Tianhuang continent, the rankings of cultivation techniques, martial skills, weapons, and heavenly treasures ranged from low to high, classified as yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Sacred, Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor levels. Each level was further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with higher-level techniques easily overpowering their lower-tier counterparts under similar conditions. Qin Qian was genuinely astonished that a mere mid-grade Xian-level Xian cannon could achieve sacred-level status upon tenfold return. Even if it was only low-grade, it was still a high-level technique that only the most gifted disciples of the Sword Sect, such as the sacred sons and daughters, could qualify to cultivate. In contrast, those who had previously provoked him, like Lin Xun and other core disciples, were limited to practicing heaven-level techniques. Now, he could directly compete on the same level with the sacred sons and daughters, a fact that was undeniably exhilarating. Buzz! Just as Qin Qian was lost in astonishment, a resplendent golden light suddenly materialized out of thin air, and in the next moment, it directly merged into his brow. Subsequently, an inscrutable and profound powerful technique was imprinted within his sea of consciousness. It was the Xian sword cannon returned by the system. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Qian immediately sat cross-legged and activated his divine-level comprehension, beginning to decipher the technique in his mind at the fastest possible speed. It is well known that the higher the level of a technique, the greater its power and the faster the cultivation speed, but correspondingly, the difficulty of comprehension also escalates. Even for a genius like Lin Xun, endowed with sacred-level talent, fully comprehending a low-grade sacred-level technique would typically require 3 to 5 years. However, for Qin Qian, it took less than 15 minutes to achieve complete mastery of the Xian sword cannon. Upon attaining full comprehension of the technique, Qin Qian did not pause for a moment and immediately activated it to begin absorbing energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the technique was activated, all the spiritual energy from the surroundings surged towards his dantian like a raging river flowing into the sea. Yet, due to his formidable physique, each breakthrough required resources that far exceeded those of his peers, rendering even the once abundant spiritual energy in the wooden house negligible. Consequently, the spiritual energy within a 10-meter, 100-meter, and 1,000-meter radius of the wooden house began to frantically converge towards him at an astonishing speed, and before long, the spiritual energy from a 10,000-mile radius was also drawn towards him. Fortunately, the newly arrived outer disciples on the mountain were mostly mortals, still engaged in reading and comprehending the Xian canon, and were not in the midst of cultivation. Otherwise, the incredible phenomenon of him draining nearly a third of the spiritual energy on the entire mountain during his cultivation would surely have alarmed everyone. What is happening? Why is the rate of spiritual energy depletion so rapid? At the peak of Xiantian Mountain, within a small palace, Gu Yun, who had been meditating and cultivating, suddenly sensed the swift loss of spiritual energy around him, abruptly awakening him from his practice. In the next moment, he unleashed his formidable divine sense belonging to the Golden Core stage, instantly grasping the entire situation on Xiantian Mountain. How could this be possible? How could a mere Xian-level technique exhibit such terrifying suction power in his hands? Upon realizing that all the spiritual energy on Xiantian Mountain was madly converging towards Qin Qian, Gu Yun nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. It was worth noting that he was cultivating a mid-grade earth-level technique. Yet his suction power was not even 1/100th of Qin Qian's. This was truly astonishing. However, remembering that the other party possessed the First Physique in all realms, a talent so formidable that it was beyond his comprehension, he quickly came to terms with it. He could not allow this to continue, or else the mid-grade yellow-level spiritual vein on Xianxian Mountain would surely be drained dry by him. Sensing that the rate of spiritual energy loss was accelerating further, Gu Yun furrowed his brows deeply and, without hesitation, utilized his golden core stage cultivation to seal the spiritual vein on Xianxian Mountain. After all, aside from Qin Qian, there were still hundreds of outer disciples present, and Gu Yun himself also needed to cultivate. If he permitted Qin Qian to drain the spiritual vein completely, the assessments for Xianxian Mountain a year from now would likely be rendered futile. If Qin Qian's talent were to diminish by several thousand times, he would undoubtedly be delighted to allow him to absorb the entire spiritual vein. After all, it would be a pleasure to befriend a genius. Unfortunately, Qin Qian's talent was far too overwhelming, and the resources required for breakthroughs were excessive. Furthermore, each realm was accompanied by terrifying tribulations, making long-term progression unfeasible. Thus, the choice was clear, requiring no further contemplation. Meanwhile, within the wooden house, Qin Qian's cultivation had already broken through to the first level of qi refinement. In the Tianhuang continent, the levels of cultivation are categorized from low to high as qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine separation, integration, tribulation transcendence, ascension, transformation, great completion, and saint realm, with each major realm further subdivided into 9 levels. If it were someone else, absorbing 1/3 of the spiritual energy of Xianxian Peak in an instant would allow them to directly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet for Qin Qian, that same 1/3 of spiritual energy merely sufficed for him to barely advance to the first level of qi refinement. Just as he contemplated pushing forward to further enhance his cultivation, he realized that there was no more spiritual energy available for him to absorb. In light of this, he decided to return the dozens of low-grade spirit stones 100-fold. Ceasing his cultivation, Qin Qian waved his hand casually, retrieving the 10 or so low-grade spirit stones from the table, and in the next moment, he initiated the 100-fold return. Chapter 3, the Celestial Artifact, the Sword of Heaven's Severance, and the acquisition of 2 sacred-level martial techniques. Ding! 30 low-grade spirit stones have been successfully returned in a 100-fold quantity. Congratulations! You have received 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the system notification echoed, a massive pile of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones appeared in the system space, like a small mountain. He reserved 100,000 to purchase more precious heavenly materials for a 100-fold return tomorrow, planning to discreetly sell off some of the returned heavenly materials. Thus, he would never have to worry about lacking spirit stones or heavenly treasures again. Gazing at the mountain of low-grade spirit stones, Qin Qian devised a plan. In the next moment, he resumed his practice of the Tai Xian sword cannon and began cultivating fervently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the technique operated swiftly, countless spirit stones dimmed in an instant, ultimately reducing to powder. Meanwhile, the pure spiritual energy converged entirely into his dantian. Time seemed non-existent in his cultivation. And before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. After 3 hours of frenzied practice, he had completely refined the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, advancing his cultivation from the first level of qi refinement to the 8th level. I finally understand why those powerful figures are reluctant to nurture me. Observing that it took an entire 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for him to ascend from the 1st to the 8th level of qi refinement, Qin Qian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This amount could elevate thousands of outer disciples from the 1st level of qi refinement to the 9th level. Yet he could not even reach the 9th level himself. Even the wealthiest would likely be frightened enough to flee overnight. Fortunately, I possess the 100-fold return feature, so I need not fret over a lack of cultivation resources. With my current level of cultivation, I am invincible in the qi refinement stage. And even if a foundation establishment cultivator were to confront me, I would prevail. Feeling the surging spiritual power within his dantian, the frustrations that had accumulated over the past 3 years finally dissipated, replaced by a sense of unparalleled confidence and a bold determination. In that moment, he reclaimed the mindset he had possessed 3 years ago upon his arrival, no longer looking up to anyone, seeking no one's favor, nor settling for anything less. Regardless of how remarkable or transcendent others may become, I too shall one day reach or even surpass that height. Ding! Congratulations, host, for regaining your confidence and returning to your true self. You have taken a crucial step on the path of the rise of the so-called waste. The heavenly Dao of the Tianhuang continent finds you commendable and has generously sponsored you with a celestial artifact, the Sword of Heaven's Severance. May you continue to strive forward. Just as Qin Qian was lost in thought, the system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Following this, a rusted, seemingly dilapidated 3-foot-long sword appeared before him. Though the sword was covered in rust, obscuring its sharpness upon a mere glance, Qin Qian felt a suffocating sense of being watched by an overwhelming terror amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Boom. Seemingly sensing the intrusion, Qin Qian's void Dao body activated on its own, and in the next moment, a gray light shot forth from within him, directly suppressing the sword of Heaven's severance, which was on the verge of awakening. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Qian felt no surprise. After all, throughout the past 3 years, his void Dao body had autonomously acted during life-threatening crises, helping him escape death repeatedly. Otherwise, as an ordinary person without any cultivation, he would have perished countless times in this world where the strong dominate and laws are non-existent. The sword is indeed formidable, but it could never have been bestowed upon me by the heavenly Dao. Holding the sword in his hand and sensing the tremendous power contained within, Qin Qian muttered to himself, after all, having traversed 3 years, if the heavenly Dao were truly so benevolent, it would have provided him with techniques and cultivation resources long ago, rather than waiting until now. Yet regardless of how the sword of Heaven's severance came to be, now that it is in my possession, it is mine. Biting his fingertip until it bled, Qin Qian unhesitatingly dripped a drop of his essence blood onto the sword's rusted blade. Buzz. As the blood fell, it was absorbed by the sword's corroded surface. In the next moment, Qin Qian distinctly felt a mysterious bond form between him and the sword of Heaven's severance. As long as he wished, he could manipulate it at will. Collecting himself, he carefully scrutinized the sword before placing it into his dantian. With about an hour remaining until dawn, he needed to reserve the remaining 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for purchasing precious heavenly materials for the return. Thus, he resolved to comprehend the 2 martial techniques and read through the foundational knowledge of the cultivation realm. Making up his mind, he casually waved his hand to retrieve the 2 martial techniques and the knowledge manual. One martial technique was a sword technique known as 4 Symbols Sword Technique, and the other was a body technique called Clear Wind Cloud Step, both classified as high-grade profound level. With the aid of the return feature, Qin Qian found it inconceivable to cultivate such lowly martial arts. He directly initiated a hundredfold quality return for both techniques. Ding! The hundredfold quality return was successful. Congratulations! You have obtained the sacred level low-grade sword technique 4 Symbols Sword Cannon and the sacred level low-grade body technique Meteor Illusion Step. As the system's success notification rang out, 2 beams of golden light materialized from thin air, merging into Qin Qian's brow. In no time, the cultivation methods of 4 Symbols Sword Cannon and Meteor Illusion Step were completely imprinted upon his sea of consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Qian held his breath and focused, activating his divine-level comprehension to delve into these 2 sacred-level martial techniques. With the enhancement of his extraordinary insight, the intricate nuances and perplexing aspects of the techniques were distilled into the simplest of movements, allowing Qin Qian to mentally simulate them repeatedly. As time gradually passed, his mastery of the 2 martial techniques deepened, and once this grasp reached a critical threshold, ethereal images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise emerged behind him, alongside the wondrous spectacle of myriad meteors streaking across the sky. After half an hour, he finally achieved a complete understanding. Awakening from his cultivation, Qin Qian felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, as if his body had been hollowed out, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite his unparalleled talent and formidable constitution, to attain a complete comprehension of 2 sacred-level martial techniques within half an hour, given his mere 8th level of Qi refinement, was an exhausting feat that stretched his mental fortitude to its limits. Throughout history, there have been extraordinary geniuses who cultivated sacred-level martial techniques during the Qi refinement stage, but they would only dare to comprehend a single move or a few techniques, often taking many days to do so. The reason lies in their minds being unable to support the energy expenditure required for grasping sacred-level martial techniques. And even mastering a move or 2 would merely serve as a last resort for survival. After all, while sacred-level martial techniques boast tremendous power, the corresponding consumption of spiritual energy is immense. Only someone like Qin Qian, whose internal spiritual energy far surpassed that of his peers, could endure such a terrifying drain. I am utterly exhausted. I need to sleep. Feeling dizzy, Qin Qian lay down on his bed and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Little Cauldron and the Reborn Son of Destiny, Xiaofan. The following midday, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Qin Qian gradually awakened from his slumber. He admonished himself to refrain from such reckless behavior in the future, emphasizing the necessity of maintaining at least half of his mental acuity and vigilance. Shaking his somewhat groggy head, he reminded himself that in a perilous and fantastical realm, succumbing to unconsciousness could be deemed a grave folly. While he found himself relatively secure within the sect, should he be in the outside world and dare to fall into such a deep slumber, Even with the Void Dao body and the Sword of Celestial Severance at his disposal, he would face no immediate peril to his life. However, his storage ring and other possessions would undoubtedly be pilfered. Moreover, being inherently cautious, he would never entrust his safety entirely to the Void Dao body and the Sword of Celestial Severance. Thus, should he endeavor to cultivate profound techniques or martial skills in the future, he would prefer to invest an additional half-hour in careful contemplation rather than exhaust his mental faculties to the point of fainting. Ding. Daily tasks have been exceeded. The host is reminded to collect rewards. Qin Qian stretched languidly, prepared to rise and attend to his morning rituals when the system's notification chimed in his ear. It was then that he recalled the system had set numerous daily tasks for him to expedite his growth, in addition to bestowing upon him a formidable 10,000-fold return enhancement. With a mere thought, he promptly accessed the daily task panel. Task 1. Become a true cultivator. Reward. 1 pound of enlightenment tea. Completed. Task 2. Comprehend a cultivation method to perfection. Reward. 1 vial of Saint Realm Dragon Blood. Completed. Task 3. Master a martial technique to perfection. Reward. 1 Saint Realm Dragon Soul. Completed. Gazing at the completed indicators next to each task, Qin Qian utilized his thoughts to claim all 3 rewards simultaneously. He cast a cursory glance at the 3 rewards within the system's space, already formulating a distribution plan in his mind. The pound of enlightenment tea, while indeed precious, held little value for him due to his divine level comprehension. Thus, he intended to discreetly sell it. As for the Saint Realm Dragon Blood and Dragon Soul, the former served as a high-grade material for body refinement, capable of accelerating the growth of his Void Dao body, while the latter would significantly enhance his soul power, making both invaluable for his personal use. With his focus drawn back from the system space, he proceeded to rise from his bed and prepare for the day. Having not eaten all morning and still unable to fast, his stomach was already grumbling with hunger. Additionally, he needed to utilize the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to procure high-tier, heavenly materials for his return. After a brief washing up, he donned the garb of an outer sect disciple, grasped his token, and stepped out of the wooden abode. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the air was fragrant with the songs of birds. At that moment, some disciples were approaching from the foot of the mountain, carrying prepared meals. Have you heard? Among the new outer disciples, there's a fellow named Xiaofan. He only had Earth-level talent during yesterday's assessment, yet just 1 night later, he astonishingly broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. It's simply outrageous. Indeed, as someone with Earth-level talent myself, I cannot fathom how he managed that. I haven't even begun to cultivate the Tai Xian Jing yet. As Qin Qian descended the mountain path, the most prevalent chatter he overheard concerned Xiaofan's meteoric rise as the dark horse of the outer sect. Fortunately, the system had concealed his cultivation level. Otherwise, if others were to discover that he had advanced to the 8th level of Qi refinement in a single night, he would undoubtedly attract countless envious gazes. Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Qian couldn't help but murmur inwardly. If Xiaofan's overnight breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refinement could incite such an uproar, then his own achievement, one that required consuming resources exponentially greater than that of other prodigies to attain, would surely terrify anyone if revealed. While there was a certain thrill in flaunting one's prowess and basking in admiration, the myriad experiences of the past 3 years had taught Qin Qian the virtues of composure and discretion. Without a formidable background or overwhelming strength, posturing could serve as a death knell, for one could never ascertain how many eyes were watching from the shadows. Hence, rather than indulging in youthful bravado, Qin Qian preferred to amass his wealth quietly, remaining in the background like a hidden gem. Upon leaving Xiantian Peak, Qin Qian soon arrived at a broad street bustling with life. The thoroughfare was alive with people, flanked by a multitude of stalls, tea houses, taverns, and an array of diverse shops. These establishments had been specifically erected by the sect to facilitate the daily needs of outer disciples and miscellaneous workers, as there were at least several 100,000 of them combined. Given such a vast populace, the demand for goods was naturally immense. After casually selecting a tavern for a meal, Qin Qian began to wander the streets. Come see. Treasures unearthed from the remains of a golden core expert. Only 300 low-grade spirit stones each. Don't miss out. Mysterious artifacts left behind by formidable beings. Unknown quality. 500 low-grade spirit stones each. Interested parties? Take a look. Freshly returned from the secret realm, a century-old spirit spring that can cleanse the marrow and greatly enhance physical strength. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per drop. Those interested should hurry. Not long into his stroll, Qin Qian heard numerous vendors calling out loudly from both sides of the street. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he knew that protagonists often stumbled upon fortuitous opportunities in such places. As a transcendent being endowed with remarkable talent and a system, He believed himself to be the fortunate child destined to seize such opportunities, thus deciding to investigate further. Of course, he did not intend to rely solely on luck. Even without expertise in artifact appraisal or any supernatural sight, he possessed the celestial severance sword and the void Dao body, which sufficed for his needs. All things possess a spirit. Any extraordinary treasure would undoubtedly prompt a reaction from both the celestial severance sword and the void Dao body. Employing this method, Qin Qian slowed his pace and swiftly scanned the rows of ancient artifacts at the stalls. However, after a quarter of an hour, he had not encountered a single item that could provoke a reaction from the celestial severance sword. With all the commotion, it seemed that every stall was filled with nothing but counterfeit goods. As he approached the end of the street, having found nothing of significant value, Qin Qian couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Buzz. Just as he prepared to turn away and seek out a reputable shop to purchase heavenly materials, the celestial severance sword in his dantian suddenly began to tremble violently. Was the celestial severance sword afraid? Realizing the sword's unusual reaction, Qin Qian was momentarily astonished, soon followed by a surge of elation. If a celestial artifact could feel fear, then undoubtedly, there existed treasures here that surpassed even celestial artifacts. Following the guidance of the celestial severance sword, Qin Qian swiftly pinpointed a rather quiet stall ahead. Devoid of any customers, the aura that instilled fear in the sword emanated from that very stall. Casually strolling up to the stall, Qin Qian surveyed the items on display. 2 pieces in total, a small black cauldron with 3 legs and a fragment of a copper mirror. "Brother, how much for these antiquities?" he inquired with a smile, casually appraising the young vendor. "These are relics of an unknown powerful being, quality unascertained, priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones each." "No haggling accepted," the young disciple replied, casting a glance at Qin Qian before stating his price straightforwardly. "Very well, please wrap them up for me. I shall take both." Qin Qian responded decisively, producing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase the small cauldron and copper mirror fragment without further ado. "Wait, brother. I am willing to offer double the price for those 2 treasures. Please, let me have them. I, Xiaofan, promise to owe you a favor." A male and a female voice suddenly interrupted as Qin Qian prepared to leave with the black cauldron and copper mirror fragment. Chapter 5. The Rebirth of the Celestial Emperor? A resounding slap. Step aside, as he gazed at the abrupt figure of Xiaofan before him, who audaciously demanded the fragments of the small cauldron and copper mirror. Qin Qian coldly uttered a remark before preparing to stride away. 2 treasures of a rank surpassing even that of celestial artifacts, let alone this insignificant Xiaofan. Even if the other party were the sect master of the Taishan Sword Sect, he would not relinquish his treasures. "Boy, hand over the treasures now, and you shall receive double the spirit stones, along with a favor from me, Xiaofan, should you choose to be obstinate. I possess countless methods to ensure your disappearance without a trace." Observing Qin Qian's unwavering refusal to part with the treasures, Xiaofan's tone turned threatening as he transmitted his voice. He was a reborn celestial emperor. In his past life, he relied on a fragment of an ancestral copper mirror to navigate fortune and misfortune, collecting treasures as effortlessly as quenching thirst. Ultimately ascending to the celestial realm in just a few decades and, after several hundred years, attaining the title of celestial emperor. To break through beyond the celestial emperor level, he sacrificed hundreds of billions of years of lifespan to activate that fragment of the copper mirror, finally catching a glimpse of the other half's whereabouts through the river of time. After devising numerous strategies, he unhesitatingly entered the river of time for his rebirth at this current juncture, driven solely by the desire for the remaining fragment of the copper mirror, known as the causal roulette. By sacrificing lifespan, one could seek opportunities, avert misfortune, and obscure heavenly secrets. Its might was extraordinarily formidable. Thus, to prevent prolonged delays, he resolved to obtain that fragment from Qin Qian at all costs. After all, if Qin Qian mastered the use of the causal roulette and bonded with the fragment through blood, it would be far more challenging to act against him later. Smack. Xiaofan had assumed that Qin Qian, a mere outer disciple who had only recently joined, without status or background, probably hadn't even reached the 1st level of qi refinement. In contrast, he was at the 4th level of qi refinement, accompanied by a 5th level golden core disciple. Under such pressure, Qin Qian would surely cower before his threats and obediently relinquish the causal roulette fragment. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Qian not only stood his ground but retaliated with a slap. "Dare to threaten me? You should be grateful this is the sect." Casting a cold glance at the ashen-faced Xiaofan, Qin Qian turned on his heel and departed. He relished the role of the underdog, preferring quiet cultivation. But that did not mean he would endure provocations from others. Were it not for the constraints of the Taishan Sword Sect, he would have decisively drawn the sword of heaven and struck down Xiaofan without hesitation. Seeking death, How dare you lay hands on my brother Xiaofan? I will kill you. Beside him, the woman in green, Gu Qingyue, was taken aback upon witnessing Qin Qian's audacity to strike her beloved. Once her shock subsided, her face ignited with fury as she drew her sword, preparing to confront Qin Qian. Qingyue, stop. Private duels are forbidden in the sect. I have my ways to deal with him. As he saw his childhood friend about to engage Qin Qian, Xiaofan hurriedly approached and grasped Gu Qingyue's hand. His intent was not out of kindness. He simply wished to avoid drawing the sect's attention, which might lead to unwanted scrutiny regarding Qin Qian's possession of the causal roulette fragment. However, as a dignified celestial emperor, even in his current qi refinement stage, he would repay that slap 100-fold. He was determined to claim whatever Qin Qian had. As long as I can lure him out of the Tai Xian Sword Sect, I will slay him like a dog, Xiaofan muttered to himself. The sect prohibited private duels, and the life and death arena was not a wise choice. Luring Qin Qian outside the sect was the only way he could act without restraint. Rest assured, brother Xiaofan, I will handle this matter, Gu Qingyue replied sweetly, having overheard his mutterings. As a golden core inner disciple, it would be a simple task for her to draw an outer disciple out of the sect. Meanwhile, after leaving the secluded street, Qin Qian entered a shop named the Wanbao Pavilion. Welcome, esteemed senior. Several stunning female disciples greeted him respectfully upon his entrance. These were auxiliary disciples of the sect. Although they were pleasing to the eye, their talents were lacking. If fortunate enough to be noticed by another prodigy, their lives might improve. Otherwise, they were destined to struggle at the bottom of the sect. Nodding calmly at the few, Qin Qian soon reached the central counter of the shop. Feel free to select what you wish to buy. Once you have made your choice, proceed to the side for checkout. We do not conduct business for anything less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The elderly man seated in a rocking chair remarked blandly as Qin Qian approached. I happen to have 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from my family. I wish to purchase some high-grade heavenly materials. I would appreciate your recommendations, Qin Qian replied, handing over a prepared storage bag. He indeed possessed 100,000 spirit stones. But if spent in one place, it would inevitably attract attention. If someone from the sect investigated, he would have difficulty explaining the source of his wealth. However, spending several thousand or 10,000 separately would not raise eyebrows, as many in the outer sect hailed from prominent families or dynasties and possessed ample spirit stones. Upon seeing the 10,000 spirit stones in the storage bag, the elderly man rose from his rocking chair with a smile and enthusiastically began to introduce various items to Qin Qian. Ultimately, Qin Qian purchased a mysterious grade storage ring and a mysterious grade disguise technique. He then used the same approach to shop at several nearby establishments, acquiring a mysterious grade defensive isolation formation plate, a mysterious grade foundation establishment pill, a mysterious grade marrow cleansing pill, and 2 mysterious grade spirit fruits that rapidly enhanced spiritual energy. By now, only a little over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones remained from the original 100,000. Upon returning to his wooden house on Shantian Peak, Qin Qian immediately activated the mysterious grade formation plate for a tenfold quality return. Ding! The tenfold quality return of the mysterious grade defensive isolation formation is successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a low-grade saint-level defensive isolation formation. Once activated, it cannot be probed by those beneath the saint level, nor can it be broken by them. With this formation, I have added a layer of protection against the tribulations during my breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. I also need not worry about being casually spied upon while cultivating. Observing the formation plate emanating a powerful aura, a smile spread across Qin Qian's face. He planned to break through to the foundation establishment stage by tonight. Although the Sword of Heaven would protect him against even the mightiest of tribulations, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Thus, having a strong defensive and isolation formation on hand was essential. After bonding with the formation plate through blood, Qin Qian tossed all of the remaining spirit stones, over 1,000, into the formation and activated it. The formidable power of the saint-level formation also meant immense consumption. However, he only enveloped the small wooden house with the formation, significantly reducing spirit stone expenditure. Once the formation was activated, he proceeded to conduct a tenfold quality return on the storage ring, disguise technique, foundation establishment pill, and marrow cleansing pill. Unsurprisingly, all returned items reached the saint level. As for the 2 spirit fruits, he opted for a tenfold quantity return, yielding 20,000 upper-grade spirit fruits, retaining 10,000 for his cultivation, while planning to sell the rest for spirit stones after his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. With his plans set, Qin Qian promptly sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Tai Xian Sword Classic for cultivation. After a quarter of an hour and the consumption of over 3,000 spirit fruits, he reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Once I refine the marrow cleansing pill, the dragon blood, and the dragon soul, it will be time for me to seek an opportunity to leave the sect and undergo my tribulation breakthrough. In a whispered soliloquy within his heart, Qin Qian promptly swallowed the sacred rank cleansing pill. Chapter 6. The Awakening of the Void Dao Body and the Divine Ability Eye of the Void. Buzz. As soon as the sacred rank cleansing pill was ingested, a gentle yet formidable force of medicinal energy surged within Qin Qian's body. However, due to his unparalleled constitution, devoid of any impurities, the entire potency of the pill transformed into nourishment, accelerating the awakening of his physique. Yet, it was insufficient. Sensing a terrifying power within him voraciously devouring the energy of the cleansing pill, Qin Qian realized that this was the awakening of his void Dao body. Clearly, the power of a mere sacred rank cleansing pill was inadequate for his physique to awaken, so without hesitation, he retrieved the sacred rank dragon blood obtained from his daily tasks. In the next moment, a colossal white jade vial, taller than himself, materialized within the wooden cabin. Is this truly just a bottle? Qin Qian pondered, momentarily bewildered at the sight of the immense vial. Regardless of its quantity, simply affirm that it stands before you as a full bottle. The system's humanized voice suddenly echoed. Your reasoning seems sound, Qin Qian acknowledged with a nod. Recalling a river deity from before his transmigration who stated that the Milky Way was indeed a river. By that logic, the vessel before him was indeed a bottle, and the system's claim held merit. Shaking off any distractions, Qin Qian focused solely on his void Dao body and began to fervently absorb and refine the dragon blood contained within the vial. This dragon blood, esteemed as a superior material for body refinement, possessed power in each drop comparable to that of a sacred rank cleansing pill. Given that the vial contained several hundred pounds of dragon blood, if calculated drop by drop, it amounted to no less than 10,000 drops. Boom. As time passed, the speed at which Qin Qian refined the dragon blood increased exponentially, and the aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. Had he not previously set up a sacred rank formation, the wooden cabin he occupied, and indeed the entire Xiantian peak, would have surely been crushed under the weight of the terrifying aura he radiated. Crack. At the moment, all the dragon blood was fully refined. A sound akin to a chain snapping echoed within Qin Qian's body. Immediately, dark clouds rapidly gathered above him, spreading with alarming speed across the entirety of the Xiantian Sword Sect. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the skies over the southern region of the Tianhuan continent were shrouded in ominous calamity clouds. Amidst the terrifying clouds, a colossal eye emerged, resembling that of a deity, coldly surveying the myriad of beings. What manner of tribulation is this? It is 100-fold more terrifying than the tribulation I faced when I ascended to the Emperor realm. In the Forbidden Zone, a powerful emperor raised his gaze skyward, filled with dread. This does not appear to be a tribulation, but rather a celestial phenomenon we have never witnessed before. In an unknown, mysterious realm, ancient beings who had survived for countless ages gasped in astonishment. Send someone to the Tiangong Pavilion. We must ascertain who has caused this phenomenon, commanded an elder of a hidden royal lineage. The long-silent southern region buzzed with activity once more, stirred by the extraordinary manifestation of Qin Qian's physique awakening. Meanwhile, at the outer sect of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect on Xianxian Peak, Xiaofan, who was deep in meditation with several tens of thousands of spirit stones provided by his childhood companion, suddenly sensed the terrifying celestial phenomenon outside and found it hard to believe. This is the celestial phenomenon accompanying the awakening of the Ancient Eye technique. But in my previous life, no one awakened the Ancient Eye technique before ascending to the immortal realm. Xiaofan was momentarily perplexed. As a former immortal emperor, he could discern the cause of the terrifying celestial phenomenon that had just occurred. Yet, what puzzled him was that such an event had not transpired in his previous life. Could the trajectory of history have shifted due to my rebirth? The individual responsible for this celestial phenomenon will undoubtedly become a formidable opponent on my path to becoming an emperor. I must reclaim the other half of the causal wheel and the mysterious small cauldron from Qin Qian as soon as possible and plan ahead. With this in mind, he fervently activated the imperial scriptures within him, causing 9 sacred 5-clawed golden dragons to manifest behind him, aiding him in rapidly refining the cultivation resources. On the other side, atop Xiantian Peak, Qin Qian's first layer of the void Dao body had fully awakened. The awakening of his physique not only enhanced his defensive capabilities and recovery speed by over 100-fold, but also increased his strength by an astounding 100,000 pounds. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, a foundation establishment cultivator would find themselves easily dispatched by a mere slap, while even golden core cultivators would be grievously wounded by a single blow. In addition to these remarkable enhancements, Qin Qian awakened a terrifying innate divine ability. The Eye of the Void. Mastering the Eye of the Void to perfection would allow one to pierce through all illusions, rendering the myriad paths of the world as transparent. and could even harness the power of the void to obliterate an enemy's soul instantaneously. When cultivated to its zenith, wherever his gaze fell, all things would perish. Returning to the void. Although his current soul power could not achieve such effects when activating the Eye of the Void, its mere possession enabled him to see through any disguise, whether it be through facial alterations or concealed cultivation levels. Furthermore, this capability would aid him in locating treasures, grant immunity to ordinary illusions, and serve as a trump card in battles, allowing him to directly assault the souls of his adversaries. Now, if I refine the dragon soul, I shall be ready to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Taking a deep breath, Qin Qian produced the sacred rank dragon soul bestowed by the system. Damn it. Damn it. This demon saint has endured for millennia, evolving from an ordinary serpent, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood to attain the stature of a demon saint. I will not resign myself to demise so easily. Upon the emergence of the dragon soul, the massive dragon had belted out human speech, roaring in fury. However, bound by the system's rules, despite its murderous intent, it could not move an inch. Ding! This dragon demon committed numerous heinous acts in life, having sacrificed countless human cultivators for the sake of cultivation, bearing immense sins. The host may proceed with refinement without concern. Just as Qin Qian was taken aback by the sentience of the dragon's soul and felt a sense of revulsion, the system's notification chimed in his ears. With that assurance, I can proceed without worry. Paying no heed to the wrathful roars and threats of the malevolent dragon soul, Qin Qian activated the Void Dao body and began to fervently refine it. During the refinement, he resolved to swiftly seek out a body refinement technique and a soul cultivation method. After all, having chosen the path of invincibility, he must simultaneously attend to his soul, physique, and cultivation. Oh, cursed human cultivators! This demon saint will not spare you even in death. You shall meet an untimely end. Observing Qin Qian unperturbed by the slightest threat as he diligently refined the dragon soul, the malevolent dragon became utterly unhinged. I apologize, but once I refine your dragon soul, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Casting a dismissive glance at the frenzied dragon, Qin Qian scoffed coldly, then accelerated the refinement process. Chapter 7. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones accrued. What do ants know of the ambitions of dragons? Half an hour later, with a final anguished cry echoing, the entirety of the dragon soul was completely refined by Qin Qian. Following the refinement of the dragon soul, his soul power surged 100-fold, allowing him to effortlessly utilize the Eye of the Void dozens of times without any issue. Moreover, this enhancement came with an unexpected surprise. He had developed a form of divine consciousness that only golden core cultivators could possess. This divine consciousness functioned like a warning radar, covering an area of 10 meters around him, and proved immensely beneficial. After all, while it is easy to dodge a direct assault, it is far more challenging to guard against a hidden threat. With this divine sense, he now possesses ample reaction time in battles against formidable foes, ensuring he won't be silently eliminated. Before departing, he must first recognize the ownership of those two treasures by dripping his blood upon them. Casually retrieving the black small cauldron and the fragment of the bronze mirror from his storage ring, Qin Qian unhesitatingly bit his fingertip, allowing 2 drops of his essence blood to fall. Buzz! As the blood droplets landed, the black cauldron and the mirror fragment began to emanate a mysterious and unfathomable black glow. However, the anticipated scene of resplendent radiance triggering terrifying celestial phenomena did not unfold. Instead, the small cauldron and the mirror fragment trembled slightly before voluntarily soaring into his dantian, subsequently falling into silence. Throughout the process, apart from the initial hint of enigmatic light, the 2 treasures exhibited no further peculiarities. He would study them more thoroughly upon his return. Retrieving his divine sense from the dantian, Qin Qian rose from his bed. His foremost desire was to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Everything else could be postponed. Stowing the holy grade formation disc into his storage ring, he opened the door, ready to leave. To his surprise, the hunchbacked elder Gu Yun, who had been overseeing them the previous day, was waiting outside with an expression of displeasure. Is there something you need, Elder Gu? Qin Qian inquired with curiosity. Noting Gu Yun's grim demeanor, I called out for you for half an hour. Why did you not respond? Moreover, how does your room possess such powerful defensive formations? Gu Yun spoke with an unkind tone. As the absolute authority of Shintian Peak, he could summon or command anyone with a mere word. Yet today, he had personally sought out Qin Qian, only to be left waiting outside for half an hour, which shattered the authority he had just established before others, inciting his fury. Well, prior to entering the sect, I encountered some fortuitous opportunities, one of which allowed me to activate a defensive formation that isolates external disturbances. I inadvertently triggered it during my training yesterday, So I truly apologize for not hearing the elder's voice, Qin Qian replied, half in earnest and half in jest. Upon seeing Gu Yun's expression that suggested he would relish a good thrashing. Forget it, I shan't argue with you. I am here on the orders of an inner sect elder, who has issued a mandatory task for you to journey millions of meters to the Tian-Duan mountain range to collect a sword spirit herb, and you must depart today. Gu Yun hurriedly conveyed, reining in his anger as he articulated the purpose of his visit. Very well, I accept. Qin Qian responded with a nod as soon as Gu Yun finished speaking. The sect has regulations mandating that every outer disciple must undertake a mandatory mission once a year, typically assigned after a year of training. Yet here he was, having just entered the sect for a day, already burdened with such a task. It was evident that someone was targeting him. The only two individuals he had offended in Xiantian Sword Sect were Xiao Fan and Gu Qingwei, whom he had encountered in the outer sect market at noon, a conflict at midday, and a mandatory mission by afternoon. It was glaringly evident who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, he was not overly concerned. They were merely two petty clowns. And this provided him with a perfect excuse to leave the sect and break through to the foundation establishment stage. The Tian-Duan mountain range has been experiencing frequent disturbances from demonic beasts. Take care of yourself, Gu Yun casually advised before turning to leave. Having spent considerable time in the sect, he could certainly discern that Qin Qian was being targeted by someone from the inner sect. But what did it matter to him? With tens of thousands of outer disciples, the death of a few would barely raise an eyebrow. Unaware of Gu Yun's thoughts, Qin Qian secured the door to his wooden cabin and set off down the mountain. Along the way, he took the opportunity to master the art of disguise to perfection. Upon returning to the outer sect market, he transformed into an ordinary-looking, robust man. Without wasting much time, he directly sold over 1,000 Xianling fruits to several shops on the street at a price 20% below the market rate. In truth, he intended to sell the remaining 10,000, but alas, the Xianling fruit is a high-tier resource applicable to both the foundation establishment and golden core stages, fetching 5,000 low-grade spirit stones per fruit. Thus, even after selling over 1,000 to dozens of shops, it caused quite a stir. Fortunately, he had disguised himself in advance. To avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, he utilized the meteor shadow step to swiftly blend into the crowd, shaking off the disciples who had set their sights on him. After finding a secluded corner, he removed his disguise. The sale of over 1,000 Xianling fruits netted him more than 5 million low-grade spirit stones. After the tenfold return, that amounted to over 5 billion. For the foreseeable future, he need not worry about cultivation resources. Calculating in his mind, Qin Qian made his way toward the mountain gate of Xiantian Sword Sect while communicating with the system for the tenfold return. Before long, he had exited the outer sect's confines and arrived at the mountain gate of Xiantian Sword Sect, presenting his identity token and briefly stating his mission to exit the sect. The disciples guarding the gate promptly allowed him passage. What a pity for his extraordinary talent. Being targeted for this perilous task may very well lead to his demise. What is there to lament? Despite his prodigious gifts, with his terrifying resource consumption, who could afford to cultivate him? Rather than endure such torment in life, perhaps death would be a form of liberation. Indeed, possessing the strongest physique in the heavens means little. He is still struggling more than us. In my opinion, he is no different from a waste. Not far from his departure, the disciples guarding the mountain gate began to gossip unabashedly. Aside from a handful expressing sympathy for his plight, others reveled in schadenfreude, even deliberately amplifying their voices to mock him. In terms of talent, they were like humble shrimp in the sea, while Qin Qian soared like a divine dragon in the skies, leaving them in the dust. Yet, upon witnessing the dragon trapped in shallow waters, the shrimp found the audacity to laugh at it. They could never fathom the true might of the dragon, a power beyond their wildest imaginings. In the face of their arrogant jeers, Qin Qian merely cast a nonchalant glance over his shoulder. However, in the next instant, those who had led the mockery were all writhing in agony. My head is pounding. It feels like it's going to explode. Damn it, what is happening? Help. Quickly report to the elder, I don't want to die. 5 disciples at the foundation establishment stage and 2 at the golden core stage writhed on the ground like dying dogs, soon succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. Those unable to control their tongues must pay the price. Outside the mountain gate, as he listened to the cries echoing behind him, Qin Qian merely murmured coldly to himself. He had just activated the Eye of Nullity to assault those disciples' souls. He was not one to seek trouble, but when these individuals dared to openly humiliate him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Ignoring their cries of despair, he swiftly employed the meteor shadow step, dashing toward the Tian-Duan mountain range. Chapter 8. The Dantian expands by 100,000 meters. The reborn celestial emperor breaches the defense. On Xiansword Peak, after several hours of cultivation, the reborn celestial emperor, Xiao Fan, had already broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The Qi refinement stage is the most crucial stage for establishing a solid foundation in cultivation. In my previous life, I did not pay much attention to it, but later, upon realizing the importance of a firm cultivation foundation, I expended great efforts yet could not achieve perfection. This has led to my stagnation in advancing further in cultivation after breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Since I have been reborn in this life, I am determined to forge the most perfect foundation for my cultivation, even aspiring to reach the legendary pinnacle of Qi refinement. Sensing that I could easily step into the foundation establishment stage, Xiaofan resolutely suppressed this urge to break through. The world may overlook the Qi refinement stage, yet they remain oblivious to the truth that a towering tree grows from a tiny sprout. A 9-story platform rises from accumulated earth. The foundational accumulation during the Qi refinement stage significantly influences a person's ultimate potential. Thus, having lived once more, Xiaofan naturally aims to achieve perfection in body refinement, Qi refinement, and soul refinement before he is willing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Although he has been reborn, his soul remains that of his previous life, one that has already reached the level of immortal emperor. Consequently, unlike others who experience slow progress in soul cultivation, he faces no bottlenecks on the path of soul refinement. With just a modicum of soul refining resources, he can elevate his soul to the limits of the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, the 1,000-year soul vine in the Tianduan mountain range should be nearing maturity, and nearby lies a pool of millennium earth core milk for body refinement. Once I conveniently deal with Qin Qian and retrieve the half-piece of the causal wheel from him, I shall seize these 2 opportunities to forge the perfect foundation. In this life, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle once more. In this life, no one shall be my equal. Sensing the surging spiritual energy within him akin to a mighty river, Xiaofan brimmed with confidence regarding his future cultivation path. With a hearty laugh, he retracted the 9 swirling 5-clawed golden dragon phantoms behind him into his body and stepped down from the bed. Young Master Xiao, Miss Qingyue has sent a maid to inform you that the task has been completed. Qin Qian left the Xiantian Sword Sect 15 minutes ago. A voice filled with utmost respect resonated from outside the door. Understood. Please return and tell Qingyue that once I finish my current matters, I will certainly accompany her in the inner sect. Upon hearing that Qin Qian had been successfully lured out of the sect, an involuntary excitement flickered across Xiaofan's face. After giving the maid a few simple instructions, he eagerly turned and departed. TCH, what an ignorant toad, oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he possesses nothing of worth. I cannot fathom what Miss is thinking to be enamored with such a powerless, backgroundless good-for-nothing who only knows how to rely on others. Once Xiaofan had walked far enough away, the maid disdainfully muttered to herself. Meanwhile, after several hours of relentless travel, Qin Qian had arrived at an ancient mountain forest situated over 100,000 meters away from the Taishan Sword Sect. Towering trees surrounded him, and various Qi refinement stage beasts were rampant. Employing his body techniques to traverse the forest for a quarter of an hour, during which he slew dozens of Qi refinement stage beasts, he finally discovered an extremely concealed cave. This shall be the place to break through. After surveying the surroundings and confirming no beast threats lingered, he entered the cave and immediately took out the sacred-grade defensive array disc. Boom. Without hesitation, he infused several 100,000 spirit stones into the array disc and activated it. As the array commenced, he hurriedly retrieved over 10,000 xianling fruits from his storage ring and arranged them around him, then opened the spirit stone's restrictions within the system space. Once these preparations were completed, he sat cross-legged on the spot, holding his breath and concentrating, beginning to circulate the Taishan sword cannon. Buzz. As the technique activated, his divine-grade spiritual root and the void Dao body simultaneously ignited, and in the next moment, a series of gray whirlpools began to manifest in his dantian. When both the divine-grade spiritual root and the void Dao body fully activated, there were already 9 terrifying gray whirlpools in his dantian. Each whirlpool resembled an endless abyss, emanating an overwhelmingly fearsome gravitational pull. Any single one of them wielded power several thousand times greater than that of Xiaofan's 9 proud 5-clawed golden dragons combined. Under the collective absorption of the 9 terrifying whirlpools, over 10,000 xianling fruits rapidly dimmed at a visibly accelerated pace. After a quarter of an hour, he had refined half of the xianling fruits, and the spiritual energy within his dantian began to swell at an alarming rate. When the spiritual energy expanded to its utmost limit, Qin Qian unhesitatingly took out the returned sacred-grade foundation establishment pill and swallowed it whole. Crack, crack. As the foundation establishment pill went down, his dantian shattered like a mirror, cracking inch by inch. To break through from Qi refinement to foundation establishment simply requires 3 steps: shattering the Dantian, expanding the Dantian, and stabilizing the Dantian. However, this process is evidently not as simple as it sounds. The excruciating pain of shattering the Dantian can be daunting. Fortunately, Qin Qian's soul power had significantly enhanced while refining the dragon soul, fortifying his willpower. Thus, when faced with the agony of shattering his Dantian, he found it manageable. Before long, cracks spread across his Dantian, and at this juncture, even a slight external attack could obliterate it. Yet, it was clear that Qin Qian would not allow such a fate to unfold. Once the entire Dantian barrier became exceedingly fragile, he resumed circulating the Tai Xian sword cannon, guiding the restless spiritual energy within his Dantian to expand its internal space. This step tests the accumulation of one's foundation. Without sufficient spiritual consciousness, one cannot control the spiritual energy for expansion. Lacking enough spiritual energy renders consciousness useless, and if one's constitution is not strong enough, even with consciousness and spiritual energy, one cannot persist for long. Only those exceptional talents who have achieved a true trinity of body refinement, Qi refinement, and soul refinement can boldly expand the internal space of their Dantian and forge a perfect foundation. Fortuitously, Qin Qian had reached the pinnacle in all 3 aspects, making the expansion of his Dantian space remarkably easy. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, Qin Qian's Dantian space extended at a terrifying speed. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In less than a quarter of an hour, the internal space of his Dantian expanded from 100 meters to 10,000 meters. From a distance, his Dantian now resembled a vast lake. Not enough. This is far from my limit. Glancing at the immense Dantian space, Qin Qian did not cease his efforts. On the contrary, he accelerated the expansion further. Almost every second, he extended several hundred meters outward. Boom. Just as he exerted himself to expand the Dantian space, dark thunderclouds began to gather above the forest. And with each increment of his Dantian space, the thundercloud's power and range grew more formidable. Whose tribulation lightning is this? Why does its power only match that of the Golden Core stage? Beneath a towering mountain, Xiaofan was utilizing secret techniques to trace Qin Qian's whereabouts. Upon witnessing the thunderclouds exhibiting only Golden Core level power, he nearly burst into laughter. It is well known that cultivators must reach at least the tribulation stage to attract a lightning tribulation. The stronger the lightning tribulation, the greater the potential of the individual, and the stronger their post-breakthrough combat power will be. Yet, the lightning tribulation ahead possessed the might of only the Golden Core stage. Was this not a waste? In his previous life, after cultivating for tens of thousands of years, he had never encountered such a pathetic tribulation stage. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze, ready to continue employing secret techniques to locate Qin Qian, only to witness the thunderclouds suddenly intensifying, surging to the level of the nascent soul stage. The power of the lightning tribulation can increase on its own. Seeing this unfold, Xiaofan was momentarily bewildered. Was it not the case that the power of the heavenly tribulation was fixed from the outset? How could it strengthen unexpectedly? This is not a mere tribulation of the Ascension phase. Rather, it is a calamity unleashed by someone shattering the boundaries of heaven and earth. Sensing the peculiarities of this thunderous tribulation, a sense of foreboding surged within Xiaofan's heart. In his previous life, he had encountered the most extraordinary individuals among the younger generation of the desolate continent, and only a select few prodigies from the central continent possessed the ability to transcend the limits of existence. In this southern domain, aside from the unparalleled genius Qin Qian, he had not heard of anyone else blessed with such extraordinary potential. A sense of dread washed over him. Qin Qian had just departed from the sect, and now a tribulation of breaking the heavens had manifested, undoubtedly linked to him. As this realization dawned on him, Xiaofan's countenance darkened instantly. Despite his deep-seated reluctance to accept this hypothesis, he could not dismiss the alarming coincidences. After all, the resources required for Qin Qian to achieve each breakthrough were staggering, and he lacked guidance and powerful cultivation techniques. Such rapid growth in just over a day seemed implausible. Yet, the sheer improbability of it all left him no room for doubt. Damn it, I absolutely cannot allow him to continue his ascent. The thought of Qin Qian's terrifying potential post-breakthrough sent a chill down his spine. Should that boy discover the method to utilize the fragments of the wheel of causality, the hope of reclaiming the half-piece would dwindle to nothing. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe manifests. The illusory celestial eyes reveal thyself. Ignoring the immense toll it would take, Xiaofan unleashed his full power to summon mystical techniques, desperately searching for Qin Qian's whereabouts. Chapter 9. Breaking Through to Foundation Establishment. Shattering the Extreme Realm, The ancient prodigy list descends. At the very moment Xiao Fan recklessly activated his secret arts, Qin Qian had already expanded his Dantian space to an astonishing 90,000 meters. Upon reaching this level, he clearly sensed that further expansion would be exceedingly arduous. 90,000 meters is merely the beginning. I can extend further. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Qian summoned all his mental faculties, channeling the remaining spiritual energy within him to the utmost. Boom. With each successive impact, the Dantian barrier, which had begun to stabilize, shattered once more, and the Dantian space extended outward by an additional 3,000 meters. Once more, sensing the immense resistance re-emerge, Qin Qian gritted his teeth and exerted himself anew. Boom. With this strike, the Dantian space expanded another 3,000 meters. I can do it again. Despite the beads of sweat pouring from his forehead and the dizziness clouding his vision, Qin Qian clenched his jaw and summoned every ounce of strength for another assault. Boom. As he unleashed this final, desperate strike, the Dantian barrier disintegrated again, and his Dantian range expanded by an impressive 4,000 meters. At this point, his Dantian range reached a staggering 100,000 meters, yet his mental energy and spiritual power were utterly depleted, leaving him severely drained. Were it not for the awakening of the first stage of the Void Dao body, which increased his recovery rate 100-fold, he would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. 100,000 meters, I have achieved it. After regaining a modicum of spirit and strength, Qin Qian hurriedly inspected his Dantian space. Upon realizing it had reached the formidable 100,000 meters, he could not help but burst into laughter. According to the cultivation knowledge provided by the Taishan Sword Sect, ordinary individuals transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage possess a Dantian range of merely 2 to 3 meters. Those achieving 10 meters are considered minor geniuses, and most outer disciples of the Taishan Sword Sect fall within this range. Once a Dantian range reaches 100 meters, that individual is regarded as a noteworthy prodigy. Figures like Lin Chun, who had previously provoked him during the disciple recruitment ceremony, fall under this category. Those whose Dantian ranges extend to 1,000 meters are considered sons and daughters of saints, receiving focused cultivation from their sect. As for those core prodigies, who are cultivated with immense resources, their Dantian ranges seldom exceed 3,000 meters. However, now he had achieved an unprecedented 100,000 meters, effortlessly outpacing those prodigies by several streets. What a thrilling sensation it was. Next, he must confront the thunderous tribulation. Time is of the essence for recovery. Hearing the deafening roar of thunder outside the cave, Qin Qian swiftly suppressed his excitement, activating the Tai Xian sword scripture to fervently refine the remaining Xianling fruits surrounding him. 15 minutes later, he had absorbed thousands of Xianling fruits, yet the spiritual power obtained was merely sufficient to fill 1/10 of his Dantian. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, all his efforts might have been in vain today. Murmuring softly, he accelerated the absorption of over 50 billion spirit stones from his system space. This was the final step before his breakthrough. As long as he filled his Dantian with spiritual energy, he could transcend the tribulation. Though this step appeared straightforward, it was fraught with peril. Without adequate resources to fill his Dantian, he would be unable to confront the tribulation, and without the tribulation, he could not solidify his Dantian barrier. Should the barrier remain unfortified, it would inevitably collapse, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of spiritual energy within. Fortunately, he had prepared hundreds of billions of spirit stones, so he need not worry about failing to fill his Dantian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he operated his techniques with all his might, his divine-grade spiritual roots and the Void Dao body were pushed to their limits, with the 9 gray whirlpools above his Dantian resembling black holes, voraciously drawing in the spiritual energy from the hundreds of billions of spirit stones. Half an hour slipped away in an instant. He had refined tens of billions of low-grade spirit stones, completely filling his Dantian. It is time to face the tribulation. Ceasing the refinement of spirit stones, Qin Qian ascended to the mountaintop with the holy grade array disc. The reason for not confronting the tribulation within the cave was his fear that the ensuing thunder would shatter it, burying him beneath the rubble. Reactivating the great formation, Qin Qian gazed up at the heavens. Come forth. With a whispered incantation, he began to summon the heavenly tribulation. Roar. As he triggered the heavenly tribulation, a thunder dragon over 30 meters long descended from the storm clouds, charging directly toward him. This attack is merely equivalent to the first level of the nascent soul stage. A single punch will suffice. Observing the thunder dragon barreling toward him without hesitation, Qin Qian stood his ground. In the next moment, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The resounding impact echoed through the skies, disorienting the thunder dragon and swiftly rendering it powerless to retaliate. Without wasting words, he seized the Thunder Dragon and began to refine it using the Void Dao body, reinforcing his Dantian barrier in the process. Refining the first Thunder Dragon not only solidified his Dantian barrier, but also slightly augmented his strength. Onward, Qin Qian looked skyward, awaiting the descent of the second tribulation. Roar! To his astonishment, 2 Thunder Dragons materialized simultaneously this time, each reaching a length of 100 meters, exuding pressure equivalent to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Yet, in the face of these 2 ferocious Thunder Dragons, Qin Qian remained unperturbed, raising his hand to unleash 2 more powerful punches. However, even after 2 strikes, the Thunder Dragons managed to mount a desperate counterattack. It appears that with my current strength at the 9th level of Qi refinement, severely injuring the 5th level of nascent soul is my limit. Having gauged the extent of his power, Qin Qian refrained from overestimating himself, summoning the sky-slaying sword to cleave through the 2 Thunder Dragons. After dispatching the Thunder Dragons, he repeated his previous actions, activating the Void Dao body to absorb and refine the dragons, fortifying his Dantian barrier while enhancing his strength. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Qin Qian had successfully overcome 8 of the 9 heavenly tribulations. Starting from the 6th tribulation, the power of the Thunder Dragons had surpassed the nascent soul stage, reaching the more formidable out-of-body stage, and by the 8th tribulation, their might had escalated to the 9th level of out-of-body. Fortuitously, he possessed a celestial artifact in his grasp, and his constitution allowed him to disregard the oppressive force of the heavenly tribulation, coupled with the fact that this Thunder Dragon lacked any combat prowess, only capable of the most rudimentary and mindless charges. He was thus able to vanquish the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation despite only being at the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, while the formidable nature of this tribulation exerted pressure upon him, the benefits derived from its annihilation and refinement were also immense. The 8 tribulations he had just refined not only solidified the barrier of his Dantian, but also augmented his strength by over 20,000 Jin. Now, a mere punch from him could unleash an astonishing force of 120,000 Jin, allowing him to shatter even the strongest of cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the Golden Core stage with just a few strikes. Boom! Just as Qin Qian awaited, the 9th heavenly tribulation descended. Although the power of this Thunder Dragon had significantly increased, it had not reached the divine transformation stage. Thus, utilizing the Meteor Phantom Steps and wielding the Slaying Heaven Sword, he executed the 4 symbols Sword Cannon, cleaving through 4 strikes, and successfully transcended the 9th heavenly tribulation. After refining the 9th Thunder Dragon, Qin Qian's Dantian barrier was completely fortified, and his strength surged by yet another 10,000 Jin. With the dispersal of the thunderclouds overhead, he achieved a successful breakthrough to the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Human race, Qin Qian, possessing a colossal strength of 130,200 Jin at the Qi refinement stage. Congratulations on breaking the record of the Qi refinement stage, successfully ascending to the 10,000th position on the Eternal Prodigy list, and receiving the reward of the Divine Level Body Refinement Technique Ancient Green Dragon Art and 3 drops of Divine Source Liquid. Please inscribe your Dao title. The announcement to the myriad realms will follow, as Qin Qian prepared to sit cross-legged and elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. An ancient and enigmatic cold voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Following this, an ancient and powerful technique along with 3 drops of liquid imbued with terrifying power materialized before him. The Eternal Prodigy list, you say? Although startled by the sudden mysterious voice, Qin Qian quickly regained his composure. After all, having read numerous novels in his previous life, he was quite accustomed to scenes involving reward announcements for such lists. My name is Qin Qian, style Taitsong. Henceforth my Dao title shall be Fierce Bandit Qin Taitsong. Qin Qian proclaimed his Dao title resolutely. Chapter 10. The Shock from the Prodigies of the Myriad Realms. A Dao Level Body Refinement Technique. Myriad Realms Announcement. Congratulations to Fierce Bandit Qin Taitsong for breaking the record of the Qi refinement stage, successfully ascending to the 10,000th position on the Eternal Prodigy list. Maintaining this ranking will grant you a divine power each month. Almost as soon as Qin Qian's words fell, his Dao title was recorded by that mysterious entity and announced across the myriad realms. What is this? How can one at the Qi refinement stage ascend to the Eternal Prodigy list? This must be a mistake. This divine child possesses an innate divine body, effortlessly dominating peers, and has never known defeat. Such an experience does not even qualify him for the list. So how could a Qi refinement practitioner dares to claim such a position? How infuriating. This celestial emperor has spent a century sweeping through the forbidden zones, refining numerous origins from small thousand worlds, barely reaching the 10,000th position on the Eternal Prodigy list. Yet, before I could even settle in, This wretched Qi refinement brat has brushed me aside. I vow to pursue you relentlessly until one of us is dead. As the mysterious entity announced Qin Qian's deeds, countless super prodigies from the top-tier forces across the myriad realms were utterly astounded. For the list they had aspired to for centuries, which they could not ascend, had been claimed by a mere Qi refinement novice. It is crucial to note that these individuals were all heirs of great powers, each one at the very least a celestial king or celestial sovereign. Now, seeing a Qi refinement practitioner surpass them to gain a spot on the list was an immense humiliation and mockery for them. Especially that celestial emperor, who had been displaced from the list by Qin Qian, was now frantically seeking out Qin Qian's whereabouts, vowing to eliminate this sudden Qi refinement upstart. Though his cultivation was somewhat inferior, a Qi refinement practitioner ascending the eternal prodigy list was still worthy of entry into my celestial palace. Summon someone. Issue an order to the branches of the celestial palace across the myriad realms, mandating them to locate this individual. Whoever can bring him to the celestial palace shall be rewarded with a divine artifact, 1,000,000 divine crystals, and an opportunity to train at the headquarters. The current master of the celestial palace, one of the most powerful factions in the myriad realms, has directly commanded the other branches to search tirelessly for Qin Qian's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the wilderness continent, atop a peak where the cold winds howled, upon hearing his deeds announced across the myriad realms, Qin Qian's gaze fell upon the 3 drops of divine source liquid and the ancient divine-level technique known as ancient green dragon art. After a cursory glance, he activated his external enhancement, triggering a 10-fold return on the 3 drops of divine source liquid and the divine technique. Ding! Successfully returned 3 drops of divine source liquid in 10-fold quantity. Congratulations on acquiring 30,000 drops of divine source liquid. Ding! Successfully returned the divine technique in 10-fold quality. Congratulations on obtaining the Dao-level body refinement technique ancient ruins ancestral dragon art. Buzz! As the system's notification of successful 10-fold return resounded, 30,000 drops of divine source liquid and an even more profound Dao-level technique materialized within the system space. With this technique and the 30,000 drops of divine source liquid, I would not have to worry about body refinement for the time being. Murmuring to himself, Qin Qian withdrew his gaze from the system space. The techniques in divine source liquid would need time before they could be utilized. For now, he intended to take advantage of this opportunity to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment in one swift motion. With a plan in mind, he once again sat cross-legged in place, activating the Tai Xian sword cannon to begin voraciously refining and absorbing the hundreds of billions of spirit stones within the system space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his rate of refining and absorbing spirit stones surged by dozens of times. Under such a terrifying absorption rate, the spiritual energy from the hundreds of billions of spirit stones surged into his dantian like a raging flood. However, due to the uniqueness of his constitution, the resources required for each realm were in excess of 10-fold compared to those of his peers. Thus, even with his refining speed increased many-fold, there was no immediate surge in his cultivation. Nonetheless, although his cultivation did not experience an explosive increase, he managed to break through a small realm every quarter of an hour. This speed, when applied to him, seemed rather unremarkable, perhaps even a bit slow. However, for others, such a breakthrough rate would indeed be miraculous. It is known that the record for the quickest descent from the 1st to the 9th level of foundation establishment in the wilderness continent is 1 month. Yet Qin Qian achieved this feat in just over an hour and a half. Was this not a miracle? While Qin Qian immersed himself in his cultivation, striving to break through, Xiao Fan had completely lost his composure. In fact, when Qin Qian faced the 6th heavenly tribulation, he had already arrived. Intending to wait until Qin Qian was gravely injured by the tribulation before launching a sneak attack to easily eliminate him. However, he could never have anticipated that Qin Qian would casually produce a top-tier celestial artifact. And what was even more unbelievable was that a mere Qi refinement practitioner could effortlessly wield such a powerful celestial artifact without suffering backlash. Celestial artifacts possess spirits. The mightier the artifact, the prouder its spirit. Anyone attempting to forcefully wield it would face backlash unless the artifact had already recognized its master. But how could a top-tier celestial artifact acknowledge a Qi refinement insect as its master? He considered the greatest possibility to be that Qin Qian, like him, was a super strong individual reborn, and that top-tier celestial sword was once Qin Qian's fated weapon, which would explain everything. After all, he too possessed a top-tier celestial artifact within him, but could only summon it upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. If Qin Qian were merely a reborn strongman like him, he would have a 90% chance of resolving the situation. What rendered him utterly despairing was the fact that Qin Qian had transcended the limits of Qi refinement and ascended to the legendary list of unparalleled prodigies. Consequently, even if he were to break through to the foundation establishment stage, he held no confidence in defeating his opponent. Damn it. I am not even at the foundation establishment stage. He possesses the unparalleled physique of the myriad heavens, with extraordinary combat prowess. Even if I were to employ secret techniques, I would still be unable to contend with him. The prospect of easily reclaiming that half-fragment of the karmic wheel is now utterly impossible. My only recourse is to swiftly procure the Millennium Soul Vine and the Millennium Earth Heart Milk, and once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, I shall return to that location to unseal the ferocious demon, enlisting its aid against him. After casting a cold glance at Qin Qian from several thousand meters away, Xiao Fan immediately executed his movement technique and sped toward the direction of the Tian-Duan mountain range. Meanwhile, after more than an hour of cultivation, Qin Qian had refined an astounding number of low-grade spirit stones, elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Upon reaching this realm, he required some time to consolidate his foundation, and only when both his soul and physique reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment could he advance to the golden core stage. At present, he need not worry about his physical cultivation. What I must do now is urgently seek a soul cultivation technique and gather a plethora of rare treasures capable of enhancing my spiritual power. Once my cultivation is thoroughly stabilized, Qin Qian ceased his practice, gathering the sacred great array plate beside him while contemplating in his heart. According to the regulations of the Taishan Sword Sect, outer disciples who break through to the foundation establishment stage are entitled to select a cultivation technique or martial skill from the sect's scripture repository. However, his rapid ascent to the 9th level of foundation establishment merely 2 days after joining the sect was indeed startling. If word of this spread, many would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him. Thus, achieving tranquility in his cultivation would no longer be a simple matter. Therefore, he would need to devise his own means to acquire a soul cultivation technique, and the simplest approach would be to purchase one at the outer sect's marketplace. He resolved to locate a sword spirit herb in the Tian-Duan mountain range to complete the mandatory task before returning to the sect. With a plan in mind, Qin Qian summoned the Xianxian sword and soared toward the Tian-Duan mountain range. Chapter 11. Slaying the Prodigy of the Sacred Sect and acquiring a wealth of high-level resources. Simultaneously, in the core area of the Tian-Duan mountain range, a veiled woman clad in blue, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, was locked in a fierce battle with a young man in black, donned with a ghostly mask and wielding a spear. The clash of their powers shattered mountains and caused the earth to collapse, even powerful demon beasts at the spirit separation stage perishing under the shockwaves of their battle. As for the demon beasts at the golden core, nascent soul, and out-of-body stages, countless lives were lost, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that their confrontation was a calamity of terrifying proportions for the entire Tian-Duan mountain range. And Miao Han, both you and I possess imperial-grade physiques, yet your cultivation is 2 minor realms below mine. If this continues, you stand no chance of victory. Be wise and surrender those 3 leaves of insight tea and the inheritance of the Red Lotus Sword Saint, or you shall find it impossible to exit this Tian-Duan mountain range today. With a spear strike that sent the blue-clad woman retreating over 100 meters, the young man in black spoke with a frigid tone. Yi Qianshang, do not presume that I cannot recognize you simply because you wear a mask. This Tian-Duan mountain range is the territory of my Taishan Sword Sect. Should anything happen to me, our sect's ancestors will sense it immediately, and you shall never return alive to the Luo Tian Sacred Sect. In response to the threat from the young man in black, the blue-clad woman remained unafraid and retorted coldly. Refusing to heed good advice will lead to punishment. As long as I do not kill you, the ancestors of your Taishan Sword Sect dare not act against me. Seeing in Miao Han's unwillingness to relinquish the Sword Saint's inheritance and the 3 leaves of insight tea, Yi Qianshang let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the spear and lunged forward violently. On the other side, when Qin Qian arrived at the Tian-Duan mountain range, the sun was setting. The sword spirit herb was merely a profound-grade spirit herb, and he should be able to find it on the outskirts of the Tian-Duan mountain range. Glancing at the sky, he estimated that there was roughly an hour until dark. Qin Qian prepared to immediately search for a sword spirit herb, then find a nearby location to cultivate overnight before returning to the sect the next day. With a plan established, he did not hesitate to soar into the Tian-Duan mountain range once more. After flying for several thousand meters, he found it peculiar that he had yet to encounter a single demon beast. Did not Elder Gu Yun mention that there has been a recent upheaval of demon beasts in the Tian-Duan mountain range? Qin Qian pondered, but he did not dwell on it. As he flew, he kept an eye out for the sword spirit herb, and after more than half an hour, he discovered over 10 sword spirit herbs by a lakeside. just as he was collecting all the sword spirit herbs into his storage ring and preparing to depart from the Tianduan mountain range. The furious roars of countless beasts suddenly echoed from afar. Had there really not been a single demon beast just moments ago? The deafening roars sent a chill down Qin Qian's spine, leaving him momentarily stunned. Now the area was teeming with demon beasts, and escaping on his sword would prove exceedingly difficult. He resolved to find a hiding place and devise a plan once daylight broke. Making a swift decision, Qin Qian activated the Meteor Mirage Step, scanning his surroundings for a suitable refuge. After a few breaths, he arrived at the edge of a cliff and, spotting a natural cave several thousand meters deep within it, he immediately flew toward the cave without hesitation. Before long, he hovered at the entrance of the cave, then cautiously stepped inside. However, just as he was about to retract the Xianxia's sword, a terrifying attack suddenly surged from behind him. The speed of this attack was lightning fast. Even with his current spiritual awareness for warning, he had no time to react, left only to watch helplessly as the dreadful assault bore down upon him. Boom! At the critical moment, the Xianxia's sword blazed with radiant light, instinctively protecting its master as it darted past Qin Qian's ear in a flash of white. Thud! The sound of a body being pierced by a sharp weapon resonated in the stillness, sending shivers down the spine. Yet the individual pierced was not Qin Qian, but rather the assailant from behind. How is this possible? You are merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could such a formidable weapon be guarding you? A voice filled with shock and resentment emerged from the shadows. Turning back, Qin Qian beheld a blood-soaked figure, a black-clad man staring at him incredulously, the Xianxia's sword having pierced through his heart. Yet before he could utter a word, the man succumbed to his fate, his very soul shattered before it could escape. What in the world is happening? Gazing at the lifeless form of the black-clad youth, Qin Qian was utterly bewildered. Given the youth's earlier attack and his own inability to retaliate, it was clear that the youth's cultivation was at least at the 9th level of the spirit separation stage. Given such formidable power at such a young age, this black-clad individual was undoubtedly a key target of cultivation from a prominent sect. Now, having attempted to kill him only to be slain by the Xianxia's sword, if the forces behind this black-clad youth were to learn of today's events, they would assuredly seek vengeance. He wondered if this individual possessed any means to transmit images of his death back to his sect. If so, he would find himself in significant trouble. Qin Qian mused to himself, recognizing that he had only just embarked on the path of cultivation and, with his current strength, could not contend with the powerful figures behind the black-clad youth. However, he was not entirely without recourse should the forces behind the black-clad youth discover his identity. At worst, he could voluntarily withdraw from the Taishan Sword Sect and employ advanced disguise techniques to live as a solitary cultivator. Once he had amassed sufficient strength, he could then eradicate the sinister forces behind the black-clad youth. With this thought in mind, he strode over, effortlessly extracting the sword of heaven from the youth's chest, along with the youth's storage ring and a dark long spear. After confirming that there were no other valuable treasures on the black-clad youth, he unceremoniously cast the body down the cave's mouth. Countless beasts roared from the abyss below, and it was certain that by dawn, nothing but bones would remain of the black-clad youth. Having completed these deeds, he retrieved a Holy Great Array disc to activate a defensive isolation formation, and began to scrutinize the storage ring. Due to the demise of the black-clad youth, the consciousness within the ring had completely dissipated, allowing him to easily discern its contents. Firstly, this storage ring was of a mid-grade holy level, possessing an immense internal space capable of housing an entire large city. Within this ring, he discovered a staggering accumulation of several million high-grade spirit stones, along with 3 celestial-grade spirit veins. In the Tianhuan continent, spirit stones are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 10 between adjacent levels. The higher the grade, the more potent the heavenly spiritual energy contained within, making absorption considerably easier. If 2 equally gifted prodigies were compared, one raised on high-grade spirit stones and the other on low-grade, the former would undoubtedly experience a quicker breakthrough and possess significantly greater combat prowess. However, this principle applies to the vast majority. For someone like Qin Qian, who boasted a Dantian space of 100,000 meters even during the Qi refining stage, the grade of spirit stones could be disregarded entirely. Even if one were to cultivate using celestial crystals, as long as their Dantian space did not surpass his, the amount of spiritual power contained would be vastly inferior, allowing him to crush opponents through sheer numerical superiority. Moreover, having acquired advanced cultivation resources, he could effortlessly substitute the spiritual power within his Dantian with higher grade energy at any moment. As for the spirit veins, they are even more precious than spirit stones. Their classification mirrors that of other treasures, ranging from yellow grade, mysterious grade, earth grade, celestial grade, holy grade, quasi-emperor grade, to Emperor grade. Each major category is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with higher grades being exceedingly rare. In the Tianhuan continent, ordinary individuals typically spend their entire lives cultivating with spirit stones, while only those backed by formidable powers or possessing exceptional talents, or those with profound cultivation, are entitled to utilize spirit veins. The fact that the black-clad youth carried 3 celestial-grade spirit veins is a testament to both his prodigious nature and the terrifying power of his backing. In addition to the millions of high-grade spirit stones and 3 celestial-grade spirit veins, the storage ring contained various precious materials, 3 martial techniques, a yellowed beast skin map, and an assortment of miscellaneous survival tools. Lacking the energy to examine each item individually, Qin Qian activated a multiplier function, subjecting the mid-grade holy storage ring to a 10,000-fold quality return. Beep. The mid-grade holy storage ring has successfully undergone a 10,000-fold quality return. Congratulations on acquiring a low-grade quasi-emperor storage ring. As the system notification echoed, the original black storage ring transformed into a pristine gray one. Qin Qian hastily probed its internal space with his consciousness. To his astonishment, the internal capacity of this quasi-emperor grade ring was astonishingly vast. It was no exaggeration to say that if this space were laid out externally, he might not be able to traverse its expanse even with a day of sword flight. Without hesitation, he performed a blood oath to claim the gray storage ring and proceeded to execute a 10,000-fold quantity return on the millions of high-grade spirit stones and 3 celestial-grade spirit veins. In no time, he acquired several billion high-grade spirit stones and 30,000 celestial-grade spirit veins, all stored within the system's space. With these high-grade spirit stones and celestial spirit veins, there would be no need for low-grade spirit stones in his future cultivation. However, he pondered how to expend the over 400 billion low-grade spirit stones he had amassed. Gazing at the mountain of low-grade spirit stones in the system's space, Qin Qian never imagined he would one day be troubled by the inability to spend his wealth. He decided to hold on to them for the time being, intending to use them at future auctions. With a smile, he retracted his consciousness and began to inspect the precious materials and the 3 martial techniques. Undoubtedly, the lowest grade of these materials was celestial grade, with one even reaching the low-grade holy level. The 3 martial techniques and methods all attained the mid-grade holy level. Without any hesitation, he initiated a 10,000-fold quantity return on all precious materials and a 10,000-fold quality return on all martial techniques. Soon, his system space was filled with hundreds of thousands of holy-grade medicinal herbs, as well as a low-grade quasi-emperor technique and 2 quasi-emperor martial techniques. Without delving into the specific effects of the hundreds of thousands of herbs, Qin Qian immediately focused on the quasi-emperor technique and martial arts. The technique was named 9 Transformations of Mysterious Origin, a water attribute cultivation method that was 100 times more powerful than the Tai Xian sword cannon he was currently practicing. For others, acquiring this quasi-emperor technique would typically require several years to transition. However, given that he possessed the void Dao body, he could switch cultivation methods at will. Holding the 9 transformations of mysterious origin in hand, Qin Qian murmured to himself before settling into a meditative posture, activating his divine-level comprehension to begin his study. After nearly half an hour, he fully comprehended the quasi-emperor technique. As soon as he attempted to operate it, true to his expectations, there were no obstructions, and the technique flowed seamlessly. This was undoubtedly due to his void Dao body's ability to absorb all attributes of heavenly spiritual energy, meaning that regardless of the technique he practiced, the spiritual power within his dantian was universally adaptable. Ceasing his cultivation of the technique, he turned his attention once more to the 2 quasi-emperor martial techniques. One was a fist technique called Ancient Azure Dragon Fist, and the other was a spear technique named Ancient Demon Banishment Spear. It is worth noting that after the system's 10,000-fold quality return, the appearance and content of the techniques or weapons bore little resemblance to their previous forms. They were entirely new entities. This meant that Qin Qian could confidently cultivate these quasi-emperor techniques without fear, even when using them in front of the black-clad youth sect, as they would not elicit any reaction. The power of Ancient Azure Dragon Fist and Ancient Demon Banishment Spear surpassed that of his current holy grade martial technique, for symbols, sword cannon, by 100-fold, making it imperative for Qin Qian to cultivate them all. However, this time he reminded himself not to rush as he had when first training in holy grade martial techniques. Last time, in the Qi refining stage, he had hastily comprehended 2 holy grade martial techniques to perfection, nearly causing him to faint from the strain. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, facing 2 quasi-emperor techniques, if he fully unleashed his talent, he could comprehend them all in under an hour. Yet, he did not wish to be overconfident, so he dedicated a full 2 hours to mastering the 2 quasi-emperor martial techniques. After concluding his training, Qin Qian took a moment to restore his spirit before continuing to investigate the yellowed beast skin map within the storage ring. Based on his previous experiences from reading novels in his past life, the locations inscribed upon this animal skin map were likely to be either the site of some ancient relic, the seal of a treasured artifact, or a place where some exceedingly rare natural treasures could flourish. Regardless of which scenario it might be, he was intrigued to embark on such a journey. The endless sea of the southern domain. Perhaps he would explore that after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. After committing the marked locations on the map to memory, Qin Qian promptly stored the animal skin map back into his storage ring. His gaze then fell upon the dozens of talismans radiating a powerful aura before him. They included the void-breaking talisman, capable of shattering spatial barriers, the teleportation talisman, enabling instant travel across thousands of miles, the attack talisman, which could unleash a full-force strike equivalent to that of a great Ascension stage cultivator, and the defense talisman, capable of withstanding a single assault from a great Ascension stage opponent. Among them, the void-breaking talisman was the rarest, with only 2 in existence, while the other 3 types, teleportation, attack, and defense talismans, were more plentiful, each totaling 5. What a significant windfall! Realizing the potential of these talismans filled Qin Qian with immense excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his external enhancement, resulting in a tenfold return of these talismans. Soon, his system space was enriched with over 100,000 talismans, 20,000 void-breaking talismans, and 50,000 each of the other 3 types. With such an arsenal of powerful talismans at his disposal, provided he did not act recklessly, he would face no rivals among those below the Great Ascension stage. When confronted by foes, he could simply unleash a Great Ascension attack talisman and see who could withstand it. To prevent a repeat of today's surprise attack by the dark-clad youth, he affixed several defense talismans directly onto the inside of his clothing. Having completed this, he examined the remaining weapons in his storage ring, each of heavenly quality, and initiated a tenfold return, acquiring tens of thousands of sacred-grade weapons, which he could reserve for the Xianxian sword to consume as sustenance. In addition to these gains, Qin Qian discovered a purple token, inscribed with the characters Luo Tian on one side and sequence on the other. It was evident that this was the identity token of the dark-clad youth. The only major sect in the southern domain known as Luo Tian was the Luo Tian Holy Sect, a notorious rival of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. As expected, the dark-clad youth was indeed a prodigy of the Luo Tian Holy Sect. By inadvertently slaying a prodigy of an opposing faction, have I not made a significant contribution to my sect? Qin Qian mused to himself. By eliminating a super prodigy, he had effectively removed a future threat to the Tai-Xian Sword Sect, thus partially repaying the 3rd ancestral elder, Jiang Tai-Xian, for the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. Even if the truth were to come to light in the future, he could leave the Tai-Xian Sword Sect unburdened and pursue his own cultivation until he eradicated the Luo Tian Holy Sect. Yet, given the uncertainty of the situation, he could not be sure whether the dark-clad youth had transmitted the scene of his demise back to the Luo Tian Holy Sect. Thus, he resolved to adhere to his original plan, to seek an opportunity to depart from the Tian Duan mountain range at dawn and return to the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. With several hours still remaining until dawn, Qin Qian contemplated his next move. He refrained from utilizing the divine source liquid awarded by the eternal prodigy ranking to cultivate the heavenly Dao level technique, Tai, Su Ancestor Dragon Decision. Instead, he summoned the black cauldron and the half-piece of the copper mirror shard he had acquired from the outer market of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. As soon as the small cauldron was summoned, a mysterious and ancient voice resonated within his mind. The all-consuming cauldron, devour and refine all things, nurture several bodies, refine heaven and earth, and consume immortals, deities, and myriad paths. The all-consuming cauldron, Qin Qian whispered to himself, unfazed by the enigmatic proclamation. In the next moment, he casually retrieved a sacred-grade spirit sword from his system space and thrust it fiercely toward the black cauldron. With a resounding hum, the instant the spirit sword made contact with the black cauldron, it suddenly expanded, swallowing the sacred-grade spirit sword whole. Almost immediately after the sword was consumed, a beam of white light erupted from the cauldron and entered his body. What transpired next left Qin Qian astounded. The pure power manifested from the white light, upon entering his body, did not require his conscious effort to absorb or refine. It seamlessly transformed into a part of his own strength. What a remarkable treasure! Though my void Dao body possesses an unparalleled speed for absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as my cultivation realm rises, the resources needed for breakthroughs will increase exponentially, leading to longer periods of refinement and absorption. However, with the all-consuming cauldron, I can instantaneously refine any quantity of resources to enhance my prowess, eliminating the concern of prolonged resource refinement hindering my swift growth. Understanding the cauldron's extraordinary capabilities, Qin Qian could not help but burst into laughter. With the tenfold return of resources coupled with the instantaneous refinement of the all-consuming cauldron, he would undoubtedly achieve rapid advancement in an exceedingly short time. The heavens and seas would be his playground, and eternal life would be within his grasp. Given the cauldron's astonishing abilities, it was reasonable to assume that the copper mirror shard, being of a similar caliber, was not to be underestimated either. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Qian temporarily returned the all-consuming cauldron to his dantian and turned his attention to the half-piece of the copper mirror shard. Causality wheel fragment. Containing the rules of the causality Dao, capable of autonomously concealing heavenly secrets. No one may pry into it. By sacrificing one's own or another's lifespan, one can attract fortune and avert calamity, and it can also predict opportunities. Much like the all-consuming cauldron, as soon as his thoughts brushed against the copper mirror shard, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Excellent. I was just concerned that my rapid growth might attract the attention and hostility of formidable entities. Yet, with this causality wheel to shield my heavenly secrets, I can grow without restraint, and none shall fathom my existence. Furthermore, the ability of the causality wheel to attract fortune and avert calamity means that if I find myself lacking a particular type of resource in the future, I can simply capture a few enemies and sacrifice them to discern what I require. This truly is another extraordinary external enhancement. Realizing the terrifying potential of the causality wheel, Qin Qian's earlier smile reemerged. They say that joy brings vitality, and the opportunities he had encountered over these past few days were ones that others might not experience in 10 lifetimes. Had he not possessed a sufficiently resilient mindset and broad knowledge, he might have fainted from elation at this moment. Before returning to the Taishan Sword Sect tomorrow, I should capture some demon beasts for sacrifice to ascertain whether I will face any dangers upon my return. Quickly suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Qin Qian began to formulate a plan. After slaying the dark-clad youth and being unacquainted with the circumstances, he had taken a cautious approach, ready to flee at a moment's notice. But now, armed with such a formidable external enhancement, he was determined to utilize it to gauge the level of danger awaiting him upon his return. Should it prove to be dire, he would depart without hesitation. After storing the causality will fragment back in his dantian, he began to comprehend the heavenly Dao-level body refinement technique, Tai, Su Ancestor Dragon Decision, while simultaneously tossing dozens of drops of divine source liquid into the all-consuming cauldron for refinement. Boom, boom, boom. Even though the divine source liquid was of an exceptionally high grade, it was effortlessly refined in an instant by the all-consuming cauldron. 10 strands of pure power, imbued with terrifying might, surged directly into his body. In the next moment, this power transformed into an endless source of nourishment, causing his void Dao body to rapidly evolve. As the void Dao body grew swiftly, his physical strength surged dramatically alongside it. 135,000 genes, 140,000 genes, 150,000 genes, 160,000 genes. Almost every quarter of an hour, his strength surged by an astonishing 10,000 genes. This continued for a total of over 3 hours, during which he experienced an increase of 268,000 genes in strength. Adding the previous 13,200 genes, his corporeal strength now reached a terrifying 400,000 genes. With a single punch, a formidable Yuanying stage expert would be reduced to mere bones. And even an out-of-body stage master would find themselves struck down by 2 blows. It was likely that only a spirit-severing stage cultivator could withstand his might. Of course, in actual combat, Yuanying and out-of-body stage experts would undoubtedly possess hidden trump cards and would not simply stand there to be struck. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he could obliterate any Yuanying stage opponent with ease, delivering fatal blows one after another. Upon reaching the 400,000 genes threshold, he sensed that he had approached the limit of the foundation establishment stage, yet he had only absorbed 7 drops of the divine source liquid, leaving 3 remaining. It was inconceivable to absorb these final drops using merely the void Dao body. Fortunately, having comprehended the Tai Su Ancestor Dragon art to an entry-level realm, he could utilize this celestial-grade technique to further refine his body and enhance his strength. Murmuring to himself, Qin Qian immediately activated the technique, channeling the power of the remaining 3 drops of divine source liquid to refine his meridians, bones, and every single cell within his body. The Tai Su Ancestor Dragon art, surpassing even divine-grade techniques, allowed him to refine his entire being within mere dozens of breaths, a process known as a complete circulatory cycle. After this initial round of refinement, Qin Qian distinctly felt that his previous limits had been significantly elevated, and he was now able to continue absorbing the divine source liquid to augment his corporeal strength. This cycle repeated, and after the Tai Su ancestor dragon art assisted him in refining through a total of 81 complete circulatory cycles, he fully absorbed the remaining 3 drops of divine source liquid, bringing his corporeal strength to an astonishing 500,000 genes. Even so, he still did not perceive any limits, indicating that within the foundation establishment stage, he could continue to absorb divine source liquid to enhance his strength. Truly, the profound technique which took me 3 hours to comprehend at an entry level not only allowed for significant refinement of my corporeal form, but also directly elevated my limits within the foundation establishment stage, rendering my foundation even more formidable. While other prodigies struggle to battle beyond their level later on, if I continue to accumulate such a foundation at every stage, surpassing levels will remain as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Feeling the terrifying power within him capable of shattering mountains and rivers, Qin Qian brimmed with confidence for the future. Glancing at the brightening sky outside, he realized it was time to stretch his limbs after such extensive cultivation. Thus, he stowed the all-devouring celestial cauldron into his dantian and ceased his training. Almost forgetting, he recalled the mid-grade sacred spear he had acquired. Just as he stood up, Qin Qian noticed the black spear he had taken from the young man in black, not far away. Without hesitation, he initiated the 10,000-fold quality return. Ding! Mid-grade sacred spear S 10,000-fold quality return successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a low-grade quasi-emperor black dragon spear. As the system's prompt resonated, a black-red spear emanating a sinister glow, coiling with a divine dragon, materialized before him. The moment the black dragon spear appeared, a terrifying quasi-emperor aura surged forth, threatening to ascend into the heavens and invoke a celestial phenomenon. Yet, at a critical moment, Qin Qian swiftly struck it away with the sky-slaying sword. Do you understand discretion? You're merely a lowly quasi-emperor weapon, and you wish to draw the attention of powerful beings? Qin Qian admonished sternly. The sky-slaying sword vibrated beside him, indicating its strong agreement. My brother possesses items that transcend celestial artifacts. What are you flaunting with your most inferior quasi-emperor weapon? The black dragon spear seemed to grasp the sword's sentiment, immediately retracting its brilliance and obediently seeking recognition from Qin Qian. A promising student, Qin Qian thought with satisfaction as he firmly grasped the black dragon spear and dripped a drop of his blood onto its surface, swiftly completing the recognition process. After stowing the sacred great array plate alongside the black dragon spear into his storage ring, he mounted the sky-slaying sword and soared towards the cave's exit. Chapter 14. Slaying the out-of-body stage demon king and the injured mysterious woman. Upon exiting the cave, the sky was clear and bright. Qin Qian flew back to the lakeside where he had discovered the sword's spirit grass yesterday. Roar! As he arrived, dozens of earth frenzy bulls at the golden core stage rushed toward him with loud bellows. Just what I needed for the sacrifice of lifespan to determine fortune and misfortune. You've saved me the trouble of searching. Qin Qian laughed heartily upon seeing the crimson-eyed bulls charging at him. In the next moment, he unleashed the meteor mirage step, plunging into the herd of bulls. Without needing to employ the quasi-emperor stage fist techniques, he merely waved his hand lightly, and dozens of earth frenzy bulls were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Even 3/10 of my strength couldn't withstand you. It seems I overestimated your capabilities, he chuckled lightly, reducing his power to 1/10. Boom. A colossal impact echoed as he struck down a dozen more earth frenzy bulls, leaving them gravely injured and on the brink of death. After delivering another punch that incapacitated the remaining bulls, Qin Qian promptly activated the fragments of the causality wheel within him to swiftly absorb the lifespan of these earth frenzy bulls. Before long, all the bulls had their lifespans drained and perished on the spot. What will the outcome be once I return to the Tai Xian Sword Sect after slaying that young man in black? Will it be auspicious or ominous? He inquired silently to the causality wheel. Buzz. Upon hearing his command, the causality wheel stirred slightly, and soon 2 characters appeared in his mind. Great auspiciousness. Seeing this prediction, Qin Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed the young man in black had not transmitted the scene of his death back to the Luo Tian Holy Sect, so his return to the sect would not bear any danger. On the contrary, he might even encounter unexpected gains. Given that it was still early, he decided to hunt more demon beasts to accumulate lifespan for the causality wheel and use it when needed. Realizing that the causality wheel could indeed accumulate lifespan, Qin Qian began formulating a plan. He was still in the foundation establishment stage and unable to fast, and even if he could, he had no desire to shed his eating habits. Therefore, he resolved to hunt more demon beast meat now, as long as he stored it in the system space. It would not spoil, and when he wished to eat, he could simply take it out to roast. As for the fire source, Ordinary people can create fire by rubbing wood together. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he could easily create flames by merely scraping his sword against the ground. So there was no need for concern. After casually storing the remains of dozens of Earth Frenzy Bulls into the system space, he prepared to leave in search of other demon beasts. However, just as he turned around, a group of yuanying stage giant turtles suddenly leapt from the lake behind him, launching a surprise attack. Excellent. At this sight, Qin Qian burst into laughter, and in the next instant, he exerted 70% of his strength, delivering blow after blow to the attacking turtles. Roar! Despite the formidable defenses of these giant turtles, all at the yuanying stage, they could not withstand the ferocity of his strikes. With a single punch, their shells shattered, and he promptly activated the causality will to drain their lifespans, leading to their demise. After dispatching over 20 giant turtles, he did not rush to collect their remains. As he sensed a formidable aura rapidly approaching from the depths of the lake, a tremendous roar erupted. Moments later, the tranquil waters before him surged violently, erupting into a colossal wave several dozen meters high. In the next instant, an enormous, grotesque black tortoise emerged, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. How could this be? You, a mere foundational stage ant, dare to possess the strength to slay over 20 of my nascent soul subordinates? The black tortoise had expected that the one causing trouble here would at least be a formidable opponent of the 5th or 6th layer of the out-of-body stage. Yet, a swift glance around revealed only Qin Qian, who was merely at the 9th layer of the foundational stage, leaving the tortoise's already limited intellect utterly bewildered. A foundational stage cultivator can indeed kill you. Perceiving the disdain in the tortoise's eyes, Qin Qian calmly retorted. In the next moment, he summoned the black dragon spear, raising it to execute the technique known as the ancient demon-slaying spear. Boom! The terrifying quasi-imperial weapon, imbued with a sharp intent, surged towards the tortoise's head. Are you mad? Or is my power not evident enough? How does a mere foundational stage and have the audacity to strike against me? Upon hearing Qin Qian's confident words and witnessing the audacity of this foundational stage practitioner to attack him, the black tortoise was nearly overcome with laughter. In the next moment, he unleashed a mighty slap, intent on crushing this arrogant human ant. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and once again, tremendous waves cascaded across the lake's surface. When the tumult subsided, it became evident that Qin Qian's black dragon spear had pierced through the tortoise's forelimb and plunged into its heart. A quasi-imperial weapon? How could the spear in your hand be a quasi-imperial weapon? The black tortoise gazed in disbelief at the spear that had impaled its heart. His earlier strike had been executed with full force, and he had not underestimated his opponent, yet he had never anticipated that Qin Qian's spear would possess such power. Before a quasi-imperial weapon, his once proud defenses were as flimsy as paper, akin to an ordinary person attempting to receive a blade with bare hands. I told you, killing you is within the capabilities of a foundational stage cultivator. With a calm demeanor, Qin Qian activated the wheel of causality, beginning to rapidly siphon the tortoise's lifespan. Damn it, even in death, I shall take you with me. Sensing his life force rapidly dwindling, the black tortoise unhesitatingly chose to reverse the flow of spiritual energy, preparing to detonate its demon core in a self-destructive explosion. You have no chance. As the black tortoise attempted to reverse its internal energy, Qin Qian summoned the sword of celestial slaughter, swiftly severing the tortoise's head and shattering its demon soul in one fell swoop. Until its dying breath, the black tortoise could not fathom how a mere foundational stage cultivator could bring about its demise. After harvesting the lifespans of this group of long-lived tortoises, the wheel of causality had accumulated several thousand years of lifespan. That should suffice for the time being. Casually collecting the corpses of the tortoises, he turned, gripping the black dragon spear, and soared into the skies beyond the sky-severing mountain range. After half an hour of flight, during which he vanquished several obstructive beasts, he finally emerged from the confines of the mountain range. Junior brother, I have sustained severe injuries while exploring the ruins. Might I trouble you for passage? I am willing to offer a terrestrial-grade spirit vein as compensation. Shortly after Qin Qian exited the sky-severing mountain range, a faint cry for help reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a bloodied and disheveled woman, weakly leaning against a tree, imploring for assistance. Noticing the small sword emblem on her attire, he recognized her as a fellow disciple of the Taishan Sword Sect. However, her golden insignia indicated her unparalleled status within the sect. Typically, Qin Qian refrained from involving himself in such matters, for this was a world governed by the survival of the fittest, where acts of kindness often led to betrayal. While self-preservation may not constitute a grand principle, in an environment rife with treachery, it was certainly the best means of safeguarding oneself. Yet, upon realizing she was a senior sister from his sect and a core prodigy, who spoke courteously without leveraging her status to belittle him, and was willing to offer a terrestrial-grade spirit vein as compensation. He reconsidered. After deliberation, he decided to assist the woman. After all, it was merely a matter of giving her a lift. He stood to lose nothing, guiding his sword directly to her side. Qin Qian approached without uttering a word and gently supported her. "Thank you, junior brother." The bloodied woman managed a faint smile upon seeing Qin Qian before collapsing unconscious in his arms. Qin Qian, wasn't this supposed to be just a simple lift? Chapter 15. The Divine Maiden and Miaohan. The calculations of the Celestial Emperor Xiaofan. Sensing the woman's life force rapidly waning, at imminent risk of perishing, Qin Qian had no choice but to place his hand upon her chest, channeling his energy to deliver a torrent of spiritual power. This is troublesome. After transferring a significant amount of spiritual energy and seeing no signs of her awakening, Qin Qian's previously relaxed brow furrowed in concern. Without hesitation, he continued to protect her heart while swiftly flying toward the Tai Xian Sword Sect. In his urgency, he flew too rapidly, and several times his hand inadvertently brushed against inappropriate areas. But given the gravity of the situation, he disregarded such concerns and propelled the sword of celestial slaughter through the air with all his might. What would normally take 3 to 4 hours was completed in just over 1. Upon reaching a distance of over 10,000 meters from the sect's gate, he had to land to conceal his cultivation level, ensuring that the system masked his sudden breakthrough to the 9th layer of the foundational stage. With the sword of celestial slaughter stored in his dantian, he continued to channel spiritual energy to protect her heart while sprinting toward the sect's entrance. "The Holy Maiden is gravely injured and in urgent need of treatment. I beseech you all to promptly alert the elders." As he ran, he called out to the mountain guards in the distance. Those disciples, seeing him as merely a newly admitted outer disciple, instinctively doubted that someone of his standing could reach the esteemed Holy Maiden. However, when Qin Qian revealed the golden insignia on the woman's clothing, their expressions changed in shock. "Protect the Holy Maiden. I will contact the elders immediately." The leading Golden Core disciple, realizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and produced a jade token to send a message to the inner sect elders. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, a multitude of terrifying auras surged toward the sect gate. Within mere breaths, the sect leader, Lin Wushuang, along with a cadre of high-ranking members, appeared before them. "It is the Divine Maiden and Miaohan. Quickly, inform her master, the Empress Tai Ching, and prepare the finest quasi-imperial healing elixirs. Everyone else, assist me in preventing the Divine Maiden's life force from dissipating." Upon recognizing the woman in Qin Qian's arms, Lin Wushuang and the senior members lost their composure. The Divine Maiden was undoubtedly destined to break through to the Emperor realm, representing the sect's future foundation and elite combat prowess. Seeing her so gravely injured filled all the high-ranking members with profound sorrow. After entrusting in Miaohan to a poised elder, Qin Qian discreetly slipped away from the scene, taking advantage of the commotion. Upon returning to the outer sect's Xiantian peak, he promptly discarded the garment stained with Miaohan's blood, cleansing his hands of the crimson residue with fresh water. After donning a pristine and tidy outfit of an outer disciple, he departed the wooden cabin to seek out the hunchbacked elder, Gu Yun, to report on the task of locating the sword spirit grass. "How could you have returned alive from the Tianduan mountain range?" Gu Yun's weathered face was etched with astonishment upon seeing Qin Qian again. After all, the sword spirit grass could only be found deep within the Tianduan mountain range, tens of thousands of meters below the surface. In the past 6 months, the beasts of the mountain had been inexplicably agitated. Even someone of his golden core strength would not dare venture so far, as there was a 90% chance of not returning alive. Yet, he could not fathom how Qin Qian, a mere new disciple without even the cultivation of the Qi refining stage, managed to traverse to the depths of the mountain and collect the sword spirit grass, all while eluding the guardianship of the beasts, and return safely to the sect. If he recalled correctly, an ordinary person would require at least half a month for a round trip to the Tianduan mountain range, assuming they were not attacked by beasts. How could Qin Qian accomplish this in a single day? By sheer luck, I encountered a powerful senior from the sect who took a liking to me. He guided me through the Tianduan mountain range, assisted me in obtaining the sword spirit grass, and then returned me safely, Qin Qian explained, delivering the carefully concocted narrative in one breath. Regardless of others' beliefs, he resolutely asserted that a mysterious elder had aided him, and that a system concealed his true cultivation level. Even if others were skeptical, he was confident he would not be exposed. "Your luck is indeed remarkable. The contribution points for this task will be credited to your identity token. If there is nothing else, you may return to your cultivation," Gu Yun said, after scrutinizing Qin Qian for a lengthy moment before waving him off. Though he did not believe Qin Qian's account, the truth was inconsequential. Whether Qin Qian completed the task was equally irrelevant. Even if Qin Qian had perished during this endeavor, it would not affect him in any way. Thus, after a brief period of astonishment, he accepted the sword spirit grass and gestured for Qin Qian to leave. Disciple takes their leave, Qin Qian said casually before promptly turning to exit. With the mandatory task now complete, he was free to cultivate for the next year without the sect imposing any further compulsory tasks upon him. Of course, to ensure disciples remained focused on their training, the sect strictly forbade any new outer disciples or miscellaneous disciples from leaving the sect. Only after 3 years of residence or promotion to inner disciple status could they freely enter and exit the sect. Should he wish to depart the sect again as a new outer disciple, he would need to accept a task from the mission hall. After parting from Gu Yun's residence, Qin Qian visited the outer sect market, spending several hundred low-grade spirit stones on a lavish meal at an inn. Once he finished, he did not linger but returned swiftly to his dwelling. Closing the door of the small wooden cabin behind him, he waved his hand to produce the sacred grade array plate. Boom. Activating the defensive isolation array, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The past few days had been a whirlwind of cultivating various techniques and breaking through to higher levels, compounded by channeling a significant amount of spiritual energy to Miaohan upon his return, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. He desperately needed rest to relax his nerves and restore his spirit, and so he slept soundly, fortified by his strength and the advantages conferred upon him. No longer burdened by the anxiety that had once plagued his daily existence, he slept for an entire day and night, showing no signs of awakening even by the next afternoon. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave within the Tianduan mountain range, Xiaofan, reborn as an immortal emperor, was rapidly breaking through to new heights of cultivation. Before long, he had completely drained the 3 mysterious grade spirit veins before him, each extending over 50 meters like dragon serpents. Finally, I have managed to break through to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment's 9th level in one go. With his newfound strength, he could now employ some of the profound secret techniques from his past life, and he could finally summon the top-tier immortal artifacts within his body. Sensing that the space within his dantian was now filled with surging spiritual energy, a joyful expression spread across Xiaofan's face. 2 days prior, he had felt disheartened upon witnessing Qin Qian's breakthrough. However, upon arriving at the Tianduan mountain range, he encountered a severely injured Yuan Ing-level beast. Without hesitation, he activated the fragment of the causal wheel, siphoning the beast's lifespan entirely. Using the powerful body-refining techniques he had acquired in his previous life, he swiftly refined the beast's bloodline and demon core, significantly enhancing his 9-dragon immortal body. Recalling memories from his past life, he effortlessly located the Millennium Soul Vine and Millennium Earth Heart Milk needed for his breakthrough, and with the assistance of the causal wheel's calculations, he found the 3 mysterious grade spirit veins before him. After 2 days and nights of frenzied cultivation, he refined a reservoir of Millennium Earth Heart Milk and a Millennium Soul Vine, draining the 3 spirit veins entirely, thus expanding his dantian to over 20,000 meters, achieving a breakthrough to the 9th level of Foundation establishment. In his previous life, with a mere 5,000 meters of dantian space, he had managed to ascend to the immortal emperor realm. This life, with an increase of 4 to 5 times, filled him with confidence that he could surpass his previous achievements. Now, aside from that monster Qin Qian, no one at my level can match me. Even against golden core cultivators, I can handle them with ease, he muttered to himself, suppressing the joy on his face. At present, Qin Qian was like a thorn lodged in his heart. Until he eliminated Qin Qian, his thoughts would remain clouded. However, even as a reborn immortal emperor, attempting to defeat Qin Qian with only his own strength to reclaim the other half of the causal wheel was unrealistic. Hence, he resolved to head to a certain location to unseal an ancient demonic beast. No matter how strong your combat prowess or your possession of immortal artifacts, once I have my ancient demonic beast to restrain you, I doubt you can withstand a creature that is 7 or 8 realms above you. He mused with a cold chuckle, turning resolutely to execute what he deemed a perfect plan. Chapter 16. The Saintess delivers resources, the sect rewards 1,000,000 contributions. At the Tai Xian Sword Sect, atop Shantian Peak, it was not until the afternoon that Qin Qian gradually roused from his deep slumber. With a vigorous stretch, he descended from his bed. After a brief freshening up, he waved his hand to stow the sacred grade array plate back into his storage ring. Pushing open his door, he intended to visit the outer sect market for a bite to eat and perhaps procure a soul-related cultivation technique. However, he was taken aback when he opened the door to be met by a pair of resentful eyes. "Is there something you need, junior sister?" he inquired, noticing the red-clad little girl with a purple sword insignia glaring at him with evident annoyance. "I waited for you a whole day and night." Upon seeing Qin Qian, The red-clad lass placed her hands on her hips, gritting her teeth as she spoke. I must apologize. I must have dozed off and didn't hear you. Qin Qian replied sheepishly, realizing she had been waiting for him for an entire day and night. There was little he could do. The efficacy of the sacred-grade defensive isolation array was formidable. Once activated, unless the array was shattered, not even the sky falling would disturb his peace. It appears that in the future, he must hang a sign on the door stating, "Leave a message if there is something urgent. Otherwise, please depart." Otherwise, every time someone comes looking for him, they are left waiting for an extended period, which is indeed rather impolite. This consists of 2 earth-grade spiritual veins and some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thank you for rescuing my master sister. Moreover, I, Chu Lingyao, do not wish to converse with you. Upon hearing that Qin Qian had made her wait so long merely because he had fallen asleep, the little girl in red was instantly infuriated, stamping her feet in indignation. After tossing a storage ring at Qin Qian, she huffed in anger and flew away. This scene was witnessed by numerous outer disciples nearby, and in an instant, everyone was filled with immense envy. How could he be fortunate enough to have the sect's saintess personally deliver him cultivation resources? Such an occurrence was beyond their wildest dreams. Yet, simultaneously, they found him rather ungrateful. The saintess had personally delivered resources to him, and he had the audacity to drive her away. Truly, it was a stroke of bad luck. How could he not desire to curry favor with the saintess? Could he not spare this opportunity for me? Indeed, she is the sect's saintess. Even a mere scrap of her resources would suffice for us to break through to the foundation establishment stage, or even the golden core stage. How could he have the courage to send her away in anger? It is truly vexing. We all possess a head, 2 legs, 2 ears, and a mouth. What sets me apart from that fellow? Why would the saintess prefer to leave in anger rather than bestow resources upon me? Countless new outer disciples pounded their chests in frustration, wishing fervently to become Qin Qian, so they might kneel before the saintess and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Yet, dreams remain merely dreams. In reality, they lacked even the courage to look up and speak in the presence of the saintess. With such lackluster ambition, even the most menial female disciples would not spare them a glance, let alone the exalted saintess. On the other side, observing Chu Lingyao's furious departure, Qin Qian remained largely indifferent. After stowing away the storage ring she had given him, he sauntered down the path leading to Xiantian Peak as if nothing were amiss. Along the way, he found a secluded spot and directly employed an advanced disguise technique, transforming himself into a seemingly ordinary, honest-looking youth. This disguise technique was a saint-grade art returned by the system at a 10,000-fold rate. It could alter not only his appearance, but also his aura, facial structure, and height. As long as he didn't actively undo the transformation, even powerful tribulation stage experts would be unable to detect any trace of his true identity. After making his way back to the main road down the mountain, it wasn't long before he arrived at the outer sects market. It was as bustling as ever, with people coming and going, stalls everywhere, and the sounds of haggling and conversation filling the air, creating a lively atmosphere. After casually selecting a tavern to feast and quench his thirst, he began to wander through the streets of the market. However, he had no intention of leisurely meandering. His purpose in strolling through the market was to see if he could stumble upon a remarkable soul cultivation technique. Regrettably, after perusing the entire street, he found no trace of the soul cultivation methods he sought. It seemed that serendipitous discoveries were not easily encountered. Sighing softly to himself, he turned and entered a nearby shop. The shop was modest in size and sparsely populated, with an elderly man in gray robes reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. "Esteemed elder, do you have any heavenly materials or cultivation techniques that enhance soul power?" Qin Qian inquired directly upon entering the shop. "Soul cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare. Not only do I lack them here, but the entire outer sect market would not possess any either. If you seek such works, you may exchange contribution points at the sect's scripture repository. However, I do have some items that can enhance soul power, though they come at a steep price," replied the gray-robed elder, slowly setting down his book and responding in a calm tone. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Qian was somewhat taken aback. He was aware of the rarity of soul cultivation techniques, but had not anticipated that none would be found in the entire outer sect market. "Thank you for enlightening me. Esteemed elder, please bring forth all the items that can enhance soul power. I shall purchase them all." Regaining his composure, Qin Qian expressed his gratitude and proceeded to buy every item in the shop that could enhance soul power. After departing from the shop, he visited several of the larger stores in the vicinity, performing the same operation, quickly acquiring all items capable of enhancing soul power from those establishments. In total, he spent several million low-grade spirit stones, a sum that, to him at present, was scarcely a drop in the ocean. Most of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures were merely of the yellow-grade superior tier, although they had grown for several hundred years. Their actual medicinal efficacy was only 2 or 3 years, providing minimal enhancement to soul power. Hence, it was still advisable to pursue the 10,000-fold quality return. Higher quality would yield greater benefits for my soul enhancement. After contemplating this, he discreetly activated the resource amplification feature, directly applying the 10,000-fold quality return to all soul-related heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Before long, several hundred plants of heavenly-grade quality, with medicinal properties equivalent to 10,000 years, appeared within the system space. It is worth noting that the potency of these spiritual herbs does not increase merely with the passage of years. Various factors such as spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and the quality of the soil affect their growth. Some spiritual herbs, growing in harsh environments with insufficient spiritual energy, may not increase even a year's potency despite surviving for decades. The 10,000-fold quality return also adhered to the historical growth conditions of these herbs, so it was entirely normal for their potency to reach 10,000 years after the return. With the all-consuming heaven-swallowing cauldron at my disposal, even without a cultivation technique, I can swiftly absorb all these soul-related heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, without a technique, I cannot break through the soul limit of the foundation establishment stage. If I were to advance without breaking this limit, my future foundation would undoubtedly weaken. Thus, it is imperative that I quickly obtain a technique from the scripture repository. Glancing at the numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his system space, Qin Qian mused thoughtfully. To exchange for a technique, contribution points are required, but having recently accepted a task to find sword spirit grass, the contribution points awarded would likely be pitifully few. Furthermore, since these contribution points do not count as cultivation resources, I cannot apply the 10,000-fold quantity returned to them. I still possess several tens of thousands of saint-grade spirit weapons returned by the system. If I were to hand over a few to the sect, I should be able to acquire a substantial number of contribution points. After taking out his identity token and casually scanning the balance of contribution points within, Qin Qian's mind began to form a plan. Generally, disciples could only earn contribution points by completing tasks assigned by the sect. This approach not only fosters the disciples' growth, but also ensures the sect's long-term sustainability. However, for Qin Qian, this was both troublesome and an immense waste of time. Thus, the most efficient method would be to exchange saint-grade weapons for contribution points, especially since he had tens of thousands of them, all of which he deemed unworthy. Wait. Suddenly noticing a few extra zeros behind the contribution point balance, Qin Qian thought he was seeing things. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that his identity token contained over 100,000 contribution points. What in the world? Faced with such a vast sum of contribution points, Qin Qian felt somewhat dazed. Fortunately, the token displayed the source of these contribution points. Completed the task of finding sword spirit grass, awarded 100 contribution points. Brought the severely injured goddess back to the sect, awarded 1 million contribution points. Chapter 17. A stalwart iron-boned bull emperor, instantaneously submitting. It turned out that the sect had specifically rewarded him for saving Miaohan. Upon discerning the origins of his contribution points, Qin Qian began to feel a sense of belonging to the Taishan Sword Sect. In such a sect where rewards and punishments were distinctly delineated, he was quite willing to remain. After stowing away his identity token, he retrieved the map allocated to new disciples and swiftly located the position of the scripture pavilion. Once he dispelled his disguise, reverting to his true appearance, he hurried towards the location of the scripture pavilion. The rationale behind shedding his disguise was twofold. Firstly, the elders tasked with guarding the scripture pavilion were undoubtedly formidable beings far beyond the tribulation phase, rendering his modest illusion ineffective and potentially provoking disdain. Secondly, his identity token should rightfully be used in conjunction with his true visage. Otherwise, should anyone mistakenly believe him to be a thief of the token, he would have to unveil his true self. Thus, it was preferable to present himself authentically from the outset, thereby circumventing any potential misunderstandings. The Taishan Sword Sect sprawled across an expansive area, with just the outer gate encompassing the equivalent space of numerous large cities, making it improbable for an ordinary Qi refinement disciple to traverse it in less than a day's time. The scripture pavilion was situated precisely at the juncture of the outer and inner gates. Throughout his journey, Qin Qian exerted his utmost in employing the meteoric phantom steps, arriving at the site of the scripture pavilion in less than half an hour. The scripture pavilion itself was a 9-story black ancient tower, with a grand plaza paved in white marble before it. At the plaza's center stood a towering statue of a giant sword, soaring several meters high. Behind the ancient tower lay a serene lake adorned with pavilions and bridges draped in wispy willows. Numerous young disciples gathered in small groups beneath the willows or within the pavilions, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. However, There were also those who hurried past, wearing frowns of worry. After all, this was a congregation of prodigies from both the outer and inner gates, where some noble science, born with privilege and free from concerns over resources for cultivation, coexisted with ordinary disciples who fought tooth and nail for every scrap of cultivation resource. Have you heard? The sect master's newly accepted direct disciple, Lin Shun, just spent 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a holy tier spirit weapon. Truly extravagant. Indeed. Who could blame him? After all, he was endowed with a holy grade spiritual root and possessed the Qi Yang sacred body. Not only did he have the sect master as his mentor, but he was also pampered by a host of senior brothers and sisters. For us, 100,000 contribution points is an astronomical figure, but for him, it may seem trivial. Such is the fate of those of us with mediocre talents, left only to envy. As Qin Qian stepped onto the plaza before the scripture pavilion, he overheard the surrounding disciples murmuring about Lin Shen's expenditure on the holy weapon. He had a faint recollection of Lin Shen, who had dared to provoke him with a glance during the recent disciple recruitment ceremony. Without paying heed to the gossip, Qin Qian made his way directly towards the black ancient tower. Upon reaching the tower, he noticed an elderly man with graying hair reclining in a rocking chair beneath a large willow tree, seemingly oblivious to the comings and goings around him. Presumably, he was the enigmatic guardian of the scripture pavilion. Casting a glance at the old man, Qin Qian grasped his identity token and stepped through a golden light barrier into the ancient tower. Welcome to the scripture pavilion. The first 4 levels are open to all disciples. To access the next level, simply hold your identity token and pass through the teleportation gate. To exchange anything, merely inform the tower spirit. As soon as Qin Qian entered the tower, a calm voice echoed in his ears, elucidating the basic rules and guidelines of the scripture pavilion. Consequently, a list detailing the various treasures, techniques, martial skills, and celestial materials available on the first 4 levels appeared in his hand. The first level contained treasures of yellow tier quality, each requiring contribution points ranging from 1 to 100. The second level comprised treasures of mysterious tier quality, with each item necessitating between 100 and 1,000 contribution points. The third level featured treasures of earth tier quality, with points required ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. The fourth level showcased treasures of heavenly tier quality, requiring between 10,000 and 100,000 contribution points. By this logic, the fifth level would be populated with treasures of holy tier quality, each demanding between 100,000 and 1,000,000 contribution points. Lin Shen must have spent 100,000 contribution points on the least prestigious holy weapon within the fifth level. What were the prerequisites for gaining entrance to the fifth level and beyond? Glancing at the treasure list in his hand, Qin Qian promptly inquired. The higher the level of the techniques and celestial materials exchanged, the greater the quality returned after his tenfold contribution. Hence, he aspired to acquire treasures of a higher caliber. To enter the fifth level, one must possess a direct disciple identity token. For the sixth level, one must become a holy child. For the seventh level, one must ascend to the esteemed ranks of the sect's prodigies, known as divine children. The subsequent 2 levels were not accessible to disciples. As soon as Qin Qian's words fell, the tower spirit's voice resounded once more. Is there truly no room for negotiation? For instance, if I were to offer you a few holy weapons as sustenance, would you allow me to enter the fifth level to procure some items? Qin Qian tentatively proposed. This instrument spirit is utterly loyal to the Tai-Xian Sword Sect and shall act solely in accordance with the established rules, never engaging in any actions that contravene them. The spirit replied gravely. Oh, is that so? Qin Qian maintained a calm demeanor as he retrieved a drop of divine essence from his system space. This. Brother, I admit my previous remarks may have been a tad too loud. Please do not take offense. Whatever you desire, just speak it, and I shall procure it for you, provided it exists within the scripture pavilion. Upon sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from the divine essence in Qin Qian's hand, the tower spirit was so taken aback that it stumbled over its words. In the next moment, this elusive entity transformed into a diminutive golden calf and fluttered to perch upon Qin Qian's shoulder, adopting a tone of obsequiousness. I must say, I prefer your earlier audacious demeanor, Qin Qian chuckled, grasping the tiny golden calf in his hand. I was blind to your stature earlier. I hope you will not hold it against me. The golden calf brought its front legs together in a comical gesture of respect. Please provide me with the highest grade soul cultivation technique available here, and I shall require a 30% share of every grade of celestial materials capable of enhancing soul power. Releasing the golden calf, Qin Qian articulated his demands. Consider it a minor request. However, the highest soul cultivation technique in this scripture pavilion only reaches the emperor level. I happen to possess a celestial grade technique, which I shall bestow upon you. Upon hearing Qin Qian's request, the golden calf promptly pointed at Qin Qian's forehead. swiftly transmitting a celestial-grade technique into his mind. Please hold for a moment. I shall swiftly select celestial materials for you. After imparting the technique, the golden calf cheerfully announced before vanishing to diligently select soul-related treasures for Qin Qian. Chapter 18. Accepting an emperor as a younger brother. Has Qin Qian been cornered? Buzz. Just as Qin Qian awaited the golden calf's selection of soul-enhancing celestial materials in tranquility, the teleportation array before him suddenly trembled. Soon after, several young disciples adorned with azure sword insignias emerged from the teleportation array, engaged in jovial conversation. Isn't this the so-called genius with the world's foremost constitution, who was nearly denied entry into the sect? The leading youth, upon spotting Qin Qian in the distance, abruptly halted and remarked in a mocking tone. The youth in question is none other than Lin Shan, the esteemed disciple of the sect leader, Lin Wushuang. Oh, so he is the one endowed with extraordinary talent yet regarded as a useless individual due to systemic issues. Qin Qian, is it? It is said that over the course of 3 years, he traversed the major sects of the southern region, only to be unceremoniously turned away each time. What a tragic fate he endures. May he accumulate enough resources in his lifetime to eventually break through to the qi refining stage. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, his companions nearby immediately began to mock him. It's your first time at the scripture pavilion, and you have no contribution points, right? How about this? If you crouch down and bark like a dog, I'll reward you with 100 contribution points. Seeing Qin Qian remain silent, Lin Chen assumed that he was intimidated by his status as a direct disciple and boldly approached him. However, before he could finish his taunt, Qin Qian delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling back with a pained cry. Bang! He crashed heavily against the wall of the scripture pavilion, feeling as though his very bones were shattering. Dazed and terrified, he opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself spitting blood uncontrollably. Damn it! How dare you lay hands on someone in the scripture pavilion? Upon witnessing Lin Shan grievously wounded from a single kick, the other youths stared incredulously at Qin Qian. They had never anticipated that he would act so decisively against Lin Shan, a direct disciple of the sect leader, committing a grave offense. Moreover, this was the scripture pavilion, a sanctuary guarded by formidable powers and mysterious spirit entities. Even the most exalted sons and daughters would not dare to act violently here. Did he not fear being exterminated by the spirit entities? Was he not merely a mortal who had yet to break through the qi refining stage? How could he have injured Lin Shan, who was at the 3rd level of qi refining, with a single kick? A multitude of questions flooded their minds, leaving them momentarily oblivious to Lin Shan, who was bleeding profusely on the ground. Help me. Ultimately, it was Lin Shan's indomitable will that prompted his companions to react. Forget about that madman for now. The spirit entity will surely eliminate him. Let us hurry and take Lin Shitty back for treatment. Right, Lin Shitty, you must hold on. We're taking you back now. Convinced that Qin Qian would soon be annihilated by the spirit entity, they hastily lifted Lin Shan and rushed toward the exit of the scripture pavilion. Lin Shan thought to himself, damn it, at least give me a bleeding stopping pill. At this rate, I fear I shall bleed to death before you get me back. Brother, should I take care of those fools? As they carried the severely injured Lin Shan away, the voice of the great yellow ox echoed in Qin Qian's ear. No need. They are but insignificant clowns and pose no threat, Qin Qian replied nonchalantly. Very well, if you encounter any insurmountable issues within the sect, feel free to summon me with this token. Seeing Qin Qian's confidence, the great yellow ox ceased to elaborate further, casually handing him an ancient golden token and a storage ring filled with various ethereal treasures. Thank you. After accepting the golden token and storage ring, Qin Qian promptly presented the drop of divine essence to the great yellow ox. There is no need for that. Should you ever require resources, simply come to me. I will prioritize your needs. Of course, do feel free to visit often. It would be a pleasure to strengthen our bond. Observing the terrifying power contained within the divine essence, the great yellow ox's tone softened. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, Qin Qian turned and made his way outside the scripture pavilion. Take care, and do remember to visit often, even from a distance. The great yellow ox's parting words could still be heard. Meanwhile, outside the scripture pavilion, countless disciples were astounded upon hearing of Qin Qian's audacious act of injuring Lin Shan within its hallowed halls. What the hell? Is this new outer sect disciple truly that formidable? To injure a 3rd-level qi refining prodigy with a mortal body, what does it matter how fierce he is? He surely must have already been dealt with by the spirit entity for daring to act in the pavilion. I say, Lin Shan is truly pathetic. How could a 3rd-level qi refining disciple be injured by a mere mortal? This severely tarnishes the prestige of our direct disciples. Yes, someone like Qin Qian, without any cultivation, could easily dispatch him with a single strike. How weak must Lin Shan be to be so grievously harmed by such a character? The surrounding prodigies gathered in small groups, discussing in fervent tones. The outer sect disciples expressed their astonishment at Qin Qian's ferocity and power, while the inner sect disciples and direct disciples lamented Lin Shun's weakness that led to his downfall at the hands of an outer sect disciple. What do you mean by that, Nangongyi? My junior brother Lin Shun was merely caught off guard by Qin Qian's sneak attack. Why must you belittle him so? At the height of their discussions, a figure clad in purple interrupted the crowd. The woman, graceful and enchanting, cradled an ancient zither in her arms. Despite the purple veil obscuring her face, her every smile and frown could captivate the hearts of men. What? Does senior sister Mu intend to take action against me? Nangongyi, the youth in white, had been leisurely sipping tea with friends in a pavilion. However, upon being confronted publicly by the purple-clad woman, he set his teacup down, his face turning cold as he faced her. I do not intend to fight, but my junior brother from Taishan Peak deserves no disparagement. I have recently refined my zither skills, and thus I have come to seek your guidance. Muyuro, do not go too far. I merely commented on your junior brother a little. Must you humiliate me so? As she prepared to confront him in front of the gathered crowd, Nangongyi's composure began to waver. Although he was a direct disciple, Muyuro's master was the sect leader, while his own was merely an elder. Not only could he not contend with this fierce woman, but even if he could, the sect leader would likely make his life difficult. Thus, the best strategy was to feign submission and redirect the conflict. If Qin Qian were alive, I would certainly not spare him. However, he has already been dealt with by the spirit entity, so you shall bear my unvented wrath. Upon sensing Nangongyi's attempt to shift blame, Muyuro scoffed coldly, preparing to strike with her zither. Damn this madwoman. Realizing she would not relent, Nangongyi summoned all his strength to escape back to the inner sect. If he could not confront her, then surely he could evade her wrath. Yet, as he sped forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unexpected figure. Wait, Qin Qian is still alive. He is right there. Nangongyi halted, pointing toward Qin Qian, who had just emerged from the scripture pavilion, and shouted toward Muyuro in the distance. Never mind, I'll bring him to you. To avoid Muyuro's wrath, Nangongyi resolved to personally subdue Qin Qian and present him as an apology to her. Chapter 19. A single punch to overthrow a direct disciple. The tragic fate of Nangongyi. Before the ancient Black Tower, Qin Qian had just exited the scripture pavilion when he noticed a throng of sect prodigies gathered in the square, all regarding him with the wide-eyed astonishment one might reserve for a spectacle. How had he managed to injure someone and not be obliterated by the spirit entity? It was a mystery that left everyone incredulous. Throughout the annals of the sect's history, there have been numerous instances where disciples, having engaged in combat within the scripture pavilion, were swiftly subdued by the spirit of the artifacts. How then did Qin Qian manage to emerge unscathed? Qin Qian, you have audaciously disregarded the sect's regulations, daring to launch a surprise attack within the confines of the scripture pavilion. Should you not hasten to kneel and acknowledge your transgressions? Just as Qin Qian was preparing to vacate the premises of the scripture pavilion and return to the outer sect, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly resonated from the heavens above. He then beheld a young man clad in white, radiating a formidable aura characteristic of the out-of-body stage, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! An indescribably terrifying force emanated from his fist, causing the surrounding air to reverberate with a thunderous roar. Did he truly believe that injuring Lin Shun, that trifling cultivator of the qi refining third layer, elevated him to a position of significance? Witnessing Qin Qian's audacity to retaliate with a punch, Nangongyi was inwardly incensed to the point of laughter. It was one thing to be looked down upon by that madwoman Muyuro, considering their disparities in status and strength. Enduring oppression was merely a matter of swallowing one's pride. Yet here was Qin Qian, a mere ant with no background or power, daring to strike back in the face of his assault. This affront to his dignity as a direct disciple was intolerable. If he did not teach Qin Qian a severe lesson today, he would find it impossible to hold his head high within the sect, especially as a newly admitted outer disciple had the audacity to disregard his might. With this thought, he smirked coldly to himself, transforming his palm into a fist to collide directly with the punch that Qin Qian had thrown. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding echoed throughout the vicinity. A piercing scream followed, and in the next moment, a figure was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite, with its strings severed, blood spewing forth. The onlookers barely reacted. To them, it seemed entirely commonplace for Nangongyi to suppress Qin Qian, akin to an ordinary person crushing an ant, and they merely watched with a sense of detached amusement. Yet, in the next instant, they realized something was amiss. It was not Nangongyi who had been sent flying and bleeding. How could this be? All eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them, feeling as though their very worldview had been shattered. They could never have anticipated that what had seemed a foregone conclusion would undergo such a dramatic reversal, and that a newly admitted outer disciple could incapacitate a direct disciple who had cultivated for decades with a single punch. In the sky, Muyuro, who had previously regarded Qin Qian with disdain, now found herself momentarily perplexed. While Nangong Yi appeared weak in her presence, he was nonetheless a prodigy of the out-of-body stage. An ordinary practitioner of that level would be no match for him. Yet, here was this seemingly inconspicuous outer disciple, often derided as a waste, who had managed to deliver a devastating blow that left Nangong Yi gravely injured and unconscious. Such an outcome defied all logic. However, regardless of how peculiar Qin Qian's circumstances may be, her purpose today was to avenge her junior brother Lin Shun from Taishan Peak. Thus, regaining her composure, she prepared to strike at Qin Qian. Enough. I still wish to sleep, and should anyone dare disturb my peace today, I shall show no mercy. And as for that bloodied individual, you had best clean the blood from the floor before you leave. Just as Muyuro was poised to act, the balding elder, who had long slumbered beneath the willow tree, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a languid tone. Following this, an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from him, silencing the crowd into breathless submission. After delivering this warning, he closed his eyes once more, resuming his slumber. Nangong Yi, who had just regained consciousness from his stupor, felt a fresh wave of blood rise within him upon hearing the elder's admonition to clean up the blood before leaving. Enraged, he spewed forth more blood and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness again. Meanwhile, Muyuro's expression was not much better. She felt as though this mysterious elder guarding the scripture pavilion was intervening on Qin Qian's behalf, yet she found it incredulous. After all, this elder was a formidable being whom even her master, Lin Wushuang, would respectfully bow to. He rarely even opened his eyes for anyone. Yet today, he had inexplicably chosen to do so and spoken, making it evident that he was protecting Qin Qian. Could it be that Nangong Yi's severe injuries were due to this elder's clandestine intervention? This hypothesis suddenly surfaced in Muyuro's mind, and the more she contemplated it, the more convinced she became of its validity. After all, Qin Qian exhibited not even the slightest fluctuation of cultivation, even possessing the unparalleled physique of the heavens. He could not possibly possess the strength to injure Nangong Yi, a practitioner of the out-of-body stage. Furthermore, the fact that Qin Qian had acted in the scripture pavilion yet emerged unscathed was ample proof that the elder had been assisting him from the shadows. As the other prodigies surrounding them processed the shocking turn of events, their thoughts mirrored hers, all concluding that it was indeed the elder who had covertly aided Qin Qian. How fortunate he was to have garnered the favor of such a mysterious figure. Indeed, with the elder's assistance, even if his unique physique required an abundance of resources to break through, he was bound to achieve remarkable feats in the future. It was maddening to witness. For years, I have frequented the scripture pavilion without ever seeing the elder open his eyes. Yet upon Qin Qian's first visit, not only did the elder open his eyes, but he also spoke in his defense. Where have I fallen short? As the balding elder interceded on Qin Qian's behalf, the crowd regarded him with a mix of envy and resentment. Yet, in the face of their gazes, Qin Qian remained unfazed. It was evident that the elder's intervention was closely linked to the spirit of the artifact, the great yellow bull, in the pavilion. Do not presume that, with the elder's support, you can act with impunity within the sect. The elder may shield you temporarily, but ultimately, one must rely on their own strength in this world. Just as Qin Qian stepped toward the plaza in front of the scripture pavilion, a young woman clad in purple suddenly obstructed his path, adopting an instructive tone to impart a lesson. Your actions are of no concern to me. Expressionless, Qin Qian uttered a terse reply before bypassing her and continuing on his way. Throughout the encounter, he did not even spare the purple-clad woman a glance. The arrogant and presumptuous will one day pay the price for their hubris. Observing Qin Qian's blatant disregard for her, Muyuro's eyes flashed with a mix of indignation and anger. After all, she was renowned within the sect as a beauty, with countless prodigies vying for a chance to exchange a few words with her, all of whom she had ignored. Now, unable to avenge her junior brother Lin Shun, she had hoped to utilize her charm to chastise Qin Qian verbally, only to find herself utterly disregarded. This left her, who was accustomed to being revered as a goddess wherever she went, feeling utterly humiliated. Why must Sister Mu stoop to his level? When the time comes for him to face the hardships of the outside world, he will surely come to understand how right Sister Mu's words were. Indeed, Sister Mu's willingness to overlook past grievances and offer guidance is a blessing he has earned over several lifetimes. Since he refuses to appreciate it, let him be. As they witnessed Qin Qian's audacity to humiliate their goddess, many sycophants rushed to offer words of consolation to Muyuro. Hearing their remarks, Muyuro's spirits lifted somewhat. The day of the new disciple's secret realm experience was fast approaching, And when that time came, I would lead the team, and he would surely face consequences. As she watched Qin Qian depart, Mu Yuro clenched her teeth in resentment. Chapter 20. The Fall of the Divine Sun Exposed? The Wrath of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect. The events that transpired today within the Scripture Pavilion quickly spread throughout the sect, and many soon became aware of Qin Qian's fortuitous protection by a formidable elder. Upon hearing this news, countless individuals were envious of his extraordinary opportunity, realizing that with such an elder's backing, his status within the sect would undoubtedly rise significantly. However, there were also those who, upon learning this information, were utterly devastated. Damn it! I, the illustrious Divine Son, knelt before the Scripture Pavilion for an entire 3 months in hopes of being accepted as a disciple by that elder, yet he, a mere outer disciple newly admitted, somehow garnered the elder's favor? In the core of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect, a young man, with a radiant golden sun manifesting behind him, was so enraged upon hearing about Qin Qian that he crushed the transmission jade slip in his hand. His name was Yi Wuji, possessing an emperor-level spiritual root, and he was one of the divine sons of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. After joining the sect, he disregarded the judgmental glances of others and devoted 3 months to kneeling at the Scripture Pavilion, all for the chance to become the elder's disciple. Yet, throughout that time, the elder never even opened his eyes to acknowledge him, nearly turning him into a laughingstock within the sect. Despite the years that have passed, he still harbored resentment over the incident. Thus, hearing that Qin Qian, a mere outer disciple, had captured the elder's attention drove Yi Wuji into a frenzy. Issue a command. During my seclusion, direct all efforts against that disciple named Qin Qian. Whoever excels in this endeavor shall be rewarded with the opportunity to accompany me into the ancient secret realm for cultivation upon my emergence. Retrieving another transmission jade slip, Yi Wuji promptly issued his orders. Meanwhile, as the Tai-Xian Sword Sect buzzed with excitement over Qin Qian's affairs, within another colossal force of the southern region, the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, the sect master Mu Changqing and the senior members were gathered, their gazes dark and brooding as they stared at a crystal ball before them. The crystal ball displayed a scene of a young woman in green, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, locked in a fierce battle with a young man in black, brandishing a long spear. Just as they both sustained grievous injuries, the image abruptly ceased. Did I not instruct you to bring 10 holy-grade spiritual veins to request the elder of the Tianji Pavilion to calculate the scene of the Divine Sun's fall? Why do we only have this limited battle footage? Seeing the unsatisfactory result in the footage, Mu Changqing immediately turned his stern gaze toward a nearby elder of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, reporting to the sect master. I rushed back to the sect with this calculated footage immediately upon obtaining it, and did not scrutinize the contents in detail. Should I make another trip to the Tianji Pavilion? The elder in red robes, Gu Yan, lowered his head as he recounted the entire situation upon receiving Mu Changqing's glare. Based on the current evidence, it is highly probable that Divine Son Yi Qianxiang perished at the hands of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect's goddess, and Miaohan. However, without conclusive footage of the fall, if the Tai-Xian Sword Sect firmly asserts that Miaohan was not responsible for the death, we cannot take any action against her. Nevertheless, this footage alone suggests that the Divine Son's demise is inextricably linked to Miaohan. So you must quickly return to the Tianji Pavilion to procure the footage of the Divine Sun's fall, while I shall seek an audience with the ancestor to visit the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. Stowing the crystal ball into his storage ring, Mu Changqing instructed the elder in red with a grave tone. The Divine Son Yi Qianxiang was the pinnacle genius cultivated with immense effort by the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, originally one of the pillars of the sect's future. Now that he has fallen, the Luo Tian Sacred Sect must undoubtedly deliver severe punishment to the perpetrator. And the greater the spectacle, the better. This way, they could not only demand a substantial resource compensation from the Tai-Xian Sword Sect, but also demonstrate their determination to stand up for their disciples. Surely, many talented individuals would flock to join the Luo Tian Sacred Sect upon witnessing this. Thus, this twofold plan must be executed without delay. As you command, Sect Master. Elder Gu Yan, upon hearing Mu Changqing's analysis and plan, immediately bowed in respect before departing once more for the Tianji Pavilion. The rest of you, accompany me to summon the ancestor from his seclusion. After Gu Yan left, Mu Changqing, along with several senior members of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, soared toward the ancestral grounds of the sect. It wasn't long before the news regarding the Divine Son Yi Qianxiang's demise at the hands of Miaohan from the Tai-Xian Sword Sect spread throughout the southern region. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect emerged from seclusion, declaring that he would personally lead an expedition with imperial weapons to the Tai-Xian Sword Sect in 3 days to demand an explanation. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout all sects, large and small, across the southern region. The Luo Tian sacred sect and the Taishan sword sect had been sworn enemies since time immemorial, and now, with the divine son of the Luo Tian sacred sect slain by the goddess of the Taishan sword sect, the conflict between these two colossal forces had undoubtedly escalated. A war of emperors could erupt at any moment, and the possibility of direct confrontation between the two sects loomed large. The abyss of demons stirred restlessly. Should a conflict arise between the two sects, it would significantly weaken the strength of our human race in the southern region. If the abyss of demons were to rise again, we might be unable to withstand it. Therefore, for the sake of the people of the southern region, we must absolutely prevent them from clashing. Upon receiving this shocking news, the senior members of the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Zhuke Immortal Sect, both major forces in the southern region, promptly dispatched envoys to the Taishan sword sect, hoping to mediate the conflict between the two sides and avert a clash. Meanwhile, at the outer gates of the Taishan sword sect, on Xiantian Peak, Qin Qian had returned to his small wooden house. Following customary practice, he retrieved the Holy Great Array plate to activate the defensive isolation formation. Almost forgetting, he realized he needed to hang a sign outside first. Recalling the previous occasions when Gu Yun and the goddess Chu Lingyao had waited for him, Qin Qian hurried outside, felled a tree, and fashioned a wooden board to nail to a pillar beside the wooden house. He then took his sword and inscribed a message on the board, immersed in cultivation. My sincerest apologies. Please leave a message for urgent matters. Otherwise, kindly depart. Satisfied with the neatly etched words on the board, he returned to the wooden house and activated the Holy Grade formation. After completing these tasks, he settled onto his bed in a cross-legged position and began inspecting the storage ring gifted to him by the Great Yellow Ox. Upon a cursory glance, he found it brimming with rare materials for enhancing spiritual power, ranging from yellow grade to emperor grade, totaling several thousand varieties. However, materials below the Holy Grade constituted over 90%, while those of Holy Grade quality and above barely accounted for 1/10. This was quite understandable, as soul-enhancing materials were inherently rare, especially those reaching Holy Grade quality and beyond, which were exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to acquire. Only the Taishan sword sect, with its vast resources, could afford a significant stock of Holy Grade materials, and even some quasi-emperor and emperor-grade items. Without hesitation, he conducted a 10,000-fold quality return on all soul materials below quasi-emperor grade, while for the 3 quasi-emperor grade items and 1 emperor grade item, he opted for a 10,000-fold quantity return. It is widely known that the potency of spiritual herbs diminishes as one progresses further, and he could not guarantee that the emperor grade spiritual herb would reach the legendary immortal grade after a 10,000-fold quality return. If it achieved the desired result, all would be well. However, if it did not, he would suffer a significant loss. Therefore, it was wiser to return all quasi-emperor and emperor grade items at a 10,000-fold quantity, ensuring there would be no losses. Ding! The 10,000-fold quality return of all spiritual herbs below Holy Grade was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 5,000 Earth Grade spiritual herbs, 2,000 Heaven Grade spiritual herbs, 500 Holy Grade spiritual herbs, and 100 Quasi-Emperor Grade spiritual herbs. Beep. The return of 3,000 Quasi-Emperor level spiritual herbs and 1,000 Emperor level spiritual herbs at a 10,000-fold quantity has been successfully completed. Congratulations. You have acquired 30,000 Quasi-Emperor level spiritual herbs and 10,000 Emperor level spiritual herbs. Chapter 21. The Perfection of Demigod Level Techniques, Breaking the Limits of the Soul. In the short term, I should no longer lack resources for soul cultivation. Observing the tens of thousands of high-level spiritual herbs arranged within the system space, a faint smile graced Qin Qian's face. The next moment, he held his breath and focused his mind to examine the soul cultivation technique imparted to him by the Great Yellow Ox in his mind. The technique, named Star Refining Spirit Decision, transcends the Emperor level and is classified as an immortal grade technique. During cultivation, one can enhance their soul power by observing the operational rules of the celestial bodies in the universe, absorbing the power of the stars, and simulating and condensing star-like phantoms within the mind. The more stars that coalesce, the more powerful the soul becomes. After carefully reviewing the technique, Qin Qian immediately initiated a 10,000-fold quality return on it. Beep. The immortal grade 9th tier technique, Star Refining Spirit Decision, has successfully undergone a 10,000-fold quality return. Congratulations on elevating the technique to demigod level. Surprised by the system's notification, Qin Qian noted that the name of the technique remained unchanged. Only its level had ascended to demigod. Regaining his composure, he activated his divine level comprehension and began to grasp the technique. A quarter of an hour later, he had grasped the basics of the technique. After half an hour, he achieved minor success, and after an hour, he attained major success. 2 hours later, the technique reached complete perfection. This was, of course, a deliberate slowing of his comprehension speed. Had he approached it with the same fervor as during his initial training with the 2 holy tier martial arts, the time required would have been halved. Once the technique was fully comprehended, Qin Qian waved his hand and summoned the all-devouring cauldron. He then cast into the cauldron all the hundreds of heavenly-grade spiritual herbs he had procured from the outer sect market, which had undergone a 10,000-fold quality return. Refine for me. As soon as the hundreds of heavenly-grade spiritual herbs, each possessing millennia of medicinal potency, were cast into the all-devouring cauldron, Qin Qian issued the command to refine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Responding to his command, the cauldron's rules instantly activated, and these heavenly-grade spiritual herbs were directly refined into streams of incredibly pure white power. Subsequently, these white energies automatically ascended, flowing into the center of Qin Qian's forehead like rivers merging into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. As waves of pure power entered his sea of consciousness, Qin Qian needed do nothing. These energies would automatically transform into soul power, propelling the rapid expansion of his spiritual world and continuously elevating his soul strength. This is the most formidable aspect of the all-devouring cauldron. It devours and refines all, nourishing the self, allowing all power absorbed to instantly become part of the cultivator's strength without the need for gradual absorption and refinement. Boom. After just a few breaths, Qin Qian had utilized over 200 of the pure energies from the hundreds he had refined, and he already sensed that his soul power and spiritual world had reached the foundational limit. It is worth noting that each of these pure energies possessed over 10,000 years of medicinal potency. Ordinary foundational cultivators could not refine even one, while a holy tier genius like Lin Shun could manage at most 2. Yet here he was, refining over 200 in one go, an unheard of feat now. To further enhance his soul power and expand his spiritual world, he had only 2 options: to break through to the golden core stage to increase his capacity, or to leverage the technique to transcend the foundational limits. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Qian resolutely chose the latter, to use the technique to break through the foundational limits. After all, he was on an invincible path. He would not advance to the golden core stage until he had shattered the limits. Boom. Without any hesitation, he closed his eyes and focused, commencing the operation of the demigod-level technique, Star Refining Spirit Decision. As the technique progressed, an incredibly terrifying suction force erupted once again from his previously tranquil sea of consciousness. Soon, the remaining hundreds of pure energies were being absorbed at a visibly frantic pace. Boom. After absorbing several pure energies, a star-like phantom began to coalesce within his sea of consciousness. Following that were the 2nd, 3rd, and 10th. By the time all the remaining pure energies had been absorbed, 13 star-like phantoms had formed within his sea of consciousness. Once these phantoms took shape, they automatically drifted away, continuously colliding with the mental barrier of his spiritual world. With the persistent expansion of these star phantoms, the scope of his sea of consciousness was more than doubled. This meant that his foundational limits had once again been raised significantly. Even if he were to cease coalescing star phantoms now, he could still absorb over 200 pure energies to enhance his soul power thanks to his foundational cultivation. However, it was evident that Qin Qian would not halt his progress in coalescing star phantoms. If he was to undertake this endeavor, he would do so to the utmost perfection. Opening his eyes, he summoned all the celestial materials obtained from the scripture pavilion, which had undergone the system's 10,000-fold quality return and were of lesser quality than the holy tier. In total, there were over 7,000, each possessing medicinal potency ranging from 3,000 to 10,000 years. Without any hesitation, he cast all 7,000 spiritual herbs into the all-devouring cauldron. Continue refining, he commanded once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon receiving his command, the all-devouring cauldron activated its rules again, refining all 7,000 spiritual herbs into pure white energy in an instant. As these white energies emerged, they, like before, automatically flew toward his forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. Closing his eyes, he once again operated Star Refining Spirit Decision to coalesce star phantoms. As time flowed like a river, 2 days swiftly passed. After 2 days and nights of relentless effort, he finally coalesced 100 star phantoms within his sea of consciousness, and the scope of his spiritual world had expanded tenfold thanks to the continuous growth of these stars. This also indicated that his soul power was now 10 times stronger than when he had reached his previous limits. This tremendous enhancement in soul power manifested in 2 distinct ways. First, his spiritual senses coverage expanded from 10 meters to over 500, greatly facilitating his nighttime combat and affording him more time to react when facing overwhelming foes. Secondly, as his soul power increased, he could now utilize his innate divine ability, Eye of Nothingness, more frequently. Previously, he could only use it about 10 times continuously, but now he could invoke it 100 times without depleting his soul power. Furthermore, whereas before his Eye of Nothingness could only induce dizziness and pain in adversaries, now it could shatter souls with a single activation, an unparalleled weapon capable of striking foes without a trace. In summary, this enhancement in soul power not only brought about these two significant benefits, but also fortified his soul power defenses, allowing him to maintain clarity in the face of more formidable challenges. Thus, having absorbed over 6,000 pure energies derived from the 7,000 spiritual herbs, Qin Qian had reached the true limit of his soul power at the foundational stage. To further elevate his soul power, he had no choice but to pursue a breakthrough in his cultivation. The soul power after breaking through the limits is indeed formidable, but the consumption of resources is equally terrifying. Upon witnessing the staggering reduction from over 7,000 spirit herbs to less than 1,000, Qin Qian found himself once again astounded by the terrifying consumption rate. The soul-type treasures he had just expended could easily suffice for the cultivation of several hundred to 1,000 top-tier prodigies during their foundational stage. Of course, by top-tier prodigies, I refer not to the mediocre talents like Lin Chun, but to those endowed with at least quasi-emperor level aptitudes. Fortunately, within my system space, I still possess over 500 supreme-grade spirit herbs, 30,000 quasi-emperor level herbs, and 10,000 emperor level herbs, resources that should sustain my endeavors for quite some time. As he gazed at the neatly arranged rows of high-grade spirit herbs in his system space, the fleeting concern regarding his resources dissipated entirely. It is well known that a single supreme-grade spirit herb is equivalent to 100 heavenly-grade herbs. Thus, despite the appalling consumption of resources he had just experienced, when converted to supreme-grade herbs, it amounted to merely dozens, and in terms of quasi-emperor level herbs, he had not even depleted a single one. Therefore, even as his consumption is destined to escalate with the elevation of his cultivation, the abundance of quasi-emperor and emperor level herbs in the system space will be more than sufficient for his needs. With both soul cultivation and spiritual energy refinement reaching their zenith, once he hones his physical strength to perfection, the time will come for him to seek an opportunity to leave the sect and transcend into the golden core stage. After sealing the unused pure energy within his sea of consciousness, Qin Qian retrieved 2 drops of divine source liquid, casting them into the all-devouring heaven cauldron, and then commenced frantically refining his physical strength using the Taishu ancestor dragon technique. Chapter 22. The Enigma of Heritage, Ascending Destiny Level, Becoming a Child of the Star Domain. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and through relentless effort, Qin Qian finally absorbed the entirety of the power contained within the 2 drops of divine source liquid. Following this absorption, his physical strength soared to a formidable 600,000 pounds. At this juncture, his physical prowess had achieved an unprecedented apex, paralleling that of his soul and spiritual energy within the foundational stage. The only path forward for further enhancement lies in breaking through to the golden core stage. System, please compile my personal attribute panel, Qin Qian instructed internally as he paused his training. Given the haphazard nature of the possessions he currently held, it would be far more efficient to allow the system to organize them for him, enabling him to simply review the results. Ding! Personal attribute panel compilation successful. Would you like to view it immediately? Not long after, the system's voice resonated in his ears. View it now, he responded without hesitation. Soon, a luminous panel detailing all his information materialized before him. Host, Qin Qian. Luck level, level 0 mortal fate. Note, the host's fate has been stripped by a formidable power. Luck points can be acquired through cultivation, seizing opportunities, and enhancing influence to facilitate upgrades. Current luck points, 10 million. Cultivation, 9th layer of foundation establishment. Constitution, void Dao body. Spiritual root, all attribute divine grade spiritual root, upgradable. Comprehension, divine grade comprehension, upgradable. Techniques, Taishu ancestor dragon technique. 9 revolutions mysterious origin skill, star refinement divine technique. Taishian sword cannon. Martial skills, ancient demon slaying spear, ancient azure dragon fist, meteor phantom step, for symbols, sword cannon. Divine abilities, Eye of Void. Weapons, celestial artifact sky slaying sword. Quasi-emperor artifact, black dragon spear. Special items, all-devouring heaven cauldron, destruction level. Fragment of the causality wheel, half-step destruction level. Resources, 29,987 drops of divine source liquid, several hundred billion high-grade spirit stones, 1 pound of enlightenment tea, 10,000 emperor-level herbs, 30,000 heavenly-grade spirit veins. Others, 1 mysterious treasure map, 50,000 defensive talismans, attack talismans, and teleportation talismans, 20,000 space-breaking talismans. Upon witnessing the luminous panel before him, Qin Qian intended to meticulously examine his fundamental information. However, He was utterly flabbergasted after merely glancing at the second line. My previous luck was actually stripped away by someone using formidable powers? This revelation struck him with profound shock. Having traversed into this body over 3 years ago, he possessed no recollection of its past. Initially indifferent to the history of this body, considering himself its rightful owner, he now realized that it bore significant implications. No wonder he, despite possessing the supreme constitution, found himself in the desolate realm of Tianhuang. It appears this was a deliberate act by someone with ulterior motives. Damn it. I've only just embarked on this path of cultivation, and now I'm confronted with such a shocking revelation, Qin Qian thought, feeling a wave of unease. Should those enigmatic individuals who stripped his luck discover that he still lived and had shattered ancient limits to ascend the ancient prodigy rankings, they would undoubtedly rush to eliminate him. They might even dispatch a being transcending the boundaries of this realm to obliterate Tianhuang with a mere gesture. Were it not for the fragment of the causality wheel I fortuitously obtained, which shields me from all fate-related inquiries and probing, those mysterious figures would likely already be on their way to hunt me down. The thought of being effortlessly extinguished by some unknown, powerful adversary after toiling so hard to achieve a modicum of success ignited a fury within Qin Qian. Just wait. It won't be long before I rise rapidly in strength, and when that time comes, every last one of them shall become my prey, he vowed coldly to himself. Suppressing the fury simmering within, with the protection of the causality wheel, he was temporarily safe. To thoroughly address the unknown enemy, he must seize this period of safety to swiftly enhance his power. Having endured ridicule for 3 years since his arrival, he was not willing to perish so easily now that he had finally acquired a fortuitous advantage, propelling his life into a phase of rapid advancement. System. Convert 1 million luck points into a tenfold return, and then utilize all of it to elevate my luck level. Having calmed his emotions, Qin Qian swiftly scanned his personal attribute panel before directing his thoughts to the system. Luck, intangible and elusive, is irrevocably intertwined with one's destiny, influencing every stage of life and manifesting unparalleled effects. Those with high luck navigate life smoothly, garnering attention wherever they go, receiving assistance in times of adversity, and stumbling upon spiritual veins when in need of cultivation resources, while even faithful partners may descend from the heavens to forge connections. Conversely, individuals with low luck face continual misfortune, encountering obstacles at every turn, often marginalized despite their excellence, and falling victim to inexplicable calamities in moments of crisis. Thus, above all else, Qin Qian yearned to elevate his luck level. With favorable fortune, his cultivation would progress with greater ease. Since luck points can enhance fortune and are conceptually akin to cultivation resources, they are eligible for a tenfold return. Ding! 10 million luck points successfully returned at a tenfold rate. Congratulations on acquiring 100 billion luck points. Ding! Enhancing luck, please wait. As soon as Qin Qian's words faded, the system promptly executed the tenfold return and commenced the enhancement of his luck level. At this moment, knowledge regarding luck levels was transmitted into Qin Qian's mind by the system. It turned out that the superpowers across the myriad realms classified individuals with substantial luck into varying levels based on their fortune. The hierarchy of fortune is categorized from low to high as the child of luck, the child of destiny, the child of the world, the child of the star domain, the child of the universe, the child of the heavenly path, and the child of the great Tao. Each level of destiny is further divided into 9 tiers. The higher the destiny level, the more opportunities one encounters, leading to greater achievements. Currently, Qin Qian is merely an ordinary mortal devoid of any fortune, lesser even than an average individual. Over the past 3 years, had it not been for his quick wit and the invaluable lessons gleaned from novels, combined with the repeated assistance of the ethereal Tao body, he might have long since met his end in some obscure mountain corner. As he expended 100 billion points of fortune, Qin Qian's fortune level soared rapidly. He ascended to the 9th tier as a child of luck, the 9th tier as a child of destiny, the 9th tier as a child of the world, the 9th tier as a child of the star domain. Once all fortune points were depleted, Qin Qian transcended for major levels, transforming from an ordinary mortal into a 9th tier child of the star domain. What does it mean to be a child of the star domain? In a lower realm like the Tianhuang continent, there can be many children of luck, but only one child of destiny may emerge, such as the reborn immortal Emperor Xiaofan. In the legendary immortal realm, numerous children of destiny may exist, yet only one child of the world will appear at most. In contrast, when dozens, or even hundreds of grand worlds akin to the immortal realm unite, many children of the world can arise, but only one child of the star domain will be born. Hence, Qin Qian has instantaneously become the most fortunate individual within this star domain. At the moment Qin Qian's fortune reached the 9th tier child of the star domain level, A mysterious and unknown region of this star domain witnessed the sudden emergence of a star radiating a rich purple hue. It rapidly expanded, swiftly surpassing countless stars to become the brightest star in this celestial expanse. As the purple star ascended to the zenith of the star domain, it suddenly emitted a dazzling starlight. This starlight traversed infinite distances, arriving at the Tianhuan continent, transforming into a wisp of purple qi that bonded irrevocably with Qin Qian. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made would influence the orbit of that purple star. The grand era has arrived, and the heavenly secrets have unveiled. The child of the star domain has finally manifested in our star domain, positioned to the south. Quickly, send someone to the lower realm to locate him. He must be brought back at all costs. Numerous enigmatic powerhouses within this star domain, who have lived for countless years, sensed the sudden appearance of the purple star and immediately began to deduce its significance, yet they could glean no information whatsoever. Left with no alternative, they could only pursue the direction illuminated by the purple star. Chapter 23. The arrival of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect's powerhouse. Qin Qian launches a surprise attack on the emperor. It is time to seize an opportunity to leave the sect and prepare for my tribulation to break through to the golden core stage. Seeing that his fortune had risen to the level of the child of the star domain, Qin Qian finally felt a sense of relief. As long as he remained within this star domain, he could face any crisis with a glimmer of hope, ensuring he would not be inexplicably vanquished by an unknown powerhouse. After storing away the sacred great array disc, he rose from his bed and ventured outside the wooden cabin. Upon stepping outside, he instinctively glanced at a wooden plaque nearby. At that moment, in addition to the inscription he had previously etched with his sword, a new message written in elegant calligraphy appeared. This time, I remembered to leave a sign outside. Consider it thoughtful of me. My senior sister has greatly improved, and she asked me to invite you for tea at Taiching Peak. But given your situation, it seems you won't be able to enjoy any tea. Without a doubt, Qin Qian recognized this message as the handiwork of the little red-clad girl, Chu Lingyao, and judging by the dried ink, it was evident that this note had been left at least a day prior. It seemed that, as Chu Lingyao had mentioned, he would indeed miss out on the tea. I still haven't opened the storage ring she gave me last time. Upon recalling the message left by Chu Lingyao, Qin Qian suddenly remembered that she had tossed him a storage ring days ago, claiming it was to express her gratitude for saving him Yaoan. After rummaging through his quasi-emperor grade storage ring, he finally located the unopened storage ring. With a flick of his hand, he dispelled the restrictions, quickly revealing its contents. 5 earth-grade spirit veins, 5 heavenly-grade elixirs, a heavenly-grade longsword, along with some cultivation manuals. Initially, Miaohan had promised him a single earth-grade spirit vein, yet now Chu Lingyao had gifted him 5, along with the even more precious heavenly-grade elixirs and spirit sword, not to mention the cultivation manuals. It was evident that her gratitude was sincere. After multiplying these cultivation resources by 10,000 and returning them, he leaned against a post in front of the wooden cabin, basking comfortably in the sun while he perused the manual detailing cultivation insights. The information contained within provided a depth of explanation for each realm that far surpassed the sect's manuals by several fold. For him, a new disciple lacking guidance from a master, this manual was invaluable in filling the gaps in his knowledge. It clearly outlined the key considerations for each realm, the methods for breakthroughs, and preparations necessary before attempting to advance. For instance, prior to his impending breakthrough to the golden core stage, he needed to prepare gathering spirit pills and cultivating essence pills. The former would aid in swiftly consolidating the spirit energy within his dantian, facilitating the formation of his golden core, while the latter would reinforce the golden core barrier, significantly reducing the likelihood of failure due to instability. Conveniently, among the heavenly grade elixirs Chu Lingyao had provided, there were indeed gathering spirit pills and cultivating essence pills, suggesting that Miaohan had sensed his cultivation level during their time in the Tianduan mountain range and had specifically prepared them for his golden core breakthrough. Such thoughtfulness. After murmuring this to himself, Qin Qian placed the cultivation insights into his storage ring. He intended to head to the task hall to casually accept a mission before departing the sect to break through to the golden core stage. However, at that moment, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted in the distant sky. Subsequently, the protective array of the Taishan Sword Sect was instantly activated. A formidable enemy approaches. All disciples below the nascent soul stage, remain in your caves and cultivate. Do not panic. All elders and disciples at the nascent soul stage who are not in closed-door training, prepare for battle. As the protective array was engaged, the authoritative voice of Sect Master Lin Wushuang echoed throughout the Taishan Sword Sect. Surprised to hear of an impending threat, Qin Qian was taken aback. For the Taishan Sword Sect is one of the 4 dominant powers in the southern region, boasting a legacy of 1,000,000 years and profound foundations. To audaciously confront the Taishan Sword Sect in their stronghold indicates that the adversaries must be of at least equal standing. In the southern region, both the Yaoqi Sacred Land and the Zhuke Immortal Sect maintain a relatively amicable relationship with the Taishan Sword Sect, lacking any significant conflict. Thus, they could not possibly be the instigators. The only faction possessing both the strength and motive to act against the Taishan Sword Sect would be the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, with whom they share a long-standing enmity, with my causal wheel concealing the heavenly secrets. The Luo Tian Sacred Sect could not possibly deduce that their sect's top genius met his demise at my hands. But if it were not for that genius's death, why would they brazenly seek trouble with the Taishan Sword Sect? Observing the third ancestor, Jiang Taishan, embroiled in an intense battle with a gray-robed elder high in the sky, Qin Qian furrowed his brow slightly. From the intensity of the combat, it was evident that Ancestor Jiang was at a disadvantage, and prolonged engagement would surely lead to significant losses. Yet, with his current cultivation level, he could not participate in a conflict at the Emperor level. The immortal artifact, the heaven-slaying sword. The venerable ancestor Jiang Taishan had bestowed upon Qin Qian a profound favor, and naturally, he could not bear to witness any harm befalling him. Although he was unable to partake in the battle at the Emperor level, the Sword of Heaven's severance in his grasp could certainly play a pivotal role. Shortly, you shall stealthily enter the void and sever the right hand of that old man in gray, who bears the storage ring, and then discreetly bring it back, he instructed. Gazing at the Sword of Heaven's severance, Qin Qian promptly devised a strategic plan. The reason for not launching a direct ambush to eliminate the gray-robed elder was that this was the Taishan Sword Sect, and an emperor was the backbone of any sect. Should an emperor fall within the Taishan Sword Sect, the Luo Tian Sacred Sect would likely go into a frenzy, unleashing a relentless assault against Taishan at any cost. Even if Taishan were to prevail, the victory would surely come with devastating losses. Qin Qian was keen to avoid such a scenario. Thus, rather than slaying the emperor outright, it would be wiser to sever his arm, significantly diminishing his power, and allow the third ancestor to subsequently repel him. This approach would resolve the sect's crisis, while the mysterious emergence of the Sword of Heaven's severance would also instill fear in many lurking forces, and he would acquire the storage ring from the emperor, making it a perfect plan that accomplished three objectives with one stroke. Buzzing softly, the Sword of Heaven's severance responded to his command, transforming into a streak of light as it vanished into the void. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters above, the elder Mu Qianxiu from the Luo Tian Sacred Sect wore an expression of mockery as he addressed Jiang Taishan. Jiang Taishan, after tens of thousands of years apart, I never imagined you would have fallen so low. Surely, the injuries you sustained in the abyss of demons have yet to heal? Let us battle if you wish. You are but a defeated foe. In the past, I could trample you beneath my feet. Today, even in a weakened state, I can still subdue you. Observing the gleeful smirk on Mu Qianxiu's face, Jiang Taishan replied with a detached demeanor. Still as arrogant as ever. Back in the day, your comprehension was unparalleled, and your combat prowess unmatched among your peers, which indeed afforded you the right to be haughty. Yet now, you are afflicted by injuries, your strength diminished. What grounds do you have to display such arrogance? As Mu Qianxiu perceived Jiang Taishan's current demeanor and disdain for him, a flicker of rage ignited within his eyes. Once, they had both been the pinnacle of talent in the southern region, but he had crumbled before Jiang Taishan in mere 3 moves, rendering him the most pitiful among their contemporaries. Despite his resentment, he had been powerless against the ascendant Jiang Taishan. Fortunately, the upheaval in the abyss of demons tens of thousands of years ago had shifted the tides. Jiang Taishan had nearly perished sealing the demon lord, and though he had miraculously survived, he bore the wounds of his path, his strength severely compromised. Thus, Mu Qianxiu had deliberately made a grand entrance to the Taishan Sword Sect, partly to demand justice for the deceased divine son, Yi Qianxiang, and to seek substantial reparations. However, the primary motivation was to seize this opportunity to humiliate Jiang Taishan thoroughly, and, before countless witnesses from the southern region, to trample him underfoot, thus erasing the shame of the past. Yet he had not anticipated that Jiang Taishan, despite his diminished strength, would still exude such bravado, declaring his intent to subdue him. This realization filled Mu Qianxiu with profound indignation. Today, I shall witness how you intend to subdue me. With a cold, mocking laugh, Mu Qianxiu raised the imperial weapon, the Red Heaven Blade, and unleashed a full-force strike toward Jiang Taishan. The impact of the imperial weapon radiated a terrifying power, shattering the surrounding sky into fragments. Despite the unprecedented ferocity of Mu Qianxiu's assault, Jiang Taishan's expression remained composed, though internally, he felt an immense weight of gravity. In his prime, he could have subdued Mu Qianxiu with mere slaps. but due to the injuries sustained in the abyss of demons, his power had regressed each year. Now, he stood at the initial stage of the Emperor realm. Moreover, he had to expend half of his strength to suppress his injuries, leaving him uncertain if he could withstand Mu Qianxiu's onslaught. With the other ancestors engrossed in crucial insights from the celestial scriptures, even if he could not withstand the attack, he had to brace himself. I must face this, Jiang Taixian whispered to himself, then resolutely gripped the imperial weapon, the Taixian sword, and struck back with fervor. The clash of imperial weapons unleashed a cataclysmic force, shattering the void within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. As the battle unfolded, fierce gales erupted, obliterating all in their wake, birthing forbidden zones that echoed with terrifying laws and principles. Any disciple below the nascent soul stage who dared to glance upon this spectacle would find themselves dizzy and disoriented. Jiang Taixian, you are but a shadow of your former self. I am eager to see how you will withstand this next strike. Witnessing Jiang Taixian's complexion pale and blood seep from his lips, Mu Qianxiu coldly laughed and again swung his blade. Are you destined to be defeated? Even in defeat, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price. As Mu Qianxiu prepared to unleash an even more terrifying strike, Jiang Taixian steeled himself, contemplating drawing in demonic energy to exchange his potential defeat for a grievous injury to Mu Qianxiu. However, at that moment, an ordinary longsword, its blade rusted, suddenly appeared beside Mu Qianxiu. With a mere swipe, the longsword severed Mu Qianxiu's right hand, along with the imperial weapon, the red heaven blade, vanishing into the void. The abrupt turn of events left Mu Qianxiu with no chance to react. By the time he realized what had transpired, his right arm and the imperial weapon had already disappeared, leaving him with only the searing pain radiating from his shoulder. Hearing Mu Qianxiu's anguished cries, Jiang Taixian, who had been preparing to absorb demonic energy, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing Mu Qianxiu's severed arm, he recognized it as the opportune moment for a counterattack and wasted no time in charging toward Mu Qianxiu, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon him. With the loss of the red heaven blade and his right hand, Mu Qianxiu's strength suffered a catastrophic decline, rendering him utterly incapable of resisting Jiang Taixian's relentless assault. Thus, he could only cry out in despair as he fled for his life. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of the Luo Tian sacred sect, who had previously witnessed their ancestor Mu Qianxiu dominate the battle, had been brazenly demanding exorbitant reparations from the Taixian Sword Sect, threatening to strip an Miaohan of her status and demanding 100 holy-level spiritual veins, 10 quasi-emperor-level spiritual veins, and an imperial weapon as compensation. Yet, as these arrogant declarations left their lips, they were met with the shocking sight of Mu Qianxiu being mercilessly attacked by Jiang Taixian, who wielded the great sword with ferocity. This stunning reversal transformed their once arrogant expressions into a hue of disbelief and fear. Continue your cries. What is the matter? Why the silence now? With a mere shadow of your former self, you dare to disrupt my Taixian Sword Sect, claiming our divine maiden took Yi Qianxiang's life? Are you fools? Or do you believe my Taixian Sword Sect is easy prey? Observing the decisive outcome of the confrontation between the two emperors, Sect Master Lin Wushuang coldly addressed Mu Changqing, the Sect Master of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect. Lin Wushuang, your attempts at deflection are futile. Even if our ancestor has suffered a grave defeat, my sect's elders have procured evidence from the Tianji Pavilion, and they are currently en route. Should the evidence prove irrefutable, your Taixian Sword Sect will be compelled to punish the assailant and provide reparations. Or else we shall have no qualms about confronting you to the bitter end. Faced with Lin Wushuang's scornful remarks, Mu Changqing seethed with rage. But with their ancestor's humiliating defeat and insufficient evidence, he could only respond with a darkened expression. Let us engage in this battle. Do you truly believe we are afraid? After all, as sword practitioners, we are naturally irascible, and Lin Wushuang's ire was further ignited by Mu Changqing's incessant threats. Esteemed sect leaders, let us temper our tempers. The situation has already unfolded, and it would be unwise to exacerbate our discord. Instead, let us await the arrival of that elder. When he comes, the one at fault shall step forward to apologize and make amends. Indeed, the seal over the demon abyss cannot endure for much longer. At this critical juncture, our four sects must unite against external threats. We cannot afford a significant internal conflict. Let us await the elders' conclusive evidence before reaching a verdict. As tensions mounted like a powder keg, poised to ignite at the slightest provocation, the two quasi-emperors from the Yaoqi sacred land and the Zhuke immortal sect intervened to mediate the escalating discord. Cognizant of the horrors that lurked within the demon abyss, both Lin Wushuang and Mu Changqing snorted coldly, retreating to their respective corners in silence, patiently awaiting the elder hurrying from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion with the crucial evidence. Over half an hour later, Jiang Taixin was still pursuing Mu Qianxiu in the skies, wielding his weapon with abandon. Below, the higher-ups of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect and the Taixin Sword Sect bore witness to this absurd and comical spectacle. Ha ha ha. Someone from the Taixin Sword Sect could no longer contain themselves, erupting into laughter that resembled a pig's squeal. The mood among the Luo Tian Sacred Sect leaders, already grave, darkened further at the sound of this laughter, inciting their desire to retaliate. Yet, before they could react, Lin Wushuang spoke first. Elder San, what are you implying? Their ancestor was soundly beaten by our own. We should extend our sympathy. Do you not understand? Your laughter is exceedingly disrespectful. I hereby decree that you shall receive 1 less spirit stone this month. Lin Wushuang's stern admonition was evident. Yet it was clear to all but the dim-witted that this was not a punishment, but rather an overt act of collusion. Thank you for your reprimand, sect leader. Elder San, the esteemed Qi Yin, covered his mouth in an effort to stifle his laughter. Ahem, esteemed sect leaders, let us not be too agitated. As the saying goes, laughter can take 10 years off one's life. When we encounter joyous occasions, we should indeed smile. My previous laughter was not directed at Emperor Qianxiu, but rather a reaction to seeing an old friend after many years. Just as the atmosphere grew tense once more, the elderly woman from the Yaoqi sacred land, leaning on her cane, suddenly cleared her throat and cast a shy glance at Elder San. I did not mean to. I was merely targeting Emperor Qianxiu. As the old woman approached him slowly, Elder San's beard stood on end in terror. You see, he is so delighted he has taken to nonsensical talk. The old matron shyly approached, taking his hand with eyes brimming with affection. Sect leader, save me. Elder San cried out in a panic. You have brought this upon yourself. Bear the consequences, Lin Wushuang quipped, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth at the ludicrous scene unfolding before him. Before long, a colossal bird suddenly soared into the sky, upon which stood an elderly man clad in red robes. This was the esteemed Gu Yan, the elder dispatched by Mu Changqing to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in search of evidence regarding the fall of the Chosen One. Elder Gu Yan, quickly present the evidence for all to see. Upon Gu Yan's arrival, Mu Changqing immediately spoke up, eager to witness how Lin Wushuang would squirm when faced with irrefutable proof. Sect leader, the experts at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could not deduce the circumstances surrounding the fall of the Chosen One, and they only provided me with images of his corpse being devoured by ferocious beasts. As Gu Yan spoke, he produced a crystal orb and activated his spiritual power, causing an image to materialize in the sky. In the scene, hundreds of blood-red-eyed beasts were feasting upon the corpse of a man clad in black. The circumstances of the man's demise, however, were not depicted. How could this be? The satisfaction that had briefly flickered across Mu Changqing's face evaporated, replaced by a sullen expression. Esteemed guests, we have acquired what is referred to as evidence, but this mere image does not prove that Yi Qianxiang was slain by our sect's divine maiden, and Miaohan. Instead, the Luo Tian sacred sect has wielded its influence to spread rumors and slander our divine maiden, and even forcefully intruded upon our Taixin sword sect, threatening us. This has caused significant damage to our sect's reputation and inflicted severe harm upon the tender hearts of our disciples. Therefore, I now demand that the Luo Tian sacred sect compensate us with 100 sacred grade spirit veins, 10 quasi-emperor grade spirit veins, and cede a medium-sized secret realm to the Taixin sword sect. With the crystal ball's display complete, and lacking any evidence of Miaohan's involvement in Yi Qianxiang's death, Lin Wushuang immediately began his counterclaims. Impossible. 100 sacred grade spirit veins, and 10 quasi-emperor grade spirit veins? Do not even think about it. Hearing Lin Wushuang's outrageous demands, Mu Changqing's composure shattered, and he bellowed in indignation. Should there be no compensation today, none of you shall leave. Lin Wushuang coldly retorted. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Mu Changqing's countenance darkened ominously. Consequences? How utterly laughable. When you stormed into my Taixin sword sect with so many powerful figures, brandishing threats for all to see, where was your consideration for the consequences? Now you wish to discuss repercussions? Spare me. I shall make it clear. Should you refuse to compensate, you shall all remain here. If it comes to war, then so be it. Who fears whom? Unmoved by Mu Changqing's attempts at maintaining decorum, Lin Wushuang was resolute and promptly instructed all cultivators above the nascent soul stage within his sect to prepare for a showdown. Very well, you have spirit. Today, my Luo Tian sacred sect concedes. Compensation is acceptable, but we shall only meet half of your demands. Anything more is out of the question. Seeing Lin Wushuang's unwavering determination for reparations, Mu Changqing, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to relent. After all, it was evident that they could not substantiate that Miaohan was responsible for Yi Qianxiang's fall. Their hasty arrival had been a miscalculation. leaving them with no alternative but to concede. Sect leaders, since this is merely a misunderstanding, why not each take a step back? The Luo Tian Sacred Sect can offer 60% of the resources mentioned, and we shall consider this matter resolved. At this moment, the beautiful woman of quasi-emperor status from the Zhuke Immortal Sect, Meng, stepped forward to mediate. Agreed. But they must publicly apologize to our Tai Xian Sword Sect's divine maiden. Upon seeing Meng take the lead, Lin Wushuang pondered for a moment, finding 60% of the resources within acceptable bounds, and thus nodded in agreement. What does sect leader Mu think? Once Lin Wushuang acquiesced, Meng turned her gaze towards Mu Changqing. I cannot decide this alone. I must consult with my sect's ancestor. Mu Changqing replied with a stern expression before relaying a message to the skybound Mu Qianxiao. Agree to their terms. Mu Qianxiao responded anxiously while continuing his pursuit. Hearing his ancestor's words, Mu Changqing had no choice but to relinquish 60 sacred-grade spirit veins, 6 quasi-emperor-grade spirit veins, and the ownership of a small-sized secret realm to Lin Wushuang. Furthermore, he publicly apologized to An Miaohan and clarified that Yi Qianxiang's death bore no relation to the Tai Xian Sword Sect. Ancestor, the matter is settled. Having secured reparations and an apology, Lin Wushuang called out to Jiang Tai Xian in the sky. What? You want me to strike harder? Very well. I shall continue my pursuit. Jiang Tai Xian replied, resuming his chase of Mu Qianxiao. Jiang Tai Xian, is there truly no consideration for sentimentality? Upon witnessing Jiang Tai Xian relentlessly pursuing him with his sword, Mu Qianxiao let out a frustrated roar. Very well, I shall spare you this time, you wretched cur. Should you dare to disturb my Tai Xian Sword Sect again, the consequences will not merely involve the loss of an arm. Begone. After pursuing Mu Qianxiao for a quarter of an hour, Jiang Tai Xian finally ceased his actions and spoke with a calm demeanor. Let us depart. Realizing that his opponent had indeed chosen to spare him, Mu Qianxiao refrained from uttering any further threats and promptly turned to lead Mu Changqing and the other high-ranking members of the Luotian Sacred Sect away in defeat. As for his imperial weapon, the Qitian blade, and the severed arm along with its storage ring, he dared not inquire further. He would have to devise a solution upon returning. Chapter 25. The new purpose of the all-consuming cauldron. The external sect trials commence. As the members of the Luotian Sacred Sect departed, Lin Wushuang promptly closed the protective array of the sect. Upon learning of the sect's resounding victory, jubilant cheers erupted throughout the entire sect. The display of the ancestors' might, as he pursued the enemy emperor with his sword, was nothing short of magnificent. The performance of the sect leader and the other elders was equally impressive, standing their ground with unparalleled dominance. Long live the Tai Xian Sword Sect! Countless disciples emerged from their abodes, joining in a resounding chorus directed towards the sky. This month, every elder and disciple shall receive a 20% increase in cultivation resources. Lin Wushuang declared generously upon hearing the cheers below. Ladies, the matter has been resolved. Shall we enjoy a cup of tea at my Taishan Peak? We may also discuss the matters concerning the Demon Abyss. After entrusting the resources obtained from compensation to the elders for distribution, Lin Wushuang extended an invitation to Meng of the Zhuke Immortal Sect and Tao Hua, the venerable elder of the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Your hospitality is much appreciated. Meng replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Tao Hua, the elderly woman leaning on her cane, wore a blissful expression as she cradled the despondent third elder in her arms. I have no objections, she said, planting a kiss on the third elder's forehead before following Lin Wushuang and the other sect leaders to the inner sect's Taishan Peak. Meanwhile, in the void several 100,000 meters away, Jiang Taixian gazed gratefully at the spot where the Zhan Tian sword had vanished after everyone had left. I am indebted to my friend for their assistance. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall treat you to a cup of my treasured drunken flower brew. Aged for millennia, he expressed. With that, he turned to depart. His certainty that the mysterious benefactor was not one of the other ancestors from the Taishan Sword Sect stemmed from the fact that the sect possessed only quasi-immortal weapons, while the sword that had severed Mu Qianxiao's arm was evidently an immortal weapon. The enigmatic ally had only intervened without revealing themselves, indicating that they preferred not to meet him at this time. Thus he too had to take his leave. On the other side, atop the Shantian peak of the external sect, the Zhan Tian sword returned to Qin Qian's side, still carrying Mu Qianxiao's severed right hand. Upon returning, it buzzed around Qin Qian like an eagerly awaiting child seeking praise. Well done. I shall reward you with the essence of 10,000 refined holy weapons. After patting the Zhan Tian sword, Qin Qian promptly returned to his small wooden cabin, summoned the all-consuming cauldron, and tossed the 10,000 holy-grade spiritual weapons into it. As the all-consuming cauldron trembled gently, the 10,000 holy-grade spiritual weapons were effortlessly refined into 10,000 strands of pure white energy. Qin Qian referred to this energy, derived from weapons, as weapon essence, while those refined from heavenly materials were termed resource essence, and those from cultivation techniques were called technique essence, and so forth. This terminology was a special classification he had just devised during the recent events. He realized that the all-consuming cauldron could not only aid him in refining resources, but could likewise enhance the Xiantian sword. Similarly, techniques, martial skills, divine abilities, and body movements could also be refined using the all-consuming cauldron for improvement. In essence, this meant that he no longer needed to frequently alter his cultivation techniques, martial skills, divine abilities, and body movements. He could simply gather a substantial amount of similar items for the all-consuming cauldron to refine, thereby elevating their ranks. This would not only save him a tremendous amount of time spent on comprehending various techniques, but also allow him to fully internalize every technique he possessed, making them an integral part of himself. It is well known that all techniques in this world were created by predecessors. Those who follow in their footsteps are forever bound to their methodologies. In simpler terms, no matter how extraordinary one's innate talent, as long as one strictly adheres to existing techniques, one could never surpass the original creator. Even if one were to change techniques, this rule would still apply. Thus, the ancients often advised that mastery lies not in quantity, but in quality, urging one to focus on thoroughly understanding what they possess rather than spreading their efforts too thinly, which would ultimately yield mediocre results. Only by mastering what one has and deriving personal insights from that foundation can one surpass predecessors and journey further. With his godlike comprehension and the aid of the all-consuming cauldron, Qin Qian could not only master all his techniques, but also transcend the limitations set by previous generations, continuously raising the upper limits of his techniques. In summary, his growth would know no bounds. After bestowing the 10,000 strands of weapon essence to the Xiantian sword for absorption, Qin Qian then removed the storage ring from Mu Qianxiao's severed arm. This ring contains an imperial-level soul restriction, which I cannot break with my current spiritual strength. Casting a cursory glance at the storage ring, he tossed it into the system space. He did not lack any cultivation resources at present, so delaying its opening would not pose any issues, especially since the system space could isolate all sensing. Even if he stood before Mu Qianxiao now, the latter would be unable to detect the storage ring on him. Next, he bent down to retrieve the Qian blade, an imperial weapon, from the ground. Buzz, the imperial weapon, possessing its own spirit, attempted to rebel upon realizing it was held by a stranger. However, it quickly met its demise as the all-consuming cauldron's aura extinguished its weapon spirit. Grasping the Qian blade, now devoid of its spirit, Qin Qian proceeded to execute a 10,000-fold quantity return. Ding! The 10,000-fold quantity return of the Qian blade has been successful. Congratulations! You have acquired 10,000 low-grade Qian blades. As the system notification echoed, the system space brimmed with 10,000 imperial weapons radiating an overwhelming imperial majesty. He intended to allocate a portion of these weapons as sustenance for the Black Dragon Spear and the Xiantian sword, while reserving the remainder for future exchanges of precious resources. Redirecting his gaze from the system space, he then focused on the severed arm from Mu Qianxiao. The arm, imbued with imperial rules, held a value comparable to any quasi-imperial weapon. It contained a terrifying vitality and could serve as a quasi-imperial weapon itself. While the thought of refining it felt somewhat unsettling, he decided to keep it as a trump card, to be detonated in the face of adversaries surpassing the Great Ascension stage. After some contemplation, Qin Qian ultimately chose not to throw the severed arm into the all-consuming cauldron for refinement. Instead, he placed it in the system space as a valuable combat asset. Having delayed for so long, he could finally head to the mission hall to casually accept the task and then depart from the sect. After casually storing the all-consuming cauldron and the Xiantian sword in his dantian, Qin Qian muttered to himself, had I not encountered the Luotian sacred sect's members, I would have long since seized the opportunity to slip out of the sect and break through to the Golden Core stage. How could I still be at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage? Qin Qian, the secret realm trial for the new outer disciples has commenced. An elder Gu Yun has instructed us to gather at the outer sect square. Just as he stepped out of the wooden cabin, several female disciples shyly approached him. It is noteworthy that since the incident at the scripture pavilion spread, many new outer disciples have come to idolize him. After all, he is the one who severely injured the direct disciple Lin Shun with a single kick inside the scripture pavilion and dared to confront the out-of-body stage disciple Nangong Yi, ultimately receiving the protection of that mysterious elder from the pavilion. In a world where strength is revered, such a formidable individual, possessing both talent and looks, naturally garners much admiration. Acknowledging the few female disciples with a nod, Qin Qian turned and made his way down the foot of Xintian Peak. He had seen in the sect manual that the secret realm trial for new outer disciples typically involves exploring a small secret realm in the Qi refinement stage, aimed at testing the courage of the new disciples and evaluating their recent cultivation progress. With this secret realm trial, he would not need to undertake any tasks from the mission hall to leave the sect. Upon entering the secret realm, he planned to seize an opportunity to use a long-distance teleportation talisman to escape, intending to return only after breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Having mapped out his plan in his mind, Qin Qian quickened his pace down the mountain, soon arriving at the foot of Xiantian Peak. Greetings, Xixiao. At the foot of the mountain, several disciples from Xiantian Peak, still awaiting their companions, greeted him cheerfully upon his arrival. Hello, Qin Qian replied politely, nodding to the crowd before turning towards the outer sect square. Chapter 26. Mu Yuru's Targeting, the Arrival of the Chosen One. Upon reaching the outer sect square, he found it already teeming with thousands of young disciples, who were gathered in small clusters engaged in conversation. Wow, have you heard? That Xiao Fan from the outer sect Xianxian Peak has already broken through to the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. Don't scare me. We're all outer disciples and joined the sect on the same day. I'm only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. And you're telling me someone has reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment in less than 10 days? Why would I lie? His breakthrough speed has caught the attention of the sect's higher-ups, and an elder had him retested for talent. It turns out he possesses the 9-dragon immortal body and an immortal grade spirit root. He is likely to be designated as the sect's chosen one for cultivation. This is infuriating. I'm also from Xianxian Peak, and I sensed he was extraordinary from the start. How regrettable that I didn't make an effort to befriend him, only to brush shoulders with a future powerhouse. The news of Xiao Fan's breakthrough to the 9th level of Foundation establishment shocked everyone, as none had anticipated the emergence of such an astonishing figure among the outer disciples. Simultaneously, they all lamented their own lack of foresight, regretting not recognizing Xiao Fan's unusual potential sooner. Had they formed an alliance with him, they would have secured a connection to a future formidable force, ensuring their own ascendance. Regrettably, there are no remedies for missed opportunities. Some chances, once lost, remain forever out of reach. Listening to the chatter around him, Qin Qian felt little concern. After all, reaching the 9th level of Foundation establishment was within his grasp, if not for accumulating a solid foundation. Breaking through to the transformation stage in 3 days would be trivial for him. As for the so-called immortal body and immortal grade spirit root, they were utterly incomparable to his void Dao body and divine grade spirit root, hence he remained unfazed. Nonetheless, he harbored a strong intent to eliminate Xiao Fan. After all, this individual had recently issued a death threat against him in the outer sect marketplace, only to be met with a slap. He doubted Xiao Fan could simply swallow that insult. More critically, Xiao Fan had set his sights on the all-devouring heaven cauldron and the fragments of the wheel of causality in Qin Qian's possession, 2 invaluable assets that were integral to his current strength. He could not allow anyone to covet these treasures. Therefore, he deemed it imperative to remove Xiao Fan without delay, even if he was on the verge of becoming the sect's chosen one. I hope he participates in this outer trial. Otherwise, if he becomes the chosen one and remains in the sect for cultivation, I might find it challenging to act against him, Qin Qian muttered to himself. Suddenly, a massive flying vessel carrying an enormous palace sped toward them from afar. On the deck of the vessel, a woman clad in purple was engaged in lively conversation with a group of young men and women. Before long, the gigantic flying vessel gracefully docked at the outer sect square, and the purple-clad woman ceased her chatter, turning to address the thousands of new outer disciples present in a calm tone. I am Mu Yuru, the senior sister of Taishan Peak. I, along with several elders, will oversee your secret realm trial. From this moment on, you are to follow my commands. Do you understand? With these words, a terrifying pressure erupted from her, akin to a mountain, overwhelming the crowd and rendering them breathless. Naturally, Qin Qian was unaffected, as his physique allowed him to disregard all forms of pressure. Not even a celestial being could impose any influence upon him. Understood, senior sister. Please, we beseech you to retract your divine might. The disciples, lacking Qin Qian's capabilities, could only lower their heads and plead with Mu Yuru to alleviate the pressure. Upon noticing that her pressure had no effect on Qin Qian, Mu Yuru was taken aback. However, seeing that the others were nearly suffocating under her might, she promptly waved her hand to dispel it. Soon after, 4 bridges appeared from the enormous flying vessel, connecting to the ground. The disciples rushed toward the bridges and boarded the vessel. The deck of the massive flying ship was equivalent to a large square, capable of accommodating at least 10,000 people, so the influx of thousands of outer disciples did not lead to any congestion. Following the crowd, Qin Qian arrived on the deck shortly thereafter. Upon boarding, he spotted several familiar faces. Among them was Lin Chun, the very disciple he had injured just days prior, who now shrank back, pretending not to see him amidst the flurry of flattery from the gathered crowd. Qin Qian paid him no mind, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd. Yet he failed to locate Xiaofan, just as Qin Qian believed Xiaofan would not be participating in this outer trial. A middle-aged man clad in a golden robe with fiery red hair appeared, hastily accompanied by a young man in white. Uncle Qian, what brings you here? Mu Yuru, who had been contemplating how to teach Qin Qian a lesson, suddenly noticed the red-haired man and immediately saluted him with cupped hands. Xiaofan expressed his desire to participate in this outer trial, and so the sect leader asked me to accompany him for his safety. Rest assured, the trial will still be presided over by you and several outer elders. I am merely a bystander in this matter, so there is no need to concern yourself with me, the third elder explained as he perceived Mu Yuru's confusion. Greetings, senior sister Mu, the white-clad young man, Xiaofan, stepped forward from behind the third elder, smiling as he greeted Mu Yuru. No need for such formality. Mu Yuru cast a glance at him, exchanged a few pleasantries with the third elder, and then her gaze returned to Qin Qian standing at a distance. Based on my extensive years of singlehood experience, it appears, Mu girl, that you have taken a liking to that young disciple, haven't you? Observing Mu Yuru's gaze lingering on Qin Qian, the third elder took a swig from a wine gourd and chuckled teasingly. Uncle Master, please refrain from such frivolous remarks. How could I possibly have feelings for an outer sect disciple? Upon hearing the third elder's jest, Mu Yuru momentarily froze before confidently responding. That's for the best. Although that fellow possesses astonishing talent and an extraordinarily formidable physique, regrettably, the resources he requires for breakthroughs are excessively abundant. Moreover, he must endure tribulations 1,000-fold more challenging than those faced by ordinary individuals at each realm, which ultimately dooms him from achieving longevity. The third elder took another sip of wine and proceeded to chatter on endlessly. Beside them, Xiaofan, upon hearing the third elder's words, couldn't help but exhibit a look of disdain, as if regarding a fool. While others might be oblivious to Qin Qian's formidable prowess, he was acutely aware. Qin Qian had long surpassed the foundation establishment stage before him and had shattered the ancient limits, ascending to the legendary rankings of the eternal prodigy. Moreover, he wielded a celestial artifact and possessed a shard of the wheel of causality. Even he, a reincarnated immortal emperor, felt trepidation towards Qin Qian, needing to rely on ancient ferocious demons to dare to confront him. Yet, the third elder claimed that Qin Qian was destined to falter, which he found to be the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard. I acknowledge your strength, but this time I have made ample preparations. I refuse to believe you can return alive to the Taishan Sword Sect. Casting a glance at Qin Qian in the distance, Xiaofan coldly sneered with utmost confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Qian harbored similar intentions, having no plans of allowing him to return alive to the Taishan Sword Sect. Chapter 27. The Moonfall Secret Realm opens. Battle with Immortal Emperor Xiaofan. The location of this secret realm trial was situated not far from the sect, within the Moonfall Gorge, and the departure was set to commence. Once all the newly admitted disciples gathered at the Flying Vessel Plaza, Mu Yuru produced a token and commanded the activation of the colossal flying ship. With a thunderous rumble, the blaring sound resonated as the massive vessel ascended and surged forth towards the gates of the Taishan Sword Sect. During the voyage, many outer sect disciples, spotting Lin Shun and a host of direct disciples, approached with smiles, hoping to gain favor and be accepted as followers. Similarly, Xiaofan found himself surrounded by numerous female disciples, all vying for his attention, eager to cling to his prominence. However, regrettably, despite their strenuous efforts to impress, their lack of commensurate strength only served to further diminish their standing in the eyes of the esteemed. As for Qin Qian, he retreated to the rear of the colossal flying ship's palace, leaning against a pillar, comfortably basking in the sunlight. Why don't you engage with the others? A cool female voice suddenly pierced his reverie. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yuru, adorned in purple, appeared beside him. It is of no concern to you. Qin Qian cast a sidelong glance at her before resuming his sunbathing. I am genuinely curious. Without the protection of that esteemed elder this time, how do you plan to confront the demonic beasts within the secret realm, given your lack of cultivation? Mu Yuru seemed to have anticipated Qin Qian's attitude. Rather than growing irritated, she took a seat on the deck not far from him. Are we that familiar? Could you exhibit a sense of boundaries? Noticing Mu Yuru sitting so close, her hair blowing into his face, Qin Qian couldn't help but wrinkle his brow in distaste. Oh, while others strive tirelessly for the opportunity to converse with me, I now face disdain when I make the effort to engage. It seems that what comes too easily is never cherished. Mu Yuru appeared unaffected by Qin Qian's annoyance and merely turned to look at him with a cold smirk. If you're unwell, seek medical attention. Qin Qian felt utterly speechless at Mu Yuru's nonsensical remark. He promptly rose and moved to a pillar several dozen meters away. sitting down to continue enjoying the sun. Soon, half an hour passed. Noticing Qin Qian's reluctance to converse, Mu Yuro eventually turned and departed. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the flying vessel landed steadily on a plain before a vast gorge. The secret realm for this trial lay within the Moonfall Gorge ahead, teeming with numerous Qi refinement stage demonic beasts. Your task is to engage in combat with these creatures, honing your will and refining your combat skills. The trial lasts 3 days, during which each participant must slay 10 demonic beasts of their own realm and retrieve their demon cores. The elders and I will monitor your performance within the secret realm at all times. Those who fail to meet the standards will be demoted to servant disciples for 3 months. After the colossal flying vessel came to a halt, Mu Yuro pointed towards the gorge ahead and announced the details of the trial. She then casually tossed a token, halting the waterfall that stood several hundred meters high. Following that, the token radiated a flash of light, transforming into a 2 or 3 meter tall portal. Charge! As the portal materialized, many disciples, brimming with excitement, rushed inside. Qin Qian lingered at the back of the crowd, not entering the secret realm immediately, for he was waiting for Xiao Fan, who was clearly also waiting for him. Junior brother Qin, after you. Once all the disciples had entered the portal, Xiao Fan took the initiative to address Qin Qian. Without a word, Qin Qian turned and stepped through the portal. Boom. The moment he entered the secret realm, a powerful attack suddenly struck from behind. However, before the strike could reach his body, it was shattered by a mysterious force that erupted from him. Evidently, the defensive talisman of the Great Ascension stage had been triggered. A Great Ascension stage defensive talisman? Huh. Junior brother Qin truly possesses remarkable resources. Xiao Fan's irritated voice echoed from beside him upon seeing his attack thwarted by the power emanating from Qin Qian. It's merely a defensive talisman, nothing to fret over. Yet you attempted to ambush me. Now it is time for you to receive a punch in return. Qin Qian turned to Xiao Fan with an impassive expression before, without hesitation, unleashing the ancient Azure Dragon Fist. Roar! As he struck, a phantom of a blue dragon appeared above his right hand, which rapidly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a colossal dragon over 100 meters long that charged fiercely towards Xiao Fan. Boom, boom, boom. As the Azure Dragon Phantom tore through the air, the space quaked, spiritual energy erupted, and the ground beneath buckled, sending dust and debris flying, as if a devastating flood had swept through, creating an utterly explosive scene. How is this possible? We are both at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. I concede your strength, but how can a single punch possess such cataclysmic power? Witnessing the sheer destructive force of Qin Qian's punch, which could likely overwhelm even a spirit-severing stage cultivator, Xiao Fan was left utterly flabbergasted. Shui Yan, eliminate him. Recognizing he could not withstand such a fearsome blow, Xiao Fan promptly summoned a small black snake from his dantian. Upon its emergence, the snake radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence that could not be concealed. In the next moment, it transformed into a massive serpent several hundred meters long, covered in countless scales, effortlessly blocking Qin Qian's terrifying punch with its formidable physique. For generations, the various sects of the southern domain have toiled for countless years to seal the ferocious demons within the abyss of demons, sacrificing untold lives. Yet you have now fallen to the level of consorting with such fiends? Qin Qian looked at the demonic serpent summoned by Xiao Fan, astonished. After all, the malevolent demons wreaked havoc upon the mortal realm in ancient times. Had it not been for the united efforts of the various clans' formidable warriors to seal them away, the entire southern region, and indeed the entire Tianhuan continent, would have long been obliterated. It can be said that the demons represent a common enemy to all the races of the Tianhuan continent. There were once those who contemplated eradicating these malevolent beings entirely to resolve this great calamity. However, the demons hail from beyond the heavens, possessing not only formidable regenerative abilities but also remarkable defensive prowess, rendering them nearly impossible to slay. Thus, the powerful beings of myriad races established the demon abyss to confine them, with each successive generation of warriors reinforcing the seal in a perpetual cycle. Yet, Qin Qian could hardly fathom that Xiao Fan would so brazenly disregard the collective efforts of all, aligning himself with the demons in pursuit of power. Were this to occur before his transmigration, Xiao Fan's actions would be akin to treasonous collaboration with the enemy for personal gain. Although Qin Qian does not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he would never stoop to the level of betraying the greater good of the myriad races of the Tianhuan continent, as Xiao Fan has done. The law of the jungle persists. The strong prey upon the weak, and might reigns supreme. The Tianhuan continent is but a mere speck in the vast cosmos. What you perceive as righteousness is merely your choice, while I opt for power. What is wrong with allying with demons for the sake of strength? Your vision is woefully myopic. The multiverse is infinitely vast, and the so-called hatred and righteousness pale in comparison to the brilliance of the future. Moreover, should I choose to end your life today, who would ever know of the demon that dwells within me? Observing the astonishment on Qin Qian's face, Xiao Fan sneered disdainfully. Having summoned the demon in front of Qin Qian, he had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. A person devoid of principles like you is not worth further discourse. Unleash all your tactics. Today, only one of us shall emerge alive. As Xiao Fan's words grew increasingly reckless, Qin Qian, disinterested in further dialogue, opted for action. Chapter 28. Countless trump cards, the collapse of the reborn immortal emperor. If you wish for a life or death duel, I shall oblige, but this secret realm is too confined for a proper display. Dare you meet me in the Tianwan mountain range for a true battle? Xiao Fan's gaze was icy as he addressed Qin Qian. In truth, he wished to slay Qin Qian here and now, but the Moonfall's secret realm was merely a minor domain, incapable of withstanding the wrath of the demon serpent. Should a confrontation ensue, the realm would undoubtedly collapse, leading to the demise of all disciples of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect within, thereby exposing the presence of the demon within him. This was not the outcome he desired, as he still needed to leverage the resources of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect to enhance his cultivation, and the secret of the demon must remain concealed. With this in mind, Qin Qian, too, wished to conceal his prowess from the onlookers. Furthermore, should he kill Xiao Fan here, the third elder and Mu Yiru outside would surely take notice, leaving him with no plausible explanation. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to seek a secluded location to resolve the conflict. After all, he possessed tens of thousands of attack talismans of the Great Ascension stage, and once they relocated, he would obliterate Xiao Fan with them. Receiving Qin Qian's affirmative response, Xiao Fan promptly mounted the demon serpent and disappeared into the void. Qin Qian did not linger either. After affixing several Great Ascension defensive talismans to himself, he shattered a long-range teleportation talisman and swiftly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, Qin Qian found himself atop a peak towering 10,000 meters high, and Xiao Fan did not keep him waiting long, emerging from the void within mere breaths. Qin Qian, if one day you were to procure the other half of the causality will fragment and present it to me in the outer sect marketplace, we might still have a chance to become allies. Alas, that opportunity vanished the moment you struck me publicly. This place shall become your grave. As he stepped forth from the void, Xiao Fan spoke with unshakable confidence. So, you possess the other half of the causality will fragment? Seizing upon this critical piece of information, a flicker of delight crossed Qin Qian's previously calm eyes. Huh. Even as death looms, you covet the treasures upon me, Shui Yan. Do not hold back, kill him. Upon witnessing Qin Qian's predatory gaze fixed upon him, Xiao Fan felt a surge of anger and commanded the demon serpent to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, no sooner had he spoken than Qin Qian preemptively hurled a dozen Great Ascension attack talismans at him. Damn it! How does an outer sect disciple possess so many Great Ascension attack talismans? The overwhelming power emanating from the talismans left the once self-assured Xiao Fan momentarily stunned. As a reborn immortal emperor, he had exerted every effort to showcase his talents, and apart from a single celestial artifact, he possessed only 3 Great Ascension attack talismans bestowed by the sect leader. Yet here was Qin Qian, an outer sect disciple without any background, mentor, or prior display of cultivation. How could he possess such a plethora of talismans? First, defend. Observing the impending explosions of the talismans, Xiao Fan's face darkened as he commanded the demon serpent to cease its assault and retreat, using his own body as a shield. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated one after another, and even the demon serpent, a being of the venerable realm, felt momentarily dazed by the blasts. As the explosions subsided, just as Xiao Fan thought he could send the serpent to eliminate Qin Qian, he saw Qin Qian produce over 100 additional Great Ascension attack talismans, hurling them without hesitation. Qin Qian, you coward! Do you only dare to toss talismans from a distance? Have the courage to engage me in a true battle. Faced with the dense cluster of over 100 talismans, Xiao Fan's scalp prickled, and he took refuge beneath the demon serpent, shouting in desperation. What a joke! You initiated the conflict, allowing a venerable demon serpent to attack me. I am merely fighting you using the method you chose. Hearing Xiao Fan's desperate cries, Qin Qian could not help but scoff, producing several hundred attack talismans and tossing them one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed ceaselessly, and soon the demon serpent was drenched in blood, wailing in agony. Qin Qian, you scoundrel! What manner of battle is it that you persistently hurl attack talismans from start to finish? Scoundrel, you had better pray your talismans can slay me, otherwise, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. Witnessing Qin Qian's relentless barrage of talismans for half an hour, with no sign of cessation. Xiaofan felt he was nearing the brink of madness. In his past life, he had endured torment at the hands of several pig-like immortal emperors in the Forbidden Zone. But he had never felt this humiliated. "Fear not, my supply of attack talismans is more than sufficient." Observing Xiaofan still possessing the strength to threaten him, Qin Qian escalated the number of talismans he unleashed, initially tossing dozens, then hundreds. Roar! Under such a relentless and furious bombardment, even the demon serpent, hailing from beyond the heavens and endowed with extraordinary defensive and regenerative capabilities, was now reduced to a state of grievous injury, barely clinging to life. Who says demons are difficult to kill? It is merely a matter of insufficient firepower. Damn you, Qin Qian. Today, I will see you dead. Seeing the demon serpent on the verge of annihilation, Xiaofan steeled his resolve and invoked a secret method to borrow a fragment of power from his future self. Boom. Though it was but a sliver of power, it granted him the strength of a quasi-emperor. Come at me. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from himself, Xiaofan roared, summoning a grand seal inscribed with 9 golden dragons to strike at Qin Qian. A commendable secret method. However, if you wish to slay me, you are sorely mistaken. Observing Xiaofan's realm momentarily reach the terrifying level of a quasi-emperor, Qin Qian's interest in this secret method was piqued. At this moment, he no longer held back. He directly unleashed the emperor's arms, returned in a quantity magnified 10,000 times by the system, one after another, and proceeded to detonate them. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of explosions reverberated in succession, forcing Xiaofan, who charged forward, to retreat repeatedly. "Ah, how can you possess emperor's arms? Damn it, damn it!" Xiaofan roared frantically, driven to madness. When the disciples of the holy sect of Luotian came seeking trouble, he was not present within the sect. Upon his return, he had been preoccupied with showcasing his talents to attract the attention of the higher echelons. Thus, he was unaware of the incident where an emperor had lost an arm within the sect. Now, witnessing Qin Qian produce one emperor's arm after another to bombard him, Xiaofan found himself questioning his very existence. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent, one who fought without adhering to conventional strategies. What others regarded as invaluable trump cards seemed to him as if they were of no consequence. It was now impossible to kill him. If he did not seek an opportunity to escape, he might very well perish here. As he saw Qin Qian retrieve several hundred emperor's arms to hurl at him, Xiaofan's desire to continue the fight evaporated, and he immediately prepared to find a chance to flee with the demon serpent. However, it was too late. Noticing the retreating expression on Xiaofan's face, Qin Qian no longer held back. He promptly summoned the all-devouring cauldron, enlarging it before crushing it towards the sky where Xiaofan stood. "Damn Qin Qian, I will not let you off." Sensing his body completely suppressed by the small black cauldron, Xiaofan acted decisively. He detonated his life-bound immortal artifact, the 9-dragon immortal seal, to buy himself some time. In the next moment, he invoked an ancient soul transfer secret technique, allowing his soul to escape beyond the boundaries of the southern region. As for his physical body, it was entirely subdued by Qin Qian. Chapter 29. The blessing from the heavenly Dao. Is the golden core a universe? Proclaiming himself as the emperor and possessing immortal artifacts, along with countless secret techniques, and being able to escape his soul under the all-devouring cauldron, it seemed that he was not merely an emperor reborn in this world, but rather a celestial emperor reincarnated. Upon hearing Xiaofan's final threat, and drawing from his past experiences reading novels, Qin Qian surmised Xiaofan's identity. After all, he had encountered emperors from the Tianhuang continent, the venerable ancestor Jiang Tai-Xian, the great ox in the scripture pavilion, and Mu Qianxiu, whose arm he had secretly severed. All of them were of the emperor realm. Their auras were undeniably powerful, yet none possessed the bizarre means and hidden trump cards that Xiaofan exhibited. Thus, it could be concluded that Xiaofan was indeed a reincarnated celestial emperor. A reincarnated celestial emperor would surely be privy to many significant events destined to unfold in the future or impending great opportunities. While others might lose sleep over provoking such an existence, Qin Qian, endowed with his own advantages, remained untroubled. He would be able to suppress Xiaofan with absolute strength in the future, just as he had managed to injure him today, casually manipulating the all-devouring cauldron. He captured the fierce demon within it, murmuring to himself with unwavering confidence. Unlike others who feared a celestial emperor's rebirth, he, a system-equipped transmigrator, felt no trepidation. No matter how intricately the opponent schemed, he would extinguish them with sheer might. The reason Xiaofan's soul managed to escape this time was twofold. First, Xiaofan's spiritual power was exceedingly formidable, coupled with secret techniques unknown to Qin Qian. Second, Qin Qian's cultivation was too low, limiting the power he could exert with the all-devouring cauldron. Thus, his utmost priority was to summon the heavenly tribulation and break through to the golden core stage. As for the half-shard of the Wheel of Causality and Xiaofan storage ring, those could wait until after his breakthrough. Resolute in his decision, Qin Qian sought out a complete mountain nearby, casually setting up a defensive isolation array before settling down cross-legged. Subsequently, he activated his advantages, returning the 2 bottles of heavenly grade spirit gathering pills and essence cultivation pills that Chu Lingyao had given him in a 10,000-fold quantity. Ding! 10,000-fold quality return successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 bottle each of superior grade saint-level spirit gathering pills and essence cultivation pills. After the successful return, he simultaneously summoned the heavenly thunder tribulation while swallowing an entire bottle of spirit gathering pills in one gulp. Dozens of superior grade spirit gathering pills were consumed, and their terrifying medicinal power surged into his dantian like a flood breaking through a dam. Not daring to be careless, he immediately circulated the 9 turns profound origin art to refine the medicinal power of the spirit gathering pills at a frenzied pace. For him, the process of breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core encompassed 2 steps. First, compressing the spiritual energy to condense the golden core. Second, enduring the tribulation and solidifying the golden core. As his technique operated, the entirety of the medicinal power from the bottle was rapidly refined. Before long, all the medicinal energy had been assimilated and compressed into a black vortex. This black vortex resembled an unfathomable black hole, now erupting with unparalleled suction, drawing all the spiritual energy within his dantian into itself. However, the range of Qin Qian's dantian extended to an unprecedented 100,000 meters. So even though the fist-sized black hole was desperately sucking, it still required a considerable amount of time. An hour passed, and the black hole continued to absorb. 2 hours passed, and the black hole remained active. Just as the 3rd hour was about to elapse, the black hole finally absorbed and compressed all the spiritual energy within the 100,000-meter range. According to the descriptions in the Cultivation manual, the black vortex, after absorbing a cultivator's spiritual energy, would automatically evolve into a golden core of varying levels based on the amount of energy absorbed. Typically, this evolution would not exceed 10 breaths. He wondered what kind of golden core he would manifest, watching the black vortex completely absorb the spiritual energy within his dantian. Qin Qian patiently awaited the outcome. However, after 10 breaths, his golden core had not yet manifested. A quarter of an hour later, there was still no sign of activity, and even after several hours, the black vortex showed no changes. He decided to wait a little longer. At present, Qin Qian was not overly anxious. After all, his dantian spanned a full 100,000 meters, and the stored spiritual energy far exceeded that of ordinary prodigies by several tens of thousands of times. Thus, it was understandable for the golden core evolution to take longer. Yet, while he could afford to wait, the heavenly tribulation, which had long since gathered, was growing impatient. How about you grant me the reward of the thunder tribulation and then take your leave? Qin Qian suggested, glancing upward at the incessant rumbling of thunder. Agreed. As soon as his words fell, a voice of immense authority echoed from the terrifying thunderclouds. Instantly, 9 droplets of liquid, rich with the essence of the thunder tribulation, flew forth from the clouds and landed in his hands. At that moment, the thundercloud, which had enveloped the area for miles, began to dissipate rapidly. In no time, the sky was left adorned only with a dazzling river of stars and a radiant full moon. Could it truly be so? Observing the 9 droplets of thunder essence in his grasp, along with the dissipated thunder tribulation, Qin Qian felt a mix of surprise and delight. His previous tentative remarks were learned from protagonists in novels he had read in his past life. He had simply wanted to try, never expecting it to succeed. Unbeknownst to him, the Heavenly Dao's special favor was entirely due to his luck level having ascended to that of a child of the star domain. His fate was now intertwined with that of the entire star domain. Thus, it was no wonder that the Heavenly Dao of the Tianhuang continent would grant him favor, should he venture into the immortal realm. Even the Heavenly Dao there would likely open doors for him. Seeing that the black hole in his dantian remained inactive, Qin Qian promptly returned the 9 droplets of thunder essence in a 10,000-fold quantity. After acquiring 90,000 droplets, he attempted to absorb a few drops using his technique, channeling the absorbed power into the black hole. Buzz! As the formidable power of the thunder source liquid was infused into the black hole, an exceedingly faint tremor resonated from within. It bore significance. Sensing that subtle vibration, Qin Qian immediately summoned the all-consuming celestial cauldron once more. After extracting Xiaofan's corpse and the remnants from the explosive 9-dragon celestial seal, he cast them into his storage ring and commenced the refining of 90,000 droplets of thunder source liquid within the cauldron. In no time, 90,000 essences of thunder tribulation materialized before him. Absorb. Without any hesitation, he activated both his void Dao body and the 9 transformations of Qin Yuan, drawing all 90,000 essences into his dantian, subsequently infusing them into the black hole. Boom, boom, boom. As the essence of the thunder tribulation surged into the black hole, it finally exhibited a reaction, growing increasingly intense. However, as the golden core was still in the process of evolution, Qin Qian could not discern what was transpiring within. All he could do was continuously channel the essence of thunder tribulation into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, over 3 hours had elapsed, dawn broke outside, and over 80,000 essences of thunder tribulation had been consumed. Yet, judging by the activity within the black hole, the golden core appeared far from complete. What manner of golden core could take such an interminable time to evolve and consume such an abundance of top-tier resources? Qin Qian was genuinely astonished by this terrifying depletion. Each single droplet of thunder source liquid could sustain many prodigies for an extended period, yet he had expended over 80,000 droplets in a single night. Were it not for his extraordinary resource-returning ability, he may have never aspired to manifest a golden core. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, resources must be utilized. By noon, after depleting the remaining thunder tribulation essences, a shard of his golden core finally emerged. And within that fragment, Qin Qian beheld countless stars and an endless sea. Excellent. Continue the evolution. Upon witnessing this, Qin Qian's earlier discontent dissipated entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned several thousand droplets of God Source liquid, which was exponentially more potent than the Thunder Source liquid. He promptly cast these into the all-consuming celestial cauldron for refinement. Upon obtaining several thousand formidable essences of God Source, he quickly activated his cultivation technique and continued to channel the essences into the black hole, hastening the evolution of his golden core. Time slipped by, and after a day and a night, having absorbed all the essences of God's source, his golden core was finally birthed. Boom, boom, boom. As the golden core emerged, even before Qin Qian could discern its form, a wave of energy erupted, collapsing the very peak where he stood, shattering his saint-level array in the process. System. Quickly conceal all anomalies. Witnessing the surrounding peaks begin to crumble under that wave of energy, Qin Qian could not help but implore the system. Ding! Anomaly concealment successful. With the system's intervention, all unmanifested anomalies vanished, and the earlier wave of energy was resealed within the golden core. Rising from the rubble, he hastily scanned his dantian with his divine sense. To his astonishment, he discovered a palace inscribed with the words primordial Dao field within his dantian. This is the golden core I have condensed. But did I not see countless stars and an infinite sea? Qin Qian could not suppress his bewilderment upon realizing that his long-anticipated golden core was merely a palace. Through the cultivation manual provided by Chu Lingyao, he understood that every cultivator's golden core possesses unique characteristics, not only in quality, but also in form. Some might take the shape of swords, others of mountains or celestial bodies. After expending such a vast quantity of high-tier resources, he had anticipated that his dantian would at least resemble a universe, teeming with stars. He never imagined it would manifest as an ordinary palace. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his divine sense to traverse the palace's entrance, revealing the interior scene. Inside stood a bronze statue of a man, exuding an air of majesty and indifference. Even a glance conveyed the inherent authority and terrifying presence of a natural-born ruler. Undoubtedly, the statue's owner had once ascended to the pinnacle of existence, gazing down upon eternity. However, when he finally discerned the man's features, he was left utterly stunned. For the likeness was strikingly identical to his own. Inexplicably, seeing a statue that bore his visage sent a shiver down Qin Qian's spine. Resisting the urge to withdraw his divine sense, he resumed his examination of the palace's contents. Behind the statue floated 3 items. The first was a scroll titled Chart of the 10,000 Universes, adorned with countless stars. The scene he previously envisioned of the myriad stars was merely a fragment of this scroll. The second was a tome called the Sutra of the Ages, thick and seemingly chronicling endless epochs and burying countless eras. The third was a pearl known as Infinite Chaotic Sea, containing an ocean that appeared capable of encompassing all the spiritual energy of the world. The boundless sea he had witnessed earlier was the vision contained within this pearl. As he finished surveying the items in the palace, a gentle voice resonated in his ear. First, congratulations on successfully summoning the primordial Dao field from the ancient epochs. From this moment forth, you may utilize the rules of the primordial Dao field once daily. When the rules are invoked, irrespective of your location, you will instantly possess combat power on par with this realm's heavenly Dao, albeit for only a brief moment. Second, the 3 treasures within the palace correspond to your physical refinement, divine sense, and spiritual power. Henceforth, the limitations on your cultivation will be entirely lifted. As long as you possess sufficient resources, you may elevate your strength without restraint. In time, others may perceive you as a golden core stage cultivator. Yet you could effortlessly annihilate celestial beings with a mere strike, no longer needing to fear that rapid advancement might attract the attention of mysterious entities who would seek to eliminate you. Finally, and most crucially, the essence of the great Tao has fallen ill, significantly diminishing its control over the myriad paths. To avoid being supplanted by new Taos, it has dispersed numerous seeds throughout the realms. These seeds are unpredictable. They might represent a segment of the heavenly Tao, a fragmented path, or an esteemed figure of unparalleled prowess, all monitoring the world for any extraordinary talents that could surpass the current order. Should such talents arise, they will be covertly eliminated or usurped, or perhaps offered as sustenance to the great Tao. Stunned into silence by the mysterious voice's revelations, Qin Qian could hardly fathom the perilous nature of this world. Was the ancient prodigy list orchestrated by the great Tao? Those who ascended to that list were to be secretly eradicated by its agents. Suddenly struck by a thought, he inquired, "Will you vanish?" "Perhaps, but not just yet." The enigmatic voice replied. "Very well, then I shall take my leave," Qin Qian said in farewell, withdrawing his divine sense from the palace. As soon as his consciousness departed, the primordial dojo descended into a state of nothingness, as if it were non-existent within this expanse, or perhaps not bound by any temporal constraints. Except for Qin Qian, no one could perceive the existence of this palace. Upon successfully condensing the golden core, Qin Qian's cultivation naturally surged to the first level of the golden core stage, with the golden core being remarkably stable, rendering the need for nourishing elixirs obsolete. With his cultivation reaching the golden core stage, his strength dramatically increased, soaring from 600,000 pounds to 800,000 pounds, while the number of astral phantoms in his sea of consciousness expanded from 100 to 150. Furthermore, this breakthrough significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities and self-healing prowess by several dozen times, and his lifespan skyrocketed from a mere century to 5 centuries. Apart from these transformations, two notable distinctions from his previous foundation stage were now evident. He had attained the ability to sustain himself without nourishment, and could now traverse the skies unaided by a flying sword. However, unlike his earlier ascension where he hastily surged from the 1st to the 9th level of the golden core stage, this time he opted for a more measured approach. Aware that the forces of destiny were perpetually monitoring the myriad realms, and even with the causal wheel at his disposal, he realized that he must exercise caution. Thus, he resolved to temper his ascension and focus on honing his strength. After all, the purpose of elevating his cultivation was to augment his power, and now, liberated from the constraints of cultivation levels, he could enhance his strength without limit, akin to his prior training, but without the fear of attracting the attention of unknown assailants. Musing to himself, he pondered whether those mysterious entities that had stripped away the fortunes of his past lives were indeed agents of destiny. However, dwelling on such thoughts seemed futile at this moment. He understood that as his power reached a certain echelon, the answers to many of his questions would naturally unveil themselves. Congratulations to the formidable Qin Taizong for shattering the ancient limits during the foundation establishment stage, successfully condensing the mysterious golden core, and ascending to the 90,000th position on the ancient prodigy rankings, rewarded with 10 drops of divine essence, a divine grade spirit vein, and a divine grade enlightenment tea tree. Just as Qin Qian was about to examine the storage ring and the fragments of the causal wheel belonging to Xiaofan, the announcement from the ancient prodigy rankings resonated in his ears. In contrast to his previous position of 100,000, he had ascended a whole 10,000 places this time. Soon after, 10 drops of terrifyingly potent divine essence, a divine grade spirit vein stretching thousands of meters, and a divine grade enlightenment tea tree, which seemed to enhance one's intellect at first glance, appeared in his hands. System, suppress the anomalies. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to suppress the aura emanating from these treasures. Once the suppression was complete, he promptly stored them within the system's space. Chapter 31. New Functions of the Causal Wheel, the Immortal Secret of the Fiends. Finding a nearby peak, Qin Qian retrieved Xiaofan's corpse from the storage ring. As soon as the corpse was extracted, a fragment of a copper mirror flew out from Xiaofan's dantian. Subsequently, the half-fragment of the copper mirror within Qin Qian's body also soared out autonomously. Upon their reunion, the two fragments resonated in the air, akin to long-lost brothers reuniting. With a thunderous crash, there was no need for Qin Qian to intervene. After a brief exchange, the two fragments of the causal wheel seamlessly fused together. Following their fusion, the causal wheel was restored from a half-step annihilation level back to the annihilation level, significantly enhancing its powers of deduction, prediction, and concealment, now augmented by a new ability, curse. By sacrificing a portion of one's lifespan, one could bypass the opponent's cultivation level and directly invoke a curse. This was tantamount to inflicting true damage. Regardless of the opponent's rank, anyone cursed would sustain injury. Quite remarkable. After re-establishing his bloodline connection with the now complete causal wheel, Qin Qian stored it within his dantian. He then proceeded to inspect Xiaofan's storage ring. Although it bore Xiaofan's soul restraints, the latter had been gravely injured. And with Qin Qian's ascension to the golden core stage, his soul power had significantly amplified. Thus, he easily shattered the soul restraints. Upon inspecting the contents of the storage ring with his divine sense, disappointment washed over him. Aside from 3 formidable attack talismans of the Great Ascension stage, the other items, mystical spirit veins and thousands of years of medicinal herbs, were utterly unimpressive in his eyes. Even a reborn immortal emperor is a mere pauper. Qin Qian couldn't help but scoff. However, just as he retrieved the 3 attack talismans and prepared to discard the remaining items back into the storage ring, a seemingly ordinary list captured his attention. In the year 901, 200 of the heavenly desolation calendar, I, the 9 dragons immortal emperor, have successfully resurrected. Below are the imminent grand opportunities that I must seize. One day hence, in the outer sect market, another fragment of the causal wheel will be sold. In 1 month, the ancient vermilion bird's secret realm will open, within which a celestial fire will emerge. In 2 months, the demonic abyss will stir, and the rifts in the starry sky will open, containing a golden page inscribed with methods of spatial cultivation. As he absorbed the various opportunities listed, Qin Qian's initial disappointment transformed into exhilaration. I acknowledge that your resurrection as an immortal emperor has granted you some prowess. Although this does not alter the fact that you are still a pauper, I am grateful for the opportunity list you left for me. After casually storing the opportunity list within the system's space, Qin Qian smiled at Xiaofan's corpse. To express his gratitude to this benevolent soul, he activated the Void Dao body and extracted both the essence of Xiaofan's 9 dragons immortal body and the essence of his spiritual root. Having cast both essences into the system's space, he then drew forth the heavenly slaying sword and cleaved Xiaofan's corpse into nothingness. Next, his gaze fell upon the demonic serpent he had obliterated with an attack talisman, according to the knowledge he had acquired prior to his transmigration. The reason these ancient fiends were so difficult to slay was likely due to their origins in higher dimensional realms, endowed with the powers of higher dimensional laws. It would indeed be a formidable challenge to vanquish beings possessing such powers with a lower dimensional force. To illustrate inadequately, it was akin to an ordinary person attempting to slay a crocodile with a mere sewing needle. How many needles would it take to fell such a rugged creature? Without hesitation, he summoned the all-devouring cauldron and commenced the refinement of the rule power within the demonic serpent's body. Soon, a strand of black power, no thicker than a hair, was successfully extracted from the serpent. Is this the secret behind the near indestructibility of ancient fiends? Qin Qian mused as he regarded the black power before him. Xiaofan had risked standing against the myriad races of the heavenly desolation continent to broker deals with these ancient fiends, presumably in pursuit of this very power, which now fortuitously fell into his hands. After some contemplation, he attempted to integrate this power into his right hand. With a resounding boom, his right hand erupted with waves of terrifying black demonic energy, and he could feel a substantial enhancement coursing through it. Both his self-healing and defensive capabilities multiplied several-fold in an instant. Indeed formidable, yet this alone cannot alter my life tier. Extracting the black power from his right hand, Qin Qian stored it within the system's space. For the ordinary cultivators of the heavenly desolation continent, this black power would suffice to elevate their life tier. However, due to his exceptionally potent constitution, this mere strand of black power was but a drop in the ocean for him. He would need to return and reap 100-fold in order for it to yield any significant effect. After severing the body of the vicious demon into nothingness with the celestial blade, Qin Qian produced a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and shattered it, transporting himself to the falling moon's secret realm. Initially, he had intended to multiply his gains from this endeavor 1,000-fold. Yet the external trial's duration was limited to 3 days, and today marked the final day. Thus, he decided to return first and complete the trial process to avoid any unnecessary suspicion, as he aspired to remain within the Taishan Sword Sect for the foreseeable future. As he hurried back to the falling moon's secret realm using the teleportation talisman, the myriad realms erupted once more in a frenzy over his name. How could this be possible? He had merely broken the ancient limit during the foundation establishment stage. How was it that he skyrocketed from the 100,000th to the 90,000th position? Indeed, it took me a century to quell the dark turmoil in my celestial realm, and such a significant contribution only improved my rank by 2 places. Yet, he ascends 1,000 spots simply by breaking through a single realm. How is that fair? Let us not be too upset. I've got 2 jokes for you. Remember that fellow who was recently ousted from the 100,000th position by the fearsome Qin Qian? I've seen him in a fit of rage recently, annihilating several forbidden zones of evil. He was on the verge of reclaiming his rank, but now with this sudden surge from the bandit, the threshold for the 100,000th position has risen once more. That poor chap is likely to be driven to despair. Ha ha, hearing you say that certainly lifts my spirits. In the special chat channel of the ancient prodigy rankings, numerous prodigies from different realms, all renowned in their own right, began to emerge and voice their thoughts. Since his ranking, Qin Qian had access to this chat channel. Yet he was so engrossed in his cultivation that he had neither the time nor the inclination to boast or engage in idle chatter. Meanwhile, in a celestial domain, a white-clad youth with a frenzied gaze and a long blade in hand was wreaking havoc in a forbidden zone of evil. Damn that bandit Qin Qian. Once I reclaim my place on the ancient prodigy rankings, I will challenge you to a duel and slap you down. Chapter 32. The Conclusion of the Trial. Anomalous Mu Yurua. Upon a desolate mountain in the falling moon's secret realm, Qin Qian had already slain over a dozen first-level Qi refinement beasts and collected their demon cores in a newly acquired storage ring. Indeed, he now presented himself at the first level of Qi refinement. His original storage ring had been discarded into the system space. The rationale behind this was that his physique was so extraordinarily powerful that the resources required for each realm breakthrough exceeded those of the same tier by 1,000-fold. If he were to reveal too much of his cultivation, it would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention to the source of his resources. Recently, he had rescued the goddess in Miaohan, and her junior sister, Chu Lingyao, had gifted him 2 earth-tier spirit veins and some rare materials, providing him with a suitable pretext to display his first-level Qi refinement prowess. The criteria for this trial involved slaying 10 beasts of the same realm and extracting their demon cores as proof, a task he accomplished with effortless ease. Feeling somewhat bored, he ventured into the den of a 4th-level Qi refinement wolf, abducting a pup and inciting the mother wolf to chase after him in a frenzied fury. He feigned panic, narrowly evading her grasp each time she lunged. Isn't that senior brother Qin Qian? Why is he being chased by a 4th-level Qi refinement wolf? Many disciples witnessed his frantic flight. You speak so boldly, yet you're being pursued by a mere 4th-level Qi refinement wolf? Outside the secret realm, Mu Yurua, who had not seen Qin Qian for the past 3 days, felt a twinge of curiosity. However, upon witnessing him being chased by a mother wolf, she could not suppress a chuckle. After all, Qin Qian had always regarded her with indifference and spoken to her in a cold manner. Thus, seeing him in such a disheveled state brought her some amusement. Affection often arises from the emotional influence one has on another. Nearby, Elder Sen observed the previously stern-faced Mu Yurua now smiling at the sight of Qin Qian being pursued by a beast. He could not help but remark with a knowing smile. Several seasoned outer sect elders nearby nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring his understanding. Master Uncle, what nonsense are you spouting? I simply found it amusing. It has nothing to do with affection, Mu Yurua replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone. Yet, as she beheld Qin Qian's chaotic flight from the wolf, her lips involuntarily curled upward. It's about time. Let us conclude this trial. Without elaborating further to Mu Yurua, Elder Sen glanced at the time and turned to address the other elders. Upon hearing his words, the other elders promptly produced their command tokens and began transmitting messages. As the announcement of the trial's conclusion resonated, the disciples activated their tokens, promptly being teleported out of the secret realm, with Qin Qian among them. By the heavens, that was close. I just encountered a 5th-level Qi refinement crocodile, but thankfully I was swift enough to escape. 5th-level Qi refinement is but a trifle. With a single strike, I could vanquish it. Alas, the assessment required the slaughter of 10 beasts of the same realm, yet I have only slain 7. As soon as they were teleported out, the disciples began chattering excitedly, some boasting of their exploits, others relieved to have narrowly escaped danger, while a few despaired at their failure to meet the assessment criteria. Wait, why hasn't Xiaofan emerged yet? Elder Sen inquired, scanning the crowd for Xiaofan's figure, his brow furrowing in confusion. Logically, for someone at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, a mere Qi refinement realm trial should be child's play for him. He should have been the first to exit. Perhaps he is still lingering in the secret realm for some reason, Mu Yurua speculated. Allow me to probe with my divine sense, Elder Sen replied, tucking away his wine gourd before deploying his formidable divine sense, enveloping the entirety of the falling moon's secret realm. How can this be? Xiaofan is not amidst any adversity. After scrutinizing every corner of the realm, Elder Sen gasped in astonishment. Not present in the secret realm, nor at the scene. How could such a significant figure simply vanish? This matter was too peculiar. I must return to the sect and report to the sect master. Elder Sin declared urgently before swiftly departing through the air. Xiaofan's talent was considered among the most formidable in the history of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect, second only to Qin Qian, and the sect had planned to nurture him vigorously. Thus, his sudden disappearance under Elder San's watch was understandably alarming. Senior sister, I have slain over 34th level Qi refinement beasts, and even took down a 5th level Qi refinement tiger. Lin Shun, Mu Yuo's junior disciple, proudly emerged from the crowd, eagerly looking toward his sister for praise. Well done. You shall be rewarded with a bottle of earth-tier cleansing elixir upon our return, Mu Yuo replied with satisfaction. Thank you, senior sister. Receiving such commendation in front of so many peers filled Lin Shun with pride. Suddenly, he spotted Qin Qian in the crowd and scoffed. Some individuals are being chased by a 4th level Qi refinement wolf. I doubt they have even slain a single beast. Observing Lin Chen's derisive tone, Qin Qian nonchalantly produced a handful of demon cores. Upon seeing the numerous demon cores in Qin Qian's hands, Lin Chen felt as though he had been struck across the face. They are merely 1st level Qi refinement demon cores. Perhaps those were carelessly discarded by some 3rd or 4th level junior brother, and certain individuals simply picked them up. Indeed, it's just a handful of demon cores. Why act as if it's something grand? As Lin Chen faced the slap of humiliation, his close associates, the esteemed disciples, rushed to his defense. Enough. Without any evidence, do not casually slander others. In the journey of cultivation, luck can sometimes eclipse strength. Even if someone has merely stumbled upon their success, it remains their skill. At that moment, Mu Yuo unexpectedly reprimanded Lin Shun and several other prodigies, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. Sister is imparting wisdom, they thought. Although Lin Shun and the others were confused, they dared not provoke Mu Yuo's authority and promptly bowed their heads. Shouldn't one apologize for wronging others? Mu Yuo's tone was stern. The onlookers were even more perplexed. Lin Shun, wishing to plead his case, was silenced by his sister's unyielding expression. Reluctantly, he approached Qin Qian and uttered, I'm sorry. Seeing Lin Shun bow his head, the others followed suit and offered their apologies. Qin Qian, bemused, was left wondering what affliction had befallen Mu Yuo this time. Though we have had our minor disagreements, as the master sister of Tai-Xian Peak and the leader of this expedition, I will ensure fairness and justice, Mu Yuo asserted, casting a glance at Qin Qian when he remained silent. Your sense of righteousness is commendable, sister. I deeply admire it, Qin Qian replied, albeit half-heartedly. As they boarded the flying vessel to return to the sect, it was decreed that all disciples who failed the trial would be demoted to servant status for 3 months. After a final glance at Qin Qian, Mu Yuo urged the disciples to board the massive flying ship. With a thunderous roar, the colossal vessel soared into the sky, racing towards the location of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. On the journey back, Qin Qian chose silence, positioning himself beside the previous column to bask comfortably in the sunlight. Upon my return, I must procure another defensive isolation array and perhaps select a secluded mountain for my cultivation. Gazing at the clouds drifting by, Qin Qian began to contemplate his plans for when he returned to the sect. The defensive array was imperative, and he aimed for a higher grade, as his cultivation methods tended to create considerable commotion. He wished not to disturb others nor attract their scrutiny, especially since his previous array had been destroyed during the condensation of his golden core. The need for a new mountain peak was also driven by privacy concerns. Despite his best efforts to remain inconspicuous, the sheer number of individuals in Xiantian Peak meant that he would inevitably attract attention. Thus, a solitary mountain would be more advantageous. The sect offered such services, allowing disciples to purchase independent peaks with contribution points. With 1 million contribution points awarded by the sect nestled within his identity token, he was confident it would suffice to secure a pleasant, independent mountain. You truly are here. A familiar female voice suddenly echoed from afar. What brings you here again? Qin Qian replied without lifting his gaze. Before others, you call me sister, yet behind closed doors, you speak to me coldly. Observing Qin Qian's lack of eye contact, Mu Yuo let out a soft huff and settled herself a short distance away. State your business plainly. Qin Qian turned his head to glance at her. I have investigated the matter from that day. It was Lin Shun who maliciously humiliated you, and your retaliation was a response to his provocation. Having just emerged from seclusion, I witnessed my junior brother grievously injured, which led to my impulsive remarks. I apologize for my rudeness in front of so many people. Mu Yuo's delicate hands tightened around her skirt as she earnestly met Qin Qian's gaze, her first apology directed toward anyone, let alone a male. Hearing her words, Qin Qian couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. After all, he was merely a lowly outer sect disciple, his cultivation level laughably insufficient. While she was the master sister of Tai-Xian Peak, a direct disciple of the sect leader, even if she erred, she could easily dismiss it without consequence. Yet, Her willingness to lower herself to apologize was indeed remarkable. This was merely a minor conflict among peers. Given her sincere apology, I, as a man, shall not be petty. I forgive you. Qin Qian finally lifted his gaze to meet hers, his tone surprisingly amicable. With prejudice cast aside, he truly noticed her exceptional beauty, her fair skin, graceful figure, and the mature allure that enveloped her. However, he merely allowed himself a fleeting glance before returning to observe the clouds ahead. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, how about I treat you to a meal? Consider it an amends for my previous grievances. With Qin Qian's forgiveness and a hint of cheer in her heart, Mu Yuro suggested dining together. Your kindness is appreciated, but dining is unnecessary. After all, there are many who admire you in the sect. If they were to see their goddess sharing a meal with a mere outer sect disciple of the first level of Qi refinement, I fear I would suffer greatly. Qin Qian promptly declined her invitation, not out of fear of her admirers, but due to his pressing need to focus on cultivation. The Vermilion Bird's secret realm would soon open, and the treasure map he obtained from Yi Qianshang awaited exploration. How could he spare time for a meal with Mu Yuro? Women would only hinder his pace of growth. With me around, who would dare target you? Mu Yuro felt a tinge of disappointment at his refusal. Do you expect to remain by my side indefinitely? Qin Qian rolled his eyes at her. Since you refused to dine, surely you can grant me a single request? Seeing the logic in his words, Mu Yuro pondered before continuing. Then I shall not hold back. Please assist me in acquiring a token that allows free access in and out of the sect. Qin Qian spoke eagerly. With many grand opportunities arising, I need the freedom to venture outside the sect without the hassle of receiving a mission each time. It would be far more efficient to have a token that grants me unrestricted access. You ask for a favor, and this is your request? Mu Yuro regarded him with an odd expression, her eyes scanning him curiously. Here she was, a stunning beauty, and he declined her invitation for a meal, only to make a rather mundane request when given the chance. Could it be that he was incapable of more? What are you imagining? Do you think I could propose something outlandish that you would accept? If I request something practical and attainable, what is wrong with that? Perceiving her thoughts, Qin Qian's expression darkened. Fine, upon our return to the sect, I will assist you with this, Mu Yuro relented, casting a glance at Qin Qian before waving her hand dismissively. Just then, a cacophony of beast roars erupted from the distance. A beast tide is approaching. I must go direct the response. With that, Mu Yuro addressed Qin Qian before rising and striding towards the deck of the flying vessel. Upon reaching the deck, she immediately spotted a formidable horde of powerful beasts charging toward them from several thousand meters away. Activate the defensive array immediately. All disciples, hurry to the ship's cabin, Mu Yuro commanded decisively. Upon hearing her orders, the disciples hastily retreated into the palace aboard the flying vessel, while the elders rushed to engage the defensive array. With a resounding hum, the protective array of the vessel was fully activated. Upon reaching this juncture, Mu Yuro let out a sigh of relief. The flying vessel was of the lower tier of the celestial order, capable of withstanding any attacks below the tribulation phase. It should pose no significant challenge against a typical beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Soon enough, the vessel sailed into the heart of the beast tide, where peculiar bats and blood-red-eyed golden eagles frantically assaulted the defensive formation. Unfortunately, the fiercest among these beasts was merely at the spirit-severing stage, rendering their relentless assaults ineffective against the protective array, just as everyone believed they were merely facing a commonplace beast tide, safeguarded by the vessel's defensive mechanisms. A colossal hand infused with demonic energy suddenly erupted from the mountains below, seizing the entire vessel and dragging it downward. How could a fiend from the abyss of demons appear near the Tai-Hsien Sword Sect? Witnessing the monstrous hand suffused with malevolent energy, Mu Yuro and the elders were stricken with fear, for their strength was utterly inadequate against such a formidable force, leaving them to await their demise in despair. I refuse to accept this fate. I have only just embarked on my cultivation journey, with a promising future ahead. How can I possibly perish here? Many disciples in the cabin turned pale, terror-stricken by the demonic hand. Some even cried out in panic. Cackle, pitiful human vermin. You shall all become the sustenance of this demon emperor. Just as the vessel was about to be dragged underground, a terrifying, wicked laughter resonated in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this dreadful laughter, many succumbed to despair and fainted. If my assumptions are correct, this must be the handiwork of Xiaofan. Summoning a demon emperor indeed carries significant weight. However, regrettably, with just a single demon emperor, I hardly regard him as a threat. Listening to the demon emperor's arrogant laughter, Qin Qian muttered to himself, and in the next moment, he activated the rules of the primordial Dao field. Once invoked, it would grant him power comparable to the heavenly Dao of this realm. Chapter 34. One palm to annihilate the demon emperor. Arrival at Qinglong Peak. Buzz. Upon activating the rules of the primordial Dao field, Qin Qian felt an immense elevation in his life essence. In an instant, his dantian was flooded with an abundance of rule-based power, causing a transformative shift in his consciousness, spiritual energy, physical form, and bodily functions. At that moment, the entirety of the Tianhuang continent lay before him, and the concealed laws of the heavenly Dao were vividly clear. He felt an overwhelming strength that defied description. Die. Without further ado, Qin Qian reached towards the demon emperor below. The power of the heavenly Dao, how can this be? Captured by the terrifying hand of rules, the once arrogant demon emperor was instantly rendered dumbstruck. The reason they dared to wreak havoc on the Tianhuang continent was their belief that the heavenly Dao would not dare to act against them. But now, the hand seizing him was the manifestation of the heavenly Dao's rules. Damn you, Xiaofan. Did you not claim that there was no danger in eliminating these people? I can't believe I fell for your deception. As the terrifying hand of rules threatened to crush him, the demon emperor cursed vehemently within. He had thought that being released from his seal by Xiaofan would allow him to act with impunity, yet he was swiftly subdued the moment he made a move. I refuse to accept this. In a final, frustrated roar, the demon emperor met his end. Qin Qian promptly utilized the ever-devouring heaven cauldron to discreetly collect the demon emperor's corpse. Having completed this, he casually waved his hand, relocating the massive flying vessel from the depths to the surface. At this moment, the duration of his activation of the primordial Dao field also concluded. Have we been saved? Upon seeing the light of day again, all those still conscious were incredulous, though the prevailing sentiment was one of relief after the ordeal. I'm alive. They say those who survive great calamities will surely be blessed. My future must be bright. Indeed, surviving the grasp of a demon emperor is a feat I can boast about for generations. Wake up, you still lack a Dao partner. Don't indulge in daydreams. After the initial excitement, many disciples gathered to converse joyfully, while others remained silent, clearly traumatized by the recent life and death crisis. I have already conveyed the situation to my master. Soon the sect will send someone to retrieve us. After putting away the communication jade slip, Mu Yuro addressed the crowd. For the vessel had become severely deformed from the demon emperor's grip and was no longer usable. While awaiting sect support, she quickly scanned the crowd, feeling a sense of relief upon spotting Qin Qian. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the third elder arrived with a group of powerful individuals. Upon clarifying the situation, a grave expression appeared on the faces of the third elder and the others. What a tumultuous period this is. Thankfully, a mysterious senior intervened to suppress that demon emperor. Now, let us return to the sect. Sighing, the third elder enlarged a gourd of wine with a wave of his hand, leading everyone back to the Taishan Sword Sect. The attack by the demon emperor had profoundly alarmed the higher-ups of the Taishan Sword Sect. Upon hearing of this incident, the Peach Blossom Venerable of the Yaoqi Sacred Land and the Quasi-Emperor Nalanmeng of the Zhuke Immortal Sect promptly relayed the news to their respective sect leaders. The Zhuke Immortal Sect will notify the Luotian Sacred Sect. The escape of the demon from the abyss of demons concerns the safety of all tribes in the southern region, and we must take it seriously. After concluding the transmission, Nalanmeng spoke with a solemn expression. It seems the matter of Xiaofan's disappearance must be postponed. Sect leader Lin Wushuang pinched his brow and sighed inwardly. On the other side, upon returning to the sect, Qin Qian did not immediately make his way back to Xiantian Peak. Instead, he transformed his appearance and went directly to the outer sect market. The area was still bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. He did not linger for long, simply purchasing some clothing, a few luminous pearls, and a ground-tier defensive isolation formation before returning. Upon arriving at Xiantian Peak, he stored the supplies in his storage ring, also taking away the wooden board used for messages. Having completed these tasks, he proceeded to the contribution hall of the sect, which functioned similarly to a marketplace, except that the currency used was contribution points rather than spirit stones. Elder, do you have any independent peaks for sale that offer a pleasant environment and minimal disturbances? Entering the contribution hall, Qin Qian approached the counter to inquire. What is your budget? The gray-robed elder, without lifting his gaze, replied while continuing to jot down notes. Between 500,000 and 1 million contribution points, Qin Qian promptly stated. You are the one who saved the goddess, Qin Qian, aren't you? Upon hearing a new outer sect disciple mention such a substantial amount of contribution points, the gray-robed elder was taken aback, then suddenly asked. That is correct. Qin Qian presented his identity token. Based on your requirements, here are several locations for you to choose from. Glancing at the token in his hand, the gray-robed elder promptly handed him a list. The Xianyuan Peak, located within the inner sect, connected to the Taishan mountain range, features picturesque scenery and contains a low-grade earth spirit vein, priced at 900,000 contribution points. The Tianjin Peak, situated in the inner sect, was once a training ground for inner sect disciples to refine their sword intent, but has since fallen into disrepair and is now abandoned. However, it houses a sword tower that can enhance one's comprehension of the sword path, priced at 800,000 contribution points. Qinglong Peak, located in the inner sect, is said to have derived its name from a stone tablet engraved with an ancient azure dragon, sighted at the inception of the sect. However, due to its remote location, nestled against the Taixian mountain range, it has remained uninhabited for centuries, with a price tag of 600,000 contribution points. Casting a quick glance over the list in his hands, Qin Qian contemplated deeply. Senior, I shall choose Qinglong Peak. Ultimately, Qin Qian settled on the mountain he desired. Choosing this one, you will likely need to add an additional 200,000 contribution points to purchase a heavenly grade defensive array. For that place has not been visited for ages, and the formation has long since faltered, remarked the elder clad in gray upon hearing Qin Qian's choice. Very well. I humbly request you to configure a heavenly grade array for me. Qin Qian feigned contemplation for a moment before readily agreeing. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, contribution points were merely useful for this purchase, yet he still felt compelled to feign distress over such a significant expenditure. Furthermore, the array he had acquired from the outer sect was portable. It would be crucial to have a defensive formation protecting Qinglong Peak upon his departure, thus rendering the purchase worthwhile. Such a sprightly young lad. Here is the Peak Master's token. Take good care of it. I shall now escort you to Qinglong Peak to arrange your formation. The elder, upon witnessing Qin Qian's swift expenditure of 800,000 contribution points, found his impression of the young man considerably improved. After delegating his tasks to others, he seized Qin Qian and vanished from sight. Within mere breaths, the elder Gu Tongtian materialized with Qin Qian before a towering peak that pierced the clouds. With no inhabitants for years, the peak has become home to numerous spirit beasts. Allow me to clear them out for you, lest you feel uneasy during your stay. Casting his spiritual sense over Qinglong Peak, Gu Tongtian waved his hand, releasing a spirit beast pouch that expanded and began to voraciously draw in the beasts residing on the peak. Spirit beasts and ferocious beasts are essentially wild creatures. However, the latter are known for their brutal temperament and penchant for violence, while the former possess a gentler disposition and, with proper cultivation, can become loyal companions to cultivators. In short order, thousands of Foundation Establishment Stage Spirit Beasts, hundreds of Golden Core Stage Beasts, and 2 nascent Soul Stage Beasts were captured within the pouch. The remaining ones are all Qi Refinement Stage Spirit Beasts. With the Peak Master's token, they cannot harm you. After casually stowing the Spirit Beast pouch, Gu Tongtian produced a heavenly grade array disc and activated the incantation, directly implanting it into Qinglong Peak. Boom. As the array disc was embedded, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Qinglong Peak surged violently into the disc, fully activating the heavenly grade array. Once the array was in motion, the entire Qinglong Peak seemed to be shrouded in mist, rendering it invisible to outsiders. Of course, those with high cultivation or special vision techniques were exceptions. The array is now operational. The task of establishing your cave dwelling is yours to undertake, Gu Tongtian remarked, casually depositing Qin Qian at the peak's summit before turning to depart. Thank you, Senior, Qin Qian called out, waving his hand toward the sky, then began to survey the environment atop Qinglong Peak. Chapter 35, The Arrival of the Goddess in Miaohan and the Fragment of the Book of Space. The summit of Qinglong Peak resembled a sprawling plain, abundant with various spirit herbs and an array of unknown flowers blooming vibrantly. Not far away, nestled among the rocks, was a natural spring, surrounded by trees, with a dilapidated medicinal field lying in front of it. It was evident that this place had once been inhabited, but due to years of neglect, the surrounding formations had faltered, transforming it into a wasteland. The residences must have been constructed beside this medicinal field. After surveying the environment of the summit, Qin Qian promptly drew forth the blade of heaven and made his way into the nearby forest, vigorously chopping down trees. Once he had procured sufficient timber, he swiftly utilized his cultivation to begin constructing according to the outer sect's wooden house design. Half an hour later, 3 small wooden houses and a quaint courtyard had taken shape. He then ventured into the forest to transplant a large willow tree into the courtyard, alongside a selection of various flowers and grasses near the fence. Next, he gathered some stones and fashioned them into a stone table and stools using the blade of heaven. And finally, erected a wooden ladder in front of the wooden houses. With that, all construction work was completed. Quite satisfactory. Gazing upon the fully formed cultivation cave, Qin Qian nodded in approval. After traversing through time, he had finally acquired a mountain and cave of his own. Entering the central wooden house, he hurriedly retrieved all his living supplies from his storage ring and arranged them neatly, then hung several luminous pearls around the wooden house. Feeling a rare sense of joy, he decided to roast some meat that evening. Once everything was in order, Qin Qian collected some branches and, with a flick of a fireball spell, ignited them instantly. Following that, he retrieved half a cow leg from the system space, washed it with clean water, and placed it directly over the fire to roast. This cow leg had been obtained during his initial expedition to the Tianduan mountain range, where he had slain a golden core earth bull, and it had remained preserved in the system space without spoiling. As the cow leg sizzled and exuded a tantalizing aroma, he casually tossed a teapot toward the nearby spring, filling it with fresh water before retrieving it. The 1 pound of enlightenment tea he had received as a reward for completing system daily tasks now finally had a chance to be put to use. Removing the lid of the teapot, he added a few leaves of the enlightenment tea and murmured to himself, I have yet to utilize the divine grade enlightenment tea tree reward from the eternal heavenly prodigy list. Once I activate its tenfold return, I shall possess an inexhaustible supply of divine grade enlightenment tea. At that time, it will not only serve for brewing tea, but also for bathing and foot soaks. Sizzle. As the flames danced higher, the cow leg crackled and oozed golden juices, filling the air with a mouth-watering fragrance. The tea in the pot brewed to perfection, releasing a captivating aroma that wafted toward him. Time to eat. Sprinkling various spices and salt, purchased from the outer sect market, over the meat, Qin Qian poured himself a cup of enlightenment tea and tore off a chunk of meat from the cow leg, devouring it with relish. Under the luminous moonlight, in a picturesque setting, Qin Qian sat contentedly at the stone table, indulging in his meal. Just then, he suddenly noticed a woman, resembling a celestial being, gracefully walking toward him through the moonlight. Junior brother, what a refined gathering. Might I join you? The woman paused gently outside the courtyard, addressing him with a warm tone. It's nothing extravagant. Please feel free to partake, senior sister. Qin Qian responded, surprised to see the woman outside, who was none other than the goddess in Miaohan, whom he had brought back from the Tianduan mountain range. Then I shall not be polite, and Miaohan replied, lightly pushing open the courtyard gate and slowly approaching. With a guest in attendance, Qin Qian naturally extended the most basic courtesies, promptly pouring her a cup of tea and offering her a piece of roasted meat. Thank you, junior brother, and Miaohan said politely, accepting the tea and meat. She then turned her head, gently lifting her veil, and began to sip from her cup. Boom. As soon as she took a sip of the tea, a light and ethereal sensation surged into her consciousness, enhancing her mental acuity 100-fold. Just recently, she had acquired the Red Lotus Sword Saint's legacy, and now she felt herself swiftly entering the initial stages of mastery. Thus, the cultivation that she originally required more time to break through unexpectedly surged forward by a minor realm. Such remarkable efficacy. Could this be the Emperor-grade enlightenment tea? Sensing the transformation within her, and Miaohan felt a twinge of astonishment. Before her stood her junior brother, seemingly a mere novice at the first level of chi refinement. Yet he had previously soared through the skies on a sword, and now possessed the Emperor-grade enlightenment tea. He was indeed becoming increasingly enigmatic. Upon witnessing Miaohan's profound reaction after sipping the enlightenment tea, Qin Qian was momentarily taken aback. Could the effects of this tea truly be so extraordinary? He hastily drained the contents of his cup, but aside from a slight invigorating effect, he felt nothing else. It seemed that with his divine level comprehension, the mere Emperor-grade enlightenment tea held little value for him. Thank you, junior brother, for generously sharing such an opportunity. This is a piece of gold paper I obtained long ago. I sense it possesses significant origins, yet I have never been able to unveil its secrets. Thus, I bestow it upon you today. After finishing her cup of enlightenment tea, Miaohan casually produced a sheet of gold paper and handed it to Qin Qian. Noticing in Miaohan's courteous demeanor, Qin Qian initially intended to decline, for to him, a cup of Emperor-grade enlightenment tea was little more than an ordinary beverage. After all, she had previously sent him a considerable amount of cultivation resources through his junior sister, Chu Lingyao, along with an exceedingly detailed cultivation guide. She was indeed one of his few friends, and treating a friend to a cup of tea was hardly an issue. However, upon seeing the information displayed by the system regarding the gold paper, Qin Qian could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Page from the Book of Space. Containing spatial rules, each page records a unique spatial secret art. This was akin to the golden paper mentioned in the opportunity list of Xiao Fan, which appeared in a rift of the starry sky, detailing the methods to cultivate spatial power. Coupled with the system's information, Qin Qian surmised that the golden paper within that spatial rift was also a fragment of the Book of Space. Is my senior sister truly willing to gift me such a precious opportunity? Qin Qian did not immediately accept, but instead spoke earnestly to confirm. Regardless of how exquisite the opportunity may be, it must find its way to one capable of comprehending it, and it is evident that I am not that destined individual. Hence I shall present it to my junior brother. Upon hearing Qin Qian's serious tone, and Miaohan speculated that her junior brother might discern the hidden secrets within the golden paper, yet she had always adhered to her principles. Once something was given, it could not be retracted. Moreover, given that Qin Qian had saved her life, her resolve to not retract her gift was further solidified. My senior sister bestows upon me such a precious item. I promise to share the secrets I uncover from the golden paper with you at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, this is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Noticing in Miaohan's insistence on gifting him such a valuable opportunity, Qin Qian did not refuse and promptly accepted it. However, he was not the type to simply take advantage of others. Thus, he immediately offered her the remaining enlightenment tea and pledged to share the insights he gained from the Book of Space. As for whether this might expose some of his unusual secrets, Qin Qian wagered on Miaohan's integrity, trusting that she would not disclose anything about him. Of course, even if his gamble were to falter, it would not significantly impact him. Chapter 36. The Heavenly Dao Level Enlightenment Tea Tree, Refining Demonic Rules. Very well, I shall abide by my junior brother's words. And Miaohan was not one to engage in pretense. After openly accepting the enlightenment tea from Qin Qian, she squatted down to enjoy some roasted meat. After storing the sheet of gold paper, Qin Qian also began eating roasted meat while casually conversing with Miaohan. However, both were taken aback as their conversation grew more animated, transitioning from ordinary discussions about cultivation to recounting life and death crises they had encountered, how they had narrowly escaped peril, and various peculiar anecdotes along their journey. As Qin Qian praised Miaohan's intelligence during the captivating moments, she would smile gently and continue sharing her harrowing experiences. When she expressed fatigue, Qin Qian would pour her a cup of hot tea, then recount his own experiences of being looked down upon by others during his years of cultivation. It is those individuals who lack fortune who fail to recognize the excellence of someone like you, junior brother. From now on, the Taishan Sword Sect shall be your home, and if you ever require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Every time Miaohan heard Qin Qian being mocked as no different from a useless person, she would become quite indignant and offer words of comfort. Indeed, from now on, the Taishan Sword Sect shall be my home. Gazing at the bright moon above, Qin Qian felt a sense of relief after voicing some of his thoughts. Soon after, they delved into numerous conversations about the future, and the atmosphere gradually shifted to a somewhat delicate state. It was at this moment that both realized an awkward truth. It was already the dead of night, and a solitary man and woman engaged in such fervent conversation together seemed somewhat improper. It's getting late. I shall take my leave and bother you another day. And Miaohan lowered her head as she stood to bid farewell. I shall see you off, senior sister. Qin Qian set down his teacup and personally escorted Miaohan to the entrance of the small courtyard. And Miaohan glanced back at him discreetly before stepping into the air and departing. Only after Miaohan had completely vanished from sight did Qin Qian turn and return to his modest wooden cottage. After a simple cleansing, he settled onto his bed in a meditative posture. He then retrieved the earthgrade formation plate he had purchased earlier that day from the outer sect market and proceeded to execute a tenfold quality return on it. Ding! Tenfold quality return successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a mid-grade wholly defensive isolation formation. As the system notification chimed, a formation plate radiating powerful holy might appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he infused several million top-grade spirit stones into it and activated the formation. With this formation in place, unless a peak quasi-emperor or emperor-level expert intentionally probed, no one would be aware of any significant disturbances he caused on Qinglong Peak. Once the formation was activated, he immediately performed a tenfold quantity return on the 10 drops of divine source liquid, the divine grade spirit vein. The immortal grade spirit root essence he obtained from Xiao Fan, the source of the 9-dragon immortal body, and the black power acquired from the demonic serpent. Ding! Tenfold quantity, return successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 drops of divine source liquid, 10,000 divine grade spirit veins, and 10,000 strands of both immortal grade spirit root essence and 9-dragon immortal body essence, along with 10,000 paths of ordinary demonic rules. After completing these tasks, Qin Qian proceeded to execute a tenfold quality return on the divine grade enlightenment tea. Initially, he had intended to perform a tenfold quantity return on this tea tree. But after experiencing the emperor grade enlightenment tea and realizing that any tea below his level of comprehension was of little use to him, he decided instead to conduct a tenfold quality return on the divine grade tea tree. Ding! Tenfold quality return successful for the divine grade enlightenment tea tree. Congratulations! You have acquired a heavenly Dao level enlightenment tea tree. It is recommended that the host transplant it into the Dantian, as this will significantly enhance its defenses and improve the spiritual energy within. As the heavenly Dao level enlightenment tea tree was successfully returned, the system's suggestion followed closely behind. How do I transplant it? Qin Qian inquired upon hearing the system's advice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of breaking through to the golden course stage. Reward: mastery of spiritual plant cultivation knowledge. As soon as Qin Qian posed his question, the system rewarded him with a wealth of knowledge regarding the cultivation of spiritual plants. After assimilating this knowledge, he became aware that the cultivation of spiritual plants is categorized into various methods. The most common involves planting in soil, while a more advanced technique utilizes spiritual veins. The highest level employs the entire world as a source of nourishment. What he intended to use is a method known as independent symbiotic cultivation. As the name suggests, this method establishes a symbiotic relationship between himself and the Wudao tea tree after planting. He cultivates the Wudao tea tree using divine-level spiritual veins, while the tea tree assists in fully transforming the spiritual energy within his dantian into divine power. Furthermore, the Wudao tea tree serves as the world tree of his dantian, providing unparalleled defense. Not only that, but the Wudao tea tree continuously enhances his comprehension, and its leaves can be plucked at any time for brewing. These are the benefits of the symbiotic relationship, while the independent aspect signifies that he and the Wudao tea tree do not interfere with each other. In simpler terms, after planting, he can carry on with his activities without the Wudao tea tree impeding his cultivation or causing him discomfort. Thus, he understood. After comprehending all aspects of independent symbiosis, Qin Qian immediately dripped a drop of blood onto the Wudao tea tree. Following the acknowledgement of his ownership, he utilized the method provided by the system to first shrink the Wudao tea tree and store it within his dantian, then completely integrate its roots and stems into the dantian's barrier. Finally, he took out 1,000 returned divine-level spiritual veins and fused them into his dantian. He then awakened the heavenly-level Wudao tea tree, directing its roots to grow into these divine-level spiritual veins, thus completing the transplantation process. From that moment on, Qin Qian had little to concern himself with, as the Wudao tea tree would tirelessly work on his behalf. Upon completing the transplantation of the Wudao tea tree, Qin Qian casually summoned the all-devouring cauldron, which contained the lifeless body of a goat, clearly the remains of the formidable demon emperor he had previously slain. Without hesitation, he activated the all-devouring cauldron to refine the demonic rules from the demon emperor's body. Buzz. The demonic rule he extracted was significantly more powerful than the one he had obtained from the serpent, measuring as thick as a chopstick. Upon acquiring this demonic rule, he immediately returned it in a tenfold quantity. Ding. Tenfold quantity, return successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 demonic rules of the Demon King level. As the system notification resonated, 10,000 demonic rules exuding overwhelming demonic energy materialized within the system space, coupled with the previously returned 10,000 ordinary demonic rules. Would the starry sea elevate my life's tier? Murmuring this thought, Qin Qian promptly activated the Tai Su Ancestral Dragon Decision, a heavenly level body refinement technique, and began absorbing the demonic rules into his body. Boom, boom, boom. As he refined an increasing number of demonic rules, terrifying demonic energy began to emanate from him. Thankfully, the wheel of causality concealed his presence, preventing any trace of his demonic aura from leaking out. Chapter 37. The Body of 10,000 Demons, Qin Qian's Frenzied Harvest Plan. A night swiftly passed, during which Qin Qian completely refined 20,000 strands of demonic rules. In addition, he acquired another physique besides the void path body, the body of 10,000 demons. Although this body of 10,000 demons currently resides within the immortal level system and cannot be compared in potential and quality to the void path body, it is noteworthy that this physique is fully awakened. This means that as soon as he switches to the demon body form, he will instantly possess defensive and recovery capabilities comparable to those of an immortal. With this, even without deploying the original Taoist rule, there would be few capable of harming him on this desolate continent, undoubtedly providing him with a powerful trump card for survival. If he were to annihilate all the fiends within the demon abyss and then refine the demonic rules within them for a tenfold return, would it elevate his body of 10,000 demons directly to the divine level, or even higher? Sensing the immense defensive and restorative power bestowed by the body of 10,000 demons, a frenzied glint flickered in Qin Qian's eyes. Although he had the opportunity to utilize the original Taoist rule once a day, the duration was somewhat limited. Should he encounter formidable foes in succession, his situation could become perilous. However, if his body of 10,000 demons could elevate to the divine level, he would possess defensive and recovery capabilities akin to those of deities. At that point, even if he could not defeat his enemies, he would at least not be at risk of death. According to the information left by Xiao Fan, the demon abyss would soon erupt into chaos, presenting an excellent opportunity for him to harvest fiends. After switching the body of 10,000 demons to the void path body, Qin Qian began to formulate a plan in his mind. He was currently unaware of the specific situation within the demon abyss, and there were various emperors guarding the area outside. He could only wield heavenly combat power for a limited time, so he needed to wait for the fiends to appear before taking action. The reason for switching to the void path body was twofold. First, for the sake of cultivation, and second, in his body of 10,000 demons form, he emanated an intimidating presence. Although he did not need to display a grim demeanor, the overwhelming demonic aura surrounding him could terrify many. Furthermore, if he were to unleash his demonic energy recklessly, the Taishian Sword Sect would be the first to come after him. Although the demonic rules from the demon emperor had been extracted, it was still a body of imperial caliber. After a tenfold return, keeping it as a bomb was quite advantageous. Fixing his gaze on the goat's corpse before him, Qin Qian executed a tenfold quantity return and stored it entirely within the system space. In his previous battle with Xiao Fan, he had experienced the exhilarating feeling of effortlessly defeating enemies thanks to his trump cards. While it might lack martial ethics, the sheer firepower was undeniably satisfying. After completing these tasks, he retrieved the 10,000 origins of the nine-dragon immortal body and the origins of the immortal grade spiritual roots, then handed them over to the all-devouring cauldron for refinement. Once the refinement was complete, he activated the void path body to begin absorbing these origins for enhancement. Buzz. As he continually absorbed the origins, his void path body was growing at an astonishing rate, and it would not be long before he reached the second level. Once the void path body was enhanced, not only would his combat power multiply significantly, but all other attributes, such as speed, strength, and cultivation speed, would also double. It is worth mentioning that the origins of the nine-dragon immortal body were absorbed and enhanced by the void path body, while the origins of the immortal grade spiritual roots were absorbed by the divine grade spiritual roots. However, due to the overwhelming power of the divine grade spiritual roots, even with 10,000 origins of the immortal grade spiritual roots, they were insufficient to elevate them to half-step heavenly Dao level. Nevertheless, opportunities would abound in the future. Not only would he encounter enemies with immortal grade spiritual roots, but he would undoubtedly also face foes with divine grade spiritual roots. Time flew by without the burden of years. Half a month swiftly passed. During this time, aside from the first day spent absorbing the 10,000 origins of the immortal body and spiritual roots, he had been relentlessly refining divine source liquid, divine level spiritual veins, and various heavenly materials and treasures of the saint and quasi-imperial ranks with the assistance of the all-devouring cauldron. After this frenzied half-month of closed-door cultivation, his physical strength had reached a terrifying 2 million pounds, and the starry phantoms condensed within his sea of consciousness had also reached 200. The range of his dantian had expanded to a staggering 200,000 meters. Without exaggeration, without employing any trump cards, his current combat power allowed him to effortlessly kill a spirit-severing stage opponent with a single punch. Even against a fusion stage adversary, he could incapacitate them with a mere slap. Yet, despite achieving such a tremendous enhancement, his cultivation still lingered at the first level of the Golden Core stage. It was time to symbolically break through his realm. Awakening from his cultivation, Qin Qian casually activated the 9 mysterious Yuan technique. After absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy from the divine spiritual vein, his cultivation level surged from the first stage of the Golden Core realm to the 5th stage. It took him half a month to advance just 4 minor realms within the Golden Core stage, so surely those mysterious beings would not have noticed him. Ceasing his cultivation, Qin Qian muttered to himself. Ever since he learned that the Dao had incited people to hunt and seize those prodigiously talented individuals, he had deliberately slowed his cultivation progress. By intentionally breaking through only once every half-month in the Golden Core realm, he could be considered a genius, yet still far from the level of a prodigy. Thus, he believed he would remain undetected by those enigmatic observers monitoring the myriad realms. Of course, even knowing that mysterious individuals were watching the worlds, he would still choose to advance when necessary, albeit with restraint, and would not recklessly leap 9 minor realms in one go as he had before. Should he still attract their attention, he would resort to madness. After all, if he were to perish, he would rather die soaring into the sky than live for countless years. Now, with only a few days left until the ancient vermilion bird secret realm, as mentioned by Xiao Fan, and after half a month of relentless cultivation consuming much of his mental energy, he decided it best to visit the outer sect market to purchase some techniques and martial skills to enhance his abilities, treating it as a means to rejuvenate his spirit. Stretching his limbs with vigor, Qin Qian stowed away the sacred level array disc and stepped out of his modest wooden abode. Approaching the front of the cabin, he instinctively glanced at the nearby message board. Sure enough, someone had left him a note. "You didn't even inform me that you changed your training location." causing me to search for you in the outer sect. The token you wanted is ready. I came to find you 3 times, but you were in seclusion. There's a secret realm about to manifest over at Zhuke Lake, and my master has instructed me to join the other talented disciples from the sect to investigate. So I left the token behind on the message board. After reading the message, Qin Qian immediately recognized it was from Mu Yuru. He casually reached behind the board and indeed found a purple token. With this token, as an outer sect disciple, he would no longer need to collect tasks from the mission hall and could freely leave the sect. Besides Mu Yuru's note, there was another message. Thank you, junior brother, for the tea leaves. I have recently gained some insights and will be entering seclusion for a while. I leave this message to remind you to remain cautious. Yi Wuji is feeling envious of your protection from that senior in the scripture pavilion, and he is secretly inciting his followers against you. I have reported this matter to the sect. Although they should not dare to act openly against you, they will undoubtedly engage in underhanded tactics. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, please contact my junior sister. She will assist you. This message was evidently from the goddess in Miaohan. Although I had no connection with the bald elder from the scripture pavilion, I knew that my explanations would likely be met with skepticism. If they wished to target me, let them come. It would provide an opportunity to test the power of the Eye of Nihility. Upon reading Miaohan's note, Qin Qian paused momentarily before storing Mu Yuru's token in his storage ring and taking to the skies on his sword, descending from Qinglong Peak. Chapter 38. The Emergence of Bandits. Cultivation elevated to Emperor level. Senior sister, that Qin Qian has left Qinglong Peak and is heading to the outer sect market. According to our investigations, he still possesses around 200,000 contribution points. We need to act swiftly to corner him, lest we allow others to seize the opportunity first. Shortly after Qin Qian departed from Qinglong Peak, several furtive young figures emerged from behind a large rock. They promptly took out communication jade slips and began transmitting messages. All right, you all return for now. Each will be rewarded 500 contribution points. Upon hearing the transmission, the others quickly responded, "Thank you, Sister Chu." The prospect of earning 500 contribution points filled their faces with delight. Little did they know, standing silently behind them was a young man in white, listening intently to their conversation. Suddenly, as they concluded their communication, an unbearable pain surged through their minds, accompanied by screams, causing them all to lose consciousness. Such a clumsy hiding spot. Did you truly think I wouldn't notice? After the group fainted, the young man in white muttered to himself, before approaching to relieve them of their storage rings. This young man was undoubtedly Qin Qian. Just as he descended from Qinglong Peak, he had observed these sneaky figures. Relying on their golden core cultivation, they mistakenly believed they had evaded his detection, unaware that true hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. With a mere flicker of the Eye of Nihility, he rendered these golden core inner sect disciples utterly incapacitated. After discarding their identity tokens onto the ground, he turned and made his way toward the outer sect market. For him, the machinations of these disciples were trifling matters, serving only to inject a modicum of amusement into his otherwise monotonous cultivation life. An hour later, he arrived at the outer sect market, having altered his appearance. He spent a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones purchasing various techniques and martial skills before casually finding a small tea stall to enjoy some tea. How strange. Didn't Tea Sister Zhao say that Qin Qian had arrived at the outer sect market? Why have so many of us failed to find him? One of the older outer sect disciples complained. Exactly. We are all at the foundation establishment stage. How could a mere first-level Qi refinement waste possibly evade our search? Beside the tea stall, several hurried outer sect disciples continued their grievances. Brothers, I just saw that Qin Qian walked over there. He.s. likely heading back to his cultivation cave, one of them chimed in. Hearing their conversation, the disguised Qin Qian played the role of a well-meaning passerby. Damn it. No wonder we couldn't find him. He snuck back. Follow me. Upon hearing Qin Qian's words, the outer sect disciples eagerly pursued the direction he indicated. Following suit, Qin Qian relayed the same information to several other groups. Once he had lured them all into a sparsely populated forest, he activated the Eye of Nihility, rendering all of them unconscious. With such feeble strength, you dare attempt an ambush? Consider the contents of your storage rings as tuition for this lesson. Skillfully collecting all their storage rings and returning their identity tokens, Qin Qian then found a secluded spot to remove his disguise. Subsequently, he hurried to the outer sect's law enforcement hall to report the incident of numerous outer sect disciples being knocked out and robbed. The personnel at the law enforcement hall were astounded by his account and immediately dispatched individuals to investigate the area he described, where they indeed found over 100 unconscious outer sect disciples. Moreover, it was evident that their storage rings had been taken. Bandits have appeared within the sect, acting audaciously and remaining elusive. All disciples are advised to exercise caution when venturing out or refrain from carrying their storage rings. An elder from the law enforcement hall promptly issued such a notice to the outer sect. Following the announcement, many disciples declared their intention to enter seclusion, opting not to go out unless absolutely necessary. Due to his valuable report, Qin Qian was awarded the Medal of Righteousness by the elder of the law enforcement hall, along with a generous supply of cultivation resources. After departing from the law enforcement hall, Qin Qian leisurely strolled around the outer sect market, purchasing some basic cultivation materials before returning to Qinglong Peak. Meanwhile, upon his return to Qinglong Peak, in a refined room within the inner sect, a captivating woman wrapped in a pink bath towel had just emerged from a bathing pool. When she heard the outrageous report relayed through the communication jade slip, her anger was so intense that her towel fell to the ground, and her bosom heaved involuntarily. It was utterly intolerable that several hundred Foundation establishment disciples could not even subdue a mere first-layer Qi refinement disciple. They were nothing but a bunch of inept fools. In a fit of frustration, she crushed the communication jade slip into powder. Her name was Chu Qing Snow, a cultivator at the out-of-body stage with a heavenly grade talent, a direct disciple, and one of the followers of the divine son Yi Wuji. Since recently receiving the news from Yi Wuji regarding Qin Qian, she had been dispatching people to monitor his movements. If they could relentlessly suppress Qin Qian once the divine son emerged from his seclusion, she and her fellow followers would be rewarded handsomely. Those who performed exceptionally well might even be taken by the divine son to cultivate in the soon-to-be unveiled ancient secret realm. Thus, upon learning that Qin Qian had left Qinglong Peak, she hastily sent her people to provoke him, believing that with his mere Qi refinement stage, a few of her subordinates could easily subdue him. To her surprise, a bandit appeared out of nowhere, incapacitating all her dispatched personnel and robbing them of their storage rings. When those disciples awoke, they sobbed and demanded compensation from her, although she was a direct disciple and had some assets. Paying such a hefty sum all at once would certainly be a considerable strain. Damn that bandit, I swear I will find out who you are. And that detestable Qin Qian, you forced me to part with so many cultivation resources. This time, I will take action personally and seize back the 200,000 contribution points in your possession. After expressing her anger, Chu Qing Snow hastily donned her attire and departed in a rush. On the other side, upon returning to Qinglong Peak, Qin Qian immediately began to return all the cultivation techniques and martial skills he had purchased in a tenfold quantity. He also took out the techniques and martial skills from the disciple storage rings to return them. After acquiring millions of techniques and martial skills of varying grades, he summoned the all-consuming cauldron and refined all the techniques and martial skills. Before long, millions of essences of techniques and martial skills appeared before him. Without any hesitation, he infused these essences into his 9 transformations of mysterious origin, ancient azure dragon fist, and ancient demon banishing spear. A day later, bolstered by such a wealth of essences, one of his techniques and 2 of his martial skills ascended from quasi-emperor level to emperor level. After this elevation, Qin Qian could sense that the power of his techniques and martial skills had increased several dozen times compared to before. Quite impressive, he murmured to himself upon sensing the enhancement of his techniques and martial skills. He then took out dozens of the returned emperor-grade breaking heaven blades and tossed them into the all-consuming cauldron for refinement. After acquiring several essences of emperor-grade weapons, he unhesitatingly infused all of them into the Black Dragon Spear. Chapter 39, Dao Level Secret Technique Space Annihilation Technique, Journey to the Zhuke Secret Realm. Boom. With the infusion of dozens of emperor-grade essences, the Black Dragon Spear erupted with brilliant light, and its aura began to grow increasingly powerful. To fully complete the advancement, it would likely take a day or 2. In the meantime, he would spend some time comprehending that page of the spacebook fragment. Once the Black Dragon Spear reached the Emperor grade, he would set out for the ancient Zhuke secret realm, tossing the Black Dragon Spear into the system space to await transformation. Qin Qian casually retrieved the golden page from his storage ring. According to the system, each page of the spacebook contained a recorded space secret technique. Thus, upon extracting the golden page, he swiftly employed his divine sense to investigate, but found nothing. In that case, let the Eye of Void reveal its secrets. Seeing that his divine sense could not uncover the mysteries of the golden page, Qin Qian immediately activated his innate divine ability, Eye of Void. Buzz. As the Eye of Void was activated, mysterious forces of rules manifested above his right eye. When he focused his gaze back on the golden page, he discovered that it indeed contained a space secret technique densely inscribed upon it. The name of the secret technique was Space Annihilation Technique, which, as its name suggests, could cause space to collapse into nothingness instantaneously upon successful cultivation. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable secret technique with terrifying power. However, unlike other offensive methods, Space Annihilation Technique was nearly impossible to defend against. unless the opponent possessed a principle superior to the Tao of space. They would be unable to withstand the damage inflicted by space annihilation technique. This meant that anyone who cultivated this technique could inflict true damage regardless of their opponent's level or life tier. Akin to the new curse feature of the Wheel of Karma, truly befitting of a space-type secret technique. Even celestial beings and deities would bleed when faced with it. Qin Qian could not help but marvel. After quickly jotting down the contents of space annihilation technique, he placed the golden page into the system space. For the next 3 days, he devoted himself entirely to comprehending space annihilation technique. However, because the technique had been returned in a tenfold quality, it had become the pinnacle of Tao-level techniques, making his understanding somewhat slow despite his divine-level comprehension. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, he managed to cultivate this secret technique to the entry level within just 3 days. Upon reaching the entry level of space annihilation technique, he could cause a space the size of a soybean to collapse in an instant. Although the range of space annihilation was somewhat limited, targeting an opponent's heart, throat, or forehead would undoubtedly yield significant results. Stopping his cultivation, Qin Qian excitedly spoke to himself. The range of space annihilation would vary according to his strength and the depth of his cultivation in the secret technique. The deeper his understanding and the greater his power, the more extensive the range of space annihilation would become. However, at this moment, he clearly had no time to continue comprehending space annihilation technique as the ancient Zhuke secret realm was about to open, and he had to venture there to seize the celestial fire within. Glancing at the black dragon spear, now fully advanced to emperor grade and quietly resting in the system space, he then commanded, "System, open the personal attribute panel." Retracting his gaze, Qin Qian silently intoned, "Ding, the personal attribute panel has been successfully opened. Host, Qin Qian. Luck level, 9th order star domain child. Luck points, 3 million. Cultivation, 5th layer of golden core stage. Physique, void Dao physique, 10,000 demon physique. Spiritual root, all attribute divine level spiritual root, upgradable. Comprehension, divine level comprehension, upgradable. Techniques, Dao level Tai Su ancestral dragon decision. Emperor level 9 transformations of mysterious origin. Demigod level stellar refinement technique. Saint level Tai Xian sword cannon. Martial skills, Emperor level ancient demon banishing spear. Emperor level ancient azure dragon fist. Saint level meteoric phantom step. Saint level 4 symbols sword classic. Divine abilities, Dao level eye of void. Secret techniques, Dao level space annihilation technique. Weapons, celestial weapon heaven slaying sword. Emperor grade black dragon spear. Special items, all consuming cauldron, annihilation level. Fragment of the wheel of karma, annihilation level. Dao level enlightenment tea tree. Resources, 129, 900 drops of divine source liquid. 9,000 divine spiritual veins, several billion top-grade spirit stones, 10,000 emperor-level spiritual herbs, 900 emperor-grade breaking heaven blades, and 30,000 heavenly-grade spiritual veins. Other, a mysterious treasure map. 50,000 defense talismans for the Great Ascension stage, 79,000 attack talismans, 20,000 void-breaking talismans, 9,950 arms of the Great Emperor, and 10,000 corpses of the fierce Demon Emperor. After casting a cursory glance at his personal attributes panel, Qin Qian unhesitatingly returned the 3 million fortune points at a 10,000-fold rate. Ding, 10,000-fold quality return successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 300 billion fortune points. System, utilize all of it to enhance my destiny level. Upon the successful return of the fortune points, Qin Qian promptly communicated with the system in his mind. Ding, 300 billion fortune points expended, yet insufficient to elevate the host to the level of a child of the universe. The system's prompt resonated immediately. No matter, as long as it's used up, I have no qualms. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Qian felt no surprise. After all, as one progresses, the ascent in destiny level becomes increasingly arduous. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that 300 billion fortune points could not elevate him from a 9th-tier star domain child to a 1st-tier child of the universe. In the future, I shall have ample opportunities to amass fortune points, and with my 10,000-fold return boon, advancement will not pose a significant challenge. There is no need to fret over a moment's delay. Casually closing his personal attributes panel, Qin Qian turned and departed from Qinglong Peak. The Suzaku Lake's secret realm was on the verge of opening. It was time for him to set forth. However, he found himself somewhat speechless as he descended from Qinglong Peak, only to encounter a woman in pink garments feigning unconsciousness sprawled across his path. Is this age so brazenly audacious in staging accidents? Qin Qian scoffed, then directly disregarded the woman, striding over her as he hastened towards the outer gate. How dare he ignore me after witnessing my stunning beauty? Upon seeing Qin Qian leave without a glance, the originally scheming Chu Qingxue, who intended to stage an accident and then trouble Qin Qian, was incensed. She had waited here for 3 days and nights just to confront him, and now, after finally encountering him, she was completely snubbed. This will not stand. I must teach him a lesson today. Gritting her teeth with a cold huff, Chu Qingxue rose to follow him. Meanwhile, it did not take long for Qin Qian to arrive at the entrance of the Taishan Sword Sect, where he produced the purple token that Mu Yuro had given him, thus allowing him to leave the sect without hindrance. Indeed, the rumors held true. Qin Qian was under the protection of that mysterious elder from the scripture pavilion, as he had managed to obtain a unique purple token reserved for personally taught disciples. After Qin Qian's departure, the disciples tasked with guarding the mountain gate exchanged envious whispers. After traveling several tens of thousands of meters from the sect, Qin Qian intended to traverse the air directly, but suddenly sensing a furtive figure trailing him, he furrowed his brow and made his way into the distant forest. Chapter 40. Arrival at Xiantian City, the new child of fortune Lin Tian. Where is he? Chu Qingxue, who had been following Qin Qian into the small grove, was suddenly bewildered to find his figure vanished. How could she, a cultivator at the out-of-body stage, lose track of a disciple at the qi refining stage? Just as she was searching for Qin Qian's silhouette, a deep, piercing pain surged through her mind. This is bad. The notorious bandit mentioned by the sect has appeared. Feeling the discomfort in her mind, Chu Qingxue's expression turned alarmed. Over the past few days, she had gathered information from disciples who had been robbed, learning that the bandits' most frequent tactic was a mental attack that left victims days before robbing them. I am Chu Qingxue, a personally taught disciple of the sect, and a follower of the divine Sun Yi Wuji. Dare you rob me? You will surely regret it. After proclaiming this audacious statement, she could no longer resist the dizziness overwhelming her mind and collapsed to the ground. Regret? What I seek is precisely you. After Chu Qingxue fainted, Qin Qian appeared before her, crouching down and without hesitation confiscating the storage ring from her hand. After extracting her identity token, personal belongings, and various trinkets, he tossed them aside before taking the storage ring and departing. Over 2 hours later, Chu Qingxue was roused by the cold wind. As she opened her eyes and beheld her personal items strewn about, she was instantly moved to tears. Damn that vile bandit. I will not let you get away with this. While Chu Qingxue was in a state of despair, Qin Qian had already used several teleportation talismans, traversing vast distances in mere moments. As dusk approached, he finally arrived at the entrance of a large city near Suzuka Lake, known as Xiantian City. At this moment, he was donned in black robes, his skin darkened, with a black long spear slung across his back, emanating the aura of a golden core stage cultivator. Clearly, this was his appearance after employing a high-level disguise technique. At the gates of Xiantian City, there were no fewer than 8,000 cultivators resembling him, all weary travelers arriving from various places, eager to enter the city for the imminent opening of the Suzaku secret realm. Here, one could see prodigies from various sects and esteemed families, gliding aboard luxurious flying vessels, engaged in light-hearted banter, exuding a nobility that rendered them almost unapproachable. One could also observe formidable rogue cultivators, radiating an intimidating aura of murderous intent that deterred any approach. Additionally, there were ordinary cultivators, weary and cautious, who had come to gamble their lives for a chance at fortune, fearful of offending anyone, paying no heed to the behaviors of the other cultivators. Qin Qian paid the entrance fee of over 100 low-grade spirit stones and stepped into Xiantian City. He randomly chose an inn, only to find a dispute unfolding between a young man in white and the innkeeper. A low-grade yellow-tier room costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a night. This price is absurdly high. The young man in white, accompanied by a woman cloaked in black, frowned as he addressed the innkeeper. Hi. Where is it high? This has been the price for every opening of the Suzaku secret realm over the years. Do not speak with such blind ignorance. Have you made any effort to earn spirit stones? We have our own hardships running a business here in Xiantian City. Upon hearing the young man's words, the innkeeper immediately retorted dismissively, nearly proclaiming that only those with spirit stones were welcome while those without should leave. Fine then, other places are likely full by now. It's just 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Pay it. The young man's expression darkened with indignation, but just as he was about to explode, the woman in black suddenly spoke up. I will take a yellow-tier room. Hearing her words, the young man gritted his teeth and promptly handed over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to the innkeeper. The previous price was 1,000, but now it has increased. You must pay an additional 50. The plump innkeeper did not immediately accept the 1,000 spirit stones, but instead sneered at the young man. Fine. Lin Tian contained his intense anger, once more extending 50 low-grade spirit stones. Only then did the innkeeper snort, tossing him a token for a yellow-tier room. After Lin Tian and the woman in black departed, Qin Qian stepped forward. "Innkeeper, do you have any heavenly tier rooms available?" Qin Qian inquired directly. "Yes, but it costs 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for a night," the innkeeper replied flatly. "Very well, provide me with one." Qin Qian did not even blink as he casually produced 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Now he cultivates using a divine-level spiritual vein. And within the confines of the system space, there are still several hundred billion low-grade and several hundred billion high-grade spirit stones without a place to spend them. Therefore, having finally ventured out, he naturally seeks the best opportunities, indifferent to whether it might incite the envy of others. For now, he is in disguise. Anyone who approaches him will meet their demise. "Here is the token for the heavenly tier guest room. Young master, please take it." "Xiaoyu, why aren't you coming out to escort this young master to his room?" Upon seeing Qin Qian casually produce over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, the rotund proprietor immediately donned a welcoming smile, promptly summoning a sensuous and alluring woman with a notably ample bosom to guide Qin Qian. As the woman emerged, she swayed her hips, attempting to take Qin Qian's hand, but he deftly evaded her grasp. "Lead the way," Qin Qian stated in a nonchalant tone. "Of course, young master. Please follow me." The woman, taken aback by Qin Qian's rejection of her beauty, momentarily paused before resuming her role as the guide. This scene did not escape the notice of Lin Tian, who perceived Qin Qian's actions as a deliberate affront. "That insolent brat dares to humiliate me in front of my enchanting master. Just wait." He cast a furious glance at Qin Qian before following his alluring master into the yellow-tier guest room. "You must temper your jealous nature. That young man is merely engaging in normal transactions and has not even glanced our way," the woman in the black robe remarked as they entered the room. Originally from the celestial realm, she had been gravely injured in a contest for opportunities and, upon fleeing to this lower realm, was rescued by a young boy from a small mountain village. She soon discovered that this boy possessed extraordinary fortune and exceptional talent, thus taking him as her disciple. Over the years, while recovering, she had taught him the ways of cultivation, and the boy, demonstrating remarkable aptitude, had advanced to the nascent soul stage in just over 2 years. Regrettably, his perspective remained somewhat narrow, despite maturing into a young man. He had not changed significantly despite her numerous teachings. "Master's reprimands are noted. Tian'er will remember," Lin Tian replied respectfully, though internally he was dismissive of her words. "Tonight's auction will feature a broken little tower. We must acquire it at all costs, as it will be immensely beneficial for your future cultivation." Observing Lin Tian's stubborn demeanor, the ethereal Xuanzuan Yi Piaomiao sighed and spoke with a grave tone. "Rest assured, master, that broken little tower is merely an ordinary item in this auction. With the spirit stones I have saved over the years, I can easily procure it." Lin Tian expressed his confidence, having traversed many regions and entered numerous secret realms, where he had accumulated a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, he had always been meticulous, negotiating vigorously for any advantage. Even though he was not in dire need of the stones, his jealousy ran deep, and he felt discomfort whenever confronted with someone superior. This trait had long been a source of exasperation for Yi Piaomiao. Truth be told, had it not been for Lin Tian's life-saving act and his relative respect for her, she would have long since cast aside her teachings and departed. A disciple of the revered Yi Piaomiao ought not to squabble over trifles when she had ample resources. Such behavior was devoid of dignity and vision, a source of embarrassment. If her adversaries in the celestial realm were to see her with a disciple so consumed by jealousy and penny-pinching, they would certainly mock her. Meanwhile, within the heavenly tier guest room, as Xiaoyu entered, she intentionally tore her clothing and attempted to grasp Qin Qian's hand, only to be evaded once more. "You truly are a paragon of virtue," the woman remarked, her irritation rising from Qin Qian's continued refusals. "Your acting skills are rather crude. Tell your master that if he desires to descend into hell, I can send him there at any time." Qin Qian responded with an expression devoid of emotion. "How did you discern that?" Upon hearing his words, Xiaoyu's expression soured. Yet, recalling her master's power and the formidable individuals behind her, a cold smirk reappeared on her face. "Since I have come out, I cannot return empty-handed. Either you provide me with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, or I shall ensure you cannot leave this room." With that, she unleashed her divine separation stage aura. Qin Qian was not surprised, having already discerned her cultivation level through his void eye, confirming his suspicion that she was indeed problematic. In the realm of Xiantian City, a being of divine separation stage stature would undoubtedly command respect. Such an individual, no matter their circumstances, would not resort to such base actions unless they were a professional deceiver. Slap. In response to Xiaoyu's threat, Qin Qian swiftly struck her across the face. "Let me see how you intend to prevent me from leaving this room." He then shot a spear through her shoulder. "You seek death. As the fiery pain coursed through her face and the spear pierced her shoulder, Xiao Yu's expression twisted into one of rage. She could scarcely believe that Qin Qian, a mere golden core cultivator, would act decisively against her, a divine separation stage expert, instead of capitulating in fear. How could a lowly golden core and injure me? She seethed. Just then, a sweet-looking girl materialized in the room, effortlessly casting an array to seal the entire space. With this array in place, any commotion within would go unnoticed by the outside world. Just an unruly ant. I can crush it at will, Xiao Yu scoffed, dismissing her companion's taunt. Without regard for the spear embedded in her shoulder, she lunged at Qin Qian. However, in the next instant, the spear was yanked free and plunged into her heart with blinding speed, leaving her no chance to react. How could this be possible? She gasped, staring in disbelief at the black spear lodged in her chest. I offered you a chance at life, but you squandered it, Qin Qian stated flatly as he withdrew the black spear, then swiftly shattered her nascent soul with another thrust. No, with a piercing scream. The divine separation stage expert Xiao Yu met her end, devoid of any chance of reincarnation. Do not make a move. We can sit down and discuss matters peacefully. The sweet-looking girl, stunned by the turn of events, trembled as Qin Qian approached her, terrified. She had always struggled against Xiao Yu. Yet this young man had effortlessly dispatched her with overwhelming strength, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. Call your superior here, Qin Qian commanded, casting her a blank stare before settling down at a nearby table to sip tea. The girl, hearing his words, promptly retrieved a sound transmission jade slip to relay the message. Before long, the door to the room was pushed open and the corpulent boss, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, entered. To my astonishment, young brother, your prowess is truly remarkable. I am Yi Songyun. Shall we become friends? Recently, I have encountered several significant opportunities that require someone of your caliber. After entering the room, the rotund man seemed entirely oblivious to the corpse of Xiao Yu, as he seated himself across from Qin Qian and began sipping tea. Pray tell, Qin Qian replied with an impassive expression, continuing to drink his tea. I wonder if you have any interest in the Tomb of the Immortals? Yi Songyun wasted no time and immediately presented a weighty piece of information. He was confident that the mere mention of the immortal tomb would stir excitement in anyone on this desolate continent. Words alone do not suffice, Qin Qian said, maintaining his calm demeanor as he regarded Yi Songyun. Seemingly prepared for this reaction, Yi Songyun produced a small shard of a celestial artifact imbued with the essence of immortality. He anticipated seeing joy or excitement on Qin Qian's face. However, to his disappointment, Qin Qian displayed neither astonishment nor enthusiasm, but rather a hint of disdain. Is this not a shard of a celestial artifact? Aren't you the least bit astonished? Yi Songyun frowned as he looked at Qin Qian. Not at all. I am indeed astonished, Qin Qian replied dismissively, though internally, he was unfazed. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing to see Yi Songyun treating that shard as if it were an heirloom. Considering that the fragment of the Nine Dragons' immortal seal from Xiao Fan's self-detonation still resided in his system storage, if he were to undergo a tenfold return, he would possess not just hundreds of thousands, but potentially millions of such fragments. It would be ludicrous for someone clutching a piece of gold to expect astonishment from one who could effortlessly produce dozens of tons of gold. I may have underestimated your background, young brother, yet the news of the immortal tomb is indeed genuine. I cannot unlock it alone, which is why I sincerely wish to invite you to join me. This is the time for action, should you have the availability. I would be pleased to have you come. Furthermore, this is a token of my apology. After casting a deep glance at Qin Qian, Yi Songyun placed a storage ring and a note detailing the time and location on the table, then departed with Xiao Yu's corpse and the sweet young woman. Chapter 42, The Xiantian Auction House and the Mysterious Ruined Tower. After Yi Songyun's departure, Qin Qian casually glanced at the storage ring he had left behind, which contained 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. As for the note detailing the search for the immortal tomb, Qin Qian paid it little heed, discarding it into the storage ring without a second glance. He did not believe that someone as ruthless as Yi Songyun, who engaged in dubious dealings, would generously offer him a chance to explore the immortal tomb. Such cordiality undoubtedly concealed ulterior motives. What exactly Yi Songyun sought remained a mystery to him. After casually undergoing a tenfold return on the 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, he found himself with 10 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Previously, he had worried about scarcity, but now he faced the dilemma of abundance. Gazing at the hundreds of billions of spiritual stones within his system space, Qin Qian muttered to himself. Just as he prepared to meditate and cultivate, the sweet young woman returned. Young master, my master has informed me that an auction will be held in Xiantian City tonight, and I have been tasked with delivering you this VIP invitation. The young woman appeared somewhat intimidated by Qin Qian. She quickly conveyed her message, placed an invitation on the table, and hurriedly exited the room. An auction, you say? It might be worth attending. After glancing at the invitation on the table, Qin Qian began to circulate the 9 turns Xian Yuan technique, fervently absorbing the divine spiritual veins from his system's space. In truth, his dantian, spanning a range of 200,000 meters, was already filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and if he so desired, he could effortlessly break through to the nascent soul stage at any moment. However, he chose not to do so, instead continuously integrating the absorbed spiritual energy and channeling it into a pearl known as the infinite chaotic sea within his primordial Taoist palace. Since this infinite chaotic sea constituted a part of his golden core, infusing it with spiritual energy would enhance its foundational strength. Even if the spiritual energy in his dantian were entirely depleted, he could still draw upon the reserves within the infinite chaotic sea. Time flowed swiftly, and before he knew it, an hour had passed. As night fell, Qin Qian ceased his cultivation and departed the inn, heading towards the venue of the auction. This location was a grand commercial establishment within Xiantian City, known as the Xiantian Auction House. Outside the auction house, the crowd was divided into 2 lines. One was densely packed with people, the ordinary entrance, while the other was sparsely populated, the VIP entrance, where each guest was personally attended by a beautiful lady. Presenting the invitation given to him by Yi Songyun, Qin Qian smoothly entered through the VIP passage. "Please follow me," the attendant in red said respectfully, bowing before leading the way. Meanwhile, in the ordinary line, Lin Tian observed with envy as Qin Qian was graciously escorted by the woman in red into the auction house. While he remained stuck in line, he felt a pang of imbalance within himself. He too longed to make a grand entrance, being led into the auction by a beautiful woman, yet the reality was that none of the attendants spared him a glance. "The debt of embarrassment you caused me before my beautiful master has yet to be settled, and now you flaunt your superiority before me. You better pray you don't run into me in the Vermilion Bird secret realm, or I shall break your legs and seize everything you possess." Lin Tian thought darkly as he watched Qin Qian's retreating figure. On the other side, Qin Qian followed the woman in red into a gracefully adorned room filled with various delicacies from land and sea. "The auction will commence shortly. You may indulge in the offerings on the table while I wait outside. Should you require anything, feel free to call for me," she said with a smile before stepping out. Qin Qian wasted no time and began sampling the exquisite delicacies laid before him. 1,000-year ginseng, century-old spiritual fruits, and meat from beasts of the golden core stage, each tantalizing his palate. Just as he was finishing his feast, the auction finally began. "Welcome, friends from across the realms, to our auction. I wish you all a satisfying return. Time is precious, so I shall keep my words brief. I hereby declare the auction officially commenced." From a raised platform covered in red carpet, an elder in black robes, radiating an imposing aura, greeted everyone with a smile before announcing the start of the auction. "The first item up for bid is the Fire Avoidance Pearl, with a total of 10 pieces. As you may know, many areas within the Vermilion Bird secret realm are engulfed in flames, guarded by various fire-type spirit beasts. The Fire Avoidance Pearl will help you mitigate 80% of the heat from the outer regions of the secret realm, granting you more time to gather fire-type spirit herbs. The starting bid for the Fire Avoidance Pearl is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Bidding begins now." Following the elder's announcement, a platter of red pearls was presented, and after a brief description, the bidding commenced. 110,000. "I shall take the Fire Avoidance Pearl. You think just because you claim it, it shall be yours? I bid 120,000. 130,000. As the elder announced the start of the bidding, many cultivators began to raise their voices. However, none of the prominent sects or aristocratic heirs made a bid. Those who dared venture into the Vermilion Bird secret realm were undoubtedly well prepared. Thus, the majority of the bids came from loose cultivators. Ultimately, these 10 fire-repelling pearls were acquired by a rogue cultivator alliance for the sum of 200,000. The subsequent auction items were either exceptionally effective healing pills or small teleportation talismans, along with various attack talismans, but Qin Qian found little desire to place any bids. After all, with his current state of the 10,000 demons body, his defensive and regenerative capabilities rivaled those of an immortal, rendering healing pills entirely unnecessary. As for the teleportation and attack talismans, he was already equipped with those of the great Ascension level, far surpassing the efficacy of the offerings at this auction. And he possessed an abundance that he could scarcely utilize, making further purchases of inferior items unnecessary. However, the appearance of a dilapidated little tower suddenly captured his attention. The fact that it could resonate with the wheel of causality indicated that this little tower was anything but ordinary. Observing the worn tower being presented on the auction stage, Qin Qian resolved to acquire it at all costs. This tower, a mysterious relic unearthed by our auction house's treasure-seeking team from an ancient ruin, may appear battered, yet it can withstand the assaults of sacred artifacts. Furthermore, it is adorned with enigmatic inscriptions, suggesting it possesses a significant history. Nonetheless, our appraisers have spent years studying it without uncovering its mysteries. Thus, we have deemed it appropriate to auction it as a celestial-grade weapon. I hereby announce that the starting bid for this tower is 1 million low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 100,000. Interested cultivators may commence bidding. After the elder in the black robe concluded his introduction of the little tower, he declared the bidding open. Yet this time, there were few takers. A dilapidated tower, though shrouded in mystery, could hardly justify such a price. 1 million was simply not worth it. Why not invest that sum into acquiring a more reliable celestial-grade spiritual weapon instead? Who would risk spending so much on a crumbling relic that might very well fall apart in battle? Unless one had an excess of wealth with no better use. It was inconceivable that anyone would be foolish enough to spend 1 million on such a worn-out object. Upon hearing the elder state that this battered tower would be auctioned as a celestial-grade weapon, the gathered cultivators remained unimpressed. In the crowd, Qin Qian, however, was thoroughly amused. Yes, exactly. Let no one bid, and at the last moment, I shall swoop in and secure it. Just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, a cold voice emerged from the VIP room above. 1 million. This broken tower shall belong to this holy son. Upon hearing those words, Qin Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he cast an irritated glance at the VIP room above. He promptly declared, 110 million. Humph. Do you dare to contend for something this holy son has set his sights on? 150 million, came the cold retort from the VIP room. 160 million, Qin Qian countered once more. 200 million, the holy son seemed to be consumed by fury and immediately upped the ante. 210 million, Qin Qian continued to bid. 300 million. The holy son appeared determined to secure the tower at any cost. As the two engaged in a fierce bidding war, the other cultivators watched with great interest, for in their eyes, spending such vast sums on a dilapidated tower was akin to sheer extravagance. 10 million low-grade spirit stones. As everyone anticipated a dramatic conclusion to the bidding war between the two prominent figures, a calm voice resonated from another VIP room. The moment those words were spoken, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence, with all eyes turning towards the source of the bid. Chapter 43, The Great Dream of the Thousand Autumn Tower. Seed of the Celestial Tree of Life. What an extraordinary individual. To bid 10 million for a mere broken tower? Unclear. But anyone entering the VIP area must possess significant status. Impressive. 10 million is a sum I can scarcely fathom. Yet he speaks of it as if it were mere pocket change. The world of the affluent is one we can never truly comprehend. What a remarkable figure. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted into a fervor, for compared to this wealthy individual's initial bid of 10 million, Qin Qian and the Holy Son's offer seemed trivial and juvenile. Dare to challenge this Holy Son? Regardless of your identity, once we enter the Zhuke secret realm, I shall ensure your demise. In another VIP room, a young man clad in the robes of the Luo Tian sacred sect slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. As a holy son of the Luo Tian sacred sect, he certainly possessed the means to produce 1 million low-grade spirit stones. But that amount represented over 70% of his wealth. He was loath to expend such a fortune on a tower that merely exuded a hint of intrigue. Thus, all he could do was stew in impotent rage and resentment. As for the fated child Qin Qian, his situation was similarly dire. Although he had over 10 million low-grade spirit stones amassed over the years, every single stone was hard-won through countless endeavors. Spending even one would weigh heavily on his heart. Aside from my beautiful master, no one should be able to discern the secrets of this little tower. Why have two formidable competitors suddenly emerged to contest it? Qin Qian's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated an easy acquisition of the tower today, only to be met with two individuals of considerable repute vying for it. 1 million once, 1 million twice, 1 million thrice. No further bids received. Congratulations to VIP number 7 for acquiring this little tower. As no one else responded, the elder promptly announced that the dilapidated little tower had been secured by Qin Qian. Before long, the worn little tower was delivered to Qin Qian's designated room. After paying the sum of 10 million low-grade spirit stones, he finally held the tower in his hands. The tower, gray in hue and standing approximately a foot tall, was etched with mysterious inscriptions. Despite several holes and a flattened apex, its aura of mystery remained undiminished. Buzz. Just as he prepared to inspect the dilapidated tower with the eye of nullity, it began to autonomously awaken and circled around him incessantly. If you wish to acknowledge me as your master, you must first reveal your purpose, Qin Qian stated, sensing the tower's intentions. Great dream of the Thousand Autumn Tower. Great dream of 1,000 autumns, a dream lasting a millennium. As Qin Qian's words faded, information about the tower flooded into his mind. It turned out that this tower was known as the Great Dream of the Thousand Autumn Tower, a catastrophic weapon of the annihilation level in its complete form. But due to its severe damage, it was currently only a half-step annihilation. The tower contained the essence of the path of time, once activated. It could manifest 1,000 years within while merely a single day passed outside, akin to dreaming, a glimpse of a millennium. Hence, it was named the Great Dream of the Thousand Autumns. Most crucially, one could experience 1,000 years within the tower while only losing a single day of their actual lifespan. It was indeed a remarkable cultivation artifact. Thus, it was time to recognize it as his own. After comprehending the information regarding the Great Dream of the Thousand Autumn Tower, Qin Qian marveled and promptly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon it. Buzz. As the blood touched the tower, it was swiftly absorbed, and the Great Dream of the Thousand Autumn Tower transformed into a streak of light, soaring into his dantian, seemingly to reunite with the annihilation-level weapons within him. The devouring cauldron and the wheel of causality. It appeared that it had voluntarily acknowledged him as its master upon sensing the two annihilation-level artifacts within his body. Witnessing the three treasures resonate and engage in a nostalgic reunion, Qin Qian murmured to himself before resuming his participation in the auction. Regrettably, for the next hour, nothing at the auction piqued his interest, until a black seed, pulsating with abundant life force, appeared, and he once again secured it at the high price of 20 million low-grade spirit stones. His extravagant display of wealth naturally caused another uproar among those present, with many female cultivators clamoring to befriend him for a deeper interaction. However, Qin Qian paid them no heed. Upon acquiring the black seed, he immediately employed his void eye to investigate it. It turned out to be a seed from a celestial-grade tree of life, which, with careful nurturing, could grow into a genuine celestial-grade tree of life. This tree of life boasts an extraordinary lifespan, capable of enhancing one's constitution and prolonging life. Its leaves possess healing properties, making it an incredibly precious auxiliary celestial tree. Should he successfully cultivate a tree of life, he would no longer need to harvest lifespans using the wheel of causality. Gazing at the black seed in his hand, Qin Qian unhesitatingly tossed it into the Dream of Eternal Ages Tower, along with several 100 billion low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 divine-grade spirit veins. Finally, utilizing the spirit plants he had previously acquired, he planted the seed in a patch of spiritual field within the tower, then activated the time acceleration feature of the Dream of Eternal Ages Tower. Notably, the tower's interior is boundless, featuring mountains, rivers, and lakes. And aside from the absence of life, it feels remarkably similar to the outside world. Once the time acceleration commenced, an overwhelming influx of natural spiritual energy surged into the black seed like a torrent. Nevertheless, the gestation and growth of the tree of life are exceedingly lengthy. By the time the auction concluded, Qin Qian had yet to witness the tender sprout emerge from its shell. After withdrawing his gaze from the Dream of Eternal Ages Tower, he rose and departed the VIP room. "Take care, young master," the red-clad woman respectfully escorted him out of the Xianxian auction house. However, shortly after exiting, dozens of young men suddenly obstructed his path. "Friend, you seem to have quite a few spirit stones, huh? We happen to be in a bit of a financial bind. How about sharing a few tens of millions of spirit stones with each of us?" The leader, a burly man wielding a massive axe, radiated the aura of an out-of-body stage cultivator, while the remaining 9 were all at the nascent soul stage. Qin Qian vaguely recognized them as the rogue cultivators who had bid on 10 fire avoidance pearls during the auction. "Are your ears deaf? My big brother is speaking to you." Seeing Qin Qian's expressionless gaze without a word, a scarred-faced nascent soul cultivator swung his palm towards Qin Qian. Yet, in the next moment, his entire arm was severed by a long spear. "Ah!" The scarred man screamed in agony upon witnessing his severed arm. "You dare to harm my brother? You're courting death." The others, witnessing a mere golden core stage and daring to strike against their formidable group, were instantly enraged. The burly man and the remaining 8 nascent soul cultivators brandished their weapons and charged at Qin Qian. Chapter 44. The spear strikes like a dragon. The ethereal celestial sovereign arrives. Sigh, entangled with this reckless band of lunatics from the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. This youth is destined to perish here today. Who can be blamed? These madmen claimed they only needed a few tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones each, yet he not only refused, but also retaliated. Wasn't this a path to self-destruction? Huh, truly, if one kneels for too long, they cannot rise. In the face of such robbery, what wrong is there in this youth resisting? Though he may die, he dies honorably, unlike you, who lets others tread upon you like a turtle withdrawing its head. Indeed, lacking the courage to resist, yet now mocking those braver than oneself. How laughable. The 10 rogue cultivators openly surrounded Qin Qian on the street, immediately drawing the attention of many fellow cultivators nearby. Some mocked him for his overestimation of his abilities, believing that bowing to a formidable enemy was the safest strategy, while others admired his courage, asserting that he, though facing death, retained his honor. However, in the face of 9 nascent soul cultivators and 1 out-of-body stage, most merely observed with cold indifference, for such acts of bullying the weak were all too common in the world of cultivation, leaving many numb to the spectacle. Yet regardless of how others viewed or thought, at this moment, facing the aggressive 10, Qin Qian remained composed. Die. The burly man, seeing Qin Qian standing motionless, assumed he had been frightened into silence. With a cold smirk, he swung his axe down towards Qin Qian's head. The remaining 9 did not hold back either, using swords, knives, and long spears, all aiming to dismember him. It's over. Witnessing this scene, all present involuntarily envisioned Qin Qian being reduced to mere fragments. But in the next instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed youth wielded a black spear, moving like a startled swan. The spear striking like a dragon. His figure merely flickered before the 10 men, and suddenly, each bore a fatal gash across their necks. Clang, clang. The 10 men, in disbelief, clutched their neck wounds, their eyes wide with shock, as their weapons clattered to the ground. How can you be so powerful? Their minds were blank. They had envisioned countless scenarios of Qin Qian's demise at their hands, yet none had anticipated their own swift annihilation by him. Thank you for the generous cultivation resources. In response to the 10's terror and astonishment, Qin Qian effortlessly shattered their nascent souls, ensuring they could not even escape with their souls. No, you demon. The lingering cries of their souls echoed, and with boundless unwillingness and fury, the 10 perished. As Qin Qian slung the black dragon spear over his shoulder and skillfully collected the storage rings from the 10, he turned and departed. It wasn't he until his figure vanished that the surrounding crowd, initially silent, erupted into a cacophony once more. Impressive. He is truly a formidable figure. I was blind before. Indeed, he is remarkably powerful. Those desperate rogues have met their match today. Well done. It seems the Zhuge's secret realm is truly a hidden den of talents. Aside from the prodigies from the major sects and families, now this fierce individual has emerged. I cannot partake in their struggle. I only hope to gain a small opportunity within the Zhuge's secret realm, and I would be content. As they gazed in the direction Qin Qian had departed, the crowd buzzed with discussion, some marveling at his strength, others lamenting the fierce competition in the Zhuge's secret realm, while many were left utterly speechless by the spectacle. Among them was the child of fortune, Lin Tian, who had just witnessed the entirety of Qin Qian's battle from the crowd. This sight nearly shattered his resolve. Initially, he had regarded Qin Qian as just a foolish heir with too much wealth, someone he could easily crush without a second thought. Especially upon realizing that Qin Qian was the one who had spent a fortune on the mysterious small tower at the auction. He had been overjoyed, believing that he could effortlessly seize the small tower from Qin Qian without needing to call upon his beautiful master. When Qin Qian had chosen to fight back against the rogue cultivator's threats, Lin Tian, like the others, assumed Qin Qian was overestimating himself and seeking his own demise. After all, even he would have to face a life-and-death struggle against those 10, incurring substantial costs to achieve a counterattack. Yet, witnessing Qin Qian effortlessly annihilate the 10 with a single spear made him utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, how could he possibly be so powerful? Lin Tian's jealousy towards Qin Qian reached its zenith. Younger than him, wealthier, and stronger, this made him feel utterly insignificant before Qin Qian. Once we enter the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, I shall summon my beautiful master to eliminate you. Watching Qin Qian's departing figure, Lin Tian seethed with fury in his heart. On the other side, after leaving the bustling street, Qin Qian returned directly to the inn. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he stepped into his celestial tier guest room, he found a woman clad in a black robe awaiting him. The aura emanating from her was 100 times more terrifying than that of an emperor, as if she could rend the very fabric of space at any moment. Her uninvited presence was hardly a display of courtesy. With a calm demeanor, Qin Qian closed the door behind him and approached the black-robed woman, pouring himself a cup of tea. You seem unperturbed by my presence, the black-robed woman remarked, noticing Qin Qian's indifference to the celestial pressure radiating from her. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she observed him calmly sipping tea before her. In the next moment, she employed her celestial consciousness to discern Qin Qian's true nature. Yet, to her astonishment, as her celestial perception enveloped him, she could discern nothing. It was as if Qin Qian were merely an ordinary gold core cultivator, devoid of any peculiarities. But how could an ordinary cultivator disregard her celestial might? The more she pondered, The more she felt Qin Qian was unfathomable. I harbor no enmity towards you. Why should I fear? Qin Qian stated, taking a sip of tea before casting a composed gaze upon the black-robed woman. This woman was none other than Lin Tian's enchanting master, the celestial Lord Piao. You speak wisely, young brother. It appears I have been somewhat presumptuous, the celestial Lord Piao observed, casting a deep glance at Qin Qian before retracting her celestial pressure entirely. Speak plainly about your purpose, Qin Qian said directly, now that the celestial lord had withdrawn her oppressive aura. There is indeed a matter at hand. I have come for the broken little tower in your possession. I acknowledge that you are not an ordinary individual, but that tower serves you little purpose and may even invite unforeseen calamities. If you are willing to transfer it to me, I shall offer you 10 times its worth, along with the celestial grade cultivation method. What say you? Celestial Lord Piao confidently surveyed Qin Qian, although she could not see through him. This desolate realm was merely a lower world. How could his secrets surpass those of a celestial lord like herself? However, what left celestial Lord Piao flabbergasted was that after a significant pause following her proposal, Qin Qian remained entirely unresponsive, continuing to sip his tea as if her words bore no weight, causing her brow to furrow in irritation. Do you understand the value of celestial-grade cultivation methods in the desolate realm? She asked, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Qian. I do. Celestial-grade methods here are akin to the heavens. Even an emperor must engage in a life-and-death struggle to obtain one, Qin Qian replied, maintaining his calm demeanor as he met her stare. If you comprehend their worth, why do you refuse to trade with me? Or do you believe you can earn the tower's recognition? Celestial Lord Piao inquired, her temper rising. Her obsession with the dreaming tower stemmed from her inability to fathom its mysteries when her consciousness enveloped it, prompting her desire for Lin Tian to acquire it at auction. If even a celestial lord like herself could not discern its nature, it was undoubtedly of considerable significance, hence her willingness to exchange a celestial-grade method for it. Yet, Qin Qian's obstinate demeanor vexed her. As a celestial lord, she commanded respect from the heavens themselves. It was a tremendous concession to approach a mere lower-world cultivator for a trade. Yet, Qin Qian not only disregarded her, but also dared to reject her outright. First, do not presume that being a celestial lord renders you invincible in this lower realm. Secondly, do not underestimate others. Your celestial-grade methods are but scraps compared to that little tower. Finally, I do not require the tower's approval. I acknowledge it myself. Placing his teacup down, Qin Qian spoke with a placid tone, then waved his hand to summon the dreaming tower. Boom. Upon its emergence, an overwhelming force emanated from the tower, causing celestial Lord Piao to stagger back several steps. You have actually mastered this little tower? She exclaimed, incredulous as she beheld the tower, which seemed to fawn over Qin Qian like a devoted servant, despite her inability to perceive its secrets. Why would such a mysterious tower deign to serve a mere gold core cultivator? If there is nothing else, you may leave. And do remind your disciple that should he display hostility towards me again, I will not hesitate to respond harshly, Qin Qian declared, ignoring celestial Lord Piao's astonishment and issuing an eviction. In truth, he had long sensed Lin Tian's animosity towards him. However, considering the formidable celestial lord at his side, he refrained from taking direct action. Yet, if the other party remained obstinate, he would not concern himself with celestial matters and would eliminate any foe without hesitation. You speak with such arrogance. How about we spar a few rounds in the void? Celestial Lord Piao proposed, undeterred by Qin Qian's dismissal. Although she could not penetrate his depths, as a seasoned celestial lord, she was not easily intimidated. She felt compelled to test him. If we are to fight, should you lose, you must provide me with 3 celestial-grade cultivation methods, Qin Qian stipulated, not declining, but rather laying down his own terms. Agreed. Celestial Lord Piao responded almost instantaneously, her thoughts hardly lingering. While celestial-grade methods were precious, they were of little consequence to a celestial lord. She deemed it worthwhile to probe Qin Qian's depths. With that, she vanished, teleporting to the void several million meters above. Qin Qian, too, wasted no time and invoked the primordial rules, gaining the ability to rival the heavenly laws. In the next moment, he flickered and appeared directly before celestial Lord Piao. Indeed, quite formidable, she mused, her brow furrowing as she noticed how effortlessly he crossed the distance. Without hesitation, she launched a palm strike. Boom. The seemingly casual palm carried formidable celestial rules. Wherever the palm print passed, the space within 1,000 meters shattered, obliterating all in its path. A sight to behold. Spatial annihilation technique. Qin Qian unleashed his newly acquired grand-level spatial secret technique with no restraint, his prowess rivaling that of the heavenly laws. Rumbling. As his technique activated, the space within 10,000 meters before him erupted, then vanished, even the fundamental rules dissipating into nothingness. Not good. Celestial Lord Piao Miao's previously confident countenance fell into despair upon witnessing such a terrifying display. The speed and might of the spatial annihilation were so overwhelming that even at her peak, she might not have escaped, let alone in her currently wounded state. I should not have provoked him, she thought, a wave of regret washing over her. Yet, it was too late now, for at that moment, the very space surrounding her was collapsing entirely. Accept your defeat. Hand over the 3 celestial-grade cultivation methods. Just as Yi Piaomiao believed her demise was inevitable, a tranquil voice suddenly resonated in her ear. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped by a mysterious force, and upon reopening her eyes, she was back in the familiar confines of her room. Your prowess is truly remarkable, esteemed friend. I, a humble maiden, am prepared to accept the terms of our wager, she remarked, her tone considerably gentler upon witnessing Qin Qian's unexpected mercy. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Qian's restraint stemmed entirely from her lack of any murderous intent from the outset. Had she exhibited even a hint of hostility, his decisive and ruthless nature would have undoubtedly precluded any leniency. After observing Qin Qian in silence for a while, Yi Piaomiao casually retrieved 3 jade slips, exuding an ethereal aura, from her storage ring and presented them to him. Within these slips lay 3 celestial-grade cultivation techniques. She spoke cautiously, there is no need for such formality, we harbor no enmity. Once we exit this chamber, you shall remain the exalted immortal sovereign, while I shall be but a mere golden core cultivator. Qin Qian accepted the jade slips, waving his hand dismissively. What exalted immortal sovereign? I am merely a fallen soul seeking refuge in the lower realms to recuperate. Her heart stirred by his words, Yi Piaomiao responded with a hint of wistfulness. If you can present something that piques my interest, I may be able to assist in healing your wounds. Contemplating the tree of life within the dream of 1,000 autumns tower, Qin Qian boldly suggested, a true immortal sovereign possesses an abundance of celestial techniques, divine abilities, and secrets. You are but a walking treasure trove, far more reliable than the immortal tomb mentioned by Yi Zhongyan. The tree of life, with its formidable healing powers, could be the key to unlocking your trove of treasures. If you can indeed heal my injuries, I assure you, I shall reveal all that I possess without reservation. Yi Piaomiao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of Qin Qian's healing abilities. It was crucial for her. Her injuries were severe, and if she remained on the desolate continent, it would take centuries for her to recover. In the immortal realm, healing would take but decades. Yet there lurked many enemies who would pursue her should they discover her vulnerability. Thus, she would not return to the immortal realm until she was fully healed. However, the chance to swiftly mend her wounds and return to the immortal realm was exhilarating. Chapter 46, 9th Tier Celestial Technique, Demonic Heaven's Great Hand Seal. The opening of the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm. To heal your injuries, I require a rare celestial herb, but I must visit the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm soon, leaving me little time. If you trust me, leave your communication jade slip, and I shall notify you once my affairs are concluded. Seeing the eager glimmer in Yi Piaomiao's eyes, Qin Qian spoke candidly. In truth, the tree of life still needed time to mature, otherwise, he would have struck a deal with her immediately. I shall patiently await your good news, esteemed friend. These 2 celestial techniques serve as my earnest deposit. Regardless of the outcome, they are yours. Yi Piaomiao smiled as she left behind the 2 jade slips containing celestial techniques and a communication slip before vanishing in a flash. Once Yi Piaomiao departed, Qin Qian promptly seated himself cross-legged on the bed. With a casual wave, he cast the 3 jade slips containing celestial-grade techniques into the all-devouring cauldron for refinement. Since discovering that the cauldron could elevate the grade of techniques and martial skills, he had no intention of replacing his existing skills. As he enhanced his techniques, he felt an increasing affinity, wielding them with growing ease and power, rendering replacement unnecessary. Thus, these 3 celestial-grade techniques would merely serve as nourishment for his current cultivation. With a hum, the rules of the all-devouring cauldron activated, and the 3 jade slips were swiftly refined into 3 strands of celestial technique essence. Without hesitation, he activated his external enhancement, multiplying the essence by a factor of 10,000. Ding! 10,000-fold enhancement successful. Congratulations on acquiring 30,000 strands of celestial quality technique essence. Upon hearing the successful notification from the system, Qin Qian immediately infused all of the technique essence into his 9 transformations of the Profound Origin and Taishian Sword Classic. Boom, boom, boom. As a substantial amount of celestial quality technique essence was injected, both of his techniques surged in power. Within merely a few breaths, 9 transformations of the Profound Origin ascended from the lower tier of the Emperor rank to the middle tier, while Taishian Sword Classic leaped from the lower tier of the Saint rank to the lower tier of the Quasi-Emperor rank. allowing the two techniques to continue their ascent. Qin Qian's gaze fell upon the two jade slips containing celestial techniques. Celestial techniques, in essence, are advanced versions of martial skills. The two slips contained a movement technique and a palm technique. As the movement technique overlapped with his meteoric phantom step, he promptly cast its jade slip into the all-devouring cauldron for refinement. After obtaining a strand of celestial technique essence, he again performed a 10,000-fold enhancement. After the enhancement, he acquired 10,000 strands of celestial technique essence, which he distributed among four symbols: Sword Classic, Meteoric Phantom Step, Ancient Azure Dragon Fist, and Ancient Demon-Slaying Spear. Once this was accomplished, he turned his attention to the jade slip containing a third-tier celestial technique. It is worth noting that above the Emperor rank lies the quasi-celestial rank, categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Beyond that is the celestial rank, which is further divided into 9 tiers from low to high. The higher the rank of a celestial technique, the greater its power and rarity. The palm technique inscribed within this jade slip was a third-tier celestial technique. After a cursory glance at the technique, Qin Qian executed a 10,000-fold quality enhancement. Ding! 10,000-fold quality enhancement successful. Congratulations on acquiring the 9th-tier celestial technique, Demonic Heaven's Great Hand Seal. With the system notification echoing in his mind, the cultivation method for Demonic Heaven's Great Hand Seal materialized within his consciousness. Compared to the previous 3rd-tier celestial techniques, this 9th-tier technique boasted a substantial increase in both strength and attack range. Without wasting a moment, he activated his divine-level comprehension and began to delve into this celestial technique. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a night had quietly slipped away. Through this night of cultivation, he perfected the 9th-tier celestial technique, Demonic Heaven's Great Hand Seal. His other 4 martial skills also ascended to the tier of first-tier celestial techniques. As for his 9 transformations of the Profound Origin and Taishian Sword Classic, they elevated to the 4th-tier celestial technique level. Even if his cultivation did not see any immediate advancement during the night, the enhancement of his techniques and martial skills significantly amplified his combat prowess, increasing it by several dozen times. It is no exaggeration to say that he could now easily defeat dozens of versions of himself from the previous night. With his strength greatly augmented, Qin Qian was in high spirits. After leaving the room and having a light breakfast, he prepared to depart from Xiantian City and make his way to Vermilion Bird Lake. "Little brother, if the opportunity arises, do remember to visit the immortal tomb," he called out. As he stepped out of the inn, the voice of Yi Songyun resonated in his ears. "We shall discuss it later." Qin Qian waved his hand dismissively and soared into the air, heading northward towards the majestic Zhuke Lake after departing from Xiantian City. "Master, the immortal's tomb is so precious, and that person's strength is so enigmatic. Why must we invite him?" After Qin Qian's departure, the sweet-voiced lady turned to Yi Songyun in confusion. "Of course. It is because the resurrection of the immortal requires a multitude of prodigies and powerful beings as sacrifices, and, more crucially, a flawless vessel." Yi Songyun's eyes shimmered with an unrestrained madness. Meanwhile, after flying away from Xiantian City, Qin Qian soon encountered the elite teams from the 4 major sects and various prominent clans. Among them, members of the Taishian Sword Sect were conspicuously present, and he caught sight of Mu Yuru within their ranks. However, due to his current altered appearance, he refrained from approaching her. Upon his arrival, many prodigies cast wary glances in his direction, clearly intimidated by his feat of obliterating 9 Yuanying stage cultivators and 1 out-of-body stage expert with a single shot the previous day. Nevertheless, several prodigies, particularly those from the 4 major sects and imperial clans, regarded him with disdain, as their cultivation levels were all at least at the spirit separation stage. It was entirely reasonable for them to overlook Qin Qian, as each of them could easily replicate his previous achievements. The distinction lay in the fact that Qin Qian had crushed his opponents at the Golden Core stage, while they relied on their superior levels to overpower their foes. Throughout the journey, there was little communication among the group. Each individual stood apart, on high alert. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at an expansive lake, its surface ablaze with raging flames. At the center of the lake, a gargantuan whirlpool, several meters in diameter, was violently spewing forth fire. In half an hour, the Zhuke Lake would stabilize completely, revealing the entrance to the Zhuke secret realm. "Is there anyone wishing to form a team? We have professionals to guide you," came the call, as many independent cultivators began to form groups in anticipation of the secret realm's opening. Some even dared to approach Qin Qian to propose teaming up, but he refused them all. His singular aim for entering the Zhuke secret realm was to obtain the impending celestial fire. Everything else held no allure for him. Chapter 47. The third young master of the imperial clan? A slap to the face. While waiting for the Zhuke secret realm to activate, Qin Qian once again spotted Lin Tian amidst the crowd. However, in stark contrast to the previous day, Lin Tian now bore a battered visage, as though he had been thoroughly beaten. Seemingly sensing Qin Qian's gaze, he averted his eyes, yet his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Filled with an intense loathing for Qin Qian. Last night, upon returning to the inn in a fury, he had sought out his enchanting mentor, Yi Piaomiao, to exact vengeance on Qin Qian. To his astonishment, the moment he uttered his request, he received a savage beating from Yi Piaomiao, who sternly warned him that if he continued to provoke Qin Qian, she would sever their master-disciple relationship. This revelation left Lin Tian utterly dumbfounded. For over 3 years, his mentor had only been somewhat strict, yet had always treated him with kindness, guiding his cultivation and protecting him along the way. He had never anticipated that she would go so far as to chastise him and threaten their bond over this insignificant figure. His heart shattered at the thought. And even though he recognized Qin Qian's extraordinary combat prowess, he swore to ensure that Qin Qian would remain trapped within the realm, by any means necessary. Just wait, he murmured, lowering his head and suppressing all expressions. Boom. At that moment, the colossal whirlpool at the center of Zhuke Lake erupted one final time before gradually stabilizing. Not long after, a circular teleportation array materialized at the whirlpool's core. The entrance to the secret realm has appeared. Charge. Upon sighting the portal, excitement surged through the crowd of thousands, prompting many to leap into the whirlpool without a second thought. All, to their dismay, those who jumped in were instantly shredded by the residual spatial force of the newly established teleportation array. A gaggle of fools. Don't they know that the spatial energy remains volatile right after the formation of a teleportation array, lacking even the most basic common sense? And they dare to come here and embarrass themselves in the secret realm? Witnessing the misfortunes of these independent cultivators, the prodigies from the sects and clans scoffed derisively. Did I say something incorrect? The young man who had previously mocked the scattered cultivators smirked. It's their ignorance that led to their demise. As the multitude of independent cultivators cast dark glares at him, they all turned their attention to the brazen youth. What's wrong? Does this young master not have the right to speak? Despite feeling a tremor of fear from the sudden attention, he maintained his bravado. As a prodigy from an imperial clan, he felt untouchable due to his status, believing the scattered cultivators would not dare retaliate against him. Another quarter of an hour passed before the unstable spatial energy in the teleportation array finally dissipated completely. Let us go. Seeing the opportunity, the disciples from the 4 major sects and prominent clans exhibited no hesitation, swiftly forming groups and leaping into the teleportation array. Qin Qian wasted no time either, following suit and diving into the portal. Buzz. As he entered the teleportation array, a golden light enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself atop a desolate mountain peak. The surrounding area was shrouded in the black smoke of half-cooled lava, with clusters of fiery red spirit herbs sprouting above. Ha! My luck is truly exceptional. I arrived just in time to encounter such a bounty of earth-grade heavenly fire herbs. I am Lu Kuang, the 3rd young master of the Lu family from the imperial clan. Anyone daring to contest me for these heavenly fire herbs shall find themselves at odds with the Lu family. Due to the random nature of the teleportation, numerous cultivators had also been transported nearby. Upon spotting the heavenly fire herbs above the half-cooled lava, they gasped in amazement. Though merely low-grade earth-tier herbs, heavenly fire herbs could catalyze evolution in those possessing fire affinity bloodlines or physiques, thus commanding exorbitant prices, often selling for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each. With a veritable forest of them present, easily over 100, even a few would make this journey worthwhile. However, just as the cultivators began to revel in their fortune, a gray-robed youth burst into laughter, proclaiming himself to be from the imperial clan, the very same young man who had previously ridiculed the scattered cultivators for their lack of knowledge. Accompanied by several first-stage spirit separation cultivators, his words silenced the surrounding independent cultivators, who dared not challenge him and meekly retreated. Such spineless fools. Just a few words from me send them fleeing like frightened dogs. The young man, Lu Kuang, wore a smug smile as he watched the disheartened cultivators retreat. Master is formidable, praised one of his sycophants. However, just as they believed victory was assured, a black-clad youth brazenly seized all the heavenly fire herbs before their very eyes. This black-clad youth was none other than Qin Qian, who, having little interest in other opportunities, decided to take advantage of the situation. After all, everything here was unclaimed. Whoever laid hands on it would rightfully possess it. Such audacity, daring to seize what belongs to me. Do you truly believe that after slaying a few worthless nascent soul cultivators yesterday, you have become invincible? Capture him. As Qin Qian brazenly plucked the celestial fire grass before him, Lu Kuang's face contorted with rage. He immediately commanded the 7 or 8 spirit-severing cultivators beside him to take action. They surged forth with all their might, for this youth was indeed peculiar. Upon hearing Lu Kuang's order, the spirit-severing cultivators rushed toward Qin Qian with fervor. Begone! Qin Qian regarded them with utter disdain, countering with a swift execution of the demon heaven's great hand seal. A colossal palm imprint, spanning several dozen meters, descended upon the group. Boom! The immense palm struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble violently. The 8 first-stage spirit-severing cultivators were swiftly buried into the earth, rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, Lu Kuang, the third young master, stood pale and trembling, fear seeping into his very being. Hand over your storage ring, Qin Qian commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. Do not push your luck. I shall forfeit the celestial fire grass, for I am from the imperial Lu clan. Lu Kuang stammered, attempting to invoke his lineage to intimidate Qin Qian. However, before he could finish, a swift slap from Qin Qian sent him flying several meters away. What will it be? Your storage ring or your life? Choose wisely. Qin Qian pressed the black dragon spear against Lu Kuang's throat. He refrained from annihilating him entirely, as despite Lu Kuang's arrogance, he had not initially exuded murderous intent. Nevertheless, since Lu Kuang had dared to instigate violence against him, it was only just that Qin Qian retaliated and seized the storage rings from Lu Kuang and his companions. Take it. Faced with the black dragon spear at his neck, Lu Kuang's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly relinquished his storage ring to Qin Qian. After accepting Lu Kuang's ring, Qin Qian proceeded to claim the rings of the other 8 before soaring into the skies. As Qin Qian departed, Lu Kuang exhaled heavily in relief. Fortunately, I foresaw this possibility and stored all my valuable items within my Dantian space, he muttered to himself. He then casually produced a yellowed beast skin map. Everyone must think of me as a worthless second-generation heir, a debauched scion, and thus pay no heed to my movements. Just right. I can seize the imperial weapon that is about to awaken while they remain oblivious. With that, Lu Kuang dispelled a certain restriction on his body, and his cultivation level instantaneously surged from the out-of-body stage, soaring through the spirit, severing, and fusion stages until it finally stabilized at the tribulation stage. Then, with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Chapter 48, The Mysterious Space, Vermilion Bird, Immortal Tower. Meanwhile, after departing from the mountain peak, Qin Qian activated the wheel of causality to ascertain the location of the immortal fire. Buzz, buzz, as the rule spun. The several tens of thousands of years of lifespan he had harvested from slaying those giant tortoises in the heaven-severing mountain range were rapidly consumed, amounting to over 10,000 years in an instant. Soon after, a line of text appeared before his eyes. In the southern part of the secret realm, 100,000 miles, lies the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tomb. Upon acquiring the precise location of the immortal fire, Qin Qian wasted no time in enlarging the black dragon spear. He then mounted it and soared southward toward the secret realm. Given that his current cultivation level was merely at the 5th stage of the golden core, no amount of speed could surpass that of the imperial weapon, the black dragon spear. Thus, it was far more efficient and comfortable to allow the spear to carry him. As he traversed the Vermilion Bird secret realm, he beheld seas of lava and witnessed numerous cultivators battling one another for opportunities or engaging in combat, with bizarre flame beasts emerging from the magma. Yet, Qin Qian felt no inclination toward these skirmishes. His sole desire was to obtain the immortal fire. The black dragon spear propelled him swiftly, covering the distance of 100,000 miles in less than a quarter of an hour, ultimately halting atop a colossal volcano that continuously spewed flames. Is this the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tomb? Qin Qian mused, gazing at the erupting volcano. He summoned the Sword of Heaven's severance within his body, enveloping himself in a formidable sword aura. With this protective layer, the volcano's searing temperatures and scorching flames posed no threat to him. Without hesitation, he leapt into the volcano's mouth. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no molten lava below, but rather a grand artificial platform, upon which stood a colossal statue of a bird, its beak raised skyward. The flames he had seen were emanating from the statue's mouth. An ancient teleportation array, he surmised. Standing atop the platform, Qin Qian activated his void eye to survey the surroundings, discovering that this platform was indeed a large teleportation array. Presumably, this was the array that led to the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tomb. He produced several tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones and cast them into the bird statue's mouth. In an instant, the statue seemed to come alive, its eyes flashing with golden light that enveloped Qin Qian. Buzz, as the golden light surged, Qin Qian's figure vanished from sight. Upon the conclusion of the teleportation, he found himself in a vast square, at the center of which stood a tower reaching 100 stories high. To his surprise, he noticed that others had already arrived before him. They were none other than the unparalleled prodigies from the 4 great sects and the leaders of various esteemed clans. It appeared they all possessed means to directly access this immortal tomb. While Qin Qian felt a hint of surprise at their presence, he was not overly astonished. After all, the Vermilion Bird's secret realm had existed for an exceedingly long time, opening its doors every few decades. The specifics of what lay within had likely been extensively explored by the 4 premier sects and numerous imperial clans. Thus, it was only natural for their exceptional descendants and talented disciples to possess special means of entry. Yet, while Qin Qian remained unfazed, the others were utterly shocked by his arrival. How is this possible? The Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower has only 30 slots, all occupied by our 4 great sects and a few prominent clans. How did he manage to enter? All gazes turned incredulously toward Qin Qian. The 100-story tower before them was known as the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, situated within a realm protected by a formidable restriction that even emperors could not unravel. Each time the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower opened, only 30 jade tokens were produced, granting access solely to those who possessed them. Within the tower resided an array of precious resources, ranging from heavenly to holy, and even quasi-imperial levels. As long as one's combat prowess was sufficient to challenge to certain heights, they could earn substantial rewards. Thus, whenever the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower opened, the rights to challenge were seized by the top factions of the southern region, which then distributed them to their most accomplished disciples. Ordinary cultivators were not even granted the privilege of knowing about the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, let alone obtaining a jade token to enter. Now, with Qin Qian, a newcomer without a jade token, suddenly intruding, how could this fail to astonish the gathered crowd? Kid, I don't care how you managed to enter here, but the opportunities within the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower belong to us, the heirs of these great powers. If you have any sense, you should leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for our impoliteness. Once the initial shock wore off, a prodigy stepped forward, coldly addressing Qin Qian. Recognizing the attire worn by the individual before him, Qin Qian discerned that he was a prodigy from the rival faction, the Luo Tian Shengzong. With a swift motion, he invoked the celestial technique Meteor Shadow Step and appeared before the young man, delivering a resounding slap across his face. What pretense is this before me? He demanded. The Vermilion Bird's secret realm had existed in the southern domain for countless years, remaining a treasure for all cultivators. When did it become the exclusive domain of the disciples of great powers? Qin Qian spoke to the young man with an impassive expression, punctuating his words with another slap. The 2 strikes left the youth, who was at the spirit separation stage, utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that Qin Qian would choose to retaliate rather than compromise in such a situation. You seek death. The prodigy Tuoba Yin felt a profound humiliation and was poised to retaliate against Qin Qian, only to be restrained by another prodigy from Luo Tian Shengzong. Enough. The opportunities within the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower are meant for the fated. The presence of one more or one less individual does not affect us. Hearing this, Tuoba Yin realized that continuing to engage with Qin Qian would merely diminish his strength, potentially jeopardizing his chance to challenge the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. Thus, he gritted his teeth, deciding to settle the score with Qin Qian after emerging from the tower. The others, recognizing Qin Qian's formidable combat prowess, were reluctant to provoke him. Observing that the Luo Tian Shengzong had temporarily backed down and that no one else seemed inclined to act, Qin Qian strode confidently past the crowd and entered the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. Esteemed colleagues, the Immortal Tower has opened. We shall take our leave, remarked a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect as he followed Qin Qian into the tower along with 4 others. We shall also take our leave, declared the 5 prodigies from the Yaoqi sacred land, turning towards the tower, followed by the leaders of various prominent clans. At that moment, only Tuoba Yin and 4 others from Luo Tian Shengzong, along with 5 from the Taishan Sword Sect, remained on the square. Given their long-standing enmity, the atmosphere inevitably grew tense. Dare to wager a bet. Whoever challenges and achieves the lowest number of levels will graciously yield all acquired opportunities to the other, proposed Jian Mingkong, the leading prodigy of Luo Tian Shengzong, with a mocking smile. Humph, you rely solely on your empty void sword body to act so arrogantly here. If you possess such prowess, why not compete with the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sect? Retorted Gu Qianxing, the leader of the Taishan Sword Sect, dismissing Jian Mingkong's arrogance. Huh, a bunch of cowards. It seems the Taishan Sword Sect is increasingly declining, with the Taishan Sword Sect refusing to take the bait. Jian Mingkong snorted coldly before leading Tuoba Yin and the others towards the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. Were it not for the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, along with numerous other Holy Sons and Holy Maidens, sequestered in closed-door cultivation for the opening of that ancient secret realm, How could a mere buffoon like him act so brazenly? Commented one of the prodigies from the Taishan Sword Sect after Jian Mingkong's departure. Let him revel for now. After the challenges in the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, we will join forces to severely injure him and then return to our sect, Gu Qianxing reassured the visibly agitated crowd. Let us proceed as such. With Gu Qianxing's plan accepted, they too entered the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. Chapter 49. Rampaging through the Immortal Tower. Qin Qian was in a frenzy. Upon entering the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, Qin Qian was instantly transported to a vast battle platform. Before him stood a silver metallic humanoid puppet, radiating the aura of a first-level golden core. Without hesitation, it charged at him, brandishing a large blade. Boom. With a casual punch, he shattered the silver puppet into countless fragments. Congratulations. You have defeated the opponent of the same realm on the first layer and received a strand of Xian-level flame. Would you like to continue? As soon as he obliterated the puppet, a melodious voice echoed in his ears. Immediately thereafter, a strand of crimson flame materialized and landed in his hand. Continue. Casting a fleeting glance at the flame, Qin Qian stowed it away in his storage ring. He was hardly surprised that the Immortal Tower failed to detect his concealed cultivation, mistaking him for a first-level golden core. After all, with the Tao-destroying level of his karmic wheel, even immortal emperors would find it impossible to discern any anomalies. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the announcer, merely a spirit of an immortal artifact, could not pierce through his disguise. Buzz. As a golden light enveloped him, he was swiftly transported to the second layer. The battle platform appeared nearly identical, save for the fact that this time, there were two first-level golden core puppets. Unsurprisingly, before the two puppets could react, he casually struck them down, reducing them to debris. Congratulations. You have defeated the opponent on the second layer and received 2 strands of Xian-level flame. Would you like to continue? The sweet voice chimed again. Continue. Qin Qian responded nonchalantly. In the next moment, he was transported by the golden light to the third layer, where his opponents had increased to 3. He dispatched them effortlessly. Then came the fourth layer, the fifth, and all the way to the 10th layer, where he faced opponents of the first-level golden core. Each encounter merely requiring a single slap to overcome. Starting from the 11th layer, the opponent's cultivation level escalated to the second-level golden core, and as the number of adversaries increased, he continued to push through, clocking an astonishing clearance time of merely 3 seconds per layer. By the 21st layer, the opponent's cultivation level had risen to the third-level golden core. Following this trend, he rapidly ascended to the 50th layer in less than half a quarter of an hour. Just as he anticipated the rules of the tower to persist, he encountered a golden puppet at the 51st layer, now at the 9th level of golden core. Finally a change? Qin Qian murmured softly, stepping forward to obliterate it with a single punch. Upon reaching the 52nd layer, the opponent's cultivation had risen to the first level of nascent soul. Yet it was still no match for him, falling to a single blow. By this stage, the rewards had become quite generous, as the flames and heavenly materials received had reached the lower tier of the heavenly grade. In the 53rd layer, the opponent's cultivation was at the second level of nascent soul. Qin Qian surmised that with each layer he conquered, the opponent's cultivation would ascend by 1 minor realm. After shattering the adversary before him, he proceeded to the 54th layer, where, as expected, the opponent's cultivation had again advanced to the third level of nascent soul. With his current battle prowess, devoid of any external aids, he was invincible among those at the golden core stage, slaughtering those at the nascent soul stage with ease. When confronted by those at the out-of-body stage, he walked through without a care. Against those at the spirit separation stage, he handled them effortlessly, and even those at the integration stage were sent away without hesitation. Thus, in the ensuing layers, he continued to dominate with an unreasonable combat strength. Advancing to the 88th layer. Upon reaching this layer, the opponent's cultivation had reached the first level of the tribulation stage, displaying a myriad of unpredictable combat techniques and exceptional intelligence, surpassing even some geniuses. In this layer, relying solely on his bare hands, while he could manage a victory, it would undoubtedly result in injury. It was time to engage in combat with weapons. Observing the puppet youth before him, who appeared no different from a regular person, Qin Qian finally drew forth the Black Dragon Spear, unleashing a torrent of power. Ancient Demon-Slaying Spear First Style, shattering the void. The second technique of the Ancient Demon-Slaying Spear, shattering 10,000 armies. The third technique, subduing myriad demons. Under the relentless barrage of powerful attacks, the puppet youth in the tribulation phase was ultimately obliterated. However, the frequent use of such formidable abilities took a significant toll on his spiritual energy. Fortunately, his dantian extended an impressive 20,000 meters, and within the pearl of the infinite chaotic sea lay a vast reservoir of spiritual qi. Not only that, but each time he depleted his energy, The Tao understanding tea tree in his dantian would swiftly absorb the divine spiritual veins beneath him to replenish his reserves. Thus, in terms of spiritual power, he resembled a perpetual motion machine, unless he exhausted all 1,000 spiritual veins in his dantian. It was improbable one would witness him running out of energy. In fact, if he so desired, he could directly invoke the primordial rules of the Taoist sanctuary, thereby wielding power on par with the heavenly Tao, capable of uprooting the entire vermilion bird secret realm in an instant. Alternatively, he could unleash the devouring heaven cauldron or the sword of celestial slaughter to carry away the vermilion bird celestial tower. Yet, in pursuit of honing his combat awareness and enhancing his fighting skills, he opted to advance layer by layer. After all, opportunities for such consequence-free combat were rare in the outside world, and he intended to seize this chance for rigorous training. As he defeated the foes on this level, the rewards of flame grades and various heavenly materials nearly all reached the quasi-emperor tier. With a flash of light, he ascended to the 89th level. However, his opponent on this layer was not a tribulation phase second layer, but rather a first layer in the Ascension realm. Thank goodness I possess such an advantage. Otherwise, facing an opponent several realms above me would render any talent inconsequential. It seemed the architects of the Vermilion Bird Celestial Tower never intended for challengers to surpass such elevated barriers. Seeing the puppet youth ahead emanate a formidable aura, Qin Qian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Initially, he had planned to sharpen his combat instincts and techniques, but given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to resort to his advantages. After sheathing the Black Dragon Spear, he produced several hundred attack talismans of the Great Ascension stage and carelessly tossed out two. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and the Ascension puppet youth was instantly annihilated. With another flash of light, he arrived at the 90th level, where his opponent was a first layer of the Transcendence realm. Yet this posed no challenge. He immediately unleashed two attack talismans of the Great Ascension stage, and without surprise, his adversary was once again obliterated. Following this was the 91st level, where he brandished an Emperor's arm to unleash a barrage. From the 92nd to the 97th levels, corresponding to the realms of Honored, Saint, Lesser Saint, Greater Saint, and Quasi-Emperor, he engaged in combat, while simultaneously shielding himself with the Sword of Celestial Slaughter, relentlessly detonating the Emperor's arm. The spectacle was explosive, yielding remarkable results, and he dispatched his opponents with minimal effort. In truth, had this been in the outside world, employing merely this tactic would not have easily resolved encounters with such formidable foes. After all, should they sense danger, enemies would typically flee rather than confront him directly. They would more likely conceal themselves, poised to strike at any moment. However, the adversaries within the Vermilion Bird Celestial Tower were different. They charged forward relentlessly, undeterred by his capabilities, persisting until their demise. With a pulse of energy, he ascended to the 98th level, where he faced an Emperor-level opponent. Upon his arrival, the Emperor swung a fierce blade towards him, showing no intent to grant him an opportunity to retaliate. As Qin Qian engaged in battle with the Emperor, outside the Vermilion Bird Celestial Tower, other prodigies had already been defeated by the puppets within and subsequently teleported out. Yet, upon their arrival, these prodigies did not depart nor converse, as they were all incredulously fixated on the rapidly ascending light within the tower. Initially, the leading prodigies of the four major sects and prominent families reveled in their fortunes acquired within the tower, particularly the few from the Vermilion Bird Celestial sect, who had ascended to over 40 layers. They had prepared themselves for the envy of all upon being teleported out, only to find their accomplishments overshadowed by the figure now reaching the 98th level. How can this be? After surpassing 50 layers, the puppets within elevate by an entire minor realm. Even numerous divine sons and daughters from our sect struggled to ascend beyond 60 layers. How can he bulldoze his way to the 98th level? Indeed, the Vermilion Bird Celestial Tower was shrouded in mystery, rendering hidden realms ineffective. Thus, it implied that this individual could overpower opponents across 6 or 7 major realms. Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Certainly, while various trump cards could be employed within, a vast disparity in realms rendered any such advantages laughable. Yet, this individual appeared invincible, steamrolling through, prompting questions regarding his origins. The minds of the gathered prodigies were consumed by shock and confusion, as Qin Qian's feats eclipsed those of the divinely revered figures they had long admired by countless degrees. It was incomprehensible how such a terrifying prodigy had emerged from the southern domain. Logically, they should have heard whispers of such talent. It was implausible for no information to exist, unless this individual was nurtured by a powerful force beyond the southern domain, or perhaps a prodigy who had recently risen due to a fortuitous encounter. If it were the former, it could be manageable, but if the latter was true, they would need to contact the elders within their sect. If this individual lacked significant backing, They not only aimed to seize everything he acquired within the Vermilion Bird Celestial Tower, but also sought to uncover the secrets he harbored. The Vermilion Bird Celestial Sect, the Luo Tian Holy Sect, and numerous imperial prodigies shared this intent, hastily producing communication jade slips to relay messages. Senior brother, what shall we do? The disciples of the Taishan Sword Sect collectively turned their gazes towards Gu Qianxing. That youth is not so simple. We shall not intervene. Prepare yourselves. On the count of 3, we will jointly ambush Jian Mingkong. Gu Qianxing solemnly communicated after shaking his head. Understood. Upon hearing of the impending assault, Mu Yuro and the others quietly gathered their strength. Now, Gu Qianxing issued the command, charging with his sword towards the nearby Jian Mingkong. Without hesitation, Mu Yuro and the other 4 unleashed their full power against Jian Mingkong. Not good. You dare, Taishan Sword Sect scum. Jian Mingkong, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger, instinctively raised his defenses while frantically calling out. Yet, despite his rapid response, he could not fend off the simultaneous ambush from 5 prodigies of similar realms. An anguished scream pierced the air, and without a hint of surprise, Jian Mingkong was left grievously injured by Gu Qianxing and the others. In the future, spare us your arrogance. Should we encounter you again, we will strike you down. Swiftly, they confiscated the storage ring from Jian Mingkong's hand before hastily vacating the space. Senior brother, are you all right? The others were completely unprepared for the sudden assault from the Taishan Sword Sect, especially in such a stealthy manner. Weren't they typically known for their integrity, often labeled as brainless sword-wielding brutes? How have you succumbed to such depravity, resorting to ambushing others? It was only after Gu Qianxing and the others completely vanished that Tuoba Yin and the other prodigies of the Luotian Sacred Sect finally realized the gravity of the situation, rushing over in a flurry of anxiety to inquire. Cough, cough, cough. Spare me your trivial chatter and administer a healing pill at once. As Jian Mingkong was surrounded by these incessant voices, yet received no healing elixir to staunch his bleeding wounds, he could no longer contain himself and began to cough up blood. Yes, yes. Quickly feed senior brother Jian Mingkong a healing pill. Tuoba Yin snapped back to attention and promptly retrieved a pill from his storage ring. However, given Jian Mingkong's severe injuries, he could barely open his mouth, making it impossible to administer the pill in the usual manner. You, come here and use your mouth to feed senior brother Jian Mingkong the pill. Tuoba Yin directed towards a nearby prodigy of the Luotian Sacred Sect. Senior brother Tuoba, I have bad breath, the disciple stammered, trembling at the thought of having to feed the pill in such a public manner. What are you afraid of? Senior brother Jian Mingkong won't mind. Or do you lack even this minimal willingness to sacrifice for your fellow disciple? Tuoba Yan's expression turned stern. Indeed, junior brother. Your efforts for senior brother Jian Mingkong will surely be appreciated once he recovers. Hurry up, junior brother. Senior brother Jian Mingkong is on the brink. The other 2 prodigies chimed in, urging the hesitant disciple. Faced with their unwavering insistence, the disciple gritted his teeth, wordlessly stepping forward to place the pill in his mouth, and with a flushed face, fed it to Jian Mingkong mouth to mouth. The onlookers could only shudder at the sight of this painfully awkward scene. Meanwhile, on the 98th floor of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, after a series of explosions that obliterated dozens of returning corpses of the fierce demon emperors, Qin Qian finally managed to inflict serious injury on the emperor puppet. Truly, as an emperor, its defensive capabilities and vitality are incomparable to those of cultivators of other realms. Observing that the emperor puppet could still rise and attack him after enduring such bombardment, Qin Qian could not help but exclaim in admiration. Without hesitation, he retreated and summoned the celestial artifact, the sky-cutting sword, to strike. Bang! Despite the emperor puppet's might, it crumpled before the sky-cutting sword like mere parchment. With a casual swipe, its head was severed cleanly. Congratulations on defeating the opponent on the 98th floor. You have acquired the heavenly flame of destruction and a volume of imperial-level techniques. Will you continue to challenge further? Just as the emperor puppet fell, the sweet voice echoed in Qin Qian's ears once more. Continue. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Qian chose to advance to the next level. Buzz. As the familiar golden light enveloped him, he was swiftly transported to the 99th floor. However, this level did not present multiple emperors or even stronger celestial puppets, as Qin Qian had anticipated. Instead, it was a formidable illusion where dozens of mysterious figures cloaked in black were employing secret techniques to siphon away his fortune. What a pity that this void Dao body and its innate talents cannot be extracted. This is the premier physique of the myriad realms, possessing a uniqueness that, once chosen, can never be severed nor forcibly destroyed. Now we shall drain his fortune entirely, erase his memories, and ultimately shatter his soul, casting him into the chaotic void. Without a soul, he shall never awaken, and without awakening, he will never manifest the void Dao body. rendering him incapable of posing any threat to our young master. Move swiftly. If those others discover our hand in this, our doom is assured. Qin Qian observed as an onlooker, watching the group of enigmatic figures engage in conversation while extracting the terrifying fortune of his former self. In the end, these figures shattered the former self's soul with a single palm strike and discarded his body into the terrifying currents of time and space. Chapter 51, Celestial Spirit Fruit. Half-step, Great Dao level reincarnation, sword intent. It seems these are the despairing experiences of the former self, now vividly manifested by this illusion, to test my resolve. Gazing at the relentless repetition of the scene before him, Qin Qian murmured to himself, "This illusion encapsulates a person's deepest despair and greatest fears, manifesting them vividly and presenting them repeatedly. Were it anyone else, no matter how steadfast their mind, encountering scenes that once rendered them hopeless and helpless would surely ignite their fury. Once negative emotions arise, one could easily become ensnared within this illusion, spiraling deeper into despair until they are utterly lost, resulting in a failure to pass and a forced exit from the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower." Yet Qin Qian was different from ordinary individuals. He possessed the Eye of Void, capable of piercing through all illusions. From the very beginning, he recognized this as a mere illusion. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he felt a sense of empathy for the former self's plight. Once his strength was sufficient, he would seek vengeance for the former self, as was his promise. Thus, he understood that his current task was to diligently cultivate and enhance his power, rather than succumb to impotent rage over events that had transpired and could not be undone. Naturally, the words of these figures held little sway over him. Break. With a mere flicker of his Eye of Void, the scenes before him began to shatter like a mirror. As the illusion crumbled, a notification of passing resounded in his ears. "Congratulations on passing the 99th floor's trial of the heart's illusion. You have obtained one celestial spirit fruit. Please proceed to the final floor." With a flash of light, a purple fruit radiating powerful soul energy appeared in his hand. "Finally, a reward that piques my interest." A smile graced Qin Qian's face as he regarded the purple fruit. This celestial spirit fruit is a rare treasure capable of significantly enhancing soul power. Not only is it non-existent in the desolate lands, but even in the celestial realm, it is exceedingly rare. Being a 9th-grade celestial herb, it is dozens of times more precious than others of the same grade, and he had not anticipated such a valuable item as a reward for this level. After storing it in his system space, he followed the beam of light and was transported to the very pinnacle of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, the 100th floor. This floor, too, presented no enemies, only a black stone tablet for testing talent, a grinding stone for assessing comprehension, and a golden compass for measuring fortune. This must be the ultimate trial of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, a selection process crafted by the peculiar predecessor who constructed this tower. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to test his talent. Void Dao Body, Divine Level Spirit Root, Detection Perfect, Pass. After passing the talent test, he placed his hand upon the golden compass for fortune assessment. Boom. The moment his hand made contact, an incredibly radiant purple starry phantom manifested above the compass. Child of the 9th Order Star Domain, Detection Perfect, Pass. Withdrawing his hand from the golden compass, Qin Qian enveloped the grinding stone with his consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as his consciousness touched the grinding stone, an ancient image materialized before his eyes. In the image, a figure whose face was obscured stood with his back to him, gripping a wooden sword, leaning forward in a motion as if to draw the blade. The action was deceptively simple, something anyone could accomplish. Yet Qin Qian perceived in the man a sublime fusion with the cosmic laws, as if at that very moment. The man embodied the principles of existence, battling on behalf of the heavens, descending from the celestial realm. Boom. As the energy coalesced, the man swiftly unsheathed his sword, cleaving the heavens with a single stroke. There were no extravagant gestures, nor any terrifying phenomena. It was merely a casual slash. Yet the infinite void beneath his sword transformed into nothingness. Countless desolate stars were utterly obliterated by this single strike. The sword was perfection, terrifyingly so. After meticulously imprinting every subtle movement of the man in his mind, Qin Qian closed his eyes and activated his divine comprehension, repeatedly mimicking the man's sword strike in his mind. 1 breath, 10 breaths, a quarter of an hour passed. Qin Qian grasped an understanding, yet it felt as though he had gleaned nothing at all. Without a hint of hesitation, he summoned the Dao Ti tree from his dantian and closed his eyes once more to enter a state of enlightenment. Half an hour, 2 hours slipped by in a flash. Behind him, an ethereal sword shadow gradually coalesced. As the sword shadow became complete, a tempest of sword intent surged around him. At this moment, if a nascent soul cultivator were present, they would likely be reduced to dust by the mere brush of this sword intent storm. Even those at the out-of-body or spirit-severing stages would meet the same fate. Boom. Another hour elapsed, and Qin Qian finally completed the sword shadow behind him. At that very moment, his sword intent erupted into a storm. It was no exaggeration to say that he had become a walking tomb of swords, a forbidden ground that would annihilate anyone who dared approach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the half-step Dao-level reincarnation sword intent. The system has automatically recorded it for you. Just then, a notification echoed in Qin Qian's ears, not from the spirit of the Vermilion Bird Tower, but from the system itself. It was indeed a half-step Dao-level sword intent. No wonder it had taken him so long to comprehend. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Qian awakened from his state of enlightenment and murmured to himself, recalling the terrifying sword intent within him. He once again turned his gaze towards the man's shadow facing away from him, only to notice that the man's sword-drawing speed seemed even swifter than before. Strangely, that shadow appeared to glance sideways, as if peering at him across endless epochs and vast expanses of time. This sensation sent a shiver down Qin Qian's spine. Congratulations on perfectly passing all trials of the Vermilion Bird Tower. Ahead lies your reward for completion. Please hasten to inherit the legacy and treasures left by the previous master. For the Vermilion Bird Tower is on the verge of vanishing. Just as Qin Qian felt a chill run down his spine, the sweet voice of the Vermilion Bird Tower's spirit suddenly rang in his ears. Immediately, a colossal golden portal materialized before him. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Qian's heart. He did not rush forward, but instead activated the wheel of causality, depleting several millennia of his lifespan to gauge his fortune. The remnants of a failed soul's path to enlightenment, blessings and calamities intertwined, fortune and misfortune balanced. Upon seeing the outcome projected by the wheel of causality, Qin Qian inwardly conceded its truth. As the child of the star domain, he was blessed with immense fortune, and within this star realm, he was shielded by great luck. Faced with unseen dangers, he would instinctively sense a warning in advance, secretly activating the great dream of Eternal Year's Tower and the all-devouring cauldron to protect himself. He resolutely stepped into the portal of light. Chapter 52. Inheriting the Reincarnation Celestial Sovereign, the primordial Vermilion Bird Flame. It was worth it for this deity to wander through the myriad realms with that old relic's inheritance for countless years. I have finally encountered a being whose combat prowess, roots, and fortune are all extraordinary. If I can seize his body, and then take the treasures left by the old one, in this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly take that fateful step. Just as Qin Qian entered the portal, within an ancient palace of unfathomable age, a soul in phantom form was laughing excitedly. His name was Xianxian Divine Sovereign, once the guardian of a monumental figure's tomb, but ultimately succumbing to his own greed, he betrayed his vow and committed sacrilege. It seemed that the great figure had foreseen his treachery and had set a trap for him, just as he was about to break through to the Divine Emperor stage. The stolen cultivation method malfunctioned, causing him to fail his tribulation and forcing his soul to hide within the Vermilion Bird Tower. After entering the tower, he discovered a seal had been placed in his mind. If he failed to manifest the Vermilion Bird Tower every few decades to select a true successor for the inheritance inside, he would be tormented to the brink of death by that seal. He had long lost count of how many years he had drifted through the myriad realms. He once believed this state would last a lifetime, until his soul was completely extinguished. Yet, unexpectedly, this time the Vermilion Bird Tower had indeed chosen an astonishingly gifted genius. If he could seize this youth, not only could he be reborn and escape the old man's seal, but he could also inherit the true legacy left behind. At that time, he would surely become a figure of extraordinary stature akin to the reincarnation celestial sovereign. Buzz. As a golden light swept by, Qin Qian found himself transported to the palace where Xianxian Divine Sovereign's soul was bound. Boy, your mission is complete. Now obediently relinquish this body to me. As soon as Qin Qian arrived, Xianxian Divine Sovereign wasted no time and charged at him with a hearty laugh. Just as Qin Qian prepared to invoke the primordial rules to eliminate this remnant soul, Xianxian Divine Sovereign suddenly contorted in agony and knelt on the ground. Old man, you have set other restrictions upon me, but this time I shall not yield. Once I seize this lad, the inheritance you left behind will be mine. Xianxian Divine Sovereign's remnant soul shrieked in torment while madly lunging at Qin Qian. Boom. Yet before he could reach Qin Qian, he was obliterated by a sword intent that erupted from an ancient bronze mirror within the palace. This sword intent was familiar to Qin Qian. It was the reincarnation sword intent he had just comprehended. The true sovereign traversed the myriad realms for dozens of epochs, becoming the singular supreme being of all worlds. In pursuit of the legendary Dao realm, he chose to cross the sea of myriad realms to seek the ancient world that had long since vanished. He did not believe the path ahead was severed, yet the journey was fraught with peril, and the outcome unknown. Thus, he established a tomb for his robes, leaving behind his legacy. Perhaps when you, the future inheritor, hear this voice, I have long since perished, or perhaps I have found that ancient world. But regardless of the outcome, I hope my legacy will not be disgraced in your hands. The pitiful Xianxian divine sovereign's remnant soul was quelled, and from the bronze mirror, a voice both carefree and authoritative resonated. Subsequently, the bronze mirror soared into Qin Qian's hands. This mirror was a spatial divine artifact, containing the treasures and legacies coveted by Xianxian divine sovereign for countless years. Congratulations on acquiring the old master's legacy, just as the Vermilion Bird Tower is about to vanish. May you also become a figure of great renown like the old master. My mission is complete. Before I fade away completely, I shall bestow upon you my life fire. As Qin Qian grasped the bronze mirror, that sweet voice echoed once more. Immediately, a dim yet terrifying black flame appeared in Qin Qian's hand. Could you tell me your name? Unable to contain his curiosity while gazing at the searing black flame, Qin Qian inquired. I am merely an inconspicuous ancient vermilion bird by the side of my master. When he was alive, he fondly held me in his hands and called me Little Sparrow. The gentle and sweet voice resonated once more. And then Qin Qian was whisked away from the palace by a powerful force of space. Just as his vision began to blur, he beheld a stunning woman in a flowing azure gown smiling and waving goodbye to him. Farewell, Senior Little Sparrow, Qin Qian shouted with all his might. Subsequently, he was entirely transported away from that realm, landing back in the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, which was engulfed in a sea of flames and lava. As soon as Qin Qian departed, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower began to wane into a phantasmal state. This tower, originally transformed from the body of the ancient Vermilion Bird, would naturally vanish as Little Sparrow had completely perished after bestowing her life fire upon Qin Qian. Of course, due to the passage of time, Little Sparrow's existence had long reached its end. Even had she not given her life fire to Qin Qian, she would still have succumbed to her fate, as the Tree of Life, despite its celestial grade, held no efficacy for her. This perhaps elucidates why the reborn Xiaofan, the celestial emperor, remarked that there existed a celestial flame within the Vermilion Bird's secret realm. It seems that in her previous life, the legacy of the reincarnation celestial sovereign had not been acquired by anyone, and with Little Sparrow's life nearing its conclusion, it was in her nature to resist the idea of her master's legacy being buried in obscurity. Thus, she chose to ignite her life fire to sustain the existence of the Vermilion Bird Tower until she could no longer maintain it. Her life fire's power fully expended, its level reduced to that of a celestial flame. Subsequently, this celestial flame would be claimed by some fortunate soul outside, and upon hearing of this event, the former Xiaofan would deduce that only a celestial flame had emerged from this place in this lifetime. What is happening? The Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower is actually disappearing? It must be that the young lad acquired something remarkable after passing through. Thus, the tower's energy was depleted, leading to its automatic vanishing. Damn it. That boy still hasn't appeared. He must have been transported to the ordinary area outside the secret realm. Quickly, send messages to the other disciples. Halt the pursuit of other opportunities, and ensure that boy is found. Witnessing the rapidly vanishing Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, the proud figures such as Jian Mingkong from the Luo Tian Sacred Sect and Su Wuyo from the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect were utterly astounded. Yet, upon realizing it was Qin Qian who had taken all the treasures within, a sense of insatiable greed and excitement flickered in their eyes. Clearly, Qin Qian now possessed all the opportunities from the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. If they could find and subdue him, the boundless fortune would be theirs. Thus, everyone began to utilize transmission jade slips to communicate with their fellow disciples outside. Sister, should we also join in? The opportunities within the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower are beyond imagination. One of the female disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land couldn't help but suggest to their leader. His ability to traverse the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower and claim all its treasures proves he is not only exceptionally gifted, but also possesses countless hidden cards and formidable luck. To make an enemy of such a person would be tantamount to courting death. We should stick to seizing opportunities that belong to us. The leader of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Gu Qingyi, replied with a serious tone, undeterred by the overwhelming allure of potential gain. Chapter 53, Cultivation Search, Imperial Artifact Emergence. In the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm, once Qin Qian was teleported away from the Vermilion Bird Tower, he found himself on a desolate plain. Look, isn't that the boy who has recently been heavily sought after by the Luo Tian Sacred Sect and the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect? Indeed, it's him. Brothers, let us go. I've heard he possesses a treasure. If we kill him, the spoils will be ours. Kill him. As soon as he set foot on the plain, he was encircled by a throng of rogue cultivators. These wanderers, upon spotting him, resembled famished wolves catching sight of prey, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they charged at him recklessly. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Qin Qian remained unfazed, casually unleashing the annihilation power of the Void Eye. As the Void Eye activated, the rogue cultivators felt as though their souls were pierced by 1,000 arrows, crying out in agony. Soon, their souls shattered entirely, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. It appears my passage through the Vermilion Bird Tower has drawn considerable attention. Thus, you all may as well continue your search within this secret realm. I shall take my leave. After casually collecting the storage rings of the fallen rogues, Qin Qian muttered to himself. In the next moment, he activated his disguise technique, transforming himself into an ordinary young man, even exchanging his black attire for a silver robe. He stowed away the black dragon spear on his back, replacing it with a mysterious grade-long sword obtained from a rogue cultivator, and adjusted his previously revealed golden core cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Now, his disguise technique, enhanced to the emperor level with the essence of celestial arts, was so perfected that even an emperor would find it impossible to see through his facade. Having completed these transformations, he took to the skies with his sword, wandering through the secret realm. After several hours, he encountered numerous rogue cultivators and prodigies from various sects, all frantically searching for his whereabouts. He, however, played the role of an outsider, observing as others sweated profusely in their desperate quest to find him. At times, he even joined the search teams, relishing the sense of participation. However, after a few days of this amusement, he lost interest and secluded himself in a remote area to enter meditation while awaiting the opening of the Vermilion Bird's secret realm's exit. Meanwhile, those desperately seeking him within the realm were nearing madness. Damn it. After searching for so many days, we still haven't found a trace of that boy. Can he truly vanish into thin air? Impossible. Until the exit of the secret realm opens, no one can leave. He must still be within, simply hiding away. Increase the bounty. Whoever can provide clues about that boy will receive a celestial-grade weapon as a reward, along with a chance to become an outer disciple of the Luo Tian sacred sect. Jin Mingkong and others from the Luo Tian sacred sect were huddled together, plotting. Their desire to avenge their grievances against the Taishan sword sects, Gu Qinxing set aside in favor of finding Qin Qian. Similarly, Su Wuyo and others from the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect offered equally enticing rewards. Anyone who could provide clues would receive a celestial-grade weapon and a chance to cultivate within the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. The remaining imperial clans, unwilling to be left behind, also presented wildly appealing conditions. When these news spread, virtually all rogue cultivators were driven into a frenzy, tirelessly scouring for any hint of Qin Qian's whereabouts. Wherever they went, it was as if locusts had descended, scorching lava turned over in their frantic search. After all, this was an opportunity that could change their lives. A glimmer of hope for reversing their fates. Even if they faced a battalion across a narrow bridge, they still believed themselves to be the ultimate lucky one. Regardless of the chaos brewing outside, Qin Qian's determination to meditate remained undeterred. After setting up a holy-grade defensive isolation array, he began to fervently absorb divine source liquid, divine spiritual veins, and a multitude of quasi-emperor-grade soul materials using his all-devouring cauldron. As time gradually slipped away, his physique, spiritual energy reserves, and soul force experienced a remarkable enhancement. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Following this week of seclusion, Qin Qian's dantian expanded to a staggering 25,000 meters, his physical strength surged to an astonishing 250,000 jin, and the ethereal stars within his sea of consciousness coalesced into 250. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, his cultivation level ascended from the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm directly to the 9th stage. It is safe to say that this week of meditation significantly amplified his combat prowess, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that, without any external aids, he could contend evenly with a 5th stage tribulation transcendence expert. Furthermore, should he desire, he could effortlessly shatter the limitations of the Golden Core realm, summon the heavenly tribulation, and subsequently advance to the nascent soul stage. However, given the multitude of onlookers around, it was evidently not an opportune place for such a breakthrough. Thus he ceased his cultivation. Aside from his enhanced combat capabilities, lifespan, and soul, the most profound transformation was in the range of his spiritual awareness. At this moment, even with his eyes shut, he could perceive every rustle and whisper within a 2,000-meter radius, a remarkable increase of over 1,000 meters. Although this enhancement may seem inconsequential in everyday encounters, where he could dispatch foes in a single strike, it would grant him ample reaction time against unimaginable adversaries. Though often unnecessary, such a capacity was invaluable. Upon concluding his seclusion, Qin Qian mused that the exit of the Vermilion Bird's secret realm would likely open in the coming days, prompting him to venture outside for a leisurely stroll. Regarding his recent gains, they were all stored within his system space, awaiting his return to the Azure Dragon Peak of the Taishan Sword Sect for a thorough inventory. However, as he prepared to take flight on his sword, a grievously injured figure came hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Behind this individual trailed a young man clad in white, exuding a malevolent aura and wielding a demonic blade. Both figures were familiar to Qin Qian. The one in front was Lu Kuang, the third young master of the Imperial Lu family, who he had previously bested upon entering the secret realm. Now, however, Lu Kuang radiated the aura of a tribulation transcendence expert, a stark contrast to his prior out-of-body cultivation level. The white-clad youth trailing behind, Lin Tian, was a disciple of the ethereal immortal Yi Piao. On that day, he had been at the nascent soul stage, but now, like Lu Kuang, he had ascended to tribulation transcendence. Yet, it was evident that Lin Tian's advancement was not due to his own cultivation, but rather the result of being forcefully imparted with power or inheriting the cultivation of a formidable figure. Damn Lin Tian, how dare you steal my Lu family's imperial weapon, the heavenly demon blade. Once the secret realm opens, our Lu family's experts will surely rend you to pieces. Lu Kuang bellowed in fury as he ran. What of your imperial Lu family? My master is invincible in this realm. Today, not only will I seize your imperial weapon, but I will also slay you here. Once we exit, you will be powerless against me. Prepare to die. Lin Tian cackled madly. Even upon spotting Qin Qian ahead, he showed no sign of concern, raising the imperial weapon to slash forward. In Lin Tian's eyes, a mere foundation-building rogue like Qin Qian was insignificant. He had undoubtedly dispatched countless like him over the years. Killing another today would be akin to inadvertently squashing an ant beneath his foot, hardly warranting his attention. Boom. As the blade descended, the mountains trembled and the ground quaked. The overwhelming pressure of the imperial weapon surged like a hurricane, threatening to obliterate all existence within a several thousand-meter radius. Damn it! Lu Kuang's heart sank upon sensing the terrifying strike. Even at his peak, he could not withstand Lin Tian's blow, let alone in his current wounded state. Yet, even in death, he was determined to inflict some damage on that scoundrel. Resolute, he prepared to unleash his final secret technique, sacrificing himself to cast a blood curse upon Lin Tian, ensuring that he would suffer grievously as well. But just then, he witnessed the seemingly inconspicuous rogue effortlessly deflect Lin Tian's fearsome attack, clad in a silver robe and wielding a rusted longsword. The rogue advanced calmly toward the frenzied Lin Tian. It appears yet another pretender has come forth. However, I possess an imperial weapon, and regardless of your countless hidden talents, I shall cleave you in twain. Seeing Qin Qian withstand his casual strike, Lin Tian felt no shock. Instead, he was exhilarated, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting fresh prey. In the next heartbeat, he swung the heavenly demon blade at Qin Qian with unhesitating ferocity. Boom. The air resonated as the immense pressure from the imperial weapon roared like a tempest. Yet, Qin Qian remained unperturbed, tightening his grip on the slashing heaven sword and delivering a decisive strike. Clang. There was no violent clash at the moment their weapons met. Lin Tian's prideful heavenly demon blade shattered as easily as paper, cleaved in two by the slashing heaven sword. A blade of energy erupted from the sword, severing Lin Tian's right arm in an instant. The sudden loss of his arm elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Lin Tian, akin to a slaughtered pig. Impossible. My heavenly demon blade is an imperial weapon, the pinnacle of weaponry in the Tianwang continent. How could it be severed by your sword? As he clutched his severed limb, Lin Tian's incredulity morphed into a frantic holler. He had fought hard to acquire the imperial weapon, had earned its recognition, and it was supposed to grant him unmatched power, allowing him to carve a feared reputation within the Vermilion Bird's secret realm. Afterward, he would be revered as a prodigy in the southern region, effortlessly advancing without a hitch. Yet, how was it that shortly after obtaining the imperial weapon, it was lost to an inconspicuous rogue? Why was this happening? Damn you. If you have the capability, kill me now. Otherwise, once we exit the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, I will summon my master to exact vengeance upon you. By then, not only will you perish, but all your kin, friends, and anyone associated with you shall meet the same fate. Overwhelmed by the crushing blow to his pride, Lin Tian roared in defiance, recklessly charging at Qin Qian once more. Thud. However, before he could finish his threats, a blade of energy sliced through his throat. You truly dare to kill me? Lin Tian's eyes widened in horror as he felt the fatal wound on his neck, unable to comprehend why Qin Qian had acted with such decisiveness. He had boasted of a formidable master behind him. Did this fool not fear retribution upon exiting? What Lin Tian did not realize was that Qin Qian loathed threats above all else. The last person to threaten him, the reincarnated immortal Emperor Xiaofan, had been left battered and unable to show his face since. Faced with another threat, Qin Qian had no intention of leaving any loose ends. He swiftly delivered another strike, shattering Lin Tian's nascent soul along with his spirit. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving my life. I vow upon the heavens not to disclose what I have witnessed. Should I break this oath, I shall be struck down by 1,000 bolts of lightning. Also, here is a token of my gratitude. I implore you to accept it." Beside him, witnessing Qin Qian effortlessly sever the imperial artifact and swiftly vanquish Lin Tian, Lu Kuang was momentarily paralyzed by shock. Without a trace of hesitation, he extracted every valuable item from his possession and swore an oath to the heavens, vowing never to disclose the events of this day. The so-called Oath to the Heavens is a solemn pledge made before the local celestial forces, and any breach would invoke automatic retribution. Observing Lu Kuang nearly on his knees, pleading for mercy, Qin Qian hesitated briefly. He had no intention of eliminating this man. Ultimately, it mattered little whether Lu Kuang spoke or remained silent. He was indifferent, for upon departing, he would don a new guise, rendering any pursuit futile. However, given that this man was so desperately offering him cultivation resources, it would be illogical not to accept. Having just slain Lin Tian, he had, in effect, saved Lu Kuang's life. Thus, receiving a token of gratitude seemed entirely justified. As for the healing elixirs, he decided to retain them for himself, but he made a point to leave a few bottles for Lu Kuang, who was on the verge of losing consciousness due to his injuries. After retrieving the storage ring from Lin Tian and the fragments of the shattered imperial artifact, he turned and departed. "Good brother, you are quite the generous one," Lu Kuang shouted joyfully upon realizing that Qin Qian had not only spared him, but also kindly left him a few healing elixirs. Boom. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a terrifying sword aura surged from afar, cleaving Lin Tian's corpse into a fine mist. This was, of course, Qin Qian's decisive act. As he turned to leave, the ominous premonition of crisis associated with his fate as the child of the star domain had once again manifested. The source of this foreboding pointed directly to the now utterly defeated Lin Tian. With this warning echoing in his mind, Qin Qian's immediate thought was that Lin Tian had somehow evaded his attack through some arcane means and might yet rise again. To eradicate this potential nuisance, he unleashed a surge of reincarnation sword intent, which obliterated Lin Tian's remains into nothingness. Finding a secluded corner, he swiftly altered his appearance, transforming into an inconspicuous young man clad in red, his cultivation still at the foundation establishment stage. Over an hour after Qin Qian had vacated the area, a shadowy specter of a soul abruptly emerged from the molten rock. "Damn that boy, his alertness is alarmingly high. The fragment of my soul left behind was concealed so well that I nearly fell prey to his detection," the soul murmured to itself. If Qin Qian were present, he would surely recognize this spectral figure as the Xiantian deity who had attempted to usurp him within the Zhuke Tower. In truth, this was merely a fragment of the Xiantian deity's soul, quietly coalescing over countless eras, possessing strength akin to that of an immortal. He had recently contemplated seizing Qin Qian once more, but the fear of some formidable countermeasure left behind by that ancient being dissuaded him. With only this final remnant of his soul remaining, should he be vanquished again, all hope would be lost. Thus, he begrudgingly resolved to attempt to inhabit the body of Lin Tian, who, while inferior to Qin Qian, still possessed a modicum of fortune and commendable talent. Yet, he did not foresee that this decision would nearly expose his existence to Qin Qian. Left with no alternative, he set his sights on the lesser cultivator, Lu Kuang, the third young master of the Lu family, who was still seated in meditation to regain his strength. "I have committed your true visage to memory. In the future, when the mountains rise and rivers flow, I shall ensure you relinquish the old man's legacy to me," the Xiantian deity murmured, casting a cold glance in the direction of Qin Qian's departure. With that, the specter of the deity's soul silently infiltrated Lu Kuang's sea of consciousness. Chapter 55. The Zhuke Secret Realm concludes. Farewell to the celestial sovereign Yi Piao. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Qin Qian roamed the realm at his leisure. Throughout this time, he observed numerous rogue cultivators and disciples from noble families frantically searching for him, yet he paid them little mind, continuing his solitary exploration. Along the way, he chanced upon Mu Yuru and Gu Qianxing, disciples of the Taishan Sword Sect, but their paths merely brushed against one another, for he was currently disguised as a lowly rogue cultivator. As for the likes of Jian Mingkong and Tuoba Yin from the Luotian Sacred Sect, he had ambushed them, delivering a thorough beating and pilfering their storage rings. Of course, in these 3 days, he also encountered various minor fortunes, such as fire spirit fruits and fire spirit veins. But he only collected what caught his discerning eye, leaving lesser treasures for others. After all, he had already secured 99% of the Zhuge secret realm's major fortunes. The remaining 1% was only fair to share with others. One could be a ruthless bandit, yet a modicum of grandeur should compel one to leave a path for others. Boom. On the morning of the fourth day, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the secret realm as the exit to the Zhuge secret realm was unveiled. Alert the elders of the sect, seal the exit, and conduct thorough inspections. That boy must not escape. With the opening of the exit, Su Wuyo and others from the Zhuge immortal sect hastily produced communication jade slips to inform the powerful beings outside. Meanwhile, Jin Mingkong and his companions from the Luo Tian sacred sect, having lost their storage rings and sustained severe injuries, lacked the means to contact the elders outside. Ha! We are finally free. The spoils of this venture have been plentiful. It has not been in vain. Indeed, while we did not locate the boy sought by the Luo Tian sacred sect, the Zhuge immortal sect, and several other imperial clans, this journey through the secret realm has not been a loss. Many rogue cultivators emerged from the secret realm, their faces alight with joy, reveling in their fortunes. For them, as long as they had survived the ordeal and obtained useful cultivation resources, their gains were substantial. The contentment of lowly rogue cultivators is wonderfully simple. Yet, as they exited, they were met by formidable figures from the Zhuge immortal sect, Luo Tian sacred sect, and several imperial clans, obstructing their path. Everyone, relinquish your storage rings for inspection. Any defiance will result in immediate extermination. A chilling voice echoed in their ears. Though discontent simmered within them at such tyrannical demands, none possessed the courage to resist. They could only obediently present their storage rings for examination. We are disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land. You have no right to inspect us. You also lack the authority to inspect those from the Taishan Sword Sect. Soon, it was the turn of Gu Qingyi from the Yaoqi Holy Land and Mu Yuru of the Taishan Sword Sect. Coming from the most prestigious sects in the southern region, they naturally would not permit the Zhuge immortal sect or the Luo Tian sacred sect to examine their storage rings. If I choose to inspect today, what can you do? One elder from the Luo Tian sacred sect coldly snorted, his expression darkening at the audacity of the juniors before him. Then let me see you inspect one. At that moment, a chilling voice resounded from the heavens, clearly marking the arrival of a sage-level figure from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Before the formidable being revealed themselves, the overwhelming aura of the sage level surged like a tempest, causing the elder from the Luo Tian sacred sect to stagger back several steps. Elder, as the blue-robed woman appeared in the sky, smiles broke out on the faces of Gu Qingyi and her companions. Depart now. I shall oversee the inspection of the Taishan Sword Sect's disciples. Acknowledging that he was no match for the blue-robed woman, Elder Mei Shirley of the Luo Tian sacred sect could only vent his frustration on Mu Yuru and her companions. Your partner has been cuckolded, and your offspring are not your own. Should you dare act insolently today, I will ensure your head rolls. Just as Elder Mei Shirley intended to search Mu Yuru and the others, a terrifying sword intent tore through the fabric of reality, striking directly before the gray-robed elder. Immediately thereafter, an elderly man clad in humble garments, his hair a striking white, yet his demeanor remarkably sprightly, materialized within the void. This revered elder was none other than the Grand Elder of the Taishan Sword Sect. Upon his appearance, a palpable sense of relief washed over Mu Yuro and her companions. However, upon recognizing the newcomer as Xianxia, the Grand Elder of the Taishan Sword Sect, Mei Shirley felt a twinge of trepidation, though he feigned composure, uttering a disdainful grunt. How dare you? Xianxia, clearly a person of high moral standing, was incensed to witness a mere cultivator of the ascendant realm audaciously attempting to display bravado before him, and without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap across Mei Shirley's face. Xianxia, do not overstep your bounds. Mei Shirley, taken aback by the public humiliation, erupted with indignation. It is you who first disrespected the juniors of the Taishan Sword Sect. Today serves merely as a lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure you suffer the consequences, Xianxia retorted coldly, before departing with Mu Yuro and Gu Qianxing atop the grand sword. Throughout the encounter, the other formidable figures of the Luo Tian sacred sect remained utterly silent, too intimidated to utter a word. As for the Zhuge immortal sect, they deemed it unwise to involve themselves in matters that did not concern them. The other imperial clans, though they might display their might before others, were acutely aware that provoking the Taishan Sword Sect could lead to their swift annihilation. The disciples of the Taishan Sword Sect were known for their reckless tenacity, often disregarding their own lives in the heat of battle. Understanding this reality, they chose to remain mere spectators, for it was well known that the Taishan Sword Sect harbored a fierce rivalry with the Luo Tian sacred sect. Any unwarranted interference could be interpreted as a declaration of allegiance to one side or the other. Choosing sides before a victor had emerged was undoubtedly a foolish act of self-sacrifice. Among the crowd, Qin Qian observed Jian Shi's domineering actions with a sense of satisfaction. It was fitting for his sect to have such a formidable elder. Regardless of who dared to intimidate their disciples, they were met with swift retribution. Continue the inspection. Mei Shirley, humiliated by Jian Shi, was quick to retaliate against several slow-moving loose cultivators, striking them down with a single blow. The onlookers could only seethe in silence, hastening to retrieve their storage rings. Amidst the throng, Qin Qian soon passed the inspection, with neither the Luo Tian sacred sect nor the Zhuge immortal sect discovering anything amiss. After departing from Zhuge Lake, he returned to Xiantian City and used a transmission jade slip to contact the ethereal immortal master Yi Piaomiao. Before long, he met with Yi Piaomiao at a quaint tea stall. Lin Tian is dead, and I am the one who ended his life, Qin Qian stated candidly upon their meeting. At his words, Yi Piaomiao paused momentarily before pouring herself a cup of tea. After returning that day, I issued him a stern warning to steer clear of you. It seems he did not heed my counsel. Fate has dealt him a cruel hand. Sipping her tea, she sighed softly. As a being who had cultivated for millennia, she had encountered countless prodigies and taken on numerous disciples, witnessing the harsh realities of life and death. Her perspective on such matters was markedly different from that of ordinary individuals. Having spent over 3 years with Lin Tian, it would be disingenuous to claim there were no bonds of affection between them. Yet to assert that their connection was profoundly deep would be overstating it. Had any other powerful figure from the desolate continent slain Lin Tian, she would have readily exacted vengeance on his behalf. However, the perpetrator was Qin Qian. Setting aside her inability to defeat him in her current state, which also tied to her own recovery, there was another crucial factor. Since their last encounter, her impression of Qin Qian had significantly improved. She regarded him as a person of clear moral distinctions. Considering these 3 points, she merely sighed at Lin Tian's fate at Qin Qian's hands, devoid of any intent to pursue the matter further. He was the one who first sought to take my life without reason, and after being defeated, he still threatened me, Qin Qian explained, sipping his tea, offering his rationale. Regardless of whether Yi Piaomiao truly cared or feigned indifference, he had articulated his reasons. Chapter 56, Healing Yi Piaomiao, Crafting Attack Talismans of the Immortal Realm. In this world, each individual's destiny is unique. I understand his character well. Even if he had not perished at your hands today, he was fated to meet an untimely end. I could protect him for a time, but not for eternity. Thus, his demise was a choice of his own making, and I shall not inquire further into the matter. You need not dwell on it either, my friend. Seeing Qin Qian earnestly offer his explanation, any lingering resentment within Yi Piaomiao dissipated. In a world that venerates strength, powerful figures typically owe no explanations to others. Yet, Qin Qian chose to elucidate the circumstances, further solidifying her belief in his integrity. Very well, let us move past this. Now, let us discuss your injuries. I am confident I can assist in your healing, Qin Qian stated directly, noting Yi Piaomiao's lack of desire for vengeance against Lin Tian. Having spent over 10 days in the Zhuge secret realm, he was aware that time within the dream of 1,000 autumns tower flowed at a rate of 1 day outside, equating to a millennium within. As such, the seed of the tree of life had matured into a tree brimming with 10,000 years of medicinal potency. It was well known that a single leaf from the tree of life could revive the deceased. He intended to utilize the tree's sap to heal Yi Piaomiao. Confident in its effectiveness, please, feel free to state any conditions you may have, Yi Piaomiao said, her exquisite features lighting up with excitement upon hearing of Qin Qian's ability to heal her. A celestial artifact, along with the crafting of 10 attack talismans capable of unleashing the full force of an immortal, Qin Qian stipulated without hesitation. Is it truly that simple? Yi Piaomiao was momentarily taken aback by his request. She had braced herself for a substantial price, only to discover that Qin Qian's demands were quite modest. A celestial artifact and 10 attack talismans were indeed trivial matters for her as an immortal. Oh, if it weighs on your conscience, feel free to offer more. I shall not refuse, she added, her surprise evident. Noticing her astonishment, Qin Qian rose and prepared to depart towards the outskirts of Xiantian City. Due to my injuries, I have little of value remaining in my storage ring. I still require the items inside to open the heavenly gate and enter the immortal realm. Thus, I shall owe you the remainder, and upon your arrival in the immortal realm, I will repay you double, she explained somewhat awkwardly. Agreed, Qin Qian replied casually. He had surmised from the sight of Yi Piaomiao and Lin Tian lodging in the most modest of accommodations that she possessed scant valuable items. Hence, he had refrained from making exorbitant demands, opting instead for a strategic approach that would yield her goodwill. Over an hour later, the two arrived at a desolate, expansive mountain range. Sit quietly and focus. I am about to commence, Qin Qian instructed after establishing a defensive barrier atop a peak. Understood. Yi Piao Miao was quite cooperative. She immediately found a flat place to sit cross-legged, then began to focus her mind. At that moment, Qin Qian had already extracted dozens of drops of sap from the Tree of Life within the Dream of 1,000 Autumns Tower. Without hesitation, he poured all of this sap into the all-devouring heavenly cauldron for refinement. Boom. As the rules within the cauldron activated, the dozens of drops of sap were instantaneously transformed into 10 drops of life essence. Channeling his energy to envelop these life essences, he stepped behind Yi Piao Miao and gently struck with his palm, injecting all 10 drops of life essence into her body. Buzz. As the life essence entered her being, Yi Piao Miao felt an indescribable wave of comfort wash over her. In the next moment, her severely injured meridians began to recover at a visibly rapid pace, and the cracks in her bones swiftly healed. Even the Dao injuries that had troubled her for so long were being continuously suppressed and eliminated by that warm current. At this rate, the injuries that would normally take hundreds or even thousands of years to heal could potentially be fully restored within a day. Do not be distracted. Focus on the refinement. Just as Yi Piao Miao was astonished by Qin Qian's mysterious methods, his voice suddenly resonated in her ear. After thousands of years, it was the first time someone dared to admonish her in such a manner. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no indignation. Instead, she obediently complied with Qin Qian's words, holding her breath and concentrating on guiding the medicinal power of the life essence throughout her body. Unbeknownst to Qin Qian, who was unaware of Yi Piao Miao's current thoughts, after injecting all the life essence into her body, he stepped out of the defensive formation and casually found a spot to start a fire and roast some beast meat. Several hours passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and nightfall descended. Qin Qian had long since satisfied his hunger and was now lying beside the campfire, gazing at the starry sky. When he first traversed into this world, his goals, aside from achieving immortality and unrivaled strength, included wandering freely and exploring the world. However, after facing rejection from many sects and enduring numerous brushes with death, his mind became fixated on a singular thought: to grow stronger. Even at this moment, his sole focus remained on becoming more powerful, for he had enigmatic foes, those who had once siphoned away his predecessor's fortune and shattered his predecessor's soul. If they were to learn that he still lived and had embarked on the path of cultivation, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate him. Even though he currently had the wheel of causality to obscure his fate, paper cannot contain fire forever. Should those enemies act on a whim or possess some extraordinarily powerful means, he would not be able to hide. Thus, he could only grow relentlessly before those enemies realized his existence, ensuring his survival and the pursuit of future opportunities. The path is arduous, fraught with diverging roads. Where shall I find my way? Yet, there shall be moments when the wind will break through the waves, and I will hoist my sails towards the vast sea. With one hand resting behind his head and the other partially shielding the moonlight, Qin Qian gazed at the bright moon through his fingers, unconsciously reciting a line of poetry he had once cherished. Perhaps one day, when he becomes invincible and has resolved all his enemies, he will live carefree, without worries, and behold the splendid beauty of the world. Ah, what a delightful mood you have, my friend. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Chapter 57. Assessing Gains, Rapid Enhancement, the Reincarnation Burial Mirror. Are your injuries all healed? Upon seeing Yi Piao Miao appear beside him, Qin Qian casually inquired. Thanks to you. My injuries are nearly healed. Yi Piao Miao glanced at Qin Qian with a hint of joy, then without hesitation, she picked up the remaining roasted meat and began to eat. By the way, we've known each other for some time. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yi Piao Miao, the ancient ancestor of the Piao Miao Palace in the Celestial Realm. May I ask your name? As Yi Piao Miao spoke while eating, Qin Qian understood that his disguise could not fool an immortal venerable. He casually waved his hand to remove the mask, revealing his extraordinary and handsome face. I am Qin Qian, a disciple of the outer sect of the Taishan Sword Sect. After dispelling his disguise, Qin Qian spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Piao Miao paused in her eating, clearly surprised to discover that Qin Qian was a disciple of a sect from this lower realm, and an outer disciple at that. It seems you are also a person with a story. However, the road ahead is long. Everything will turn out well. After a moment of silence, Yi Piao Miao suddenly spoke with a serious expression, evidently considering Qin Qian as another powerful individual who had to conceal themselves in the lower realm due to some irresistible force. To this, Qin Qian offered no further explanation. After chatting with Yi Piao Miao for a time, he sat to the side and watched as she crafted attack talismans of the immortal venerable realm. Half an hour later, 10 attack talismans of the immortal venerable realm and a celestial artifact were placed into his hands. I must take my leave now. Thank you for the roasted meat. I hope that one day we can meet again in the celestial realm, and I shall certainly treat you well. With a smile, Yi Piao Miao bid farewell. That day will come. Qin Qian waved at her. Farewell. With a wave, Yi Piao Miao's figure gradually faded beneath the moonlight. After Yi Piao Miao departed, Qin Qian immediately initiated a tenfold return on the attack talismans and celestial artifact he held. Beep, tenfold return successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 100,000 attack talismans of the immortal venerable realm and 10,000 fourth-tier celestial artifacts. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Qian's figure flickered, and he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself within the dream of 1,000 Autumn's tower. The environment was adorned with mountains and waters. After having placed 1,000 divine-level spiritual veins here last time, the spiritual energy had now become exceedingly abundant. The over 10,000-year-old celestial-grade tree of life stood majestically atop a distant mountain, resembling a true world tree. Sensing his arrival, the leaves rustled, and the rich life energy surrounded him like a hurricane. Grow on your own. I have matters to attend to. Qin Qian casually remarked before settling down in a suitable spot. Originally, he had intended to return to the Azure Dragon Peak of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect and then assess all the gains from the Vermilion Bird secret realm. However, seeing that there was still some time before dawn and having the dream of 1,000 Autumn's tower, which could accelerate time, he decided to begin evaluating his harvest immediately. First, he examined the storage rings obtained from those rogue cultivators, as well as from Jian Mingkong, Lu Kuang, Lin Tian, and others. The storage rings of the rogue cultivators mostly contained weapons, pills, and techniques of varying levels, none of which reached the earth tier, and the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were all low-grade. He did not disdain these. Instead, he promptly initiated a tenfold return on all the resources within these storage rings. As for Jian Mingkong, Lu Kuang, and the others, being disciples of powerful factions, their storage rings were evidently much richer than those of the rogue cultivators. They contained several million medium and high-grade spirit stones, and even 2 earth-tier spiritual veins. The weapons, techniques, and treasures were all of earth-tier, with 2 being of low-grade heaven tier. Lin Tian, being a disciple of the Piao Miao Immortal Venerable, had over 10 million low-grade spirit stones in his storage ring, and all the techniques and martial skills were of the quasi-emperor level. Without any hesitation, he also initiated a tenfold return on all the resources contained within these storage rings. After addressing the resources within his storage ring, his next endeavor naturally involved the rewards he had acquired from the first to the 100th floor of the Vermilion Bird Tower. The rewards within the tower are primarily categorized into 2 types, one being flame rewards, ranging from ordinary profound-grade flames to the imperial-grade burning heaven flame, of which he possessed over 90 varieties. The other category encompassed techniques, weapons, martial skills, and rare materials, predominantly spanning from profound to emperor grade. Excluded from this list was the most precious spirit god fruit, which had reached the 9th tier elixir level, making it the finest reward aside from the sword intent of reincarnation. After meticulously accounting for all the challenge rewards from the Vermilion Bird Tower, he effortlessly returned these rewards in a tenfold quantity. Finally, he retrieved the black innate flame gifted to him by the ancient Vermilion Bird and performed a blood oath of ownership. This ancient Vermilion flame, akin to the sword intent of reincarnation, was also at the threshold of the Great Dao level, and he decided to return it in terms of tenfold quality. Once the ownership was established, Qin Qian pondered for a moment before speaking to himself. The potency of sword intents and flames escalates dramatically with their levels, indicating a significant dependence on hierarchical suppression. While a tenfold quantity return could provide a temporary advantage in firepower to suppress opponents, it would indeed diminish overall effectiveness. Thus, a return in tenfold quality would yield the greatest benefits, allowing for a single strike to obliterate foes or a palm to incinerate the heavens. Without hesitation, he proceeded to execute a tenfold quality return for both the ancient Vermilion flame and the sword intent of reincarnation. Beep, tenfold quality return successful. Congratulations. Your ancient Vermilion flame and sword intent of reincarnation have ascended to the Great Dao level. As the system notification resonated, Qin Qian distinctly felt the sword intent of reincarnation within him and the ancient Vermilion flame in his hand surge in power exponentially. Upon processing all resources and rewards, he finally turned his attention to the ancient bronze mirror left to him by the Reincarnation Celestial Lord. Reincarnation Burial Mirror, half-step Great Dao level spatial weapon. Capable of containing hundreds of vast worlds, it can rebound any attacks of equal or lesser rank, though each activation requires substantial mental energy. As his gaze fell upon the bronze mirror, the system promptly displayed its information before him. What a splendid item. Though its activation demands considerable mental energy, it undoubtedly ranks among my most formidable life-saving trump cards at present. A wave of excitement coursed through Qin Qian's eyes as he absorbed the system's revelations. With the reincarnation burial mirror in his possession, even when confronting unimaginably powerful adversaries, he would no longer need to dread being instantaneously eliminated. As long as he had a moment to react, he would have a chance at survival. The emergence of the reincarnation burial mirror remarkably addressed a persistent vulnerability. Despite possessing the all-devouring cauldron, the cause and effect wheel, and the grand dream eternal tower, all of which required time to activate, the assaults of formidable foes often transpired in the blink of an eye. However, with the reincarnation burial mirror, as long as he merged with it, it would autonomously rebound any damage suffered without requiring deliberate activation. Until now, the most crucial means of preserving his life had not undergone a tenfold return. Today, all would be elevated. He gathered the all-devouring cauldron, the cause and effect wheel, and the grand dream eternal tower, placing them within the system's enveloping range. In the next moment, he executed a tenfold quality return for these treasures. Beep, tenfold quality return successful. Congratulations, your all-devouring cauldron and cause and effect will have ascended to the eternal level. Beep, tenfold quality return successful. Congratulations, your grand dream eternal tower has ascended to the annihilation level, and the reincarnation burial mirror has reached the pinnacle of the great Dao level. Shortly after initiating the tenfold return, the system notification chimed in his ears. As the sound faded, Qin Qian could acutely perceive the profound transformation of his 4 paramount life-saving trump cards. Though the appearances of the 3 items remained largely unchanged apart from the grand dream eternal tower, the terrifying aura radiating from them suggested that if fully unleashed, even the slightest fraction of their power could obliterate the entire Tianhuang continent. While he was still uncertain about the extent of the enhancements to the other 3 items, the Grand Dream Eternal Tower underwent a remarkable transformation. The mountains and rivers within, previously mere paradises, had dramatically evolved. The rules surged, and spiritual energy erupted, causing all landscapes to expand thousands of times within mere breaths, rendering the entire space boundlessly expansive. Moreover, the entirety of the Grand Dream Eternal Tower was now infused with advanced rules permeating every inch of its expanse. It is no exaggeration to assert that the cultivation environment within had surpassed all top-tier sanctuaries in the celestial realm, making it exceedingly rare to find a comparable place even in the divine realm. Cultivating here would accelerate one's comprehension of the heavenly rules significantly and effortlessly. After a brief session of cultivation, Qin Qian noticed an astounding increase in his cultivation speed, surpassing 10,000 times compared to the outside world. Of course, this reference to cultivation pertained to ordinary methods. Qin Qian typically utilized the all-devouring cauldron to refine resources before cultivating. Thus, the transformation of spiritual energy here bore less significance for him, unless he were to break through to the quasi-emperor level and require an understanding of the laws. The changes here would be immensely beneficial. Although he could not immediately leverage this cultivation environment, the rare materials within his storage ring could certainly benefit. Without hesitation, he planted 10,000 emperor-grade and over 20,000 quasi-emperor-grade soul-related rare materials within the space of the Grand Dream Eternal Tower. He also planted a variety of rare materials of differing grades wherever possible. Upon completing these tasks, he surveyed the Grand Dream Eternal Tower structure with his mental energy. The once dilapidated tower had now undergone a complete metamorphosis. In addition to the aforementioned changes, the tower's defenses and offensive capabilities had become increasingly formidable. If he were to find himself unable to confront an opponent, he could easily retreat into the tower and conceal it. Furthermore, a most notable transformation had occurred. The tower could now autonomously absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, akin to a cultivator. However, Qin Qian refrained from allowing the Grand Dream Eternal Tower to act recklessly, should it begin to absorb. The Tianhuang continent might awaken to find itself devoid of any spiritual energy, transformed into a desolate realm. Although he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he could not commit such an act that would sever the paths of countless beings. After withdrawing his gaze from the Grand Dream Eternal Tower, he unhesitatingly dripped a drop of his essence blood onto the reincarnation burial mirror. Buzz, as a brilliant radiance swept through, the reincarnation burial mirror swiftly acknowledged his ownership and voluntarily soared into his body, merging with him. From that moment forth, unless a being surpassing the great Dao level appeared, no one could hope to eliminate him in an instant. With the upgrade of the cause and effect wheel, its capabilities of concealing heavenly secrets and disguising one's aura were significantly enhanced, allowing him to abandon the prior necessity of suppressing his realm's advancement. With the tremendous augmentation of his 4 life-saving trump cards, Qin Qian exuded newfound confidence. He firmly believed that with the current might of the cause and effect wheel, Those enigmatic entities that had previously siphoned his fortune would be utterly oblivious to his existence. Even if they did sense him, he possessed means to counteract. Thus, he feared nothing now, ready to pursue rampant upgrades without restraint. After stowing the cause and effect wheel, he directed his mental energy into the reincarnation burial mirror. Here lies an infinite expanse of starry sky, filled with countless lifeless celestial bodies, each harboring a resplendent core of starlight. It is astonishing that my modest mentor has bequeathed me such a bountiful legacy. Gazing at the densely clustered star cores ahead, a smile graces Qin Qian's face. These star cores are far more valuable than the divine essence liquid, which is merely a high-tier resource imbued with terrifying energy. In contrast, these star cores not only contain immense power, but also embody the forces of various laws. Should he utilize these star cores for cultivation, beginning now to comprehend, refine, and consolidate these laws, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass its current terrifying state by countless degrees. Suppressing his inner excitement, Qin Qian continued to explore the inheritance and legacy left to him by the Lord of Reincarnation. In addition to these star cores, the Lord of Reincarnation also left him 3 prohibitions at the level of a celestial sovereign to ensure his protection. As for other cultivation resources, there were not many, several hundred divine-grade spiritual veins, dozens of heavenly-grade spiritual veins, a handful of divine weapons, and 3 heavenly-grade armaments. Additionally, there was a technique of semi-Dao level and a swordsmanship of semi-Dao level. Of course, there was also an exceptionally precious manual on cultivation for celestial sovereigns, which recorded profound insights for each realm of cultivation. However, the Lord of Reincarnation stated at the outset that while the Tao is myriad and paths are diverse, one must conform to the celestial order or tread the path against it. Both are valid Tao. Yet, one must find what resonates with their own being, striving for excellence. For that is how the Tao can be attained. This passage serves as a comprehensive guideline for cultivation, aligning remarkably with Qin Qian's previous reflections. In essence, there exist countless formidable and incomprehensible phenomena in the world, yet they may not necessarily be suitable for one's cultivation. Only through the relentless pursuit of a path that resonates with oneself and maintaining perseverance along that path can one truly align with the Tao and achieve greatness. This conviction is precisely why Qin Qian steadfastly adheres to his chosen cultivation methods and celestial arts, focusing solely on elevating their ranks. He is currently on the path of refinement and is in search of a cultivation journey that truly belongs to him. Thus, he decided to execute a 10,000-fold return on the semi-Dao level technique, subsequently tossing it into the all-devouring celestial cauldron for successful refinement into essence. Following the acquisition of this technique's essence, he utilized it to elevate all his currently practiced techniques. As for the swordsmanship titled Reincarnation Sword Classic, which serves as a crucial offensive means for unleashing the sword intent of reincarnation, he chose to retain it for further cultivation. Without a hint of hesitation, he initiated a 10,000-fold return on the Reincarnation Sword Classic. Beep, 10,000-fold return successful. Congratulations, Reincarnation Sword Classic has been upgraded to Dao level. With the system's prompt ringing in his ears, he activated his divine level comprehension and summoned the heavenly grade comprehension T-tree within his Dantian. Then fervently began to cultivate the Reincarnation Sword Classic. Chapter 59, Ascension of Destiny Level, Rapid Surge in Cultivation, the Golden Era. Time flows differently in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Qin Qian had secluded himself within the great dream of Eternity Tower for a full decade. During these 10 years, he expended a staggering 70% of all his cultivation resources, resulting in tremendous enhancements across all his attributes. System, display my personal attributes panel. He silently commanded in his mind. Beep, personal attributes panel successfully opened. Host, Qin Qian. Destiny level, first rank child of the universe. Destiny points, 50 million. Cultivation, 9th layer of spirit separation. Physique, ethereal Dao body, 2nd stage awakened. 10,000 demon body, defense, and celestial king evenly matched. Spiritual root, all attribute semi-heavenly Dao level spiritual root, upgradable. Comprehension, semi-heavenly Dao level comprehension, upgradable. Golden core, primordial Dao field, contains the map of 10,000 stars, boundless chaotic sea, and the sutra of eternal ages, capable of breaking through realm limits and infinitely enhancing combat power. Techniques, semi-Dao level great abyss ancestral dragon decision. Heavenly Dao level 9 transformations of mysterious primordial power. Heavenly Dao level stellar refinement of spirit. Heavenly Dao level great profound sword cannon. Martial skills. Dao level reincarnation sword classic. 9th rank celestial art demon heaven great hand seal. 1st rank celestial arts ancient demon extermination spear. Ancient azure dragon fist. Meteor illusion step. For symbols, sword cannon. Divine abilities, Dao level Eye of Void, invincible body, ancient phoenix flame. Secret techniques, Dao level space annihilation technique, sword intent of reincarnation. Weapons, heavenly Dao artifact heaven slaying sword. Quasi-heavenly Dao artifact black dragon spear. Special items, all-devouring celestial cauldron, eternal level. Fragments of the wheel of causality, eternal level. Great dream of eternity tower, annihilation level. Reincarnation burial mirror, Dao level. Heavenly Dao level comprehension tea tree. Resources, 500,000 divine grade spiritual veins, 80,000 heavenly grade spiritual veins, 800,000 drops of divine essence liquid, 1 million star cores, several billion high-grade spirit stones, 100,000 heavenly grade spiritual veins. Other, 30,000 prohibitions at the celestial sovereign level, 100,000 attack talismans at the celestial sovereign level, 1 mysterious treasure map, 30,000 divine artifacts. 50,000 defensive talismans and teleportation talismans at the Great Ascension stage, 79,000 attack talismans, 20,000 void-breaking talismans, 9,000 arms of emperors, and 9,500 corpses of demon emperors. The transformation in all these figures is the culmination of Qin Qian's decade of seclusion. Firstly, regarding destiny. Due to his recent acquisition of the Great Dream of Eternity Tower, the ancient phoenix flame, and the legacy of the celestial sovereign, coupled with enhancements to his cultivation and physique, his destiny has significantly soared without his awareness. Now, he stands as a first-ranked child of the universe, unmatched in destiny within this star domain. Furthermore, as his destiny ascended rapidly, the entire Tianhuang continent received special favor from the celestial rules of this star domain. At this moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Tianhuang continent has increased 100-fold compared to before, making breakthroughs for cultivators significantly easier. With opportunities and secret realms emerging one after another, almost every individual's aptitude and foundation have received substantial enhancement. Clearly, the emergence of a person with such extraordinary destiny has inadvertently ushered this continent into a golden era. In the days to come, this realm will witness a grand spectacle of heroes vying for supremacy and prodigies competing for dominance. Yet, regardless of how others contend, Qin Qian will forever remain the supreme sovereign, for all of this arises because of him. As for why his cultivation surged from the 9th layer of golden core to spirit separation, bypassing the nascent soul and out-of-body stages, beyond his relentless diligence, a significant factor lies in the elevation of his destiny, which has drawn special favor from the celestial rules of this star domain, resulting in a monumental enhancement of his strength. Correspondingly, the attitude of the celestial realm towards him is exceedingly favorable. He is exempt from all tribulations, receiving the essence of thunder tribulations directly, and in quantities several dozen times the original. Nonetheless, despite such advantages, Qin Qian did not recklessly pursue the elevation of his cultivation realm. His standard is to break through the ancient limits at every stage while accumulating a foundation exceeding 100,000 times before he is willing to advance to the next realm. This is one of the reasons he consumed such staggering resources and remained in seclusion for a decade, only to ascend 3 major realms. With the ancient Prodigy ranking as a place where he can endlessly reap benefits, and with his 10,000-fold return ability, he lacks for most resources. The only exception is the soul-related heavenly materials and earth treasures, which he found insufficient. During this decade of seclusion, he executed a 10,000-fold return on the 9th rank celestial medicine, spirit fruit, and subsequently consumed it entirely. As for the other imperial grade and quasi-imperial grade soul herbs planted within the Grand Dream Eternal Tower, they are currently experiencing a frenzied growth. It was precisely due to the absence of soul-related heavenly materials that he was compelled to cease his secluded cultivation. Upon returning to the sect, he must urgently acquire a substantial quantity of these materials. Otherwise, his progress in cultivation will undoubtedly be severely hampered. Observing the continuously growing heavenly materials, Qin Qian murmured to himself. He no longer fears any mysterious entities. He is now free to break through the boundaries of his cultivation realm at will, and no one can hinder his path of growth. Although he has only ascended 3 major realms in his cultivation, the transformation in his strength has been nothing short of earth-shattering. His dantian has now expanded to a staggering 1 million meters. His strength has surged to 10 million pounds, and the number of stars in his sea of consciousness has reached 1,000. It is no exaggeration to assert that with his current combat prowess, he could obliterate a Mahayana cultivator with a single punch and defeat a venerable in no more than 10 strikes. Only those powerful beings above the saint realm can now be considered a challenge in his presence. In addition to these transformations, his defenses, speed, and healing capabilities have all seen tremendous enhancements following this breakthrough, with his lifespan now extending to 20,000 years. Furthermore, his divine sense alertness has expanded from a mere 2,000 meters to over 10,000 meters. Naturally, these are the intrinsic changes brought about by his enhanced power, while externally, the elevation in strength has made his ethereal, transcendent aura all the more pronounced. Even without any action, he exudes an air of profound mystery and unparalleled nobility. During his decade-long seclusion, he dedicated a third of his time to enhancing his cultivation and refining the essence of all things through the all-devouring cauldron to improve his weapons, celestial techniques, and methods. The remainder of his time was devoted to enlightenment and the practice of various divine abilities, techniques, and martial skills. It is through such diligent cultivation that he has managed to master all Dao level and above techniques, divine abilities, and martial skills to a consummate level in such a short time. This achievement is further augmented by his significant increase in comprehension and the assistance of the Dao level enlightenment tea tree. Had he relied solely on his initial divine level comprehension, he might not have even been able to elevate these techniques and martial skills to a minor accomplishment. After all, his techniques are now all at least Dao level, with divine abilities at the great Dao level and secret arts also at the great Dao level, far surpassing his comprehension level. Moreover, the further one progresses in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes. Thus, his divine level comprehension is no longer sufficient when confronted with these divine abilities and secret arts. Fortunately, the awakening of the second phase of his void great Dao body not only granted him an additional great Dao level divine ability, invincible body, but also elevated his spiritual root and comprehension to half a step into the Dao level. Coupled with the enhancement from the Dao level enlightenment tea tree, he has been able to cultivate all secret arts and techniques above the Dao level to a consummate realm in such a brief period. The tremendous enhancement of these secret arts, techniques, and weapons is, of course, attributable to the dozens of divine artifacts, 3 Dao artifacts, and a half-step great Dao-level technique left behind by the reincarnation celestial sovereign. After returning these items in a tenfold quantity, most have been refined into various essences within the all-devouring cauldron, allowing for significant improvements in his weapons and techniques. Chapter 60. Invincible Body, a Great Era Approaches. I shall unquestionably dominate the world. Notably, his second innate divine ability, Invincible Body, is indeed truly invincible. Once activated, his opponent is drawn into his invincible domain, where they experience 3 seconds of mortal time, regardless of their level, while he can still wield his cultivation. These 3 seconds are an agonizing eternity for others, yet they are his opportune moments for annihilation. Now, he finds himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of those mysterious and formidable foes. Sensing the immense power of his invincible body, Qin Qian murmured to himself, with this divine ability, along with various life-preserving measures such as the causal roulette, he has finally established a firm foothold in this perilous fantasy world, for the number of beings capable of killing him has significantly dwindled. Even if others attempt to reverse time to assassinate him or sever his lifeline, they can no longer succeed. The void great Dao body exists neither in the past nor the future, but solely in the present. Time is singular, space is singular, and fate is singular. To kill him, one must act in the current space-time. However, unless those who transcend the great Dao arrive, his myriad trump cards ensure his survival. According to the words left by the reincarnation celestial sovereign, those great Dao-level beings seem to have vanished from this space-time, which implies that he can now indulge without restraint. This journey has been worthwhile. Clenching his fist, Qin Qian chuckled softly, before his figure gradually vanished within the grand dream eternal tower. Despite having been in seclusion for a full decade, only a fleeting quarter of an hour had passed outside. Were it not for the scarcity of soul-related heavenly materials, he would have undoubtedly remained in seclusion for a millennium, with his realm having ascended 3 major levels. His ranking on the ancient prodigy list has now soared to over 89,000. This list undeniably records the glory and achievements of ancient prodigies, and the difficulty of advancement increases exponentially as one progresses. Previously, his ascent from Qi refinement to golden core had propelled him from the 100,000th rank to the 90th. Yet now, after consecutively breaking through 3 major realms, he has only improved his rank by about 300. The future challenges are all too evident. Fortunately, as long as he elevates his rank, the ancient prodigy list rewards him with divine source liquid and divine level spiritual veins, and with his tenfold return enhancement. It can be said that these rewards currently constitute his primary source of cultivation resources. The only regret is that this list has yet to offer any soul-related cultivation treasures. Sitting down beside the still-burning campfire, Qin Qian could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy of this realm had increased 100-fold compared to usual, and it was continuing to surge. The golden great era, where prodigies compete, is soon to arrive. observing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously gathering from the void. Qin Qian felt little surprise. As the architect of this grand era, he had sensed it in his very essence when his fortune ascended to the first-tier cosmic sun. Ding! A grand era is upon us. The host may carve their invincible path. The greater the host's renown, the more fortune points they shall acquire. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Qian suddenly remembered that he still possessed 50 million fortune points unused. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately executed a tenfold return on these 50 million fortune points. Ding! Tenfold return successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 5 trillion fortune points. Would you like to immediately use them to enhance your fortune? Yes. Qin Qian nodded without a second thought. Ding! Fortune enhancement successful. Congratulations. You have ascended to the second-tier cosmic sun. As the system's prompt faded, Qin Qian could clearly feel his connection to the faded purple star tightening, while his rapport with the rules of the universe deepened. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to surge towards his dantian, as if driven by an independent will. Thus, he resolved to commence his plan to make a name across the myriad realms, starting with becoming an inner disciple of the Taishan Sword Sect. Recognizing his elevation and fortune level, Qin Qian extinguished the campfire with a single palm and then soared into the sky towards the direction of the Taishan Sword Sect beneath the moonlight. Renowned across the lands, enhancing one's influence could swiftly augment one's fortune points. And the most expedient way to achieve fame was to become an inner sect disciple and challenge all the prodigies within the sect, thereby surpassing one's direct discipleship to ascend as a holy son or even a divine son. His current objective was remarkably clear. Upon his return, he aimed to become the divine son of the Taishan Sword Sect. Once he attained this status, he would confront the young disciples of the other prominent imperial clans and sects, thus fulfilling his ambition of making a name for himself in the southern domain. At that moment, a significant influx of fortune points would surely follow, allowing him to further elevate his fortune level. Naturally, while he was intent on acquiring fortune points, he could not neglect his plans to seek out soul-related rare treasures. Additionally, he needed to find the time to investigate the treasure map he had obtained from Yi Qianxiang, the divine son of the Luotian sacred sect. After soaring through the air for a while, he switched to the Xiantian sword for travel. After all, the Xiantian sword had recently transformed into a Dao artifact, its flying speed vastly superior to his own, saving both time and energy. With no hindrance to his progress, the Xiantian sword glided steadily through the skies, and before long, he arrived at the gates of the Taishan Sword Sect. This time, he did not conceal his cultivation aura. The terrifying pressure of the 9th level of the separation stage enveloped him like a whirlwind. Are you the outer sect disciple Qin Qian? How is this possible? In just half a month, how have you advanced from the Qi refinement stage to the 9th level of the separation stage? We pay our respects to senior brother Qin Qian. As Qin Qian reached the outer gate, he startled the few foundation establishment disciples on guard. Upon recognizing him, these disciples were utterly astonished. After all, it was common knowledge throughout the sect that his void Dao body required an astronomical amount of cultivation resources, exceeding 10,000 times that of his current realm, to achieve a breakthrough. Furthermore, each ascension to a major realm necessitated enduring a tribulation that was 10,000 times more powerful than the current stage. Even with the recent upheaval in the heavens and the frequent emergence of opportunities, it was implausible that he could ascend from the Qi refinement stage to the 9th level of the separation stage in merely half a month. Nonetheless, despite their bewilderment, the disciples suppressed their shock and respectfully saluted him. They all understood that, from this day forth, Qin Qian's status within the Taishan Sword Sect would rise significantly, and he would become an existence they could only look up to for the rest of their lives. Ding! Your cultivation has intimidated your fellow disciples. Congratulations. Your reputation has begun to manifest, and you have received 500 fortune points. Just as the guarding disciples were bowing to Qin Qian, the notification sound of the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Please, no need for such formality. After casually remarking to the disciples, he stepped into the Taishan Sword Sect. However, as the sun had yet to rise, he needed to wait until dawn to advance to an inner sect disciple, so he returned to the Qinglong Peak. Not long after his return, news of his sudden leap from the Qi refinement stage to the separation stage spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect of the Taishan Sword Sect. Before long, it reached the inner sect, followed by the elders of each peak, and ultimately the sect master Lin Wushuang, along with the high-ranking officials who governed the sect's affairs. By the time dawn broke, the entire sect was abuzz with astonishment at his remarkable achievement. Chapter 61. The Return of Immortal Emperor Xiaofan. Qin Qian becomes a candidate for Holy Sun. Wow, he reached the 9th level of the separation stage in just over half a month? Is this for real? Why would I lie? My cousin is one of the gatekeepers. They witnessed Qin Qian's return to the sect with their own eyes. The entire sect is discussing this matter. Incredible. As fellow outer sect disciples who entered the sect on the same day. I'm currently stuck at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. How embarrassing. Previously, we had heard he possessed the premier constitution of the heavens. But seeing his breakthrough speed now makes it evident that he is indeed a divine being, an unparalleled entity beyond anyone's reach. Countless outer sect disciples, upon hearing of Qin Qian's exploits, felt a mix of astonishment and envy, yet more poignantly, they were left in awe, regardless of what the future held. At least Qin Qian's current achievements had shattered every cultivation record in the history of the Taishan Sword Sect. The once-vanished super genius Xiaofan paled in comparison to him. While the outer sect buzzed with excitement, the inner sect was not much better off. Many inner sect disciples who had previously considered themselves superior found their scalps tingling with disbelief upon hearing this news. Especially those who had grievances with Qin Qian, such as Chu Qingxue and the followers of the divine son Yu Wujia, were petrified upon learning that Qin Qian's cultivation had surpassed theirs. They all understood that Qin Qian's talent was insurmountable. Once he broke through, he would be invincible at the same level. And fighting above his rank would be as effortless as drinking water. Even if all their followers banded together, they would not stand a chance against Qin Qian. Phew. Thankfully I haven't targeted him yet. I'll just avoid him in the future. Many followers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't had any direct conflict with him. I merely attempted to provoke him, but failed. If I enter seclusion for a few decades, he should forget about it. Right? In an elegant courtyard, Chu Qingxue murmured to herself before directly announcing her retreat, vowing not to emerge for several decades. Simultaneously, in a spirit-rich courtyard adorned with blooming flowers within the inner sect, the childhood companion of immortal Emperor Xiaofan, Gu Qingwei, upon hearing this news, promptly transmitted it via a sound transmission jade slip. I can't believe he has grown so quickly. Soon, a voice filled with gritted teeth echoed from the other end of the transmission. This speaker was none other than the reborn immortal Emperor Xiaofan, who had nearly been obliterated by Qin Qian in their last encounter. In that battle, he had suffered severe injuries, and the half of the karmic wheel in his possession had been snatched by Qin Qian. Fortunately, having once been an immortal emperor, he had numerous hidden cards and was aware of many grand opportunities from his previous life, which allowed him to make a comeback. However, Xiaofan had not anticipated that Qin Qian's rate of growth would be so astonishing, disrupting all the plans he had meticulously crafted. Brother Xiaofan, the sect's higher-ups have now decided to designate Qin Qian as a candidate for Holy Son. Should I send a saint or quasi-emperor from our clan to assassinate him? Gu Qingwei, sensing Xiaofan's anger, spoke with concern. Although she was merely an inner sect disciple of the Taishan Sword Sect, her family was one of the oldest clans in Zhongzhou, and she was the young lady of this venerable house, having been fostered in the southern domain for certain reasons. This is a true contest between men. Qingwei, do not involve yourself for now. That lad is quite cunning. He can only be outwitted, not confronted directly. Upon hearing Gu Qingwei suggest seeking assistance from powerful allies, Xiaofan promptly refused without a second thought. He was still coveting the karmic wheel that Qin Qian possessed. And the fewer people who knew this secret, the better. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to resolve the matter through his own means. After all, he had once been a renowned immortal emperor. His previous defeat had been due to carelessness, and he vowed to be 1,000 times more cautious in the future, ensuring that should he strike, there would be no escape for Qin Qian. All right, I will heed your advice, Brother Xiaofan. I will soon return to Zhongzhou, where I shall finally meet with you. Upon hearing that the man she admired was preparing for a true contest against Qin Qian, Gu Qingwei felt an even greater admiration for Xiaofan. The man she had chosen, even after experiencing defeat, could reclaim his confidence and possessed the capability to shatter all doubts, walking the path of his own brilliance. The southern domain was on the brink of chaos. Qingwei, it would be best for you to return to Zhongzhou swiftly. In the transmission jade slip, Xiaofan remained silent for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing Xiaofan's concern, Gu Qingwei felt as though her heart was coated in honey, sweetened by his words. Rest assured, Brother Xiaofan, I am under the protection of an emperor. Once the ancient secret realm opens and I acquire that item, I shall return to Zhongzhou immediately. While Gu Qingwei and Xiaofan exchanged tender sentiments, the higher-ups of the Taishan Sword Sect had already brought Qin Qian to the Grand Hall of Taishan Peak within the inner sect. After confirming his cultivation level and repeatedly ensuring he had not been taken over, the sect master, Lin Wushuang, promptly announced him as a candidate for the Holy Sun. All that remained was for him to triumph in the Holy Sun competition 3 days hence, securing his position as the sect's Holy Sun. Ding! Your cultivation has astonished both the outer and inner sects of the Taishan Sword Sect. earning you the admiration of the sect's upper echelons. Your renown has begun to spread within a limited circle. Congratulations, you have earned 300,000 fortune points. Just as Sect Master Lin Wushuang handed him the token of the candidate Holy Sun, the system's reward notification echoed in his ears. These are the resources the sect grants you as a reward. Prepare well for your endeavors. Although your situation is quite unique, the sect will not neglect any individual who strives diligently. You will receive every entitlement afforded to other candidates for Holy Sun. After presenting the token to Qin Qian, Lin Wushuang also handed him a storage ring filled with numerous cultivation resources. Previously, they had not paid much attention to Qin Qian because the resources required for his breakthroughs were exceedingly vast, and each realm demanded the overcoming of terrifying tribulations. Setting aside the fact that the Tai-Xian Sword Sect could not fully support Qin Qian, the sheer terror of those tribulations led them to believe he had no future. Fully cultivating him would merely be a waste of resources. However, now that Qin Qian had defied fate and risen dramatically, ascending from the Qi refining stage to the 9th level of the spirit separation stage in a mere half-month, their attitude towards him had shifted significantly. While they would not fully invest in Qin Qian, he would still receive the same treatment as other normal disciples, which was a semblance of fairness. Thank you, Sect Master and esteemed seniors, for your generous kindness. I shall strive to cultivate diligently and bring glory to the sect. Accepting the storage ring, Qin Qian sincerely bowed to Lin Wushuang and the other high-ranking officials. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. The determination of the sect's higher-ups to grant him the same treatment as other top-tier talents filled him with appreciation for their sense of fairness. Although this quantity of cultivation resources appeared trivial to him, it was essential to acknowledge that without his external assistance, these resources would have been entirely futile. Yet, the sect did not treat him differently. Instead, they provided him with a fair and just opportunity for competition. This singular gesture greatly enhanced his fondness for the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. Having traversed 3 years in this new world, he had witnessed too much of the vicissitudes of life and endured ridicule and disdain. While the Tai-Xian Sword Sect may not be perfect here, the ancestral figure Jiang Tai-Xian bestowed upon him a fair chance for cultivation, marking the first time since his arrival that he felt a modicum of respect. In this brief span of just over half a month, he had managed to make a few friends, such as Miao Han and Mu Yu. Now, with the sect treating him with such fairness and granting him the respect he deserved, he realized how precious this feeling was. Only fully comprehensible to those who have experienced the depths of life's valleys. In return for the kindness shown to me, I vow that on the day I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall never forget the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. Chapter 62. Re-entering the Scripture Pavilion. 10 billion soul-type heavenly materials. After leaving the Grand Hall of Tai-Xian Peak, Qin Qian initially planned to visit the Scripture Pavilion in exchange for more soul-type heavenly materials with the artifact spirit, the Great Yellow Bull. However, he did not expect to encounter Mu Yu and Lin Chun, along with several direct disciples of the sect master, shortly after exiting the hall. Qin Qian, I can't believe you have already broken through to the spirit separation stage in just over half a month. Congratulations. Upon spotting Qin Qian, the mature and poised Mu Yu approached him with a warm smile. Fortune smiled upon me, and I seized some opportunities. Qin Qian replied casually as Mu Yu approached. Congratulations, junior brother Qin. Truly, you are a genius with the strongest physique in the realms. Your breakthrough speed is something we could hardly dream of. The other direct disciples also came forward to offer their congratulations, and Qin Qian reciprocated their pleasantries amicably. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, standing at a distance, felt his face flush with rage, his fists clenched tightly, his heart consumed by an overwhelming sense of resentment. He was acutely aware of Qin Qian's extraordinary talent, unmatched by any, yet he could not fathom why. Despite being the sect master's direct disciple and having been nurtured with care, he had not yet made it past the foundation establishment stage, while Qin Qian soared to prominence within the sect. In comparison to Qin Qian's current achievements, he felt utterly mediocre, and he recalled with embarrassment how he had once provoked Qin Qian with disdain during the disciples' enrollment ceremony. Reflecting on this now, he felt like a self-deluded jester. No, though his talent is formidable, the resources required for breakthroughs only become increasingly daunting, and the tribulations grow more fearsome. Perhaps this time he was fortunate to seize a great opportunity, but who knows what the future holds. With the current changes in the heavens and earth, cultivation has become easier. Under the sect master's guidance, I will surely surpass him and trample him beneath my feet. Lin Chen's heart seethed with unyielding determination. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Qian had already become a second-order child of the universe, with luck unparalleled in this star domain. After chatting amiably for a while with Mu Yu and the others, Qin Qian departed from Tai-Xian Peak, deliberately ignoring the insignificant Lin Chen, who had not once garnered his attention. After all, he was now a practitioner at the 9th level of the spirit separation stage, while Lin Chun was merely a fledgling at the Qi refining stage, unworthy of his consideration. Upon leaving Taishan Peak, he soared through the air, soon arriving at the Grand Plaza before the Scripture Pavilion. As before, the plaza was bustling with activity. Outer sect disciples rejoiced at the acquisition of coveted treasures, while others with insufficient contribution points wore expressions of dismay. In the pavilion behind the Black Tower, the privileged second-generation disciples, born with golden keys, engaged in lively conversation. Lacking for nothing in terms of cultivation resources, everything here seemed unchanged, yet somehow transformed. Look, Qin Qian has arrived. Shoo. He should now be referred to as Senior Brother Qin. Do you wish to bring about my demise by calling his name so carelessly? So handsome, truly deserving of being a figure of renown in the sect. If only I could be his partner. Senior Brother Qin, I love you. Barely had Qin Qian set foot in the plaza when many disciples quickly recognized him, surrounding him with excitement and chattering incessantly. After all, this was a world where martial prowess was revered. Previously, despite his unparalleled talent, his physique had led many to deem him a wasted genius, inferior even to ordinary practitioners. Yet now, he had defied expectations, shattered doubts, and ascended to the spirit separation stage in a mere half-month, earning him the status of a legend. Faced with such a legendary figure, especially one so young and strikingly handsome, many naturally idolized him, their admiration palpable. In response to this fervor, Qin Qian merely cast a calm glance at the crowd before striding directly toward the imposing Black Tower ahead. For him, the myriad experiences accumulated over more than 3 years of traversing different realms have afforded him a clear perspective on numerous matters. From standing atop the summit to plunging into the abyss, such is the nature of life, his heart seldom stirs with tumultuous emotions anymore. Were it not for the pursuit of fortune points to swiftly elevate his luck, he likely would have continued his silent cultivation, eventually achieving invincibility. However, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Having chosen to confront the myriad worlds head-on, he had long since prepared himself for the scrutiny of all. Yet, unlike the initial days of his arrival, he now remains unflinching, akin to a mountain collapsing before him. With the admiration he once yearned for no longer stirring waves within his heart, the desire to partake in osmanthus blossoms and wine is nothing like the carefree youth of yesteryears. The long-cherished aspirations, when viewed from different stages of life or from a higher vantage point, may indeed lose their luster. Unfazed by glory or disgrace, he approaches life with equanimity. At his age, the ability to remain untouched by hollow fame is a state of mind few peers can match. Beneath the grand tree in front of the Scripture Pavilion, the slumbering bald elder observed Qin Qian's every action, unable to suppress a heartfelt sigh. He, too, had traversed the peaks and valleys of life, learning to regard fame and fortune with indifference, wholeheartedly pursuing the path of greatness. Yet, Qin Qian, at such a passionate age, had already attained this steadfastness of heart, a resilience not easily rivaled by others. Meanwhile, Qin Qian had already stepped into the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. "Brother, you finally deigned to visit me," exclaimed the excited voice of the artifact spirit as he entered the pavilion. In an instant, a large yellow bowl, no bigger than a fist, materialized upon his shoulder. "Present to me all the soul-related treasures and rare materials," he commanded, grasping the yellow bowl in his hands and giving it a gentle squeeze. Qin Qian simultaneously offered a drop of divine essence. His plan was to acquire these soul-related treasures and return them in a tenfold quantity, subsequently restoring the original amounts. In this manner, he would neither deplete the sect's reserves of soul-related materials nor be deprived of an immense bounty. Such was the delight of his scheme. "All right, brother. Just a moment." The yellow bull beamed at Qin Qian's generous gift of the invaluable divine essence, promptly setting about gathering resources. Buzzing and whirring under the yellow bull's diligent efforts, within mere breaths, all soul-related treasures within the Scripture Pavilion were collected into a storage ring. "Brother, all the soul-related treasures are here. You may take 90%, leaving just 10% for me to report back to the sect." After securing the treasures, the yellow bull reappeared on Qin Qian's shoulder. "Let me take a look." Accepting the storage ring, Qin Qian unhesitatingly activated the Tenfold Return feature. Ding! Tenfold Return successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 billion soul-related treasures of varying ranks from Yellow Tier to Emperor Tier. With the system's notification, an astonishing 1 billion soul-related treasures materialized within the system's space. Chapter 63. The Demon Emperor's Rules, 3,000 Years of Seclusion. Upon witnessing the mountain-like accumulation of treasures in the space, Qin Qian swiftly returned the original count of 100,000 spirit herbs into the storage ring. "I will take these 3, return the rest." Casually selecting 3 holy tier treasures as a token gesture, He returned the storage ring to the yellow bowl. 3 mere holy herbs are hardly sufficient. Why not take a few Emperor tier ones? The yellow bowl urged upon seeing Qin Qian's modest selection. Given the drop of divine essence's worth, which could purchase the entire scripture pavilion, the yellow bowl felt somewhat guilty about Qin Qian's minimal take. After all, it utilized half of the divine essence for itself, diluting the other half for the sect's distribution, ensuring the sect not only suffered no loss but instead profited. These are collected through much labor. It would be inappropriate for me to take too much. Qin Qian declined the yellow bowl's generous offer with a wave of his hand. Very well, but brother, should you require any other cultivation resources, do not hesitate to seek me out. Here at the Taishan Sword Sect, I still hold some influence. Noting Qin Qian's resolute refusal, the yellow bowl ceased its insistence. After a brief exchange, Qin Qian departed from the scripture pavilion, soaring back to Qinglong Peak on his sword. He swiftly entered the dream of Eternity Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a vast quantity of life essence from the Tree of Life, subsequently infusing all this essence into the 1 billion soul-related treasures. Buzzing. Under the influence of the life essence, those treasures, once on the brink of withering, miraculously revived. Rise. After reviving the treasures, he planted them all within the spirit fields of the dream of Eternity Tower. In the outside world, a day equates to 1,000 years within the tower. He planned to wait until these treasures accumulated over 10 millennia of potency before utilizing them. Observing the sprawling fields of spirit herbs, Qin Qian mused to himself. In just a few tens of days, these herbs would amass over 10 millennia of potency, at which point he could continue refining his mental prowess and rapidly advance his cultivation. However, with only 3 days remaining until the Saint Child competition, he intended to remain in seclusion within the dream of Eternity Tower throughout this period. With the original Dao field present, his physical strength and internal spiritual energy could be infinitely enhanced. Even if he could not temporarily break through in realm, his power could still ascend. Contemplating this, he took out the storage ring given by the sect master and another ring obtained from the emperor of the Luotian sacred sect. First, inspecting the storage ring gifted by the sect master, he discovered a heavenly tier technique, a heavenly tier martial skill, 2 earthly tier spiritual veins, a heavenly tier sword, and numerous high-quality spirit stones and elixirs. For any disciple below the Saint Child level of the Taishan Sword Sect, these resources were indeed quite substantial. However, for Qin Qian at this juncture, they were akin to scraps, as he now wielded only divine tier spiritual veins and heavenly Dao tier weapons, rendering these items nearly insignificant in his hands. Though they hold little value for me, after the tenfold return, I might find an opportunity to gift them to ancestor Jiang Taishan, and I should also seek a chance to heal his Dao injuries, Qin Qian muttered thoughtfully. His current achievements were due not only to his efforts and external aids, but also to the profound gratitude he felt towards the third ancestor, Jiang Taishan. Had it not been for the ancestor's benevolence, he would not have been able to join the Taishan Sword Sect. Without entering the sect, it was uncertain whether his system would awaken. However, the wheel of causality and the celestial devouring cauldron would surely remain beyond his reach. These 2 eternal treasures were critical to his swift cultivation and growth. Missing out would mean losing the chance to learn about the Vermilion Bird's secret realm and other opportunities from the immortal Emperor Xiaofan. Missing these chances would also mean foregoing the inheritance of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign, never reaching Xiantian City for the dream of Eternity Tower, and not acquiring the reincarnation burial mirror. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that although ancestor Jiang Taishan merely granted him a fair opportunity to cultivate, for him, it was a life-altering act of kindness. He would not forget this grace. As long as the Taishan Sword Sect did not forsake him, he would always remain a part of it. Therefore, these cultivation resources, which were nearly useless to him now, inspired him to consider gifting them to ancestor Jiang Taishan. However, given his current status, he could not meet individuals of the ancestor's caliber and would have to wait until he became a holy son or even a divine son before he could pay his respects to the venerable Jiang Taishan. With a plan set in his mind, he immediately returned all cultivation resources from his storage ring in a 10,000-fold quantity. Once the return was successful, he stored these resources in a larger storage ring, intending to present them to the ancestor at an opportune moment. After casually putting away the storage ring, Qin Qian's gaze fell upon the storage ring of the great Emperor Xianxiao. This ring bore the emperor's restrictions. Unless one surpassed this emperor's strength, it would be impossible to access the treasures within. Thus, for any cultivator below the emperor level, even if they were fortunate enough to acquire this storage ring, they would only be left staring in futility. However, for Qin Qian, this posed no challenge. He merely summoned a hint of the dreaming Xianxiao Tower's pressure, shattering the emperor's restrictions with ease. As the restrictions crumbled, All of the great emperor's treasures were laid bare before him. 3 emperor-level spiritual veins, a set of emperor-level techniques, and a plethora of quasi-emperor spiritual veins, elixirs, and rare materials awaited his perusal. Yet, what astonished Qin Qian was the presence of a complete stele inscribed with the rules of the fiend demon. It is well known that fiend demons are the sworn enemies of all races on the Tianhuan continent. Anything associated with them is typically obliterated, and the fiend demons themselves are sealed within various abysses. Of course, some fiend demons have been imprisoned by powerful factions for servitude or other purposes. Nevertheless, all matters concerning fiend demon techniques and martial arts must be destroyed under the witness of other great powers. Thus, the fact that the Tian sacred sect's great emperor possessed a stele engraved with fiend demon rules is rather intriguing. Either the upper echelons of the Tian sacred sect have secretly brokered a deal with the fiend demons in the abyss, or this great emperor Qianxiao acquired the stele through his own means. If it is the latter, then all is well. However, if it is the former, the South may soon face dire consequences. One need only consult the wheel of causality to ascertain the fate of the Taishan Sword Sect against the Tian sacred sect. Gazing at the stele, which emanated a malevolent aura, Qin Qian promptly activated the wheel of causality to absorb the essence of the tree of life. As strands of life essence were drawn in, the wheel quickly calculated the outcome. There was danger of annihilation, but with divine providence to assist, the great calamity shall be averted. Upon reading the inscription on the wheel, Qin Qian understood the implications. The upper echelons of the Tian sacred sect had undoubtedly struck a deal with the fiend demons in the abyss, which had led to their rapid increase in power. And the Tian sacred sect bore a deep-seated enmity towards the Taishan Sword Sect. Once their strength surged, they would undoubtedly strike at the Taishan Sword Sect first. If he did not intervene, the Taishan Sword Sect might face annihilation. Since you are courting death, do not blame me for my ruthless measures, Qin Qian murmured to himself. From the immortal Emperor Xiaofan, he learned that in less than a month, the fiend demons would erupt from the abyss, and it was likely that members of the Tian sacred sect were orchestrating this chaos. However, it mattered little. He intended to utilize the primordial rules of the Dao to eliminate the fiend demons during their upheaval. In doing so, he would also easily eradicate the Tian sacred sect without expending much effort. Having resolved this, aside from the stele inscribed with fiend demon rules, he did not hesitate to return all cultivation resources from the Great Emperor's storage ring in a 10,000-fold quantity. After acquiring 30,000 Emperor-level spiritual veins and numerous Emperor-level cultivation resources, he proceeded to return the fiend demon stele with a 10,000-fold quality enhancement. Ding! 10,000-fold quality return successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a stele embodying the rules of the demon sovereign. Chapter 64. Power overwhelming the Great Emperor, the newly ascended child of destiny, Chu Yan. As the system notification chimed, a stele radiating a terrifying demonic aura materialized in Qin Qian's hand. With his myriad demons physique now at the level of a demon king, equivalent to the realm of an immortal king, mastering the rules of the demon sovereign would elevate his physique to the quasi-immortal emperor level. Without a trace of hesitation, he focused his mind and began to comprehend the stele before him. For others, grasping the rules of the demon sovereign would indeed be a formidable challenge, as it corresponds to the quasi-immortal emperor level. The profound mysteries within are far too elevated. Without sufficient cultivation realm, comprehension is virtually impossible. Yet for him, possessing the void Dao body and half-step heavenly Dao level comprehension, he could effortlessly bypass the limitations of cultivation level and delve into understanding. In a mere hour, Qin Qian fully grasped the rules of the demon sovereign, and upon his realization, his myriad demons physique underwent a transformation to the level of a demon sovereign. Now, even without resorting to any hidden cards, the defensive and regenerative capabilities he activated with his myriad demons physique were equivalent to those of a quasi-immortal emperor. With this enhancement, Qin Qian took a deep breath and commenced a retreat that would last for 3,000 years. During this period, leveraging the unique properties of his golden core, he tirelessly utilized the all-things-swallowing heaven cauldron to refine divine-level spiritual veins and heavenly Dao-level spiritual veins into the boundless chaotic sea. Of course, he did not neglect to refine divine source liquid and the million star cores, channeling the refined essence into the cosmic star map. Through such relentless cultivation at any cost, the seemingly inexhaustible resources at his disposal were visibly depleting, yet his strength was continuously surging. With the first millennium behind him, his dantian expanded to 10 million meters, and his power skyrocketed to 50 million Jin. With the second millennium, his dantian extended to 20 million meters, and his power surged to 90 million Jin. In the third millennium, his dantian expanded to 30 million meters, and his power soared to 150 million Jin. Upon concluding his retreat, Although Qin Qian remained at the 9th level of the spirit separation stage, the aura he emanated was more terrifying than that of a 9th-tier Great Emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that aside from his consciousness, which had yet to catch up, all of his other attributes had surpassed the strongest combat power on the Tianhuan continent, the Great Emperor level. Even though the Great Emperors could wield the power of rules and their bodies were deemed immortal, they paled in comparison to him. Clenching his fist, Qin Qian flashed into the distant sky and unleashed a punch. With a thunderous roar, the mountains and rivers within 100,000 meters below were reduced to ruins. Though this retreat consumed vast amounts of cultivation resources, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Observing the devastation below, Qin Qian contentedly murmured to himself. During this retreat, aside from the divine-level spiritual veins in his Dantian and the dreaming Xianxiao Tower, all of his divine-level spiritual veins had been exhausted. He still had over 40,000 heavenly Dao-level spiritual veins remaining. As for the more than 80,000 drops of divine source liquid, they had also been completely consumed, leaving only 50,000 star cores from the initial million. It can be said that this retreat was the most resource-intensive one he had ever undertaken, yet it also yielded the most significant improvements. From this moment forth, devoid of any hidden cards, he stood as an invincible presence in the realm of Tianhuan. With a mere flick of his hand, he summoned the rules of the dream of 1,000 Autumn's tower to restore the ruins beneath him. Before turning to exit the tower, upon stepping into the outside world, only 3 days had passed, the dawn was breaking. After casually refreshing himself and donning a black and red long robe, he gracefully walked towards the inner gate plaza, treading upon the void. Simultaneously, at the inner gate plaza, although the sun had only just begun to rise, the surroundings were already teeming with numerous prodigies of the inner gate. Many among them were seasoned practitioners, often venturing out for experience or spending years in seclusion. Their gathering today was to witness the grand event of the sect, the contest for the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. This was a mandatory requirement from the sect, as well as an opportunity for them to revel in the spectacle of their peers' prowess, hoping to glean some combat experience from the duels, should fortune favor them. This contest for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter featured 100 participants, yet ultimately, only 3 would emerge as the chosen ones. Who do you believe has the best chance of victory? Surely, it is those ranked among the top 10 prodigies of the inner gate, each possessing a cultivation level no lower than the integration stage. While others may be exceptional, they will merely serve as backdrop to these formidable individuals. Not necessarily. You who often venture out or seclude yourselves are unaware that 2 dark horses have emerged in this contest, the first being Qin Qian, who possesses the unparalleled physique of the heavens, and the second, Qu Yan, who carries the legacy of an emperor. Indeed, these 2 are astonishingly gifted, rising from obscurity. The former's physique is fearsome, having ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the 9th layer of the spirit separation stage in just half a month. The latter, despite a shattered Dantian, ventured alone into the forbidden lands of the immortal sword and emerged not only alive, but with a restored Dantian and significantly enhanced strength. They are the most anticipated contenders in this contest. As the contest had yet to commence, the inner gate prodigies engaged in fervent discussions regarding the favored candidates. The 2 voices that resonated most prominently were undoubtedly Qin Qian and Qu Yan. Upon the high platform, many of the prodigies from the inner gate rankings, upon overhearing the conversations, wore expressions of displeasure, especially those ranked within the top 10, who had always regarded the top 10 as their only rivals. Found it disheartening that the crowd's excitement was directed towards 2 individuals who had yet to even make the inner gate rankings. One youth clad in white, wielding a folding fan, scoffed, "Do not worry. If they dare to overshadow us, I shall ensure they learn the meaning of regret." Another youth, dark-skinned and bearing a massive sword upon his back, chuckled coldly. How about we make a wager among the 10 of us? Whoever defeats either Qin Qian or Qu Yan in battle shall be awarded a heavenly spiritual vein by the rest. A mischievous girl in a pink dress giggled. I agree. Our battles among ourselves can indeed become tedious. It is time to introduce some excitement with these fresh contenders. Very well. Let us see who is fortunate enough to encounter these 2 unfortunate souls first. Chapter 65, The Ringed Old Man. The contest for the Holy Son begins. Look, Qu Yan is here. Just as the prodigies plotted and whispered among themselves, a youth clad in black robes, with a broken sword on his back, caught everyone's attention. Even from a distance, the disciples could feel the terrifying aura emanating from him, akin to a sword unsheathed. Could this be Qu Yan, the one who was cast aside by his fiancée, abandoned by his family, yet entered the forbidden lands of the immortal sword and returned triumphantly, defying fate? Oh my, what a captivating man. Qu Shixiang, I admire you. Qu Shixiang, go for it. We believe in you. As the dark-clad youth approached, many were stirred with excitement. shouting in admiration for his legendary tale of defiance against fate. "Master, thank you for all you've done for me. When I grow stronger, I shall surely avenge you and restore your form." Seeing so many talented individuals cheering for him, Qu Yin caressed the broken sword on his back and expressed his gratitude inwardly. "Were it not for your awakening, I might never have had the chance to rise. Our meeting was fated. Since you have chosen me as your master, guiding and protecting your growth is my duty." As Qu Yan's words faded, an ancient voice resonated within his mind. "Above all, I owe everything to my master. I will not disappoint your hopes. I shall claim victory in this contest." Clenching his fist, Qu Yin spoke with unwavering confidence. "The great era has arrived, and prodigies vie for supremacy. Your true adversary is not merely these present prodigies, but the destined individual who will bring about the upheaval of this realm. He is your greatest foe on the path to strength." As Qu Yin finished speaking, the mysterious voice of his master echoed once more in his mind. "Are we not both the most remarkable prodigies of this realm? While we may stand in competition, can we not also be friends?" Qu Yin suddenly inquired. "Friendship is indeed possible, though I would advise against it. For cultivation is a contest, a perilous journey to the other shore that can only accommodate one. That individual, endowed with talent, fortune, and opportunity, surpasses you, even in luck. Unless you willingly concede this chance to ascend, you will inevitably find yourselves at odds." The enigmatic elder patiently elucidated upon hearing his disciple's question. "All right, I understand." Qu Yin sighed softly. Although he desired to befriend the prodigy who would alter the fate of this realm, he was resolute not to relinquish his ambition of becoming the strongest, gathering fortune, and reaching the pinnacle of power. At that moment, a sudden sound of air being torn apart echoed from the sky. Shortly after, a youth of ethereal demeanor, clad in a black and red robe, descended from afar, resembling a celestial being. "It is Qin Qian, the one who shattered the sect's historical cultivation records." Gasp. Is that truly the Qin Qian who has been the talk of the sect? Though I too am at the spirit separation stage, I feel like an insignificant ant in his presence. Wow, I share that sentiment. How peculiar. Qin Qian, shine forth with the brilliance of your unparalleled physique, and crush all your opponents. Qin Qian, you are the best. We have full confidence in you. The arrival of Qin Qian ignited an uproar of cheers that far surpassed the excitement surrounding Qu Yan's entrance, for Qin Qian's aura, appearance, and talent outshone all others, making such a reaction entirely warranted. This individual is formidable. If you encounter him, exercise caution. Just as Qu Yin scrutinized Qin Qian, the mysterious voice of his master cautioned him. "I will." Qu Yin, sensing Qin Qian's extraordinary presence, responded with resolute determination. "Here comes the sect leader and the esteemed elders." As Qin Qian arrived at the high platform where the contesting prodigies gathered, sect leader Lin Wushuang and the senior officials of the Taishan Sword Sect approached gracefully from afar. "Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, esteemed elders." Upon the arrival of the higher-ups, all prodigies bowed respectfully, their hands clasped in reverence. "Do not stand on ceremony." After arriving at the front of the observation platform accompanied by a group of high-ranking officials, Lin Wushuang waved to the assembled prodigies and then entrusted the third elder, the Red Flame Venerable, to preside over the contest for the Saint Son and Saint Daughter. "Your presence here signifies that you are fully prepared. I shall now elucidate the rules and rewards of this competition." The third elder stepped forward from the assembly, casting a glance at the 100 participants on stage before continuing. "The contest consists of two parts, a test of Dao heart and a practical combat assessment. The top 3 competitors will ascend to the status of the sect's Saint Son or Saint Daughter. Furthermore, the victor, in addition to the usual rewards, will be granted a chance to challenge the Divine Son or Divine Daughter. Should the challenge succeed, they may ascend to the esteemed rank of Divine Son or Divine Daughter." Upon hearing these words, the audience was taken aback, as there had never been a precedent for the first-place winner to challenge the Divine Son or Divine Daughter since the inception of the competition. However, considering the participation of Qin Qian and Qu Yin, many found this decision quite reasonable, for either of them possessed talents and experiences that could rival any Divine Son or Divine Daughter. The top 10 prodigies on the talent leaderboard, upon hearing this announcement, were filled with indignation, gritting their teeth in frustration. They, who had received prestigious mentorship and had abundant resources for cultivation, believed they were the ones deserving of attention. Questioning why 2 individuals of humble beginnings, lacking significant backgrounds, were afforded such exceptional treatment by the sect's hierarchy. "Master, the opportunity to ascend is upon me." Qu Yin internally exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the third elder's words. He was confident in his abilities to contend with the sect's Divine Son or Divine Daughter. "This indeed saves me considerable time," Qin Qian thought, somewhat surprised by the announcement. His desire to become the saint's son was driven by the ambition to enhance his influence and amass vast amounts of fortune points. If he could elevate himself to the more prestigious rank of divine son today, the shock and impact he would create would certainly be magnified, leading to even greater fortune points. Without further ado, I hereby declare the contest officially commenced. This is the Demon Confinement Tower, which houses a fearsome demon adept in illusion. The tower consists of 9 levels. If you can traverse the first 6 levels within an hour, you will have passed the Dao Heart test. Just as the audience was left in astonishment, the third elder produced a golden small tower, and with a wave of his hand, it transformed into a colossal structure, landing squarely in the center of the plaza. Now, all participants, enter the Demon Confinement Tower. As the third elder's voice echoed, all the prodigies participating in the contest descended from the platform, entering the tower one after another. Naturally, Qin Qian also stepped inside. Upon reaching the first level, he was confronted with a vivid illusion depicting the moment he sought to join other major sects only to be ridiculed and expelled. Though the illusion was strikingly realistic, it ultimately remained a mere fabrication. Observing the scenes of his past, Qin Qian calmly murmured, "The illusions within the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower were 100 times more authentic. I could view my past as an outsider, let alone this illusion, which I could see through without employing the eye of nihility." With that, he wasted no time and effortlessly shattered the illusion with a wave of his hand. With a hum, as the illusion shattered, he was transported to the second level. This level showcased a gruesome scene of the demons slaughtering myriad races, the realism so acute that even the scent of blood was replicated. Yet, it too fell to his discerning gaze. He swiftly dispatched the demon and ascended to the third level. Soon followed were the fourth, fifth, and sixth levels. Each level presented varied simulated scenarios and choices, yet he demolished every illusion with ease, relying solely on his fists. In mere moments, he reached the 9th and final level, his astonishing speed leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Is this truly the fearsome Demon Confinement Tower? It feels as though he is merely enjoying a leisurely stroll, exclaimed one prodigy in disbelief. Impressive. I, Neo-Shur-San, have never admired anyone as much as him. If I think he is impressive, he must indeed be extraordinary. It was hard to fathom the steadfastness of his Dao heart, enabling him to reach the 9th level with such swiftness. I recall that even the fastest divine sons and daughters took half an hour to do so. The inner disciples present were ablaze with excitement at Qin Qian's astonishing speed. On the observation platform, sect leader Lin Wushuang, the third elder, and the other high-ranking officials fell into a momentary silence. "This child is truly born for the path of cultivation," Lin Wushuang remarked, generous in his praise. Indeed, if not for his exceedingly unique constitution, he would undoubtedly represent the next hope for our Taishan Sword Sect. What does a unique constitution matter? As long as he triumphs in this contest, the sect will accord him his rightful recognition. Well said. While we cannot pour all resources into him, we can ensure he receives the treatment he deserves. Following this moment of silence, with the exception of a few high-ranking officials, the others expressed great satisfaction with Qin Qian's performance, believing he was worthy of proper cultivation. Beep. Your remarkable performance has astonished the thousands of inner disciples present, leaving a profound impression. Congratulations, you have earned 1,000,000 fortune points. Beep. Your outstanding performance has impressed the sect's higher-ups, who sincerely believe you were born for the path of cultivation. Congratulations, you have earned 5,000,000 fortune points. Within the 9th level of the Demon Confinement Tower, upon hearing the system notifications, Qin Qian felt little surprise. At that moment, he was grappling with a demon of the Emperor realm, not anticipating that this demon had already escaped its seal. The demon, furious, shouted, "Who are you? When did this realm give rise to such a terrifying prodigy?" The demon, known as the Thousand Illusions Emperor, had endured for thousands of years and had just broken free from its seal, intending to control or possess the prodigy before it. However, it never expected that as soon as it broke free, a fist imbued with planetary power would strike mercilessly against its face. One punch not only knocked its head askew, but also reinforced the seal it had just breached, rendering it forever incapable of escaping. It had believed that the Taishan Sword Sect had discovered its vulnerability and sent a formidable ancestor to reseal it. Instead, it found itself facing nothing more than a mere spirit-severing cultivator, easily extinguishable with a flick. In that moment, the Thousand Illusions Emperor's defenses crumbled entirely. It could accept being resealed by a stronger entity, knowing that its kin would soon come to rescue it. Yet, it could not fathom being ruthlessly suppressed by a spirit-severing cultivator, a seal so strong that even its kin would be unable to breach it upon arrival, signifying that it would be eternally confined within the Demon Confinement Tower. In an instant, all hope was extinguished from its demonic existence, leaving only a tempest of anger and despair. Smack! Before the Thousand Illusions Emperor could finish its words, Qin Qian had already sent it flying with a resounding slap. Were it not for your lingering usefulness to the Taishan Sword Sect, do you truly believe you would still be standing here conversing with me? With that, Qin Qian stepped forward and struck the face of the Thousand Illusions Emperor with several resounding slaps. After casting his adversary into the realm of seals, Qin Qian turned and departed from the Demon Suppression Tower. Cursed be this fate. What manner of terror have I encountered? Upon Qin Qian's departure, the Thousand Illusions Emperor bellowed in a voice laden with despair. At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the space, and a black-clad youth, burdened by a broken sword, materialized before him. Master, this is indeed a fierce demon of the Emperor realm, and I require a mere 10 drops of Emperor's heart blood to awaken my innate constitution. I humbly beseech you to assist me. This black-clad youth was none other than Xu Yan, and upon laying eyes on the Thousand Illusions Emperor, a glimmer of greed ignited in his gaze. How dare you? Do you truly believe me, the Thousand Illusions Emperor, to be a weakling? If I cannot subdue that peculiar lad, do you think I cannot handle you? Initially, the Thousand Illusions Emperor, already on the verge of losing his composure, wished to ignore Xu Yan. However, the sight of this insignificant creature, staring at him with such fervor, ignited an inferno of fury within him. Yet it soon became evident that his rage amounted to little, for his most formidable technique, the endless illusion, failed to affect Xu Yan in the slightest. With a resounding smack, empowered by a mysterious mentor, Xu Yan surged forth, entering the realm of seals and delivering a stinging slap to the Thousand Illusions Emperor. What the devil? What peculiar obsession do you humans possess? Why must you always strike me in the face? Bewildered by the slap, the Thousand Illusions Emperor stood dumbfounded, immediately shouting in outrage. What do you mean? Has someone been here before? Upon hearing the Emperor's roar, Xu Yan furrowed his brow. He had set his sights on claiming first place in the competition, and if someone had arrived before him and managed to rattle the Thousand Illusions Emperor, would that not render his current delight somewhat foolish? Huh, that lad is far superior to you. I have broken the seal and restored my peak cultivation, and he is not even a match for me with a single blow. As for you, you are merely an ant who has forcibly enhanced his cultivation through secret arts. Utterly incomparable to him. Seemingly attuned to the fury within Xu Yan's heart, the Thousand Illusions Emperor coldly mocked him, deliberately praising Qin Qian. Boom. Just as those words left his lips, Xu Yan launched a punch that sent him flying. A mere prisoner of fate. From where do you derive such confidence to mock me? Am I inferior to him? You claim I am without ever having witnessed our battle? Who grants you the audacity to speak thus? Xu Yan, as though pricked by a hidden wound, pounded his fists relentlessly against the Thousand Illusions Emperor. Chapter 67. The Grand Clash of Prodigies? 1 foot to suppress, I reign supreme. Qin Qian remained oblivious to the fact that after his departure, the Thousand Illusions Emperor endured another thrashing at the hands of Xu Yan, who extracted a pound of heart blood from him. At this moment, he had already exited the Demon Suppression Tower and stood upon the competition stage, where the surrounding prodigies erupted in excited exclamations upon seeing his figure. Astonishing. In less than half a moment, he conquered the Demon Suppression Tower. Brother Qin, you have once again shattered the sect's record. I would gladly declare you the swiftest man of our Tai Yuan Sword Sect. Huh, do you not know how to speak? Brother Qin, such an extraordinary prodigy, is clearly a man akin to a war god. If you cannot offer a compliment, then refrain from speaking at all. What are you all thinking? I merely remarked on Brother Qin's rapid cultivation and high efficiency in his endeavors. Having had the fortune to witness the birth of history, I can now boast to others that my brother is Qin Qian. Ha ha, well said. With Brother Qin's unstoppable momentum, it will not be long before the younger generation of the southern domain finds it impossible to contain him. The prodigies lavished praise upon him, yet for Qin Qian, all this glory was mere fleeting vapor, stirring not a ripple in his heart. Not long after Qin Qian's emergence, Xu Yan also stepped forth from the Demon Suppression Tower. His arrival naturally stirred significant commotion, but with Qin Qian preceding him, even though he too had conquered the 9th level of the tower and shattered the previous sect record, he could not elicit the same overwhelming impact. Xu Yan was acutely aware of this, and thus, despite having succeeded, his spirits remained somewhat dulled. You have not fallen behind him by much. As long as you defeat him in the upcoming competition, you will still undeniably claim the top position. Sensing his disciple's despondency, Xu Yan's enigmatic mentor immediately offered words of encouragement. Fear not, master. I merely recalled some past events and have not been disheartened by Qin Qian's achievements. Hearing his mentor's words, the dark cloud over Xu Yan's face began to lift. You are correct, master. As long as I can best Qin Qian in the forthcoming practical assessment, the first position shall remain mine, with my mentor as my greatest asset. Defeat is not an option. With this thought, Xu Yan's mood brightened considerably. A teachable child. Observing Qu Yin regain his confidence, the mysterious elder murmured with satisfaction. Time slipped by, and soon enough, over half an hour had elapsed, with the top 10 prodigies of the rankings successfully breaching the 6th level, just as they believed themselves to be the first to conquer the 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. They were informed that both Qin Qian and Qu Yin had completed the 9th level in less than half an hour. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the top 10 prodigies turned crimson with indignation. Although internally resentful, they were compelled to concede that they had lost the first test. We have not yet completely lost. Their swift passage through the Demon Suppression Tower merely indicates that their resolve is stronger than ours, and aside from that, it proves nothing else. The subsequent practical assessment is what truly matters. As long as we give it our all, we shall not be outmatched by them. The white-clad youth wielding a folding fan steadied his demeanor and spoke to the others. Indeed, our cultivation level surpassed theirs. There is no way we can lose to them. Upon hearing the words of the white-clad youth, the faces of the others brightened once more. Before long, the allotted hour came to an end, and all 100 participants had successfully passed the first round within the designated time. Congratulations on passing the first round of tests. The rules for the upcoming practical assessment have changed. Previously, a one-on-one combat format was employed, but it has now been temporarily altered to a free-for-all mode. Once the battle commences, you may engage in indiscriminate attacks, and the last 3 standing will directly ascend to become either holy sons or holy daughters, after which they will duel until a victor emerges. As the first round's testing time expired, the third elder casually waved his hand, retracting the golden demon suppression tower, then turned to announce the rules for the second round. A free-for-all mode. What an excellent decision. It saves time and truly tests everyone's adaptability. I believe the sect's higher-ups have deemed the performances of Qin Qian and Qu Yin too dazzling, hence they wish to ascertain the limits of their combat prowess. You are correct. Should it be a one-on-one duel, I doubt anyone could match them. The adoption of a free-for-all format is merely a means to afford the other prodigies a semblance of dignity, preventing a total rout. Upon hearing the third elder's decision, the venue erupted into a cacophony of voices. Some felt this was unfair, as most on the prodigy rankings were second-generation immortals, while they often contended amongst themselves. They would undoubtedly ally against Qin Qian and Qu Yin in such a scenario. However, a greater number of individuals find this reasoning entirely justifiable, for a true champion remains unperturbed by the nature of their surroundings. The realm of cultivation is fraught with ever-changing confrontations. One cannot simply predetermine the number of adversaries before engaging in battle. Qin Qian and Qu Yin, as the 2 most illustrious prodigies in this contest, will undoubtedly face challenges far more daunting in the future than those they encounter now. If they cannot withstand this initial trial, it merely serves to demonstrate their inadequacy, rendering them unworthy of the sect's focused cultivation. If there are no objections, I hereby declare the commencement of the second round in chaotic battle mode. Having observed the discussions among the crowd reaching a conclusion, the third elder waved his hand, effortlessly establishing a sacred-level isolation array at the center of the plaza. With this array in place, no matter how fiercely the prodigies within battled, the spectators surrounding them would remain unharmed. Enter. As soon as the array was set, the third elder opened the array's eye, permitting the participating prodigies to step into the arena. Let us proceed. The leading youth in white waved his hand, immediately ushering all the prodigies listed on the leaderboard into the array. Qu Yin cast a glance at Qin Qian, and the 2 followed closely behind into the formation. Upon entering the array, as anticipated, the 98 prodigies on the leaderboard joined forces, encircling Qin Qian and Qu Yin from all directions. Do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. Instead, direct your ire towards your own brilliance, proclaimed the youth with a folding fan, Tian, his face alight with mirth. The outcome has long been predetermined. Your alliance will change nothing. Qin Qian remained silent, while Qu Yin huffed disdainfully. Why waste words? Let us strike together and see if he can maintain his bravado, sneered the burly youth with a massive sword strapped to his back. Boom. Before the burly man could finish his statement, Qin Qian casually sent him flying several dozen meters with a single slap. I wholeheartedly concur with his suggestion. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence the battle. After sending the burly youth hurtling away, Qin Qian turned his calm gaze toward Tian. Very well. If you all possess such confidence, allow us to witness your skills. Attack. Upon witnessing the burly youth's defeat at Qin Qian's hands, Tian's expression darkened, and he immediately commanded the others to engage. For symbols, sword technique. Breaking the heavens sword art. Ascending to the skies with a sword. At Tian's call, the other prodigies unleashed their most formidable strikes in unison. Their assaults surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing the area where Qin Qian and Qu Yin stood in an instant. Just as the spectators anticipated an exhilarating clash, Qin Qian merely lifted his foot and then stomped down with a tremendous force. Boom. The impact of his footfall resonated as if a colossal stone weighing millions of pounds had plunged into the ocean, generating an overwhelming shockwave that radiated from Qin Qian's position, sending every prodigy within the array reeling backward, spitting blood. Even Chu Yan, standing nearby, was swept away by the force, catapulting several hundred meters through the air before he managed to stabilize himself. How could the residual force of a single stomp be so formidable? Once he landed securely on the ground, Chu Yan stood aghast, stunned by the sheer pressure emanating from Qin Qian's foot. Chapter 68. The Old Man in the Ring takes over. The sword intent of reincarnation demonstrates its might. We refuse to accept this. The 98 prodigies, just before losing consciousness, screamed internally in anguish. They were a collective force, many of them at the fusion stage. And yet here they were, obliterated by a single kick from someone at the spirit division stage? No, it was not even a kick, but rather the aftereffects of that kick, which nearly shattered their resolve. They were well aware of Qin Qian's formidable strength, capable of battling above his level with ease, yet they never anticipated he would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Good heavens, how strong! To face him as an opponent is truly a despairing misfortune. Indeed, regardless of their status as prodigies, he treats them like mere wild beasts to be hunted. Now only Chu Yan remains, but I suspect he too will fall short before Qin Qian. That's uncertain. After all, Chu Yan possesses the legacy of the emperor. None of us have witnessed his true capabilities. The prodigies observing from outside the plaza were utterly astonished by Qin Qian's ability to dispatch Yi Tian and his companions in a mere moment. They too were quite accomplished in their own right, having witnessed numerous exceptional talents in battle, yet they had never encountered anyone as powerful as Qin Qian, who could conclude a conflict before it even began. Master, he truly lives up to being the supreme genius endowed with the first constitution of the heavens. In terms of one-on-one combat at the same level, I cannot rival him. Thus, I entrust the next battle to you. I must secure this first place today. Within the array, after regaining his composure, Chu Yan had completely abandoned the notion of directly confronting Qin Qian and instead called upon his enigmatic master to intervene on his behalf. Rest assured, though his combat prowess is extraordinary, it would be a trivial matter for me to suppress him with but a single palm. The voice of the mysterious figure resonated within Chu Yan's mind. In the next instant, the mysterious entity took control of Chu Yan's body. Boom. As soon as Chu Yan was possessed, his aura surged dramatically. Fusion stage, tribulation stage, ascension realm, and then feathering realm. It was not until he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the feathering realm that his escalating energy began to stabilize. You are indeed powerful, but alas, you have crossed paths with me. This contest shall conclude here. With his realm elevated to the peak of the feathering realm, Chu Yan smiled at Qin Qian. In the blink of an eye, his figure moved with ghostly swiftness, reaching Qin Qian's side in an instant. Thunderous might, Chu Yan exclaimed, then unleashed a devastating palm strike toward Qin Qian. Boom. With this strike, thunder roared and crackled as Chu Yan transformed into a son of thunder, wielding unfathomable electric power that swiftly enveloped Qin Qian. Bang! Observing Chu Yan's sudden increase in cultivation, Qin Qian felt no surprise, for through the eye of void, he had discerned that Chu Yan was summoning the old man from the ring to fight on his behalf. Faced with such an overwhelmingly terrifying attack, Qin Qian displayed no inclination to retreat, meeting it with a palm of his own. Demonic Heaven's great hand seal. With a single strike, a massive spiritual energy hand materialized instantly and, with blinding speed, slammed Chu Yan into the ground beneath him. Uft! Such a formidable blow left Chu Yan with no time to react, causing him to spew blood uncontrollably. How is this possible? I am now at the 9th level of the feathering realm, for major realms above him, and my martial skills are perfected. With the 9 Thunder God body, I could even defeat those at the Great Ascension stage. How can I be subdued by a mere palm? The entity controlling Chu Yan, under the guise of the old man from the ring, was left utterly stunned by Qin Qian's overwhelming might. He could not fathom that he had just boasted to his disciple that suppressing Qin Qian would be as easy as a single palm strike, only to find himself on the receiving end of such a fate. The swiftness of this slap in the face left him seething with indignation. I truly underestimated you. My next sword strike will cleave through saints. Prepare to unleash your full strength. After breaking through Qin Qian's defenses, the entity, still in control of Chu Yan, let out a cold huff and slowly unsheathed the broken sword from his back. Stellar River Sword intent, a single strike to shatter the stars. With a chilling declaration, Chu Yan seemed to merge with the broken sword, ready to unleash his next devastating technique. Then, behind him, an astonishing vision emerged as stars were severed, while a fierce sword intent pervaded his being, as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. Sword intent, you say? Very well, let me oblige you. Observing the grand spectacle conjured by Qin Qian murmured with an air of tranquility. He then summoned the heavenly Dao artifact, the sword of severing heaven, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, unleashed a single stroke. Reincarnation's sword intent, go forth. As the blade sliced through the air, the sky darkened instantaneously, and it seemed as though all existence was on the brink of obliteration, sending countless onlookers into a state of sheer terror. Boom. A terrifying black-red sword intent, capable of reducing everything to the cycle of reincarnation, erupted from behind Qin Qian, who, in that moment, resembled the sovereign of all realms, rendering all beings before him as insignificant as mere ants. How is this possible? This sword intent is utterly beyond my comprehension. Witnessing the horrifying sword intent summoned by Qin Qian's master felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He harbored a strong premonition that should this sword strike, his remnant soul would be immediately cast into reincarnation, never to linger in this world again. I concede. Without a moment's hesitation, the elderly figure in the ring promptly surrendered. Even at the cost of being humiliated and losing his former grandeur before his disciple, he could not care less, for he truly lacked the courage to face this blade. Hearing Qin Qian's concession, Qin Qian effortlessly retracted the reincarnation sword intent and the sword of severing heaven, turning his gaze towards the third elder, who stood outside the arena in a daze. The second round of the contest has concluded, and the victor is Qin Qian. Upon noticing Qin Qian's gaze fixed upon him, the third elder immediately regained his composure and announced the results of the contest. Remarkable. Brother Qin is awe-inspiring. From this day forth, I shall be your devoted admirer. Brother Qin is so imposing, effortlessly suppressing all talents with a single foot, intimidating even the heirs of emperors into surrendering. Brother Qin, I adore you. I, Mei Wenhua, may not be well versed in flattery, but at this moment, I wish to shout, Brother Qin Qian is phenomenal. Me too. As the third elder proclaimed the results, the plaza erupted into thunderous cheers. Countless prodigies shouted Qin Qian's name, as if this were the sole means to express their profound admiration for him. Ding! Your astonishing combat prowess has garnered the acclaim of countless prodigies, making your name resound like thunder, significantly elevating your influence. Congratulations on earning 8 million fortune points. Ding! Your terrifying strength has astonished the higher-ups of the Taishan Sword Sect, prompting them to redefine your importance. Congratulations on acquiring 10 million fortune points. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, 2 system notifications resonated in Qin Qian's mind. This is a rare moment of joy. I am willing to allocate half of my acquired cultivation resources today to share with everyone present, having amassed such a substantial amount of fortune points. Qin Qian waved his hand, promptly opening the storage ring handed to him by the third elder, and extracted half of the resources to distribute among the attendees. After all, these resources held little value for him. By giving away half, he knew he would likely garner even more fortune points in return. Brother Qin is magnificent, hurrah! Witnessing Qin Qian's generosity in distributing half of the rewards among everyone, the admiration for him among the crowd only intensified. Many who had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude, uncertain about Qin Qian's character, were now left with a much more favorable impression of him. Having seen his willingness to share resources as if he had won a lottery worth 10 billion, choosing to distribute 5 billion to those present. Who could harbor ill feelings towards such a person? Ding! Your actions have inspired genuine admiration from 99% of those present, greatly enhancing your influence. Congratulations on earning 15 million fortune points. Chapter 69. Becoming the Holy Sun, Shocking the Sect, Challenging the Divine Sun Yi Wujia. Congratulations to the 3 of you for emerging victorious in this contest. Here are your Holy Sun tokens, and the cultivation resources befitting a Holy Sun have been bestowed upon you. Furthermore, as a Holy Sun of the sect, you may freely access the various training facilities and select a mountain peak within the sect's core area to establish your cave dwelling, as well as cultivate your own followers. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the sect leader, Lin Wushuang, personally awarded Qin Qian, Chu Yan, and the dejected Yi Tian with the Holy Sun tokens, while informing them of the privileges associated with being a Holy Sun. Additionally, here is the list of divine sons and divine daughters of the sect, Qin Qian. You may choose one to challenge. Should you defeat them, you shall supplant their position. After outlining the rules, Lin Wushuang handed a list to Qin Qian. Upon perusing the list, Qin Qian noted 5 names, including Yi Wujia, with whom he had a conflict, and in Miaohan, with whom he shared a good rapport. I shall choose to challenge Yi Wujia. After a cursory glance at the list, Qin Qian declared, Very well. Seeing Qin Qian's choice, Lin Wushuang appeared unfazed. As a member of the upper echelon, he was well aware of the grievances between Yi Wujia and Qin Qian. Someone, take my decree to Tianji Peak and inform the Grand Emperor Tianji of this matter. Let Divine Sun Yi Wujie come forth to accept the challenge from Holy Sun Qin Qian. Lin Wushuang casually produced a jade token from his storage ring and handed it to a nearby senior. The senior then soared towards the core of the sect with the jade token in hand. Meanwhile, observing Qin Qian basking in the limelight and having become a figure of great renown, Yi Tian dared not breathe a word, bowing his head in silence. The fated child, Chu Yan, was also somewhat disheartened, realizing that with Qin Qian's formidable strength, his ascension to the position of Divine Sun was nearly a foregone conclusion. Indeed, I was too proud earlier. I underestimated the people of this world. Chu Yan sighed inwardly. Although his master had fought on his behalf, he had witnessed the battle clearly. And it was precisely because of this that he sensed the chasm between himself and Qin Qian was as vast as a heavenly abyss. And this abyss, he feared, would forever remain insurmountable. There is no need to be overly pessimistic. Qin Qian is merely an exception. After all, he possesses the unparalleled physique of the heavens. Losing to him now is nothing to be ashamed of. Cultivation is fundamentally a race across turbulent waters. Temporary leads and setbacks are entirely normal. While he enjoys the spotlight now, it will inevitably attract the ire of many hidden adversaries, and as his physique progresses, breakthroughs will become increasingly arduous, with the risks multiplying. Although you may have lost, you can temporarily fade from the public eye. Focus on your cultivation, and with my guidance and the opportunities one seek for you. Combined with your divine physique, your growth will accelerate. In this ebb and flow, there will come a day when you will leave him far behind. As Chu Yan lamented, his enigmatic master began to analyze the situation with reasoned clarity. After hearing his master's analysis, Chu Yan's expression softened slightly. Little did he know that this was all his master's attempt to prevent him from losing heart and confidence. As one who had once surpassed the immortals, he could sense that Qin Qian's fortune was exponentially greater than his own, and the danger he felt from Qin Qian's sword was undeniable. He was utterly convinced that Qin Qian harbored great opportunities, and his future achievements would undoubtedly outshine even the sun and moon. My foolish disciple will likely never possess the strength to rival him again in this lifetime. Yet, there is no choice. This is the disciple I have chosen, and I must rely on him in the future to help me reconstruct my body and exact vengeance, so I must indeed provide him with some encouragement. Though his words may have been mere bluster, it is undeniable that Chu Yan possesses remarkable talent. In this realm, aside from Qin Qian, it seems no one from the younger generation could possibly overshadow him. Yet, were these sentiments to reach the ears of the reborn immortal Emperor Xiaofan or the Xiantian divine sovereign who has taken over Lu Kuang, they would undoubtedly take offense. After all, they too have tasted defeat at Qin Qian's hands. While they concede that they cannot currently match Qin Qian in direct confrontation, they would never admit to being inferior to their contemporaries in this world. At that moment, as Chu Yan engaged in a clandestine conversation with his master, the news of Qin Qian being appointed as the sacred son of the sect and his intention to challenge the divine son Yi Wuji that very day spread rapidly within the Taishan Sword Sect. Many of the once outer disciples, who were once Qin Qian's peers, found their emotions in turmoil upon hearing this announcement. Why not just return home to inherit a throne instead of pursuing this trivial path of cultivation? Damn it. I've toiled endlessly without even breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, while he has already ascended to the position of sacred son and is now set to duel the divine son. This is utterly demoralizing. In comparison, I feel like I am less than ordinary. This path of immortality is simply unattainable for me. Why bother contending with someone so prodigious? Compared to the vast majority outside, we are still talents in our own right. We should view him as a paragon in future boasts. I can claim that my senior brother is the unparalleled Qin Qian of the ages. Indeed, the more formidable Qin Xixiang becomes, the more opportunities we have to boast. Perhaps I shall pen a biography detailing Qin Xixiang's rise in cultivation. It would surely be a lucrative endeavor. Countless outer disciples sighed, feeling a mix of vulnerability and immense pride, for Qin Qian was their beacon of hope. I was the one who brought Qin Qian into the sect. If he becomes the divine son, I will have a story to tell for a lifetime. On the Xiantian peak, the hunchbacked elder Gu Yun, who had once been responsible for overseeing Qin Qian, was filled with excitement upon hearing the news. The greater Qin Qian's achievements, the more opportunities he had to establish himself as a renowned teacher. Even if he might not reap substantial rewards, gaining respect from others would be worth it in his lifetime. Conversely, those harboring grudges against Qin Qian, such as Gu Qingyue, the childhood friend of Xiaofan, found the news difficult to believe. He must not be allowed to grow unimpeded, otherwise, my brother Xiaofan may suffer greatly at his hands. A glimmer of malice flickered in Gu Qingyue's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, She retrieved a command token and began arranging for powerful individuals to seek opportunities to assassinate Qin Qian. Meanwhile, followers of Divine Sun Yi Wuji, including Chu Qingxua, were utterly astonished to learn that Qin Qian had become the sacred son and was daring to challenge Yi Wuji. After recovering from their shock, they unanimously chose to extend their retreat period. What was once a mere decade of seclusion now transformed into over 30 years. My brother intends to confront that so-called divine son. You must keep a watchful eye to ensure that the Heavenly Emperor does not strike at him from the shadows. Within the scripture pavilion, upon hearing of Qin Qian's impending duel with Yi Wuji, the great yellow bull turned to the sleeping bald elder outside. I initially thought you were jesting when you referred to him as your elder brother, but it appears to be true, the bald elder yawned, discreetly transmitting a message to the great yellow bull. Of course, I have always been true to my word. Recognizing him as my elder brother is heartfelt. The great yellow bull replied with an eye roll. Very well, I shall keep watch. A mere heavenly emperor poses no real threat, the bald elder acquiesced, sensing the seriousness of the great yellow bull's demeanor. Chapter 70. The overwhelming annihilation of the divine sun, the emperor approaches. Simultaneously, in the heart of the Tai Xian Sword Sect, within a cave brimming with dense spiritual energy, a young man clad in a red robe, with a golden sun manifesting behind him, glared furiously at the decree in his hand. Very well, I had thought you to be a mere ant beneath my heel. Yet you have the audacity to challenge me. If I do not incapacitate you today, I shall not be known as Yi Wuji. With a furious roar, he crushed the decree in his grasp, and his figure vanished from the cave. This individual was none other than the divine son Yi Wuji, who had previously issued orders against Qin Qian. He had been in seclusion for the imminent opening of the ancient secret realm, only to be summoned by the sect leader's decree to confront the sacred son Qin Qian at this critical juncture. Upon reading the decree, he was filled with a mix of astonishment and rage, astonished that in just over half a month, Qin Qian had advanced to the 9th level of the spirit-severing stage and had become the sacred son. His fury stemmed from the fact that upon becoming the sacred son, Qin Qian had chosen to challenge him rather than any other, an obvious affront to his status. Thus, he resolved that regardless of the consequences from the sect, he would publicly incapacitate Qin Qian to uphold his dignity as the divine son. Soon, Yi Wuji appeared before the grand hall on the heavenly peak, where two elderly figures awaited him, a white-haired elder, his master the heavenly emperor, and another high-ranking sect member sent to convey messages. Greetings, master. Greetings, Elder Wu. With a composed demeanor, Yi Wuji approached and bowed respectfully. Though I am loath to admit it, Qin Qian's combat prowess is indeed formidable. Therefore, take these 10 Emperor attack talismans and 10 Emperor defense talismans. Also, take this quasi-emperor weapon. In critical moments, do not hesitate to use it. Should anything arise, your master will bear the consequences. Seeing Yi Wuji arrive, his master, the heavenly emperor, cast a fond glance at him, then handed over a plethora of treasures. Master, bestowing such powerful items to the divine son may not be entirely appropriate. Elder Wu interjected, frowning at the heavenly emperor's generous offerings. This hardly resembles a simple duel. It appears as if you intend for him to eliminate Qin Qian. There is nothing inappropriate about it. A mere child dares to challenge the dignity of my heavenly peak. He must be prepared for his downfall. Moreover, there are no rules forbidding the use of other means in this battle. If Qin Qian possesses emperor attack talismans or quasi-emperor weapons, he is free to use them as well. I shall not impede him. The heavenly emperor cast a casual glance at Elder Wu before discreetly bestowing upon Yi Wuji several restorative elixirs. Thank you for your generosity, master. I will ensure that this arrogant individual learns the consequences of offending the dignity of my heavenly peak. With such an arsenal of powerful trump cards at his disposal, Yi Wuji felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. With these resources, he could scarcely conceive of defeat. Go forth, and I shall await your triumphant return here at the heavenly peak. The heavenly emperor ruffled Yi Wuji's hair before his figure vanished without a trace. Elder Wu, feeling his counsel disregarded by the heavenly emperor, harbored a flicker of concealed anger and promptly relayed the situation to sect leader Lin Wushuang via a message jade slip. Oh, he remains as arrogant as ever. Upon reviewing the information transmitted by Elder Wu, anger flickered across Lin Wushuang's features. Despite the Tai Xian Sword Sect being among the most formidable sects in the southern region of the Tianhuan continent, it was far from a monolithic entity. In truth, due to long-standing grievances, the sect had fractured into 3 factions, one led by him, representing the sect leader's lineage, another led by the figure in the scripture pavilion, who remained uninvolved in sect disputes, and the final faction, led by the heavenly emperor and his ilk, who monopolized the sect's vast resources while refusing to contribute, consistently scheming for power and position. Lin Wushuang has long aspired to rectify the internal discord within the sect. If the sect could truly unite against external threats, the Luotian holy sect would hardly dare to act recklessly before the Taishan Sword Sect, even when facing the formidable Zhuke immortal sect of the southern region. As long as the sects stood united, there would be a substantial chance of victory. Regrettably, he possessed lofty ambitions but lacked the formidable strength to realize them. Furthermore, the intricate web of interests within the sect made many matters interconnected. Thus, even though he was deeply dissatisfied with the actions of the Emperor of the Heavens, he could only express his discontent verbally. After some contemplation, he directly handed the contents of the communication jade slip to Qin Qian. Is it permissible to kill during the challenge? After reading the contents of the jade slip, Qin Qian calmly inquired. The Emperor of the Heavens had provided Yi Wuji with a powerful attack talisman, a quasi-imperial weapon, along with numerous lethal devices, clearly aimed at his demise. Although he harbored fondness for the sect, this was contingent upon the sect not betraying him. Given the current situation, he felt compelled to eliminate Yi Wuji. Lin Wushuang initially believed that upon reviewing the contents of the jade slip, Qin Qian would voluntarily forego the challenge, considering the overwhelming arsenal wielded by Yi Wuji. However, he was taken aback when Qin Qian instead asked if killing was allowed, implying he believed he could overpower Yi Wuji. It is permissible. Casting a profound glance at Qin Qian, Lin Wushuang responded with a serious tone. Then it settled. Gaining the desired affirmation, Qin Qian proceeded to meditate on the battle platform. He promptly sought the return of the elder, for today's events were unlikely to be straightforward. Observing Qin Qian's composed demeanor, Lin Wushuang deliberated before dispatching someone to summon the third elder, Jiang Taixian. After all, if what Qin Qian asserted was true, Yi Wuji's death would likely drive the Emperor of the Heavens to madness, necessitating the presence of an emperor to contain the situation. "Ant, come forth and meet your demise." A quarter hour later, as a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, Yi Wuji, wielding a quasi-imperial weapon, strode in with overwhelming authority. Oh, he possesses the aura of an ascendant realm. Yi Wuji truly lived up to his title as the Chosen One. The ascendant realm was not rare. Just moments ago, Chu Yin had briefly ascended to the feather transformation realm, only to be crushed by Qin Qian. What we should focus on is the weapon in his hand, a quasi-imperial sword. Initially, I had high hopes for Qin Qian, but with this quasi-imperial weapon in play, he may be in peril. Indeed, Yi Wuji's demeanor suggested he was not here to accept the challenge, but to eliminate Qin Qian. As soon as Yi Wuji appeared, the gathering of prodigies erupted in a frenzy. None could have anticipated that the Chosen One, Yi Wuji, would appear wielding a quasi-imperial weapon. It is well known that the might of a quasi-imperial weapon rivals that of the imperial realm, even if Yi Wuji could not unleash its full power. A single strike could lead to certain doom. The battle commenced. Witnessing Yi Wuji's audacious entrance, Sect Master Lin Wushuang swiftly erected a quasi-imperial formation to envelop all spectators before declaring the battle officially begun. "Ant, I know not from whence you derive your courage to challenge me, but today you shall learn the consequences of offending me." Upon the commencement of battle, Yi Wuji, filled with murderous intent, fixed his gaze upon Qin Qian. Without a moment's hesitation, he intended to deliver a harsh proclamation before swiftly dispatching Qin Qian, thereby bolstering his own prestige as the Chosen One. However, before he could complete his taunt, a terrifying sword intent materialized from thin air, severing his right hand in an instant. Even the defensive talismans of the Imperial realm were incapable of withstanding such a formidable assault. "Master, save me." As the lethal sword intent surged towards his neck, the arrogant demeanor of Yi Wuji vanished, replaced by sheer terror and despair. With no recourse, he could only shout skyward, beseeching his master, the Emperor of the Heavens, to save him. "Ant, dare you harm my disciple? You shall surely meet your doom." Upon hearing Yi Wuji's cries for help, the Emperor of the Heavens tore through the void and descended. Yet, he was still a moment too late. For Qin Qian's cyclical sword intent had already severed Yi Wuji's head from his body. Chapter 71. Today, the Emperor falls. Suppressing the Emperor of the Heavens. How dare you? At the moment Yi Wuji's head was severed, his eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why, despite the imminent arrival of his master in the Imperial realm, Qin Qian still dared to strike him down. Moreover, Qin Qian's annihilation of him extended beyond mere flesh. Even his soul was shattered by the cyclical sword intent. With a resounding thud, the lifeless body of the Chosen One, Yi Wuji, crashed to the ground, enveloping the atmosphere in an oppressive silence. All present held their breath in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. They had anticipated a thrilling battle. Yet it had scarcely begun before Yi Wuji was dispatched by Qin Qian, and not just any defeat, but an overwhelming obliteration that left all witnesses with a newfound understanding of Qin Qian's might. Simultaneously, the audacity of Qin Qian in slaying Yi Wuji before the Emperor's gaze left every onlooker apprehensive for his fate. The Emperor, a pinnacle of power that all present yearned to attain, was a figure they could scarcely hope to encounter. Yet today, Qin Qian disregarded the Emperor of the Heavens' authority, decisively slaying the Chosen One. Such enmity was unlikely to be reconciled. You have slain my disciple, and you shall perish. Upon witnessing the death of Yi Wuji at Qin Qian's hands, the Emperor of the Heavens' eyes brimmed with blood-red fury. In the next instant, without uttering a word, he unleashed a devastating palm strike aimed at the inner sect plaza. Should that palm descend, while Qin Qian might survive, every high-ranking member of the sect and all disciples would undoubtedly perish. Emperor, death is irrevocable. Do you wish to annihilate us all? Observing the terrifying giant palm in the sky, Lin Wushuang cried out in desperation. He had foreseen such a scenario and had sent for the elder in advance. Yet he had not anticipated the swiftness of Qin Qian's actions. The speed had left them no time to react, thoroughly inciting the wrath of the Emperor of the Heavens. With their strength, they could not withstand that palm. Begone! Consumed by rage, the Emperor of the Heavens would heed no reasoning. He sent Lin Wushuang flying with a single strike before hastening the descent of his colossal palm. Master, perhaps you should intervene. The Emperor of the Heavens clearly intends to obliterate us all. Amidst the crowd, Chu Yen, observing the giant palm in the sky, could not contain his anger. There is no need for haste. That lad has remained composed throughout. I believe the Emperor of the Heavens will falter at his hands. The elder, calm and collected, replied. Meanwhile, Qin Qian regarded the impending giant palm with unwavering tranquility. Today, the Emperor falls, he whispered softly, and in the next moment, wielding the sword of Heaven's decapitation, he unleashed the celestial technique, the four-symbol sword cannon. With a resounding roar, he effortlessly released 4 swords, which transformed into the ethereal figures of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, surging towards the heavens. Boom! A deafening collision ensued as the giant palm illusion summoned by the Emperor of the Heavens was instantaneously dispersed. Without losing momentum, the 4 symbolic manifestations surged forth, assaulting the very figure of the Emperor of the Heavens. Cursed be this moment. I did not anticipate you possessing such formidable might. But the strength of an emperor is beyond your imagination. Son of the great day, shatter for me. As the Emperor of the Heavens witnessed his full-force assault so effortlessly neutralized by Qin Qian, a sense of dread washed over him. With an unwavering resolve, he immediately unleashed the rules of the Emperor realm. Then, with a sudden and ferocious stroke, he struck towards the 4-symbol phantom hurtling towards him. Boom! Another cataclysmic collision echoed. As the Emperor of the Celestial Extremity had believed that his full-powered sword strike would effortlessly obliterate the 4-symbol phantom. However, to his utter astonishment, not only did his attack fail to annihilate the phantom, but it was also devoured by the oncoming apparition, enhancing its strength further. Roar! After consuming that strike, the 4-symbol phantom became extraordinarily ferocious, roaring in fury as it charged towards the Emperor of the Celestial Extremity. Impossible! This is absolutely inconceivable. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the Emperor was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. The distinct peril of imminent death that only an emperor could sense surged violently within him. In the next moment, he dared not utter a word of defiance, instantly tearing through the fabric of reality to make a hasty escape. Truly terrifying. A mere ant in the spirit-severing stage had managed to instill such a sense of mortality in a second-tier emperor. Even now, he found it hard to believe. By the time he considered fleeing, it was already too late. As the Emperor of the Celestial Extremity attempted to retreat, Qin Qian promptly hurled the sword of Heaven's slaughter. Whoosh! The sword, once free from Qin Qian's grasp, transformed into a blazing streak of light, racing into the void. Over 100,000 miles away, the Emperor believed that having escaped such a distance would shield him from Qin Qian's wrath, but before he could catch his breath, the sense of impending doom within him surged even more wildly. This is bad. The Emperor's expression changed dramatically as he exerted all his might to tear through the void in a desperate bid for survival, only to find that the surrounding space had been completely imprisoned. No matter how he attacked, the void remained utterly unyielding. No, I am the ancestral master of the Sword Sect. As an emperor, my existence holds significant value to the sect. You, as a member of the sect, cannot kill me. Realizing he had no escape, the Emperor of the Celestial Extremity cried out in despair to the heavens. Yet, no matter how he howled like a dying dog, the only response he received was the razor-sharp strike of the sword of Heaven's slaughter. Thud! A sword light sliced through the air, piercing a gaping hole through the Emperor's heart. Had it been an ordinary imperial weapon, the Emperor, with his formidable recovery speed, would not have fallen instantly. Alas, the sword of Heaven's slaughter was a celestial artifact, capable of severing even the Dao itself, let alone a mere lower realm emperor. Thus, after that strike, the emperor's vitality was irrevocably extinguished, and his very soul was cleaved asunder. After collecting the remains of the emperor of the celestial extremity, the sword of heaven's slaughter shattered the void and soon returned to Qin Qian's hand. Once he had gathered all the cultivation resources from the emperor, Qin Qian casually discarded the emperor's corpse onto the plaza ahead as if it were mere refuse. His combat prowess had now transcended that of an emperor, and with numerous emperor-level corpses at his disposal, including that of the fiendish demon emperor, he had no need for the corpse of the celestial extremity emperor. Leaving its disposal to the sect, the onlookers watched in stunned silence as Qin Qian expertly retrieved the emperor's storage ring and nonchalantly tossed the corpse to the ground. In that moment, an atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the crowd. Prior to this day, had anyone suggested that a spirit-severing expert could slay an emperor-level ant, they would have been laughed at as deranged. Yet from this moment forth, they believed, the spirit-severing stage had indeed defied the emperor, marking a historic precedent. Chapter 72, Becoming the Divine Son, Abundant Fortune Points. Farewell to Ancestor Jiang Taixian. Ding. Your actions in slaying the Divine Son Yi Wuji and annihilating the Celestial Extremity Emperor have showcased your formidable strength to all, establishing an image of invincibility in their hearts. Your influence has significantly deepened. Congratulations on acquiring 50 million fortune points. Just as the crowd fell into silence, the system notification chimed in Qin Qian's ears. Indeed, only by making a name across the heavens could one acquire fortune points at such a rapid pace. Seeing that merely slaying an emperor had rewarded him with such a bountiful amount of fortune points, Qin Qian couldn't help but murmur in his heart. In the past, he had scurried about, seizing numerous great opportunities, yet the fortune points rewarded by the system had never equaled today's total. This illustrated that if he wished to swiftly amass a large sum of fortune points to enhance his destiny, gaining renown across the heavens was the optimal choice. I hereby declare that Qin Qian shall officially replace Yi Wuji and become the new divine son of the Taishan Sword Sect. The coronation ceremony is set for 5 days hence, during which I will invite all major powers of the southern domain to witness the event. Furthermore, from this day forth, all properties of the celestial extremity peak shall belong to Qin Qian. As Qin Qian contemplated, the sect leader Lin Wushuang steadied himself and promptly issued several commands in succession. Upon hearing his declarations, everyone present bowed deeply, paying their respects to Qin Qian. Congratulations to Brother Qin Qian for ascending to the position of Divine Son under your leadership. Our Taishan Sword Sect's younger generation will undoubtedly sweep away all the prodigies of the southern domain. Nearly all the prodigies were captivated by Qin Qian's strength and charisma. Despite the loss of an emperor and a top-tier prodigy within the sect, no one blamed Qin Qian. Rather, they were thankful to him. The faction led by the Celestial Extremity Emperor had long been tyrannical within the sect, flouting the sect's rules and attacking whomever they pleased. Over the years, despite the leader's repeated crackdowns, many prodigies had still suffered oppression at the hands of this faction. Yet, due to their overwhelming power, even when oppressed, the prodigies had no choice but to endure their misfortunes. Now, with Qin Qian stepping forth to annihilate a peak powerhouse of the faction and a top-tier prodigy, it was clear that they would no longer dare to act with impunity. Hence, everyone felt an immense gratitude for Qin Qian's actions today. There is no need for excessive formalities, as long as we unite as one. I believe the Taishan Sword Sect can undoubtedly become the foremost power of the Tianhuan continent. Receiving the Divine Son's token from Lin Wushuang, Qin Qian waved to the crowd and calmly declared, to swiftly enhance our influence and thus accumulate abundant fortune points. The best course of action is for the Taishan Sword Sect to become the supreme force of the Tianhuan continent. After all, while an individual's strength may be formidable, influence is ultimately limited. If our sect becomes the strongest in this realm, everyone will regard it as a sacred land for cultivation. When all the world yearns for this place, the fortune here will naturally surge, and as the most illustrious prodigy of this sect, the fortune I can accrue will be immensely substantial. Besides the abundant fortune points, once the Taishan Sword Sect ascends to the position of the leading force, I will only need to issue a command for the sect to gather soul-related treasures for me, sparing me the need to roam about myself. With the arrival of the Golden Age, all factions will be reshuffled. Rather than passively defend, it is better to take the initiative. Now that I am invincible in this world, expanding the Taishan Sword Sect will not pose a challenge. Divine Son, your might is unparalleled. We are willing to follow in your footsteps, striving diligently for the strength of our sect. Upon hearing Qin Qian's ambitious declarations, the prodigies present were ignited with fervor, each loudly chanting Qin Qian's name. Master, I now feel that being defeated by Brother Qin is not a matter of shame. He is indeed more suited to become the divine son of our sect. Among the crowd, Chu Yan felt a surge of passion as he heard Qin Qian's words. Excellent. Excellent. Upon the observation platform, Lin Wushuang and the esteemed leaders of the sect beheld the sight of all the prodigies uniting in admiration of Qin Qian, their collective spirit radiating a sense of camaraderie. The high-ranking officials could hardly contain their joy, their smiles beaming like the dawn. After so many years, the Tai-Xian Sword Sect had finally unveiled a legendary figure, one endowed with the capability and ingenuity to unify the sect. Countless elders had endured the pestilence of the Bug Sect and had made numerous concessions to the tumultuous demands of the Luo Tiansheng sect, all in anticipation of such a person. But from this moment forth, such forbearance would no longer be necessary. It seemed that my decision to retain him within the Tai-Xian Sword Sect was indeed the wisest choice of my life. In the void, the third ancestor, Jiang Tai-Xian, engaged in light-hearted banter with the bald elder from the scripture pavilion. In truth, they had arrived long before Qin Qian vanquished Yi Wuji. Witnessing Qin Qian's poised demeanor and decisive actions, both elders were immensely satisfied with his performance. Should the Tai-Xian Sword Sect rally around him in the future, my faction is prepared to lend our utmost support. The bald elder stroked his beard and spoke with a grave tone. I too believe that the Tai-Xian Sword Sect will experience an unprecedented glory under his guidance. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Tai-Xian's smile grew even more radiant. In his youth, he had been unmatched, a prodigy of the southern region, yet even he had been unable to persuade the elder to commit to restructuring the sect. However, with Qin Qian's emergence, he effortlessly garnered the elder's backing, filling Jiang Tai-Xian with unbounded delight. As the sect's patriarch, he yearned for the Tai-Xian Sword Sect to unite and attain greatness anew. If they could build upon this foundation, he would awaken from dreams with a smile. Little did Jiang Tai-Xian know that the elder's unwavering support for Qin Qian stemmed entirely from the approval of the scripture pavilion's spirit, which had acknowledged Qin Qian and recognized him as a brother. Ancestor, esteemed elder, it has been a long time. Qin Qian's figure suddenly materialized before them during their conversation. In truth, he had noticed them upon their arrival, but had been preoccupied until now with the opportunity to greet them. Upon seeing Qin Qian approach, both Jiang Tai-Xian and the bald elder were not at all surprised, for this young man had slain emperors, making it a simple task to detect their presence. Youngster, you surpass my expectations. The future of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect rests upon your shoulders, Jiang Tai-Xian remarked with a smile, patting Qin Qian on the shoulder, his face brimming with approval. Ancestor, you flatter me. As the sect's chosen one, it is only natural that I bring benefits to the sect in return for the resources and status I enjoy. Qin Qian held profound respect for Jiang Tai-Xian, regarding him as a family elder. After all, without the patriarch's initial support, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Qin Qian to achieve such remarkable success in such a short time. Very well, with your words, I am at ease. This is my token. For any resources or matters you require, simply present this token to Lin Wushuang, Jiang Tai-Xian said, his smile widening at Qin Qian's respect. Ancestor, this is not the place for discussion. I have matters to present to you. After receiving the ancestral token from Jiang Tai-Xian, Qin Qian spoke promptly. Then follow me. Jiang Tai-Xian replied, momentarily taken aback, before leading the bald elder and Qin Qian as they vanished into the void. Chapter 73. Healing Dao Injuries, the Ancestor's Charisma, and the creation of a statue for Qin Qian. Having departed from the inner courtyard's aerial expanse, Qin Qian, under Jiang Tai-Xian's guidance, swiftly arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect. This was a realm shrouded in mist and ethereal energy, evoking the essence of a hidden paradise. Through the eye of void, Qin Qian discerned a formidable Imperial-level killing formation, as well as an activated Imperial-level teleportation array. The true ancestral grounds lay within another miniature world, where other ancestors slumbered, evading the passage of time and the decline of the celestial beings, while also meditating on the immortal scriptures. Alongside the celestial sword and the emperor of the heavenly extremes whom you vanquished, constitute the only awakened ancestral figures within the sect, Jiang Tai-Xian revealed candidly. Observing Qin Qian's scrutiny of the teleportation array, the so-called emperor of the celestial sword was none other than the bald elder beside him. Thank you for the information, ancestor. However, now that I have slain the emperor of the heavenly extremes, I fear that his comrades will not let me off easily, Qin Qian candidly expressed. Returning his gaze from the teleportation array, you need not worry. You bear the future of the sect upon your shoulders. Devote yourself to your cultivation. Any who dare to conspire against you will be deemed traitors to the sect. At that time, you need not lift a finger. The celestial sword and I will handle them, Jiang Tai-Xian asserted with a serious demeanor. Indeed, Ancestor Jiang is correct. Your sole focus should be on your cultivation. As for those individuals, they are merely petty clowns, the celestial sword added, patting Qin Qian's shoulder, revealing an unexpectedly amiable expression. Previously, they had refrained from confronting the bug sect, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because the sect had yet to identify a leader for its resurgence. Lacking sufficient resolve, now that they regarded Qin Qian as the one capable of leading the Tai-Xian Sword Sect toward glory, they were prepared to nurture and protect him with all their might. Hearing the resolute words of the two ancestors, a smile unconsciously graced Qin Qian's face. While he would not entrust his safety to others, their unwavering stance provided him immense satisfaction. Esteemed ancestors, please take a seat in meditation. I possess a method to heal the Dao injuries and the decline of your celestial beings. Gazing at the two venerable elders before him, Qin Qian spoke with a smile. Both elders were worthy of respect. One had nearly sacrificed his life to seal the demonic abyss, while the other had valiantly guarded the scripture pavilion against the ravages of time for countless years. Most importantly, both elders staunchly supported him. He would certainly lend assistance to those within his circle as much as he could. Furthermore, healing their injuries and potentially allowing them to advance would only solidify his standing within the sect. Upon hearing Qin Qian's words, Jiang Tai-Xian and the celestial sword were momentarily taken aback. However, once they regained their composure, they neither questioned nor expressed any doubts. They promptly summoned 2 cushions and sat cross-legged. With the two ancestors settled, Qin Qian hesitated not a moment. Channeling his full power into the 10,000 things swallowing heaven cauldron, commencing the refinement of an abundant essence from the tree of life. Once he had amassed a sufficient quantity of the tree of life's essence, he gestured, directing the vast reservoir of vitality into the dantians of Jiang Tai-Xian and the celestial sword. Boom! As the essence of the tree of life surged into them, both Jiang Tai-Xian and the celestial sword were instantly enveloped by a terrifying vitality. Under the potent influence of the tree of life's essence, the Dao injuries and the decline of their celestial beings, which they had previously struggled to suppress, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. With the restoration of their injuries, their auras grew increasingly formidable. First was Jiang Tai-Xian, who in his youth had been the foremost figure in the southern region. Having been an 8-turn emperor prior to sealing the demonic abyss, it was solely due to the battle in the abyss that he sustained grievous injuries to his Dao, which led to a significant decline in his cultivation level, leaving him with barely the strength of a first-turn great emperor. Had it not been for Qin Qian's intervention, his fate would have been reduced to 2 possibilities. Either his realm would continue to plummet to that of a quasi-emperor, unable to suppress his Dao injuries, ultimately leading to his demise, or he would attain enlightenment from the depths of despair, thereby defying fate and altering his destiny. However, with Qin Qian's timely assistance, he was granted a third outcome. His wounds were healed, his lifespan restored, and he could reclaim his former peak state. Boom, boom, boom. As his Dao injuries rapidly healed, the ancestral master Jiang Tai-Xian's cultivation began to recover at an astonishing pace. In less than half an hour, he had regained his status as an 8-turn great emperor. The moment his realm was restored, he transformed from a figure on the brink of senescence into a youthful form, with flowing black hair and a tall, imposing stature. Indeed, once Jiang Tai-Xian returned to his youthful appearance, he truly exuded an air of striking handsomeness, complemented by a cold expression that suggested he must have once been a formidable and aloof male deity. On the other hand, the heavenly sword emperor, Chu Tianjian, after being healed of the heavenly 5 declines by the essence of countless life trees, also shed his aura of old age. In its place, a dense growth of black hair sprouted upon his formerly bald head, while his frail visage morphed into that of a young man. Though his cultivation did not ascend as rapidly as Jiang Tai-Xian's, Qin Qian could discern that Chu Tianjian had surpassed the great emperor realm, reaching the threshold of a half-step human immortal. From this moment forth, in the southern region, you may act boldly. Should any issues arise, we shall protect you both. Once restored to their peak states, both Jiang Tai-Xian and Chu Tianjian addressed Qin Qian with an aura of authority. With their current strength, they were not claiming absolute invincibility in the southern region, for the world harbors many complexities hidden beneath the surface. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that together, they could face any adversary within the southern region. Hearing the protective tone of the two ancients, Qin Qian smiled but remained silent. Given his current combat prowess, he was already unrivaled on the Tianhuan continent and needed no one to safeguard him. Yet, the sentiment of being shielded by others brought him a sense of delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he covertly returned all the resources from the storage ring of the Heavenly Emperor in a 10-fold quantity. Ding! 10-fold quantity returned successfully. Congratulations. You have received 100,000 Emperor-level spiritual veins, 300,000 Quasi-Emperor-level spiritual veins, 10 10,000 drops of Emperor-grade divine liquid, 10,000 Emperor artifacts, and 200,000 Emperor-grade pills. After all resources were returned in tenfold, Qin Qian retained all 10,000 drops of divine liquid, for they were essential for enhancing his soul power. As for the other cultivation resources, he set aside 20% as funds for his travels and bestowed the remainder upon Jiang Xian. He also included the cultivation resources he had originally prepared in the storage ring. Your physique consumes resources at an extraordinary rate. We cannot accept these items. Upon witnessing Qin Qian produce such a plethora of high-level resources, even the experienced Jiang Xian and Chu Tianjian could not help but display astonishment. Yet, they attributed this to Qin Qian's fortuitous encounters and expressed no desire to question or claim them. There is no need for the two of you to feel this way. In light of the significant changes in the world, with countless powerful beings and prodigies emerging, it will not be long before chaos ensues. If the Taishan Sword Sect wishes to ascend amidst this upheaval, we must rapidly enhance our overall strength, and resource consumption is indispensable. Once the sect becomes a top-tier power in this reshuffling, I will require the sect to assist me in gathering materials for soul enhancement. Upon hearing this, the two ancients understood the impending turmoil and, after a lengthy silence, confirmed that Qin Qian truly lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Reluctantly, they accepted the offerings. Having you in our sect is indeed a fortune accrued over several lifetimes. From this day forth, the Taishan Sword Sect shall craft a statue in your honor, to be revered by all. The two ancients gazed deeply at Qin Qian before speaking with solemnity. Chapter 74, Southern Region in Turmoil, Ninth Stage Child of the Universe. Breakthrough in Soul Power. Upon hearing of the statue being erected in his honor, Qin Qian did not refuse, as it would expedite his acquisition of fortune points. After conversing with the two ancients for a while longer, he casually handed them 2 leaves of Dao-level enlightenment tea before turning to depart from the ancestral grounds. The world has undergone a great transformation, and breakthroughs in realms have become easier. We must not disappoint his expectations. The two ancients, holding the incomprehensibly precious enlightenment tea, looked at Qin Qian's retreating figure, their faces resolute with determination. At that moment, had Qin Qian been privy to their thoughts, he would have undoubtedly mused to himself that his sect's ancients possessed the bearing of immortals. Meanwhile, as the Taishan Sword Sect prepared for Qin Qian's coronation ceremony as the Son of God, the entire southern region was already abuzz with excitement. Is this news a fabrication? To ascend from the Qi refinement stage to the spirit separation stage in half a month, and to eliminate the tribulation stage prodigy Yi Wuji in a single blow. Who would believe such a tale? Begone, you ignorant ant. Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. He possesses the unparalleled physique of the celestial body. In terms of talent and combat prowess, who in this desolate continent can compare? It is entirely normal for such a prodigy to surpass others. Even so, there are rumors that he single-handedly obliterated an emperor, which must surely be a gross exaggeration. While that may be somewhat overstated, his strength is without question. It is likely that few among the younger generation in the southern region can match him. What a pity. He once sought to join our sect, but the elders failed to recognize his potential and foolishly turned away such an invincible prodigy. Reflecting on the past, even if given another chance, what difference would it make? The elder responsible for accepting disciples displayed a remarkably narrow vision. Countless rogue cultivators, sects, and noble families, upon hearing of Qin Qian's exploits, may have doubted his ability to slay an emperor with a single sword. Yet, the fact that the previous son of God of the Taishan Sword Sect, Yi Wuji, perished at his hands, along with his rapid ascension to the 9th level of spirit separation in just half a month, and the sect's recognition of him as the Son of God, these are verifiable truths. With these 3 points alone, he has swiftly become a figure of renown among the younger generation in the southern region. In terms of fame and discussion, he stands shoulder to shoulder with those long-established top-tier prodigies. Many of the sects that once rejected him have begun to complain about the short-sightedness of their elders, who dismissed such a rare talent. Among the astonished and envious, there are inevitably those who harbor jealousy and anger. For instance, the Luo Tian Holy Sect. Upon learning that Qin Qian had finally shed his former obscurity and risen to prominence as an unparalleled prodigy, found their leader, Mu Changqing, in the upper echelons visibly grim. As the great era approached, their sect had just lost a prodigy-level figure in Yi Qianxiang, and the emergence of Qin Qian from the Taishan Sword Sect was not a favorable development for them. They resolved to dispatch death warriors from the Sage Realm. Once Qin Qian departed from the Taishan Sword Sect, he must be eradicated by any means necessary. After deliberation, Mu Changqing and the higher-ups reached this decision. Apart from the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, individuals from the Zhuke Immortal Sect also harbored intentions to eliminate Qin Qian. for their sect possessed a celestial artifact capable of predicting the tides of the world. Recently, this artifact foretold a dire prophecy. The resurgence of malevolent forces would plunge the world into chaos, affecting all factions, while only the Tai-Xian Sword Sect would ascend with unyielding vigor. In light of this foreboding forecast, the senior members of the Zhuge Immortal Sect convened an urgent meeting overnight, resolving to suppress the Tai-Xian Sword Sect from all fronts. After all, the Zhuge Immortal Sect, being a lineage of celestial beings, had dominated the southern region for several 100,000 years, and with the changing tides of fate, the Tai-Xian Sword Sect's formidable rise could not be tolerated by the long-standing hegemon. Thus, they resolved to dispatch assassins against every top talent of the Tai-Xian Sword Sect, with Qin Qian, whose reputation had soared, becoming the foremost target on their assassination list. Let the three quasi-emperors act together and ensure it is done cleanly, the sect leader of the Zhuge Immortal Sect, Huang Jingtian, declared coldly. Besides the Luo Tian Sacred Sect and the Zhuge Immortal Sect, other prominent imperial clans in the southern region were also stirring. Upon hearing of this matter, Lu Kuang, the third young master of the Lu clan, which had been taken over by the possession emperor, appeared remarkably calm. While others doubted Qin Qian's ability to slay an emperor, he was utterly convinced. After all, that lad, Qin Qian, had obtained the legacy of the reincarnation celestial sovereign, and the trump cards he possessed were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Vanquishing an emperor would be a mere trifle for him. Now that he could subdue an emperor, I stand no chance of contending with him in this realm. Yet, I am fortunate to possess the cultivation experience of a celestial sovereign, allowing me to break through at a speed 100-fold, even 1,000-fold faster than others. I must ascend to the celestial realm before him. There, I will have the opportunity to reclaim the legacy from his grasp. Clenching his fists, Lu Kuang, now possessed, no longer hesitated and immediately entered seclusion to continue his cultivation. Ding, your remarkable achievements have spread throughout the southern region, establishing you as a prominent figure among the younger generation, prompting numerous powerful factions to regard you as a thorn in their side. Your influence has significantly increased. Congratulations. You have gained 90 million fortune points. Upon returning to his Azure Dragon Peak, Qin Qian was greeted by the system notification echoing in his ears. Eagerly, he opened the system panel to check his current fortune points, 170 million. My efforts have not been in vain. A smile of delight graced his face as he beheld his fortune points. In the next moment, he activated the external enhancement and multiplied all these fortune points by 10,000. Ding, the 10,000-fold return has been successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 170 billion fortune points. Do you wish to enhance your fortune? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Qian chose to elevate his personal fortune. Ding, 170 billion fortune points have been consumed. Congratulations. Your fortune has risen to the 9th tier of the child of the universe. As all points were expended, his fortune surged dramatically from the 2nd tier of the child of the universe to the 9th tier. In that instant of elevation, he distinctly felt his connection to the principles of heaven and earth intensify. The rules of the cosmos and spiritual energy flowed into his body unbidden, refining and enhancing his physique without any need for active guidance. This meant that he could grow stronger even while resting, without the necessity of deliberate cultivation. Furthermore, he discovered that his spiritual root and comprehension had ascended alongside his fortune, soaring from half-step to the level of the heavenly Dao. Could it be so? Qin Qian was astonished. He had not anticipated that the surge in fortune would concurrently elevate his innate qualities. With his spiritual root and comprehension now at the level of the heavenly Dao, he would grasp various techniques, celestial arts, and divine powers with greater depth and rapidity. Simultaneously, he resolved to swiftly accumulate fortune points through renown across the myriad realms, thereby accelerating his ascent. Returning to his humble abode, Qin Qian willed himself to the dream of eternal autumn tower. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast 1,000 drops of imperial-grade spirit essence into the all-consuming cauldron for refinement. Upon extracting the essence of the 1,000 spirit liquids, he promptly activated the star-refining spirit technique within him. This technique had now reached the level of the heavenly Dao, significantly enhancing both the speed of absorption and the refinement of his spirit, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold faster than before. Thus, as he commenced the technique, the 1,000 drops of spirit essence surged into his sea of consciousness like rivers flowing into the ocean, buzzing with the massive influx of spirit essence. The number of star apparitions within his sea of consciousness increased at a visibly frantic pace. 1,020, 1,030, 1,040. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed within the dream of eternal autumn tower, and the 1,000 drops of imperial-grade spirit essence were consumed entirely. resulting in a total of 1,200 star apparitions in his sea of consciousness. It is time to break through my cultivation. With a significant enhancement in his spiritual power, Qin Qian had no intention of stalling his cultivation any longer. He focused his mind and began to operate the 9 turns profound Yuan technique to break through. Chapter 75. Breaking through to the combined body stage. Abundant rewards. Journey to the endless sea. Rumbling. As the 9 turns profound Yuan technique surged into action within him, an unfathomable aura erupted from Qin Qian. In the next moment, without encountering any bottlenecks, his cultivation leapt directly from the 9th level of the spirit separation stage to the combined body stage. Due to the high level of his fortune, he did not need to undergo tribulation. Once he exited the dream of eternal autumn tower, the heavenly Dao would bestow the source of the thunder tribulation upon him. However, at this moment, Qin Qian had no intention of leaving, for his aura continued to rise after just breaking through to the combined body stage. Combined body stage 2. Combined body stage 4. Combined body stage 6. In just a quarter of an hour, his cultivation had surged from the 1st level to the 7th level of the combined body stage. With this rise in cultivation, his lifespan extended by several thousand years, adding to the previous 20,000 years, giving him nearly 30,000 years of lifespan now. In addition to the increase in lifespan, his combat power, defense, speed, and recovery abilities saw substantial enhancements. Notably, the most significant change was that his spiritual awareness warning range skyrocketed from over 10,000 meters to over 20,000 meters. It is worth mentioning that the warning range of spiritual awareness does not refer to the distance that one's awareness can probe. The warning range indicates that he can perceive any disturbances or movements within this range without any conscious effort or mental expenditure. As soon as an enemy enters this zone, he can instantly react. In contrast, the distance his spiritual awareness can probe refers to the area he can actively cover with his awareness, approximately 10 times that of the warning range. Thus, now, if he were to actively probe, he could clearly see everything within a radius of over 200,000 meters. However, this probing requires mental energy, and once disengaged, it ceases to function. Although the cultivation increase felt somewhat slow, it was fortunate that in another 7 or 8 days, the spiritual herbs within the dream of eternal autumn tower would reach a potency of 10,000 years. At that time, he would be able to break through wildly. Ceasing his cultivation breakthrough, Qin Qian clenched his fists and gauged his own strength before murmuring to himself. With only 5 days remaining until the Son of Heaven coronation ceremony, he did not plan to linger in the dream of eternal autumn tower for further seclusion. After all, his current combat prowess was unrivaled in the Tianhuan continent, and a temporary halt in improvement would not significantly affect him. For now, he only needed to wait for the soul-type treasures within the dream of eternal autumn tower to achieve 10,000 years of potency, at which point he would continue to elevate his cultivation. After such a prolonged delay, it is indeed time to embark on a journey to the endless sea. With an ancient treasure map crafted from beast hide in hand, Qin Qian rose and departed from the dreaming eternal tower. This treasure map was a spoils of war he had obtained from the son of the Luo Tian sacred sect, Yi Qianxiang, after vanquishing him in the Tian Duan mountain range. Initially, he had intended to undertake this quest upon reaching the golden core or nascent soul stages, but pressing matters had compelled him to postpone until now. Buzzing. Just as he returned to his humble wooden abode from the dreaming eternal tower, the heavenly Dao arrived punctually, delivering hundreds of thunder tribulations essence into his hands. Not only that, but he also heard the announcement of his elevation on the eternal prodigy rankings. The formidable bandit Qin Taizong, congratulations on breaking through the eternal extreme realm during the separation stage. Your rank has ascended by 100 places, rewarding you with 20 divine spiritual veins and 20 drops of divine essence. As the ancient voice echoed, Qin Qian's storage ring instantly filled with 20 divine spiritual veins and 20 drops of divine essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately initiated a tenfold return of the resources just acquired. Ding! Tenfold return successful. Congratulations on acquiring 200,000 divine spiritual veins, 200,000 drops of divine essence, and 1 million thunder tribulations essence. With the system notification reverberating, a mountain of high-level cultivation resources materialized in the system space. After a cursory glance, Qin Qian used a communication jade slip to inform the sect leader, Lin Wushuang, of his impending departure. Given the tumultuous times approaching, many factions were restless. Should I invite the ancestor to accompany you? Upon receiving Qin Qian's message, Lin Wushuang momentarily paused, then spoke with a serious tone. Although Qin Qian had dispatched the celestial emperor before him, he believed this must have involved some terrifying trump card, a resource far too precious to squander. Thus, he intended to seek the ancestor's protection for Qin Qian's safety. There is no need, In this grand age of contention, I fear no one. Sect leader. Simply disseminate news of my departure from the sect. I shall handle the rest. Qin Qian replied casually. The moment he resolved to make his name resonate throughout the myriad realms, he anticipated being targeted and assassinated. Yet, even amidst the rising tides of chaos, even when the world turns against him, he remained confident he would emerge victorious, for in this realm, this star domain, this universe, no entity could extinguish his existence. On the contrary, the more adversaries he faced, the more exhilarated he became. For they were not merely providing him with cultivation resources, but were also fortifying his reincarnation sword intent. It is crucial to note that the strength of his reincarnation sword intent grew with the number of reincarnations. The more foes he vanquished, the mightier this sword intent became, theoretically without limit. This was also one of the motivations behind his desire for renown throughout the myriad realms, as only fame would attract enemies. Very well. I recognize your unfathomable strength, but remember, never underestimate the world's inhabitants. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. If one sword can resolve the matter, do not unleash a second. After killing, remember to extinguish the soul, obliterate the corpse, and erase all traces, leaving no chance for the enemy to turn the tide. Should you encounter an opponent you cannot best, do not be stubborn. Flee without hesitation. Feign weakness to the outside world. Reveal only 3 parts of your power while keeping 7 in reserve. Be wary of trusting others, and always prepare multiple escape routes for yourself. Witnessing Qin Qian's resolute demeanor and abundant confidence, Lin Wushuang pondered briefly before consenting to his request for departure. However, before he left the sect, he bestowed upon Qin Qian a tome detailing the methods of their sect's predecessors for navigating the outside world, emphasizing that Qin Qian should study the practical experiences contained within whenever possible. With a smile of acknowledgement, Qin Qian then stepped into the void, departing from Qinglong Peak. As the 6th in a lineage, this time-traveling individual, coupled with his extensive reading, possessed insights far surpassing those of the predecessors of the Taishan Sword Sect. In times of weakness, tactical interspersing; in times of strength, overwhelming firepower. To all those who have existed since time immemorial, he was invincible. Thus there was no need for further concealment. He could reveal himself and strike with lethal swiftness. With sect leader Lin Wushuang deliberately spreading the news, it did not take long for the various powerful factions to learn of Qin Qian's departure from the sect. Immediate action was taken. Gu family's eldest daughter, Gu Qingwei, the leader of the Luo Tian sacred sect, Mu Changqing, and the head of the Zhuke immortal sect, Huang Jingtian, all issued orders to ensure that Qin Qian would be torn to shreds. Chapter 76. Instantaneously slaying 5 saint realm beings, the dragon sovereign of the endless sea emerges. Having departed from the Taishan Sword Sect, Qin Qian traversed southward, soaring through the air for over 2 hours before halting above a vast expanse of ocean. Come out, all of you, he called out expressionlessly to the void above him. Heh, knowing we are tracking you, you still dare to come to this desolate place. Should I commend your bravery, or deem you foolishly ignorant? As Qin Qian's words fell, 3 masked women radiating the aura of the saint realm gradually emerged from the void. The leading tall woman sneered mockingly. And you, why do you still remain hidden? Qin Qian disregarded the woman's mockery and coldly admonished the void once more. Upon hearing this, the 3 women's expressions shifted with surprise. However, before they could speak, 2 figures clad in black, emanating a terrifying murderous intent, slowly materialized from the void behind them. Kill. Realizing their presence had been detected, the 2 black-clad men unsheathed their daggers without a word, charging at Qin Qian from either side with ferocity. They were indeed assassins dispatched by the Luo Tian sacred sect, each possessing the cultivation of the great saint realm. Boom. Their initial strike was ruthlessly decisive. The daggers in their hands gleamed like the sides of death, closing in on Qin Qian in the blink of an eye. It's done. Witnessing the 2 great saints attacking Qin Qian simultaneously, the 3 masked women envisioned the scene of him being dismembered. Yet at that moment, a melodious sound of a sword echoed in their ears, and before they could comprehend, the heads of the 2 great saint realm masters flew high into the air. Not good. This kid possesses means to suppress us. Retreat. As the 2 great saints fell effortlessly to a single sword light, the leading masked woman was engulfed in waves of panic. With no time for astonishment, the 3 women immediately exerted their full strength to flee into the distance. Trying to escape? It's already too late. Observing their figures vanish in an instant, Qin Qian casually tossed the Xianxian sword into the air. Swish. The Xianxian sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly descending upon the trio, and without surprise, severed their heads. Now a heavenly Dao artifact, the Xianxian sword declared absolute death, whether to body or soul. Thus, The three did not even have time to scream or plead for mercy before their demise arrived in a farcical manner. After dispatching his foes, Qin Qian collected their storage rings with ease, subsequently employing the primordial vermilion bird flame to reduce their corpses to ashes. Completing these tasks, he casually scanned their storage rings, only to find the expected resources for the Saint Realm: divine spiritual veins, holy pills, and holy herbs. However, there was not a single token or piece of information that could reveal their origins. They conducted their operations quite neatly. Yet I do not believe you would abandon your attempts to assassinate me now that you know I am still alive. Qin Qian murmured to himself while initiating a tenfold return of all the Saint Realm resources he had acquired. With the chime of the system notification, a plethora of sacred-level cultivation resources instantaneously materialized within his system space. 600,000 sacred spiritual veins, 100,000 drops of sacred divine liquid, 1 million sacred heavenly materials, 50,000 sacred artifacts, and 2,500,000 sacred pills. After carefully storing away the sacred divine liquid that he could utilize, he proceeded to plant several soul-related heavenly materials within the Dream of Eternal Growth Tower, while the remainder was cast into a newly acquired storage ring. Once these tasks were completed, he enlarged the celestial sword and allowed it to swiftly traverse the void above the ocean. This vast sea, aptly named the Endless Sea, lived up to its reputation as the celestial sword carried him across hours of flight without revealing any sign of an endpoint. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson, that a distant island emanating a blood-red aura came into view. Several 100,000 miles ahead, even from afar, the scent of blood permeated the air. Initially believing that the beast skin map would lead to an ancient relic, he was taken aback to discover it pointed to a site of great peril. Gazing at the island shrouded in sanguine mist, Qin Qian couldn't suppress a murmur of disbelief. It was only due to his void eye that he could pierce through the turbulent blood miasma to confirm the existence of an island ahead. Should anyone else arrive, regardless of their status as an emperor, they would only catch a distant glimpse of the terrifying fog of blood, with no means to probe further. The formidable aura emanating from the miasma far surpassed that of any emperor. Thus, even those of the immortal ascendant realm would only dare to cast a wary glance from afar, for should they venture closer, they risked either succumbing to madness, becoming mere instruments of slaughter, or being consumed by the miasma, meeting an untimely demise. Moreover, the blood fog obstructed divine perception, rendering it impossible for the formidable beings of the desolate heaven continent to ascertain its existence without direct observation. The nearest landmass was a mystery, as the celestial sword had flown at a speed exceeding that of an emperor, traversing the void for several hours. It is well known that emperors can cover vast distances with a thought. Thus, flying for several hours at such a pace would amount to an unfathomable expanse. Additionally, the endless sea teemed with dreadfully powerful sea beasts, making it unattainable for ordinary cultivators to delve deep into its inner sanctum, let alone uncover the site of great danger hidden within. Most emperors or beings of the immortal ascendant realm would refrain from recklessly entering the depths of the endless sea. Those who were audacious enough to discover this perilous land would likely keep the secret close, or share it only with a select few top-tier experts. Consequently, the historical records of the various forbidden zones across the southern domain contain no mention of this ominous site. To all cultivators on the desolate heaven continent, this island, cloaked in terrifying blood aura, was undoubtedly a site of great peril. Yet, to Qin Qian, it represented a land brimming with magnificent opportunities. His void body could absorb all forms of energy for cultivation, and the fearsome blood aura before him was an exceptional resource for his practice. Devour it all. Celestial Devouring Cauldron. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Qian summoned the Celestial Devouring Cauldron while standing atop the celestial sword. In the blink of an eye, the cauldron expanded to an enormous size, casting a shadow that obscured the sun before it voraciously consumed the terrifying island in the crimson mist. Boom, boom, boom. After the sight of this ominous land was engulfed, an immense whirlpool emerged where the island once stood, resembling a bottomless black hole that continually swallowed the surrounding sea for hundreds of miles. Ha ha ha. After countless ages, this sovereign has finally broken free from confinement. Young one, in light of your assistance in liberating me, surrender your cauldron, kneel, and submit to my authority, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled fortune. As the whirlpool devoured vast quantities of seawater, a boisterous laughter erupted from within. Suddenly, a five-clawed golden dragon, several thousand meters in length and radiating golden light, appeared before Qin Qian. Kneel and serve as my steed, and I shall grant you supreme opportunities. Faced with the arrogant five-clawed dragon, Qin Qian maintained his composure and replied, "You should not mistake my politeness for weakness. The expression of the celestial dragon sovereign froze at Qin Qian's audacious tone. He was baffled at how this seemingly feeble human cultivator dared to speak in such a manner before him, a sovereign. Infuriated, he unleashed an overwhelming draconic pressure toward Qin Qian. "You, kneel before me." With his massive jaws agape, the formidable draconic might descended upon Qin Qian like a violent storm. Yet, to the dragon sovereign's astonishment, his colossal pressure dissipated before it could even touch Qin Qian, eroded by an unfathomable force emanating from him. How can this be? The dragon sovereign was momentarily stunned. Though he had intended to intimidate Qin Qian, he never anticipated that this mere cultivator in the harmonization stage could disregard his draconic might. "Your turn ends. Now it is my turn," Qin Qian declared. Disregarding the incredulous expression of the dragon sovereign as he produced hundreds of attack talismans of the celestial sovereign rank, tossing out 10 at a time without hesitation. These talismans had been crafted by the mysterious celestial sovereign and subsequently multiplied through the system's return feature. After their creation, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ them, but now was the time. Boom. The moment the talismans were unleashed, deafening explosions erupted. Celestial sovereign attack talismans? You possess hundreds of them? The dragon sovereign, barely evading the blasts of the first 10 talismans, felt a surge of trepidation upon witnessing the remaining hundreds in Qin Qian's grasp. Imprisoned for countless ages, he had lost most of his strength despite still being a celestial sovereign. Had it not been for his formidable draconic physique, he would have perished under the explosion of the first 10 talismans. But if all the talismans were to strike him, he would undoubtedly meet a humiliating end. Yet, Qin Qian paid him no mind, tossing out yet another 10 talismans. As they readied to explode, the dragon sovereign, gritting his teeth, resolved to tear through the void to escape. However, in the next instant, he found the surrounding space bound by peculiar rules, no matter how hard he tried. He could not budge an inch. "Wait, can we not discuss this?" Realizing escape was futile, the dragon sovereign bellowed in frustration, coiling his massive body to mitigate the impending damage from the explosion. Boom. The horrifying explosion reverberated once more, and the formidable body of the celestial dragon lord could no longer withstand the simultaneous detonation of numerous attack talismans. Golden blood began to seep from his dragon scales. Following this barrage, the aura emanating from the celestial dragon lord noticeably weakened. "Youngster, I concede that my tone was somewhat raised earlier. However, I assure you, from the very beginning, I never intended to harm you. Propose a condition, and I shall acquiesce, after which you may allow me to depart. How does that sound?" As Qin Qian continued to hurl attack talismans in his direction, the corners of the celestial dragon lord's mouth twitched, transforming into a young man clad in a silver robe, adorned with a pair of dragon horns, as he addressed Qin Qian. "I have stated, kneel and become my steed, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled opportunities." Qin Qian, his expression devoid of emotion, reiterated his condition. In truth, had the celestial dragon lord approached him with courtesy from the outset, he would have merely sought some dragon clan divine abilities or high-tier resources. Yet, this foolish dragon insisted on making him kneel in submission, and thus, he had no choice but to either compel this foolish dragon to acknowledge him as master or personally vanquish it. Do you not understand? I am one of the princes of the true dragon lineage in the celestial realm. A lineage that not only reigns supreme in the celestial domain, but also holds considerable stature in the divine realm. To enslave me as your steed is to trample upon the dignity of the entire true dragon clan. Should my kin become aware of this, you would face an unending pursuit. Observing Qin Qian's resolute expression, the celestial dragon lord darkened his countenance and invoked his lineage, attempting to dissuade Qin Qian from the notion of making him a mount. If your true dragon clan is so formidable, then you would not have been sealed in this lower realm for so many years. Qin Qian remained indifferent to the celestial dragon lord's identity, focusing solely on the outcome, and prepared to continue casting attack talismans. "Youngster, should you desire me as your steed, it is not impossible. But you must present a talent or background that can truly impress me. If you rely solely on these celestial realm attack talismans, I would rather perish than yield to you." Faced with Qin Qian's unwavering determination, the celestial dragon lord spoke with a gloomy expression. If he could survive, he certainly did not wish to die. Yet if Qin Qian lacked the talent to instill despair or a background beyond reach, he would rather embrace death than submit. This was the last vestige of dignity he held as a prince of the true dragon lineage. "I possess the supreme physique of the heavens, along with extraordinary fortune. As for my background, I am currently but a divine son of a sect in the lower realm." Noting the stubbornness on the celestial dragon lord's face, Qin Qian casually responded. He then unleashed the aura of the void Dao body. Boom. As the void Dao body manifested, an overwhelming force of emptiness erupted from within him. shaking the celestial dragon lord to his very core. I, Ao, am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Sensing the unparalleled aura radiating from Qin Qian, Ao subdued his unwillingness and promptly knelt on one knee in submission. Remember this day well, for it marks the beginning of your destiny's transformation, Qin Qian solemnly remarked, observing the kneeling celestial dragon lord. The next moment, he activated the reincarnation sword cannon, imprinting a strand of sword intent into Ao soul. From that moment forth, should Ao harbor even the slightest inclination to betray, that sword intent would instantly shatter his soul and dragon form. Ao pays his respects to his master. After receiving the imprint of sword intent from Qin Qian, Ao rose and approached his side, bowing respectfully. From now on, refer to me as young master. Qin Qian casually instructed as he infused hundreds of essences from the Tree of Life into Ao body. Buzz. The moment the essences entered, Ao myriad injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Thank you, young master, he expressed, astonished and grateful, as he felt the rapid recovery of his wounds. A master with extraordinary talent, a mysterious background, and a willingness to be generous to his subordinates caused the remnants of resentment and discontent in Ao heart to gradually dissipate. Qin Qian remained silent, examining the results of the refining process from the all-devouring cauldron. First, the small island had been transformed into an essence equivalent to a 9th-tier celestial artifact. Secondly, the blood mist, derived from the primordial ferocious beasts of the same caliber as true dragons, had been refined into a pure blood essence intended to suppress Ao. Lastly, the island housed an immensely powerful 9th-tier celestial formation, which Qin Qian chose not to refine with the all-devouring cauldron. Without hesitation, he immediately returned these essences and the celestial formation with a 10-fold increase. Ding! 10-fold quantity returned successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 points of celestial artifact essence and 30 million drops of primordial ferocious beast blood. Ding! 10-fold quality returned successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine level killing formation. The consecutive notifications from the system resonated in Qin Qian's ears, and in the next moment, all the returned resources materialized within the system space. Not bad. Qin Qian mused to himself, surveying the substantial amount of high-tier resources. While these resources may not compare to those bestowed upon him by the eternal talents ranking and the heavenly Dao, they nonetheless reached celestial levels. Particularly, the divine level killing formation would be deployed in the Taishian Sword Sect upon his return, as the impending great calamity loomed, and the sect was destined to ascend rapidly, inevitably attracting the attention of various formidable forces. In the event of his ascension or absence from the sect, this grand formation would serve as the strongest safeguard for the Taishian Sword Sect. With this array in place, the sect would be invincible in this realm. Even celestial emperors from the celestial realm would find it impossible to annihilate the Taishian Sword Sect. As for the celestial artifact essences, they had become of little use to him, given that he already possessed several divine artifacts in his system space, and his black dragon spear and heaven-slaying sword had ascended to the level of the heavenly Dao. The mere essence of celestial artifacts would only be a drop in the ocean for him, but if used to enhance the weapons of ancestor Jiang Taishian and others, they would be most suitable. Once the Taishian Sword Sect became the preeminent force in the Tianhuan continent, the sect would not only assist him in rapidly collecting various soul-related treasures, but also significantly bolster his influence in this world, thereby acquiring a wealth of fortune points. Thus, these resources were not given in vain. One was to repay ancestor Jiang Taishian for his past recognition, and the other was his investment in the Taishian Sword Sect, which he held in high regard. The remaining primordial ferocious beast blood could be utilized to refine his physique, yet he possessed Thunder Source Liquid, Divine Source Liquid, and Star Cores, each far surpassing the primordial ferocious beast blood in quality. Therefore, he planned to reserve part of it for the sect to swiftly enhance its strength and foundation, while the other portion would be left for Ao cultivation. This journey had indeed proven worthwhile. With his gaze withdrawn from the system space, Qin Qian felt a surge of delight. Not only had he acquired an abundance of high-tier resources during his outing, but he had also gained a true dragon of celestial realm caliber as his steed, making this endeavor a remarkable success. My lord, my wounds have completely healed. However, due to the prolonged absence of absorbing celestial energy, it may take a considerable amount of time for my strength to be restored. After refining all 100 strands of life essence, Ao respectfully addressed Qin Qian as he stood up. There is no need for such a lengthy duration. This is a divine-level spiritual vein. You may absorb it freely. Observing the tinge of regret on Ao face, Qin Qian casually tossed him a divine-level spiritual vein. A divine-level spiritual vein? My lord, You claim to lack a background? Ao found himself momentarily stupefied by the terrifying divine energy emanating from the vein before him. What a remarkable treasure! With merely a cultivation level of the integration stage, he wielded attack symbols of the celestial sovereign rank as though they were mere trifles, capable of sealing the void, a feat even he, a celestial sovereign, could not achieve. He had just healed all his injuries with a mere flick of the wrist, and now he was calmly presenting him with a divine-level spiritual vein. With such resources at his disposal, you dare to claim you have no backing? Merely a divine offspring from a lower realm sect? In that moment, Ao felt a surge of admiration for Qin Qian. Truly, he was a noble lord with a formidable background and abundant resources, yet he willingly ventured into this lower realm to hone his skills. This level of determination and courage was something he could not hope to match. Enough of the pleasantries, swiftly restore your strength. I require you to act in my name and sweep through the 8 wastelands for the Taishan Sword Sect, ensuring it becomes the preeminent force on the Tianhuan continent as swiftly as possible. Ignoring Ao Tongtian's astonishment, Qin Qian spoke with a serious demeanor. Initially, he intended to handle the task himself, but with the presence of the Dragon Sovereign, it was only fitting to entrust this mission to him. My lord, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations, Ao Tongtian replied solemnly upon hearing Qin Qian's words. The next moment, he began to absorb the divine energy from the spiritual vein with all his might. While Ao Tongtian was fervently consuming the divine-level spiritual vein, Qin Qian was not idle either. With a flicker of his form, he arrived within the dreaming eternal tower. He then cast all of the previous 10,000 drops of holy-level divine liquid into the all-devouring cauldron. After refining these 10,000 drops into essence, he unhesitatingly activated the star-refining divine technique, embarking on an intense process of tempering his mental strength. With the augmentation provided by the ample divine liquid, the number of stellar phantoms in his sea of consciousness surged rapidly. 1,210, 1,220, 1,230. As Qin Qian fervently enhanced his mental acuity, the Luo Tian sacred sect and Gu Qingyue received word of their subordinate's demise. Gu Qingyue exhibited little reaction, well aware that the emperor of the heavenly extremes had fallen at Qin Qian's hands. However, she perceived this merely as a part of his arsenal. Such trump cards were undoubtedly rare. Using one would diminish their availability. Thus, despite recognizing that Qin Qian might possess further contingencies, she still opted to dispatch powerful saints to assassinate him, intent on depleting his reserves. Their sacrifices would be worthwhile. Once Qin Qian's trump cards were exhausted, her brother, Xiaofan, would find it easy to eliminate him. A frenzied determination marked Gu Qingyue's expression. For the sake of her brother, she was willing to send family warriors to their deaths without hesitation. In stark contrast to Gu Qingyue's calm demeanor, the Luo Tian sacred sect was engulfed in disbelief. They were utterly convinced that Qin Qian had departed the sect alone, without any formidable allies accompanying him, a fact they had verified repeatedly. Yet now, 2 adept assassins of the great saint realm had perished. Even if Qin Qian possessed various offensive symbols, he would have had no opportunity to retaliate against 2 great saints. Curse it! This time, I dispatched quasi-emperor assassins. I refuse to believe he can escape their grasp, roared Mu Chanqing, the sect leader of the Luo Tian sacred sect. In a fit of rage. Chapter 79. A surge in combat power, the realm above. Unbeknownst to Qin Qian, the Luo Tian sacred sect had dispatched quasi-emperor assassins to eliminate him. At this moment, he had completely absorbed the 10,000 drops of holy-level divine liquid. After this infusion, the stellar phantoms in his sea of consciousness reached 1,270. Indeed, as one progresses in cultivation, the resources required become increasingly substantial. Fortunately, I possess the dreaming eternal tower, which accelerates time, along with the tenfold resource return feature. Otherwise, with such insatiable consumption, achieving any significant accomplishments within my lifetime would be exceedingly difficult. Observing that a total of 10,000 drops of holy-level divine liquid had been consumed, while the stellar phantoms in his sea of consciousness had only increased by 70, Qin Qian couldn't help but murmur to himself. Of course, this was due to his unique initial Taoist sanctuary, which disregarded the limits of realms, allowing for endless enhancement, as well as his choice to require a tenfold level of brilliance above his contemporaries at each realm before allowing a breakthrough. Otherwise, had he adhered to the conventional resource requirements for breakthroughs as dictated by the void Taoist body, he would have likely ascended to the emperor level or even the human immortal realm by now. Yet every moment of this perseverance was worthwhile. The fact that he, at the mere integration stage, could vanquish those at the human immortal level attests to this. During this period of seclusion, although half an hour passed within the dreaming eternal tower, only 2 or 3 breaths of time elapsed in the outside world. Thus, Qin Qian resolved to continue his retreat. With that thought, he casually produced 1,000,000 strands of Thunder Tribulation essence. Following this, he took out the Divine Source Liquid and the Divine Level Spiritual Vein, reserving 10,000 of each for emergencies, before casting the remainder into the all-devouring cauldron along with the Thunder Tribulation essence. With a hum, as the devouring rules activated, all the cultivation resources were swiftly refined into various essences. Without any hesitation, he immediately focused his mind and began to propel the 9 Revolutions mysterious Yuan technique to absorb the essence of the divine level spiritual vein. Boom, boom, boom. Guided by the technique, these vast quantities of spiritual energy surged into his dantian like a flood breaching a dam. Once these spiritual essences entered his dantian, they were wholly absorbed by the boundless chaotic sea within the initial Taoist sanctuary. After absorbing these spiritual essences, the boundless chaotic sea began to frantically expand the confines of his dantian. 30 million meters, 30 million 20,000 meters, 30 million 30,000 meters. This process of expansion was destined to be lengthy, and Qin Qian allowed the boundless chaotic sea to work in tandem with the technique to complete it autonomously. He, in turn, activated the half-step Tao-level technique, the Grand Su Ancestor Dragon technique, to absorb the 1,000,000 strands of Thunder Tribulation essence and the 190,000 drops of Divine Source Liquid. Rumbling, as the technique operated, his void Taoist body was instantly activated, followed by an overwhelming force of suction emanating from his being. Under this terrifying suction, countless strands of Thunder Tribulation essence and Divine Source Liquid transformed into myriad light points, which then directly flew into his body. These essence, imbued with tremendous energy, began to fervently temper his physical form, enhancing everything from ordinary meridians to the extraordinary 8 meridians, and from the extraordinary 8 meridians to his limbs and bones. Every meridian, every bone, every cell within him was rapidly strengthened under the refining influence of this formidable energy. As his physical form underwent repeated tempering, his physical strength surged to unprecedented heights. 151 million pounds, 153 million pounds, 155 million pounds. Time is irrelevant in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Qin Qian had secluded himself within the dreaming eternal tower for a millennium. During this 1,000-year span, he not only fully absorbed the 190,000 strands of divine-level spiritual veins, but also refined and absorbed an additional 20,000 strands of heavenly-level spiritual veins. After absorbing these advanced spiritual veins, his dantian expanded from the original 30 million meters to a remarkable 40 million meters. As for his physical body, he had naturally consumed the entirety of the 100,000 Thunder Tribulation origins and the 190,000 drops of Divine Essence Liquid. Moreover, he had refined an additional 20,000 stellar cores. With such an overwhelming quantity of body-refining resources absorbed, his Void Tao body experienced a tremendous enhancement. Without resorting to any hidden cards, he could now, solely through his physical defenses, disregard the attacks of emperors. In addition to his significantly augmented defensive capabilities, his strength surged from 150 million pounds to an astonishing 190 million pounds. This remarkable increase of 40 million pounds in strength granted him a qualitative leap in combat prowess. It is no exaggeration to assert that he had become a walking calamity on the Tianhuan continent. Even top-tier factions like the Luotian Sacred Sect would be utterly obliterated by a mere punch from him, should he unleash his full power with the space annihilation technique. Countless territories in the southern region would likely be reduced to nothingness in an instant. Of course, this was merely a comparison. He was not a malevolent tyrant and had no intention of wreaking havoc for no reason. He casually extracted 20,000 heavenly Tao-level spiritual veins, placing half within the Dreaming Tower to further enhance the spiritual energy of this world, while the other half was deposited in his dantian to accelerate the cultivation of the heavenly Tao-level enlightenment tea. After completing these tasks, only a few thousand heavenly Tao-level spiritual veins remained on him. With 480,000 stellar cores and 10,000 divine spiritual veins and divine essence liquid each still in his possession. After stretching languidly, he shifted his form and departed from the Dreaming Tower. When he reappeared above the endless sea, merely a night had passed outside. A glance at the distant Tontian dragon sovereign revealed that this fellow was still fervently refining that divine spiritual vein to restore his strength. Contemplating for a moment, he activated the Dreaming Tower to provide this individual with a slight acceleration in time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With this time acceleration, the speed at which the Tontian dragon sovereign refined the divine spiritual vein increased dramatically by hundreds or even thousands of times. Paying no further mind to the Tontian dragon sovereign, Qin Qian retrieved some fierce beast meat from the system space and began roasting it with the ancient vermilion bird flame. After casually sprinkling some seasonings, he began to indulge in his meal. Soon, 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Qian did not engage in cultivation. Instead, he allowed the sky-slaying sword to take him on a leisurely tour of the endless sea. Utilizing the causal roulette to expend his lifespan in search of opportunities, he invested a substantial amount of vitality essence from the Tree of Life. Effortlessly, he discovered several ancient ruins within the endless sea, emerging with an array of treasures, all of which were at the celestial artifact level. Based on what he had witnessed and heard over these few days, he surmised that the endless sea did not seem to be a product of the Tianhuan continent, but rather a fragment fallen from the upper realms. It appeared that the Tianhuan continent was far more complex than it seemed on the surface. Gazing at the storied resources filling his storage ring, Qin Qian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he did not know why the endless sea had descended upon the Tianhuan continent, he was certain that such fallen locales were not singular. Moreover, no one could guarantee that there were no powerful beings from the upper realms lurking within these fallen lands. If such beings were indeed present, they might have long been scheming behind the scenes to manipulate the entire Tianhuan continent, preparing to sweep through this world in the name of the Taishan Sword Sect, inevitably clashing with these individuals. Fortunately, his combat prowess had seen a significant enhancement. Coupled with various hidden cards and his mount, the Tongtian Dragon Sovereign, even the arrival of upper realm experts would pose no threat to him. Ha ha ha, young master. My strength has finally been fully restored. At that moment, the exuberant laughter of the Tongtian Dragon Sovereign echoed from afar. Chapter 80. Annihilating the Quasi-Emperor and Ascending to the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect. Upon hearing the Tongtian Dragon Sovereign's raucous laughter, Qin Qian cast a casual glance and discerned that this fellow was undeniably radiating the aura of a peak immortal sovereign. Return to the Taishan Sword Sect. Qin Qian stated calmly. Understood, young master. The Tongtian Dragon Sovereign cast a grateful look at Qin Qian without inquiring further about the time acceleration, and in an instant, he revealed his true form. Roar. With a resonant dragon's roar that reverberated across the heavens, the Tongtian Dragon Sovereign transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon several thousand meters long. Hovering before Qin Qian. Without hesitation, Qin Qian stepped into the air, alighting upon the dragon's head. Roar. The Tongtian Dragon Sovereign let out a joyful cry, then swiftly burrowed into the void with Qin Qian. Experiencing flight atop a dragon for the first time, Qin Qian felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a scene he had envisioned countless times upon his arrival in this realm. Alas, back then, survival had been a luxury. And even spotting a single dragon hair would have felt like an immense fortune, let alone soaring through the skies on a dragon's back. Now, the youthful dream had finally been realized. He not only encountered a legendary true dragon, but had also made it his mount. Yet, he felt little emotional upheaval. After a brief admiring of the scenery along the way, he secretly returned all the celestial resources he had obtained over the past few days in a 10,000-fold quantity. Among these resources, celestial spiritual veins constituted the vast majority, with some celestial spiritual fruits, celestial pills, celestial artifacts, and celestial techniques included as well. However, what piqued his interest the most were the dozens of drops of celestial divine liquid, after the 10,000-fold return, that amounted to several 100,000 drops. Once he refined all this divine liquid to enhance his mental strength, his cultivation would welcome another significant breakthrough. Young master, ahead lie 2 quasi-emperors who harbor malicious intent towards us. Should we eliminate them? At that moment, the voice of the Tongtian Dragon Sovereign suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Qin Qian swept his void eye around, quickly spotting 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses concealed over 100,000 miles ahead in the void, seemingly preparing to launch a covert attack against him. Go ahead. Casually condensing the reincarnation sword intent onto the sky-slaying sword, he hurled it forth. That brat seems to have noticed us. In the void several 100,000 miles away, the 2 quasi-emperors from the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect communicated in hushed tones. Huh. You overestimate him. I admit he possesses exceptional talent, but he is merely in the integration stage now. We are quasi-emperors. How could he possibly detect us? Even if he did, what of it? He has no strong guardians by his side. Killing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. One of the quasi-emperors, filled with confidence, declared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword materialized out of thin air and, with a swift motion, severed his head from his body. How is this possible? Realizing that the vitality of his body and soul was rapidly vanishing, the quasi-emperor was completely oblivious to what had transpired, succumbing to death on the spot. Stop. We are elders of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect. We just happen to be passing through this area. Why must you seek to annihilate us? The other quasi-emperor, witnessing his comrade's swift demise, was struck with terror and immediately feigned innocence. Yet, how could Qin Qian be swayed by such childish lies? With a mere flick of his wrist, the sky-slaying sword, imbued with reincarnation's sword intent, flew forth and cleaved the second quasi-emperor in two. With their corpses in tow, let us pay a visit to the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. After retrieving the sky-slaying sword along with the storage rings of the two quasi-emperors, Qin Qian addressed the Tongtian dragon sovereign. Are we to engage in battle? I implore you, young master, grant me the opportunity to strike. With dragon claws, the two corpses of the quasi-emperors were seized, as Tong Tian raced through the void, eagerly addressing Qin Qian. Very well, let all strong ones be half-dead first. Qin Qian replied calmly. Hearing his lord's permission to act, Tong Tian Longzuan felt an overwhelming thrill within, instantly tearing through the void to descend upon the Zhuke Xianzong. O ants of Zhuke Xianzong, how dare you send someone to assassinate my lord? Come forth and meet your demise. Upon arrival, Tong Tian Longzuan bellowed coldly, then executed a sweeping tail strike. Boom. Despite his considerable restraint, the power of his strike shattered the protective mountain array of Zhuke Xianzong. Countless disciples, elders, and high-ranking members of the sect were left reeling, bleeding from the mouth, their souls trembling. May I inquire, esteemed elder, is there perhaps a misunderstanding in this matter? Our Zhuke Xianzong has always upheld strict self-discipline, acting with integrity. How could we engage in such despicable assassination? After the mountain array was destroyed, the sect leader, Huang Jingtian, along with several high-ranking members, arrived in the void, their voices trembling with trepidation. At that moment, they were utterly bewildered, having no idea when they had provoked such a formidable dragon clan powerhouse. Hee, even at death's door, you still feign innocence. Do you dare claim they are not of Zhuke Xianzong? Seeing the innocent expressions of Huang Jingtian and others, Tong Tian Longzuan coldly retorted. And in the next moment, he tossed the corpses of the two quasi-emperors before them. How is this possible? The young master you speak of is Qin Qian? Upon recognizing the two figures, Huang Jingtian's expression turned to one of shock. To dare to directly utter my lord's name, you seek death. Before Huang Jingtian could finish, he was struck by a glance from Tong Tian Longzuan that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Today, I present you Zhuke Xianzong with two choices. Either surrender 90% of your cultivation resources and obediently mark yourselves as vassals to Taishan Sword Sect, or from this day forth, Zhuke Xianzong shall cease to exist. Just then, a calm voice suddenly resonated from above Tong Tian Longzuan. Everyone looked up to see a youth clad in a black and red robe, with sharp brows and starry eyes, his demeanor ethereal, gazing at them with indifference. Recognizing the boy as the newly appointed divine son of Taishan Sword Sect, Qin Qian, they recalled the rumors that he single-handedly vanquished the emperor of the celestial extremes. Realizing that the tales were indeed true, it is no wonder that someone from Taishan Sword Sect would say you personally annihilated the emperor of the celestial extremes. The assassination was solely orchestrated by me, the sect leader. The others were coerced, and for my wrongdoing, I am willing to offer my life in atonement. But they are innocent. I implore the divine son to spare them, for they, like you, are of the human race and part of the righteous path of the southern region. Let them live to resist the impending chaos of the demonic beasts. Awakening from his shock, Huang Jingtian's expression became surprisingly composed. He understood that if no one took responsibility today, the entire Zhuke Xianzong could face obliteration. As the sect leader, he willingly offered his life in atonement, believing that Qin Qian would consider the greater good and would not act too ruthlessly. You have 10 breaths to deliberate. Should you fail to reach a decision in 10 breaths, Zhuke Xianzong shall be annihilated. Chapter 81. Subjugating Zhuke Xianzong. Willing to fight for the divine son across all realms. Does the divine son truly intend to be so merciless? Upon hearing Qin Qian's unyielding tone, Huang Jingtian's previously calm demeanor darkened instantly. Divine son, how about this? Zhuke Xianzong is willing to offer 40% of our resources as recompense and seal our mountain for a millennium, ensuring we will no longer oppose Taishan Sword Sect. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly soared out from the ancestral grounds of Zhuke Xianzong, each radiating an aura that surpassed that of an emperor, clearly all being half-step human immortals. The elder at the forefront glanced at Huang Jingtian beside him and immediately cupped his hands, speaking up. Impudent. My young master has already shown you immense mercy by granting you time to consider. Should you dare to haggle further, you shall perish. Tong Tian Longzuan's cold voice echoed in response. In the next moment, a wave of celestial pressure surged forth from him. Puff, puff, puff. The oppressive weight akin to a mountain descended, and the sounds of blood being spat echoed throughout Zhuke Xianzong. Under this terrifying pressure, even the half-step human immortals were forced heavily to the ground. How could he be this powerful? The leader among the half-step human immortals, Huang Wuji, was filled with dread. He initially believed that with 4 half-step human immortals on their side, a minor concession would suffice to resolve the matter. However, he never anticipated that the dragon beneath Qin Qian's feet would possess such terrifying might. Merely a hint of its pressure nearly annihilated them all. Esteemed elders, our Zhuke Xianzong is a branch of the celestial sect from the upper realm. If the divine son and esteemed elder can depart today, we are willing to make the utmost concession, offering 60% of our resources and ensuring the strict punishment of the assassin, Huang Jingtian. Gritting his teeth, Huang Wuji could only invoke his backing for intimidation while making concessions. Elder, upon hearing this outcome, Huang Jingtian's previously sullen face turned ghostly pale. His earlier willingness to offer his life was merely a desperate ploy, believing that the arrival of several elders would absolve him of any wrongdoing. But now, to quell Qin Qian's wrath, the elders were prepared to abandon him, which filled him with disbelief and rage. Do you not understand? This is all you're doing. Had you not sent others to target the divine son, Zhuke Xianzong would not have met such calamity today, Huang Wuji coldly remarked. Hearing this, the others cast furious glances at him. The elder was correct, had it not been for the sect leader's misguided decisions. How could they have provoked such a terrifying nemesis as Qin Qian? You all, a bunch of spineless opportunists. Do you not realize for whom I acted? Was it not foretold by the fateful celestial instrument that Taishian's Sword Sect would soon rise to prominence, becoming the most resplendent force in the Tianhuan continent? I made this decision to safeguard Zhuke Xianzong's standing. Now that calamity has struck, you turn against me? Faced with being cast as a scapegoat, Huang Jingtian exploded in anger. You all think you can sacrifice me for atonement? If you wish for my death, then none of you shall survive. With bloodshot eyes, Huang Jingtian roared, immediately unleashing a killing formation of imperial level. Boom, boom, boom. As the formation was thrown out, it instantly enveloped Zhuke Xianzong. In the next moment, all disciples and elders of Zhuke Xianzong began to wail in agony. What a spectacle this dog-eat-dog drama is. Yet the time I granted you has elapsed. Since you are unwilling to live, allow me to escort you on your journey. With a casual stroke of his sword, Qin Qian shattered Huang Jingtian's imperial-level killing formation, directly channeling the Zhantian sword, transforming it into a colossal sword several thousand meters long. The divine son speaks with reason. We are willing to surrender 90% of our resources and accept the slave seal, pledging our lifelong loyalty to the Taishian Sword Sect. Gazing upon the terrifying colossal sword in the sky, the 4 venerable ancestors of the Zhuke immortal sect, including Huang Wuji, showed no hesitation and immediately knelt, proclaiming their submission. As for the other high-ranking members, elders, and countless talented disciples of the Zhuke immortal sect, witnessing their own ancestors voluntarily bowing down, even if they harbored reluctance, they had no choice but to kneel as well. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. While being reduced to a vassal of the Taishian Sword Sect may seem disgraceful, it is far superior to losing one's life. Naturally, within the vast Zhuke immortal sect, there existed stalwart heroes and elders unafraid of death. They charged fiercely towards Qin Qian, yet in the next instant, they were obliterated into a mist of blood by the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the celestial severing sword. Huang Jingtian was among them. Fully aware that as the instigator, regardless of the reasons behind targeting Qin Qian, he would certainly not be spared. Thus, he had no recourse but to engage in battle. Regrettably, despite being at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, he was still crushed like an insect beneath the might of the celestial severing sword. Seeing this scene, all those who chose submission could not help but gasp in horror. Had they not quelled their impetuousness moments ago, their fate would have mirrored that of these fallen souls. Witnessing their willingness to submit, Qin Qian casually waved his hand. In a surge of reincarnation, sword energy instantly split into hundreds of thousands of streams, autonomously flying into the consciousness of all Zhuke immortal sect members. Henceforth, should any of them dare to harbor rebellious thoughts against him or the Taishian Sword Sect, this sword intent would swiftly bring about their demise. I grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves. Take these 4 celestial artifacts, and, in my name, annihilate the Luo Tian sacred sect. If you succeed, I shall reward you with celestial level techniques, celestial veins, and other advanced methods, transforming you into the sharpest blades of the Taishian Sword Sect. Should you fail, your existence will serve no purpose. After embedding the reincarnation sword energy into their consciousness, Qin Qian randomly selected 4 celestial artifacts from tens of thousands and tossed them to Huang Wuji and the others, along with an abundance of imperial weapons, quasi-imperial weapons, and sacred weapons. His intent was crystal clear. He desired vassals capable of action, not mere sycophants. Upon hearing Qin Qian's words and witnessing the mountain of imperial and quasi-imperial weapons before them, the members of the Zhuke immortal sect could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Heavens, These are indeed imperial and quasi-imperial weapons. Typically, only the high-ranking members of Emperor-tier sects could be fortunate enough to possess even one, yet now they stood before thousands. As for the sacred weapons, nearly every formidable talent could claim one. Most of them had only seen celestial artifacts and texts, yet Qin Qian was bestowing 4 upon their sect. Moreover, if they vanquished the Luo Tian sacred sect, they would be rewarded with celestial scriptures and celestial veins. This windfall came too unexpectedly. They had initially thought that serving under Qin Qian would lead to a life of hardship. However, it now appeared that submitting to Qin Qian was a monumental opportunity, a chance for the Zhuge immortal sect to soar to new heights. We express our heartfelt gratitude, Divine Son. From this day forth, we pledge to fight for you across the realms, even to the point of sacrificing our lives. In that moment, all knelt in unison, not merely due to Qin Qian's formidable power, but from a genuine desire to serve under him. Chapter 82. A Sensation in the Southern Domain. 200 million fortune points reward. Go forth. This Divine Son awaits your good news at the Tai-Hsien Sword Sect. Furthermore, from now on, you shall retain 30% of the resources obtained from your conquests. With a casual directive, Qin Qian mounted the true dragon and departed. As for the cultivation resources, Huang Wuji and the others would naturally organize them and personally deliver them to him at the Tai-Hsien Sword Sect. Farewell, Divine Son. Watching Qin Qian's retreating figure, Huang Wuji and the others bowed deeply. Only after Qin Qian had completely left did they rise, their expressions complex. Had they known he would become such a prodigy, they should have taken him under their wing and cultivated him vigorously when he sought apprenticeship at the Zhuge immortal sect. It was all Huang Jingtian's fault for claiming that the Divine Son lacked fortune and that his cultivation was too resource-intensive, leading them to miss the opportunity for the Zhuge immortal sect to become the true overlord of the Tianhuan continent. It was fate. Although they could not become the strongest overlord, being second was still remarkable. Indeed, the Divine Son has been exceedingly generous to us, as long as we serve him diligently. Ascending to immortality may not be beyond our reach. After Qin Qian's departure, numerous high-ranking members and elders regretted not having accepted him into the Zhuge immortal sect. Had they done so, the Zhuge immortal sect would have undoubtedly risen to become the absolute ruler of this realm with Qin Qian's support. Yet, regret is a fruitless endeavor. What is missed cannot be reclaimed. Fortunately, they could still serve Qin Qian, and in the near future, they would become the second most powerful force in this realm. A feat worthy of being recorded in history. It must be noted that while the Zhuge immortal sect was the dominant force in the southern domain, they did not even rank within the top 10 across the entire Tianhuan continent. After all, the eastern domain and central continent naturally possessed cultivation resources hundreds of times more abundant than others, giving rise to numerous formidable powers. Besides these two regions, the northern sea and western region also concealed countless talents. In the past, they could only remain in the southern domain, too fearful to touch the resources of other areas, as those powers were backed by formidable forces from the immortal realm. Provoking them would be tantamount to courting death. However, with Qin Qian as their mysterious and powerful ally, their ambitions were ignited. Fourth Elder, announce to the world that the Zhuge immortal sect has submitted to the Divine Son, and prepare 90% of our resources to deliver to him with utmost haste. The rest, follow me to eradicate the Luo Tian sacred sect. After distributing the 4 celestial artifacts along with all imperial, quasi-imperial, and sacred weapons, Huang Wuji immediately issued his command. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen massive celestial flying vessels appeared in the sky. Following his lead, over 70% of the Zhuge immortal sect's formidable members mobilized, charging towards the Luo Tian sacred sect. Meanwhile, the remaining 30% of elite members swiftly organized the Zhuge immortal sect's cultivation resources under the guidance of the fourth ancestor, Huang Wuxing. Before long, news of the Zhuge immortal sect's submission to the newly appointed Divine Son, Qin Qian, spread rapidly throughout the southern domain. Upon the announcement, the entire southern domain erupted in disbelief. No way. If you're going to boast, at least draft a script first, okay? I admit Qin Qian is indeed formidable. But how could the Zhuge immortal sect, the undisputed overlord of the southern domain, suddenly submit to him? Shocked, aren't you? I felt the same when I first heard the news, but it was personally announced by the fourth ancestor, Huang Wuxing, so it's basically confirmed as true. Oh my heavens. Is Qin Qian really just the Divine Son of the Tai-Hsien Sword Sect? I can't shake the feeling that he is a prodigy sent from the upper realm to train in our Tianhuan continent. Otherwise, how could the Zhuge immortal sect so easily submit to him? Indeed, Qin Qian must have an enormous power backing him in the upper realm. Otherwise, the Zhuge immortal sect, being a lineage of the immortal path, would never submit so readily. I pondered how someone possessing the supreme physique of the heavens could find himself in a realm as humble as ours. It appears that he hails from the upper realm, a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. Regret floods over me. I should have cultivated a better rapport with him from the outset. Oh, how the heavens mock me. I once participated in numerous disciple recruitment ceremonies alongside this fellow, and now he has ascended to become a formidable figure in the southern domain, while I, just yesterday, faced rejection from a minor sect. Truly a disheartening plight. Upon hearing the news of the Zhuge immortal sect's submission, countless factions and rogue cultivators within the southern domain were left utterly astounded. Nearly everyone concurred that Qin Qian was undoubtedly a genius from a prominent force in the upper realm, deliberately descending to hone his skills. There exists no other explanation for why the foremost hegemon of the southern domain would suddenly yield to him. The sects that had previously rebuffed his request for membership were now filled with regret, lamenting their short-sightedness that had squandered the opportunity to elevate their own standing with such an exceptional talent. It is now widely acknowledged that, from this day forth, the Taishan Sword Sect will reign as the unassailable sovereign of the southern domain. With the crowning ceremony of their divine son approaching in 2 days, preparations are underway, and I, the elder ancestor, shall personally attend. In my youth, I too shared a camaraderie with the ancestors of the Sword Sect, and I plan to invite the divine maiden to emerge from her seclusion and join me in fostering our ties with the Taishan Sword Sect. Our Yaoqi sacred land has always stood in solidarity with the Taishan Sword Sect, with such a paragon emerging from their ranks. It is only fitting that we extend our congratulations, recognizing that the Taishan Sword Sect is on the verge of becoming the dominant force in the southern domain. Numerous imperial families and influential clans dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts, accompanied by their most exquisite maidens to pay their respects. Meanwhile, those factions that have consistently allied with the Taishan Sword Sect were basking in joy, for the greater the strength of the Taishan Sword Sect, the more opportunities they would have to thrive alongside them. In the Grand Hall of the Taishan Sword Sect, the sect leader Lin Wushuang, along with Elder Qi Yin and Elder Xianxia, were left astounded upon learning of the Zhuge immortal sect's capitulation and the ensuing visits from other major powers bearing gifts. Their expressions mirrored the shock of those outside, though beneath their astonishment lay a complex mix of emotions. The emergence of such a talent capable of dominating the contemporary world should have been a cause for jubilation throughout the sect. However, this prodigy had only been part of the sect for a mere month. His meteoric rise and significant contributions left Lin Wushuang and the others feeling profoundly indebted to Qin Qian. An edict was issued proclaiming that Qin Qian was not only the divine son of the Taishan Sword Sect, but also its junior sect master, with a status surpassing that of all other divine sons and daughters. All members were to regard him as they would the sect leader. Furthermore, he was granted authority over all sect resources, barring the elders, with no objections permitted. After much deliberation, the high-ranking officials bestowed upon Qin Qian all the privileges, status, and honors they could offer. Ding! Your achievement in subduing the Zhuge immortal sect has reverberated throughout the southern domain, leaving countless individuals in awe of your prowess. Your influence has significantly increased. Congratulations, you have received 200 million fortune points. At that moment, just as Qin Qian arrived at the mountain gate of the Taishan Sword Sect atop a true dragon, the system notification echoed in his ears. Look, Senior Brother Qin has returned. Welcome back to the sect, Senior Brother Qin. The disciples stationed at the mountain gate erupted into jubilant cheers upon spotting Qin Qian. With their enthusiastic applause, Qin Qian accrued yet more fortune points. Nodding calmly to the crowd, he directed his true dragon towards the ancestral grounds of the Sword Sect. Such a remarkable young man. We old-timers are but fading shadows, remarked the elder ancestors Jiang Taixian and Chu Tianjian, who were seated in a small courtyard sipping tea. Upon Qin Qian's arrival, they couldn't help but sigh and pour him a cup. They had initially believed that regaining their peak cultivation would allow them to protect this young prodigy. Yet he had ventured forth and compelled the southern domain's apex power to capitulate. At this moment, even as they themselves were paragons, they couldn't help but acknowledge the relentless passage of time. The younger generation would inevitably surpass them. Such words are unnecessary. When I ascend to the immortal realm, the Taishan Sword Sect will still rely on you two to shoulder the burden. Qin Qian replied with a smile as he accepted the teacup and spoke casually. Indeed, having you is the greatest fortune for our Taishan Sword Sect, Jiang Taixian said with a smile. Nay, I find myself beset by formidable adversaries. The timing of their arrival unknown. All I can do now is strive to elevate the strength of the Taishan Sword Sect. Before my ascension, I shall conceal this realm, rendering it impervious to discovery. With that, Qin Qian drained his cup and spoke earnestly. Whether it be the pawns left behind by the great Dao to surveil the myriad realms, or the enigmatic figure who had siphoned his fortune. These were formidable foes he could not evade. While he could contend with these threats, thanks to his invincible physique and myriad powerful trump cards, he feared that desperate enemies might resort to endangering his sect members as leverage. Thus, he was determined to swiftly break through to the human immortal realm, subsequently utilizing the powers of the wheel of cause and effect to shroud the entire Tianhuan continent from prying eyes. How shameful! We may not offer you substantial assistance, yet we are willing to stand by your side through thick and thin. Upon hearing Qin Qian's words, the two elder ancestors were not particularly surprised. After all, it was inherently unreasonable for someone of Qin Qian's caliber to manifest in such a lower realm, regardless of his origins or the nature of his adversaries. They were resolute in their willingness to face whatever calamities might come, even if the heavens themselves should fall. Witnessing the genuine expressions of the two elders, Qin Qian felt a surge of elation. Wealth may be easily acquired, but true friendship is a rare treasure. In this unfamiliar world, having even a few individuals who genuinely cared for him was a source of great contentment. Without a moment's hesitation, he presented 2 storage rings to the elder ancestors. Within were tens of thousands of immortal artifacts, hundreds of thousands of immortal pills, millions of immortal-grade spiritual veins, and countless drops of immortal-grade beast blood, alongside numerous immortal techniques and tens of thousands of imperial artifacts, with quasi-imperial and sacred artifacts in abundance. The sheer magnitude of resources contained within the storage rings left the two elder ancestors speechless in astonishment. However, contemplating Qin Qian's mysterious background, they refrained from inquiring further and silently vowed to cultivate diligently, aspiring to one day shield this young man from the storms of fate. With such a staggering influx of immortal-grade spiritual veins, Jiang Taixian and Chu Tianjian immediately employed their formidable powers, embedding the spiritual veins deep into the earth, irrevocably transforming the spiritual energy of the Taixian Sword Sect's surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. As countless spiritual veins were driven into the ground, the spiritual energy within the Taixian Sword Sect surged forth like a gushing spring, and soon, a rain of spiritual energy began to fall upon the entire sect. Nurtured by this spiritual rain, the cultivation environment of the sect underwent a rapid transformation, with the density of spiritual energy increasing by thousands of times compared to before. The spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields burgeoned wildly, and the beasts within the sect swiftly evolved. Meanwhile, all disciples within the sect experienced a dramatic surge in their cultivation levels at that very moment. These are the cultivation resources bestowed upon the sect by the Son of God, Qin Qian. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, do not forget such kindness. Furthermore, starting today, all outer sect disciples may cultivate sacred level techniques, while inner sect disciples may practice quasi-emperor level techniques. The Holy Son and those of elder rank and above may engage in the study of emperor level techniques, and the sect leader along with the upper echelons may cultivate celestial level techniques. In the grand contest of the world, our Taixian Sword Sect shall undoubtedly become the strongest under the guidance of the Son of God. After setting up the celestial veins, the two venerable ancestors subsequently transmitted their voices throughout the sect, explaining the origins of these resources and reminding everyone to remember Qin Qian's benevolence. The Holy Son is mighty. We shall strive diligently in our cultivation and will not disappoint his expectations, all proclaimed sincerely in unison. Meanwhile, as the two ancestors arranged the celestial level spirit veins, Qin Qian busied himself by bringing forth the divine killing formation, which he promptly established for the Taixian Sword Sect. This formation operates autonomously, harnessing the momentum of heaven and earth, requiring no divine-level spirit veins for sustenance. As long as this realm remains intact, the grand array shall perpetually function. Moreover, he employed the rules of the karmic wheel to envelop the entire Taixian Sword Sect. From that moment forth, not even the mightiest beings from the celestial realm could peer into the minutiae of the Taixian Sword Sect, let alone ascertain its location. Upon completing these tasks, he enhanced the weapons, techniques, and martial arts of the two venerable ancestors to the 9th tier of celestial level using the essence of celestial artifacts and celestial techniques. Consequently, the two ancestors need not revise their techniques, and their strength experienced a substantial augmentation. Boom. Just as the techniques and celestial arts were upgraded, Ancestor Jiang Taixian advanced directly from the Emperor level to the half-step human celestial realm, while Ancestor Chu Tianjian broke through from half-step human celestial to the true human celestial realm. Elders, now that all members of the sect will revise their techniques, please allocate these comprehension Ts as you see fit. Additionally, I will construct a cultivation tower with time acceleration for the sect. After casually handing a storage ring filled with comprehension T to Ancestor Jiang Taixian, Qin Qian turned to leave. He visited the scripture pavilion. provided the great yellow bull with several drops of divine source liquid, and gifted him a divine artifact before acquiring various techniques for refining weapons and alchemy. Upon returning to Qinglong Peak, he instructed the celestial dragon sovereign to choose a spot to cultivate, then directly executed a 10,000-fold quality return on the alchemy and weapon refining techniques. Ding! 10,000-fold quality return successful. Congratulations, you have obtained imperial-level alchemy and weapon refining techniques. As the system notification resonated, the 2 imperial-level techniques materialized in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he entered the Dream of Eternity Tower and began to enhance these 2 techniques using the essence of celestial arts. With an abundance of celestial essence at his disposal, both techniques were elevated to celestial level. After this ascension, he unhesitatingly activated his heavenly path-level comprehension and commenced his study of celestial-level alchemy and celestial-level weapon refining techniques. Chapter 84, Eternal Ages, Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Time swiftly passed within the Dream of Eternity Tower, and after mastering celestial-level weapon refining techniques, Qin Qian utilized the celestial devouring cauldron to refine several divine artifacts. He then employed his weapon refining skills to forge a small black tower, naming it the Time-Space Divine Tower. Within, he sealed a few strands of the rules from the Dream of Eternity Tower, thus allowing for an astonishing time acceleration, one day outside equating to 10 years within the tower. With this colossal cultivation tower, all members of the Tai Xian Sword Sect entered seclusion. On the day of the Holy Sun's coronation ceremony, everyone emerged from their retreats, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Various major sects and powerful factions from the southern region gathered, and unlike before, on this day, all were keen to curry favor with the Tai Xian Sword Sect. Many even sought to offer beautiful women from their factions to Qin Qian, all of which he graciously declined. On the day of the coronation, another earth-shattering news emerged from the southern region. The Luo Tiansheng sect, one of the 4 great overlords, had been annihilated by the Zhu immortal sect. Upon hearing this news, all became alarmed, fearing any misstep might provoke Qin Qian's displeasure, leading him to dispatch the Zhu immortal sect to eliminate them. Seizing the opportunity during the banquet, Qin Qian directly articulated his desire to unify the Tianhuan continent. He made it unequivocally clear that this was not a discussion, but a notification. Those who submit now would maintain the status quo, merely required to remit 20% of resources to the Tai Xian Sword Sect each year. Former allies of the Tai Xian Sword Sect would only need to publicly acknowledge their allegiance without the need to submit any cultivation resources. Naturally, those unwilling would face no coercion, but when the time came, the truth would reveal itself, and none could obstruct his unifying stride. Hearing these words, countless representatives from various factions turned pale, even though they were aware of Qin Qian's mysterious origins and the support of the Zhu immortal sect. The notion of submitting and providing resources annually was unacceptable to anyone. Boom. Just as everyone contemplated uniting against him, the celestial dragon sovereign suddenly manifested in the void, releasing an overwhelming pressure that rendered all present incapable of raising their heads. How is this possible? Realizing the might of the celestial dragon sovereign, everyone was left dumbfounded. Who is in favor, and who is opposed? Qin Qian spoke calmly. I, the Yaoqi Holy Land, am willing to submit. I, the Jiang clan of the imperial family, am willing to submit. I, the Tianfeng Merchant Association, am willing to submit. Recognizing that there was no room for negotiation, the majority of attendees expressed their willingness to submit. However, there were still some obstinate individuals, primarily pawns of the eastern region's major powers implanted in the southern region, who were unlikely to submit easily. Qin Qian did not press them on that day. The day following the coronation ceremony, Qin Qian issued a sweeping order to the celestial dragon sovereign. Rest assured, young master, I shall accomplish my mission. The celestial dragon sovereign respectfully bowed before descending upon the Zhu immortal sect. He then led powerful figures such as Huang Wuji and Huang Wuxing from the Zhu immortal sect on an unstoppable path of conquest. Under the leadership of this celestial sovereign, no faction could withstand even a single strike. On the first day, the southern region was completely swept away. On the second day, the formidable eastern region was obliterated. On the third day, the mightiest faction in the Tianhuan continent, the central region, was also vanquished. Several days later, the northern sea and the western region fell in succession. Thus, all major factions across the Tianhuan continent declared their allegiance to the Tai Xian Sword Sect, while those who remained stubborn were thoroughly suppressed. After the Tai Xian Sword Sect established itself as the preeminent power of the Tianhuan continent, Qin Qian understood that maintaining an enterprise is far more challenging than establishing it. Thus, he invested substantial resources to ensure all members of the Tai Xian Sword Sect began their seclusion. 1 year later, fortified by abundant celestial veins, celestial pills, and celestial techniques, along with the time acceleration of the time-space divine tower, 1 day outside equating to 10 years inside. The strength of all Tai Xian Sword Sect members experienced a hundredfold to thousandfold enhancement. Moreover, several venerable ancestors surpassed the pinnacle of human celestial, while the numbers of those at the emperor and quasi-emperor levels could be counted in hundreds and thousands. At this point, the Tai Xian Sword Sect had truly become the foremost power of the Tianhuan continent. Of course, during this year, disasters from the demonic abyss erupted continuously, yet all were effortlessly quelled by Qin Qian and the celestial dragon sovereign. Through a year of cultivation, Qin Qian's prowess had long transcended the realm of human immortals. Had he not wished to await the growth of all members of the Tai Xian Sword Sect, he would have already ascended to the celestial realm. Notably, since the Tai Xian Sword Sect became the supreme ruler of the Tianhuan continent, he had been reaping a tremendous bounty of fortune points daily. At present, his fortune had already reached the level of the ninth order son of heavenly Dao, with just a step remaining to achieve the status of the son of the great Dao. It was time for ascension. Observing that the Tai Xian Sword Sect possessed sufficient strength to dominate this realm, Qin Qian conveyed his intention to ascend to the celestial realm to Ancestor Jiang Taixian, Ancestor Chu Tianjian, and others, including in Miao Han and Mu Yuro. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the group were etched with reluctance, yet they understood that Qin Qian was a divine dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, and that only the more powerful celestial realm could serve as his stage. After sharing a simple meal with them and leaving behind a considerable amount of Dao enlightenment tea, he gifted each of them a divine artifact. Following their initial agreement, he imparted the space annihilation technique to Miao Han, preparing himself for ascension the following day. Of course, he left the heavenly dragon sovereign behind. As with his rapid growth, the presence of the heavenly dragon sovereign by his side had become of little consequence. On the next day, within the inner courtyard square of the Tai Xian Sword Sect, a throng of disciples and elders gathered in droves. We gather to respectfully send our divine son off to ascend to the celestial realm. All voices resounded in unison. Cultivate diligently. I hope that when I return one day, you all shall still be alive. After leaving ample resources for the sect, Qin Qian wielded the sword of heaven slaughter and directly invoked the Ascension thunder tribulation. He then harnessed the rules of the distant Dao field, instantly attaining power on par with the heavenly Dao. With his formidable strength, he utilized his divine consciousness to locate Xiao Fan and Gu Qingwei, as well as the Xiantian divine sovereign who once sought to seize his body. He spared none, swiftly dispatching them. Once these threats were eliminated, he activated the causal wheel, shrouding the entirety of the Tianhuan continent. Having completed these tasks, he followed the path of the thunder tribulation and ascended directly to the celestial realm. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, he procured a vast quantity of celestial veins to acquire soul-type heavenly materials and treasures, subsequently entering a month-long seclusion. Within the dream of Eternity Tower, he spent over 10,000 years in retreat. After such an extensive period, his cultivation soared directly from the realm of human immortals, bypassing the celestial, true celestial, profound celestial, Tai profound celestial, golden celestial, Deluo golden celestial, celestial lord, celestial sovereign, celestial king, quasi-celestial emperor, and celestial emperor stages, achieving the half-divine realm. Upon reaching the half-divine realm, he used his divine sense to locate celestial sovereign Yi Piaomiao. Upon witnessing his formidable power, Yi Piaomiao was left utterly astonished. After exchanging pleasantries, as friends do, he left some divine-level techniques, a divine artifact, and potent self-defense measures for Yi Piaomiao. He did not stir any tumult in the celestial realm. After bidding farewell to Yi Piaomiao, he ascended directly to the divine realm. It must be said that the divine realm truly represents the pinnacle of cultivation across myriad worlds, where immortals walk freely and half-divines abound. Without delay, he utilized the divine-level spiritual veins rewarded from the eternal Tianjiao ranking to acquire a plethora of soul-type heavenly materials and treasures, entering a retreat that lasted over 3 months. While 3 months passed in the outside world, over 30,000 years elapsed within the dream of Eternity Tower. His cultivation advanced directly from half-divine to surpassing the lower, middle, and upper divine realms, divine generals, divine kings, divine emperors, divine sovereigns, divine emperors, heavenly deities, lesser heavenly deities, greater heavenly deities, ancient deities, supreme beings, earthly supreme beings, heavenly supreme beings, and ancestors, ultimately becoming an unparalleled giant. Upon becoming an unparalleled giant, he began to suppress the chaos of ferocious demons, and his name soon echoed throughout the divine realm. As his renown spread, he received a bounty of fortune points, which elevated his fortune to the ninth order son of the great Dao. In the divine realm, and even in the broader expanse of the cosmos, his fortune was unparalleled, unmatched by any. With his fortune enhanced, he could procure any resource he desired, and under such circumstances, he once again entered seclusion in the dream of Eternity Tower for 100,000 years. Subsequently, his cultivation surged from unparalleled giant to break through to the Dominion realm. The Heavenly Dao realm, the Epic Master, the Master of Time, the Master of Chaos, and finally ascended to the status of the Lord of the Great Dao. Notably, despite the seemingly insurmountable obstacles ahead, he was able to reverse his fate and achieve the Great Dao, entirely due to his possession of a system, the Void Dao body, and various advantageous external aids. After becoming the Lord of the Great Dao, he engaged in a final battle with the Great Dao, which he undoubtedly triumphed over, thus becoming the absolute ruler of the myriad worlds. Upon attaining dominion, he fully activated the causal wheel and finally uncovered the identities of those who conspired to siphon off his fortune. To his surprise, these individuals were, in fact, commanded by his own kin. Upon learning this, Qin Qian felt no sorrow. Throughout his journey, aside from the Taishan Sword Sect, he had always walked alone. He had never acknowledged any family or relatives. Casually transporting the Tianhuang continent to the Hongming realm, he began to explore the realms beyond the Great Dao and gradually investigate the origins of the system and the primal Dao field within him. A millennium after becoming the Lord of the Great Dao, he broke through to the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, becoming invincible in the world, and located his adoptive master, the Lord of Reincarnation. Yet, even so, he was still unable to probe into the system and the primal Dao field. No need to investigate. We are your past and future selves. Now, we are invincible across the past, present, and future. Let us share tea together sometime. Invincibility can indeed be quite lonely. Within the Supreme Heavenly Emperor Palace, two figures, identical in appearance to him, slowly materialized.